brother. Meanwhile, at the foot of the mountain, those crossing the path at dusk stopped to build fires and rest after a long day's journey. Xiaotu and Duong sat behind a large boulder, cooking a pot of soup. Xiaotu cheerfully stirred the soup with a ladle, pleased with his luck. Not bad for the wilderness, he thought. A plump rabbit. He sat beside Kan, glancing at her nervously. Was this his first time alone with a girl like this? Normally, he just looked after Lung Guin, who was easy to please. He wasn't sure if Kan would even like this soup. Lost in thought, he suddenly snapped back to reality. Wait, why was he even thinking about taking care of Duong Kan? His expression shifted. He felt disappointed in himself, remembering Kan's cool demeanor. Besides, she didn't need his care. She was more capable than him. Kan added more wood to the fire, speaking to him. You really didn't need to go to all this trouble making soup. The military rations we brought are enough. Xiaotu recovered his cheerful facade. He picked up the ladle and a bowl, preparing to serve the soup. Well, if we catch a wild rabbit, might as well make the most of it. He filled a bowl and offered it to her first. Who knows what difficulties we'll face on the road? Better to save the rations for now. He then blew on his own bowl to cool it down. Kan took the bowl, a look of surprise on her face. It was decorated with a picture of a bear wearing a pink bow, attached to a string leading to a heart. She then remembered that Xiaotu's bowl had a similar decoration, except his featured a cat instead of a bear. The realization brought a blush to her cheeks. Embarrassed, Kan quickly slurped the soup while it was still piping hot, burning her tongue. Unable to bear the heat, she spat it out. Xiaotu watched her bend over, his spirits lifting. Eating that fast, huh? Guess she really likes it. I'll make more next time. Kan sat up straight, coughing from a scalding soup. He approached her, concerned. But why is everyone so interested in Barrier 178? Just because they're good fighters. She stopped coughing and looked at Xiaotu, still embarrassed. Turning away to hide her blush, she replied, near Barrier 178, there are 4 important military factories, and they have over 30 kinds of minerals. She turned to continue explaining to him. Some minerals have reserves of up to 90%. In addition, the food reserves are also the highest. Duong Kan, looking ahead, added, and the exploitable oil reserves there account for over 40% of Barrier 178. Xiaotu, upon hearing this, was taken aback. He'd assumed Barrier 178 was impoverished. He hadn't realized they were the truly wealthy ones. From behind them, Zongshua's voice drifted over. What do you usually like to drink? The other person responded politely, you're too kind. Just water is fine. As soon as he finished speaking, Zongshua poured water from a seemingly ordinary bottle into a glass. He handed the glass of water to the person on his left, then turned to his right and asked, what would you like to drink? Something different, replied a man wearing a baseball cap, glasses, and a walkie-talkie on his ear. Grape juice. Surprisingly, the same ordinary-looking bottle now poured out grape juice, despite having just dispensed water. This intriguing display caught the attention of Xiaotu, and Kan Xiaotu, intrigued, leaned closer to her and asked, does Zongshua know magic? Kan, blushing at his proximity, replied, I guess so. Hearing this, Xiaotu ran over to Zongshua and asked, do you know any card tricks? Zongshua, seeing Xiaotu standing there with his arms crossed, reached into his breast pocket for a deck of cards. This is Magic 101, he said. What trick would you like to see? For a moment, Xiaotu was stumped. He'd heard that Zongshua was a superhuman. Could his power be related to magic? After a moment's thought, he said, how about you make 4 fours appear? Zongshua, with a cheerful grin, shuffled the deck. Easy, he said. Just pick any 4 cards. He then fanned the deck out for Xiaotu to choose. Xiaotu revealed the cards, surprised. Wow, they really are 4 fours. He returned the cards to Zongshua. Brother Zongshua, you're truly amazing. Zongshua, with a slightly annoyed frown, took the cards back. Tucking the cards back into his shirt pocket, Zongshua said dismissively, it's nothing, just a little trick. He then stood up. He patted Xiaotu on the shoulder. By the way, Brother Xiaotu, I hear you're close with Su Xiansaw. Xiaotu replied, we're acquaintances. Mainly, I want to recommend talented individuals to my teacher. Zongshua picked up the conversation smoothly. I'm also close with Mr. Su. It seems we have a lot in common. But allow me to ask, who is your teacher? Before he could finish the question, Xiaodu's expression darkened. He growled, "Zhang Jinglin, I don't usually reveal this secret. Gotta be humble." He then turned and walked away, leaving Zhong Shua with a puzzled expression. No wonder Yang Yu An's attitude seemed off during our departure. So that's why. Night had fallen, the only light coming from the stars above. Xiaodu approached a vehicle with its headlights on. Qiu Kan, inside the driver's seat, her face wary, said, "We'll be departing soon. North is the river valley. That's where we'll separate from Zhong Shua and the Nano warriors." She continued, "We'll be operating alone." This surprised Xiaodu, causing him to let out a surprised huh. Sitting in the vehicle, he looked at Qiu Kan. "Yesterday you said we had to ditch Zhong Shua and the Nano warriors. But how are we supposed to take down the bandits with just the two of us?" Qiu Kan replied, her voice focused, "You clearly don't understand how serious the bandit problem is in the north." Xiaodu wondered aloud, wouldn't it be better to work together? Duong Qiu Kan, focused on driving, replied, "The river valley terrain is incredibly complex, perfect for bandits to hide. We need someone to scout the situation first, figure out exactly where they are, and see if we can take them all out in one fell swoop." Xiaodu, a little puzzled, asked, "So you mean we're going in as reconnaissance?" With a cool air, Qiu Kan replied, "Give it a try." A small smile played on her lips as she added, "But you want to ditch them, don't you? Mainly Zhong Shua." Xiaodu glanced at her and admitted, "Right. Honestly, Zhong Shua knows this area better. You could even say these bandits are practically under their thumb. A lot of the factions here are connected to them. If we let them lead, we'll only see what they want us to see." The car sped down the road. Inside, Xiaotu's voice echoed, "But we'll be walking right into the bandits' den. Aren't you worried something unexpected might happen?" Qiu Kan responded, "Aren't you here?" Hearing those words, Xiaodu felt a sudden surge of warmth, a blush creeping up his cheeks. Qiu Kan, focused on the road ahead, drove quickly towards the intersection. Suddenly, the car swerved sharply. Xiaodu, caught off guard, was thrown sideways in his seat. From behind, another vehicle was bearing down on them at breakneck speed. Zhong Shua, in the pursuing car, spotted them. A surprise huh escaped his lips as he watched the car ahead. Moments later, they reached a dead end. Below them, a sheer drop. Out of the car, Qiu Kan instructed, "We'll have to walk from here. Otherwise, the people living here will realize we're with the corporation." Xiaodu stepped out, surveying the area. "Other people live here?" he asked. "Aren't they afraid of the bandits?" Qiu Kan closed the car door and explained, "Most of them are displaced people who couldn't stand the corporation's exploitation. They're forced to eke out a living by farming." Her voice took on a serious tone. "The bandits won't touch these people. Whenever the corporation tries to catch them, they hide their weapons in the villagers' homes and pretend to be displaced people themselves." Xiaodu glanced at her. "Being a bandit isn't so easy. Huh, pretty clever though." Qiu Kan led the way, saying, "I suspect someone is pulling the strings behind the scenes." They traversed the rocky terrain. They stopped. Xiaodu spoke up, "Maybe they're just smart. It's a survival tactic for displaced people." Qiu Kan shook her head. "I'm not saying the bandits aren't clever," she clarified, "but I think there's a power backing them." Her expression darkened. Years ago, the ruins of the post-disaster civilization were completely plundered. There's nothing left. Merchants don't even dare come here anymore. So how have they been surviving all these years? Qiu Kan looked at him intently. "Furthermore, our investigations show they regularly acquire new weapons and firearms, even new motorcycles. I don't believe there isn't a corporation sponsoring them." Xiaodu's gaze grew serious. "The Zone Corporation, right? Didn't you say they were supporting them?" She walked coldly ahead, explaining, "It's not just that these forces supporting the bandits seem to want to confront the Zone Corporation. The Zone Corporation has run out of options with them, which is why they want to cooperate with us to eliminate them." She continued, "Besides, these sponsors are like rats, very difficult to find." Hearing this, an idea sparked in Xiaodu's mind, and he thought about rats. Xiaodu pondered the mention of rats. "Isn't that La Lam? They both like to hide in the sewers, after all." He then suggested, could it be the Khan Corporation secretly providing support? Duong Qiu Kan closed her eyes and said indifferently, "Whatever. It doesn't really concern me. The Duong family is declining. Morale has long become something I can take or leave." Gesturing towards the mountain, she said, Now, let's head towards Ban Sun. It's a small bandit den and a gathering place for displaced people. Xiaotu said suspiciously, you seem pretty familiar with this place. Chukin replied, I used to come out here a few years ago. So, I guess you could say I'm familiar with it. He asked, surprised, what did you do here? She smiled and said, target practice. Want to learn? I'll teach you. Xiaotu laughed loudly and said, my shooting skills are pretty good too. Hearing this, she turned back and said, your ability is impressive, to be able to directly learn the skills of others. But I'm sure you haven't learned it properly. Your breathing technique is incorrect. Xiaotu scratched his head, thinking she's a perfect level firearms expert, right? She spotted my flaw right away. He followed her, asking, so, how do you plan to teach me? Chukin said coldly, combat style. He frowned and said, I thought it would be hands-on teaching. Hearing him say that, she turned her head in surprise and asked what. He quickly backtracked, nothing. Chukin looked at him and said, we might encounter displaced people later, so how should we dress to blend in? We definitely can't wear this. Xiaotu said confidently, I'm good at this. You shouldn't wear that baseball cap. No displaza parsun bears a capítulo. Hearing this, she took off her cap and said, then what? Seeing her take off her cap, Xiaotu was stunned for a moment. Chukin said, a little embarrassed. Xiaotu immediately changed the subject. Your ears are pretty neat. They don't need much fixing, just a little bit. Suddenly, Chukin took out a knife and cut a bit of his hair, making him think in astonishment. She just went ahead and cut it. Finished, she adjusted his hair and asked, is this okay? His face dazed, he replied, yeah, it looks like it. Chukin patted his shoulder and said, all right, let's get our story straight. In case we reach the displaced people's settlement and they ask about our relationship, we absolutely cannot be exposed. How old are you this year? He counted on his fingers, thinking, I remember Duong Chukin is 18 years old, but I think I'm only 17. So that means I have to call her older sister. He then said aloud, I'm 20. She patted his shoulder and said, okay, I'm 21 this year. Just call me older sister. Remember not to say it wrong when asked. He stared at her in astonishment, thinking, this Duong Chukin lies without batting an eye. Feeling a bit irritated, he thought, you're 21. Show me your ID card then. Chukin turned back, smiled, and said, lost it. She waved at him. All right, let's not dwell on the small stuff. We need to reach the displaced people's settlement before nightfall. On the desolate land, the shadows of the two figures gradually diminished. Night fell quickly. Xiaotu and Chukin were still searching for signs of nearby settlements. This road is too long, Xiaotu complained. It looks like we won't reach the displaced people's area tonight. Chukin replied, I'm hungry. He looked at her. Me too, she said, her thoughts elsewhere. That's not what I wanted to hear. Xiaotu glanced around. Why didn't you bring supplies? Chukin explained, displaced people don't carry supplies. I'm a displaced person now, remember. Right, he said, his face weary, her voice still echoing in his ears. Besides, with you around, I didn't think I needed to. Suddenly, an idea sparked. Okay, I'll find us some food. Later, you can give me some more pointers on my shooting. How about that? Chukin readily agreed. Sure, sounds good. You start a fire here, he instructed, dividing the tasks. I'll go see if I can find something edible to bring back. She nodded in agreement. Okay, he set off to forage, while she began gathering firewood for the fire. He took out a small, blue pellet and thought, thank goodness for this. He clenched it in his hand. A short while later, he returned, 2 potatoes in hand. Look what I found. Luck's on our side. Scored some potatoes. He tossed them into the growing flames. He picked one up, offering half to her. Eat this roasted potato, and then you have to teach me how to shoot. Without further ado, Chukin casually agreed. Sure. True to her word, once they had finished eating, she began instructing him. Actually, being a sniper requires some natural talent. According to our instructor, it's about maintaining balance and the stability of your higher level nervous system. It's something you're born with. She immediately started his practical lesson. It's not just talent, though. It's also about personality. Things like personality are hard to cultivate and change. Generally, people are either introverted or extroverted. Chukin looked at him and continued. On a scale of 1 to 10, in the sniper evaluation system, 1 doesn't represent weakness or indecisiveness. 50 represents being decisive and taking action. The best score a sniper should have is 8. He lay prone, mimicking her posture. So, what's your score? 8, she admitted, a hint of helplessness in her voice. She pushed the sniper rifle towards him. Next up is the training method for the later stages. She began the practical demonstration. Kyukin adjusted Xiaodu's posture. Your body must be steady, your breathing even. This is so that when you pull the trigger, the bullet hits exactly where you want it to. The two lay side by side in the deepening darkness. Kyukin explained, no matter how much adrenaline your body produces, it all has to serve this one bullet. These things take a long time to master. Seeing his incorrect posture, she quickly corrected him, causing him to blush with embarrassment. Kyukin continued, there's biofeedback training for when a sniper encounters a situation. You absolutely cannot have a rapid heartbeat or sweat like a normal person. He turned to her, intrigued. How do you train for that? It goes against natural instinct. She looked at him and explained, there are biofeedback training methods. Initially, one training exercise involved submerging both arms in buckets of water. One bucket was ice cold, the other scalding hot. Kyukin continued her instruction, explaining, with enough training, you can even raise the temperature of one hand 2 degrees higher than the other, purely through mental suggestion. Xiaodu, surprised, asked, really? Is that even possible? She nodded. Yes, this training helps snipers control their instincts when they need to take a deep breath. Their heart rate will instantly decrease. Above them, in the night sky, an eagle appeared. The bird soared past their position. The two of them watched through a small opening. Pay attention to your breathing, Kyukin instructed. After your lungs fill with air, it can subtly shift your posture. It might not be obvious, but for a sniper, every small detail can mean the difference between success and failure. Xiaodu focused intently. Beside him, Kyukin continued her guidance. The eagle is flying too high right now. You have to wait until it changes direction and descends, then seize the opportunity to take it down with a single shot at close range. Xiaodu stared through his scope, his eye fixed on the target. The moment the bird entered the crosshairs, Xiaodu fired. The bullet ripped through the air. The eagle, sensing the approaching projectile, squeezed its eyes shut in fear, frozen in place. The bullet missed. The eagle's eyes snapped open in disbelief. It quickly took flight, leaving behind a few stray feathers. Xiaodu stared, dumbfounded. Kyukin teased him. So, feeling confident about your marksmanship now? He mumbled, embarrassed. I clearly hit it in the head. How is it still alive? Maybe it's some kind of mutant. She scoffed. Please, mutant or not, it's still just an eagle. Unless it's a genetically engineered product of the Huazhong Corporation, it's not bulletproof. She stood up and continued. You said you hit it in the head. So why is it fine? Xiaotu's face darkened. Maybe it doesn't have a brain. Kyukin turned away, her expression cold. Right? We can't fire any more shots around here. The noise will attract the bandits. He nodded and hurried to catch up with her. Xiaodu, curious, asked, why would someone like you want to learn how to snipe? Her reply was curt. I like it. It's a power that can protect me. He asked, concerned, isn't it hard? She shrugged. It would be a lie to say it isn't, but Xiaodu prompted, but her brow furrowed. It's training to detach from emotions. I want to be able to see death and carnage without any psychological reaction. She pointed ahead. Look, we're almost there. In the distance, along the border, makeshift houses stood scattered apart. Xiaodu pondered aloud. It's strange. We haven't encountered any bandits along this whole stretch. I know, right? He continued. Kyukin, walking ahead, turned back. Let's go check it out. The area felt desolate, a chilling emptiness that raised goosebumps. Xiaodu and Kyukin walked together across the uneven ground. A faint voice drifted towards them. Sorghum seeds, selling a loss. It was an old woman, sitting by the roadside, hawking her wares. Seeing the two approach, the old woman looked at Xiaodu with pleading eyes. Sorghum seeds, young man, just in time for the spring planting. Touched by her sales pitch, or perhaps by pity, Xiaodu smiled kindly. I'll take some. He reached for his wallet, ready to pay. The old woman seemed quite surprised by the sudden appearance of two uninvited guests. She called out, asking who these strangers were and where they had sprung from. Xiaodu answered, explaining they had come from the mines. At first, he said, they promised to pay 21 NDT for every ton of coal we hauled. Then, they suddenly dropped it to 20.6 and even deducted some sort of materials fee. It's practically robbery. Hearing this, the old woman chuckled, a gentle expression on her face. Almost as if boasting about her son, she exclaimed, "Drinking tea doesn't even compare to when my son worked in the mines." Her cheerful demeanor shifted to one of sadness. Looking directly at Xiaodu and Chu Kan, she said, "But now you two, husband and wife, have escaped at a bad time." At the mention of husband and wife, both Xiaodu and Chu Kan froze, their faces darkening. They were speechless, unsure of how to respond. Sensing the awkward tension, Chu Kan cleared her throat with a pointed ahem, breaking the uncomfortable silence. Xiaodu instinctively turned to look at her, his eyes wide. She addressed the old woman. "Why do you say we came at a bad time?" Taking Xiaotu's hand and pulling him closer, Chu Kan held his hand as the old woman covered her mouth with her own, as if about to share a secret. "Let me tell you," she whispered, "the bandits in the north have been causing a lot of trouble lately. They've killed many people. Everyone here is terrified, wondering if they'll be next." Xiaotu seemed skeptical. He chuckled dismissively, saying, "What can bandits do to us? We're just farmers." The old woman's expression grew serious. Pointing a finger at Xiaodu, she said, "I hear there are 3 groups among the bandits you don't want to cross. They're trying to unite all the bandits in this river valley. 2 of these groups are especially vicious. They say they even have superhumans with them. Anyone who disobeys them is killed on the spot." She frowned, her voice firm, emphasizing the importance of her words. "I have to warn you, farming here is fine, but if the bandits come and ask you to join them, you must agree. Don't resist." Xiaodu and Chu Kan seem to take her words to heart, their gazes fixed intently on her. Xiaodu responded with a resounding, "Yes, ma'am." Then a panicked voice cried out, "Oh dear, why are the bandits coming now?" Across the barren land, a group of dark-cloaked figures marched purposefully forward. Hearing the cry, the old woman and the others became visibly agitated. Turning back to Xiaodu and Chu Kan, she urged, "Quickly, take the children inside." The bandits grew closer, their vehicles adding to their menacing presence. At the front rode Kim Lam, a sneer twisting his lips, his face radiating contempt for everyone around him. Watching the old woman hurry away, Xiaodu said to Chu Kan, "Let's follow her." She responded with a quiet Suddenly, he turned to her, catching her off guard. He extended his hand. "Take my hand," he said. "It's chaotic here. Don't get lost." Chu Kan blushed, her eyes fixed on his outstretched hand. After a moment, she placed her hand in his. With a contented expression, she replied, causing him to smile in return. Their quiet moment of connection stood in stark contrast to the scene unfolding around them. The bandits stopped their vehicles, their boots hitting the dry earth with heavy thuds. Then, a loud command echoed through the air, surround them. Their hands still intertwined, Xiaotu and Chu Kan stood with the other villagers, their gazes cold and furious, fixed on the bandits behind Kim Lam. Large rifles were poised in the hands of 4 hulking men. With an air of arrogance, Kim Lam's voice boomed, "So, you're the ones farming here, eh?" Just moments ago, the villagers had made their displeasure with the bandits clear, but the steely edge in Kim Lam's voice was enough to silence them. One man, his face etched with fear and apprehension, stammered, "Why yes, we've been farming here for many years." Kim Lam simply pursed his lips and exhaled a derisive puff of air. He sauntered closer to the villagers, his tone dripping with mockery. "What's so interesting about growing plants? I see a lot of strong men here. Real men, born for greater things. Wasting your days huddled here, playing in the dirt. Is that any way for a man to live?" He stepped closer still, his hand clamping hard onto the face of a nearby villager. "From today onwards, you'll work for me. Follow me, and you'll have food in your bellies and clothes on your backs." He continued, his words a twisted recruitment pitch. "The corporation used to push you around. Follow me, and we'll push them right back." Another villager, finding a sliver of courage, spoke up. "We don't want to fight the corporation. We just want to farm." This seemed to cross a line for Kim Lam. He roared, "You'll do it whether you want or not." He raised a hand, flicking his wrist dismissively. "Men, round them up." Hearing the threat, Xiaodu murmured to Chu Kan, "Should we go with them?" She replied, "We should. It might give us a better understanding of the situation in the valley. Xiaodu, his fighting spirit flaring, countered, I meant, should we just finish them off? The sheer audacity of the suggestion left Qiukan speechless. Standing among the villagers, Qiukan told Xiaodu, don't do anything yet. Let's see what happens. There are only about 20 of them. If we want to leave, they can't stop us. Seeing the villagers' reluctance to cooperate, Kim Lam climbed into a waiting sidecar, his hand resting on the steering wheel. Don't think I'm being unreasonable, he said. You live on the edge of the valley, so you don't know what's going on. The people in the north have been robbed blind. Even if we don't take you today, someone else will come tomorrow. A weak voice from the crowd behind him piped up, we don't know how to fight. Kim Lam scoffed, finding the statement ludicrous. Who doesn't know how to fight? I'll give you a few guns. It's just bang, bang, bang. He went on to boast, don't worry. Kim Lam, studied for 2 years in town. I'm not some brute who kills without blinking. I won't hurt you. One of his lackeys chimed in, eager to confirm his leader's claims. That's right, boss. We're educated. Those other guys can't compare. Kim Lam, clearly enjoying the praise, played it down. Don't exaggerate. He turned back to the villagers. But I can guarantee you one thing. I, Kim Lam, am taking you back to the camp so you can live a good life. He then sneered, look at you all skinny and weak. He suddenly pointed directly at Xiaodu. Especially you. Look how scrawny you are. Your face is pale, your limbs are spindly. You look like you have no energy. Xiaodu, the target of this unwelcome attention, remained silent. But Qiukan, standing behind him, stifled a giggle, causing Xiaodu's face to darken with embarrassment. Suddenly, one of the bandits spoke up. Well, the girl next to you isn't bad. The remark made both Xiaodu and Qiukan turn to look at him. He continued his crude advances, saying, wash that dirt off her face, and she might be all right. She'll be mine now. He reached out with filthy hands towards Xiaodu, her expression darkening. Then, a hand intercepted the bandit's grimy paw just in front of Qiukan. But her gaze remained steady, devoid of fear. It was Xiaodu who had blocked the bandit's hand. He glared at the man, his expression a mixture of protectiveness and disgust. Irritation flared in his eyes at the man's audacity. The bandit, surprised by Xiaodu's intervention, let out a grunt. His expression shifted from surprise to anger. What do you think you're doing? He thought furiously. Without hesitation, Xiaodu lashed out, punching the bandit hard in the chest. The blow landed with such force that the man gasped, his body momentarily frozen, his grip loosening on the handlebars. The villagers behind them murmured, wondering what kind of fighting style this was. Kim Lam, still perched on his motorcycle, turned his attention to Xiaodu, his demeanor still attempting to project authority. Xiaodu calmly approached him. Suddenly, Kim Lam's eyes widened, a flicker of recognition, perhaps even apprehension, crossing his face. I knew it, he might have thought, but there was no time to react. Xiaodu's foot lashed out, connecting squarely with Kim Lam's face. The bandit leader tumbled from his bike, rolling several times on the ground, a yelp escaping his lips. Kim Lam, groaning in pain, tried to crawl away. Suddenly, Qiukan drew her gun, leveling it at the bandits with a steely gaze. She showed no hesitation, her expression suggesting she was ready to take them all down. One of the bandits tried to draw his own weapon, but he was too slow. Qiukan's bullet ripped through his hand, spraying blood. She shifted her aim, her eyes now mirroring the cold menace the bandits had shown earlier. Without flinching, she fired again. The bullet pierced the forehead of another bandit, killing him before he could even fully raise his weapon towards her. The remaining bandits, including Kim Lam, stared in shock. Qiukan slowly lowered her gun, smoke curling from the barrel. The bandits, facing this seemingly delicate woman who had just taken down 2 of their own, were terrified. With a thud of knees hitting the ground, one of the bandits cried out, superhuman, "Please, spare us. We beg you." The remaining bandits followed suit, kneeling in a display of supplication. Kim Lam, now thoroughly humbled, pleaded, "Boss, spare me. Boss, please. It was all a misunderstanding. We've only been bandits for a short time. We've never killed anyone." Xiaodu stood silently, taking in the scene. The kneeling bandits, their discarded weapons scattered around them. He seemed deflated. What kind of bandits are these? He thought. They have no spirit. He addressed Kim Lam. So, why did you become a bandit? Kim Lam replied, we were farmers from the Wang Mountain region in the north. Then, Kim Lam, his face scratched and sagging, looked up to speak. Later, someone came and said if we agree to become bandits, they'd give us guns, motorcycles, and food. So, we went up the mountain and became bandits. It's only been 2 months. Hearing this, Xiaotu looked down at him, seemingly speechless, unable to respond to this story. Kim Lam continued, boss, from now on, you are the boss of this mountain. I hope you can lead us to do great things. He had been doing all the talking, but Xiaotu still didn't know how to respond. He put a hand to his forehead, seemingly bewildered. No, wait a minute. What's all this chaos about? Seeing Xiaotu's confusion, Kim Lam slowly pushed himself up and continued, you don't know, do you? There's a very aggressive group of bandits in the north. Their leader is a superhuman. He then edged closer to Xiaotu with a fawning expression, praising him. You're also a superhuman. You can definitely be better and more powerful than him. But Xiaotu remained silent in the face of his words. Xiaotu thought to himself, he wants me to lead them in robbery. What kind of logic is this? In stark contrast to Xiaotu's contemplation, Kim Lam suddenly shouted, startling him out of his thoughts. Hey, you guys, from now on, you listen to the boss. Stand up and bow to the boss. With that, the bandits lined up neatly, stood at attention, and yelled, first bow. They all bowed their heads before Xiaotu and loudly proclaimed, greetings, boss. Xiaotu was stunned by their actions, his jaw slack, unsure of what was happening before his eyes. The bandits then continued, second bow, greetings, boss, to demonstrate their reverence. Xiaotu's thoughts continued to churn. I came here to kill bandits, didn't I? How did I suddenly become the bandit boss? Kim Lam was about to speak again when a rustling sound echoed through the air. It turned out to be Xiaotu. He walked toward the motorcycle and said, who bows like this? He sat on their motorcycle, placed his hands on the handlebars, and said, all right, let's go. He continued, send someone back to move all the weapons here and hide them well for me. Then, the rest of you follow me back to farm. He reassured Kim Lam, don't worry. With me here, you won't go hungry. No one will bully you either. Kim Lam, seemingly perplexed by his words, simply replied, huh. Seeing his hesitation, Xiaotu glanced at him and asked what. Noticing his new boss's displeasure, Kim Lam quickly replied, yes. I will follow all your arrangements, boss. Then, Xiaotu waved at Chuke and wife, come sit here. His words startled her, her eyes widening in surprise. She felt a blush creep up her cheeks, thinking, who's your wife? A white streak blurred across the ground as Xiaotu turned the motorcycle. Sitting behind him, Tukin held on to him and asked, where are we going? He simply replied, fishing. It's not far. He addressed the group gathered before him. Now we have weapons, but we can choose not to be bandits. We can take up arms to protect our fields and not let other bandits harm us. And Xiaotu continued, his voice resonating with conviction. We absolutely will not strike first, but we must also have the means to protect ourselves. He looked out at the assembled villagers and the subdued bandits. This is for all of you. This is for our families. His voice rose, emphasizing his final point. And most importantly, this is for your children. A ripple of agreement, a surge of will, passed through the crowd. Xiaotu's impassioned speech seemed to leave one of the bandits confused. He leaned in, whispering to Kim Lam, boss, what does he mean? Overhearing the question, Xiaotu fixed them with a steely gaze. You were once wanderers yourselves, he stated, his voice sharp. Don't even think about banditry anymore. Stay here and farm. Do you understand? Xiaotu's words hung in the air, silencing the bandits. Kim Lam bristled, feeling the sting of disrespect. Other mountain gangs capture wanderers to become bandits, he thought, simmering with resentment. And here I am, a bandit being captured by a wanderer to become a farmer. As everyone worked, Tukin approached Xiaotu. Why are you keeping these wanderers and bandits here? She asked. Xiaotu's response was cryptic, waiting for the wind. He said simply, prompting her to turn and look at him inquisitively. Suddenly, a subtle shift in the air caught their attention. The wind, as if summoned, began to pick up. Tukin understood. You're waiting for them to come to you, she realized. He nodded. It's the only way. Searching for bandits one by one is too difficult. Their hideouts are scattered and hidden everywhere. A knowing glint entered his eyes. And if what Kim Lam says is true, the other bandits are looking to expand their power. So, we'll let them come to us. Xiaodu's eyes narrowed, his mind clearly at work. For now, we may only catch a few small-time bandits. He said it you can, but we'll deal with the bigger ones eventually. He finished his thought and turned to her with a calm resolve. It's time to settle the score. Suddenly, a group of 5 men on 3 motorcycles appeared in the distance. Oblivious, Xiaotu continued walking towards them, a bright smile on his face. It was Kim Lam and some of his men. Seeing Xiaotu approaching, Kim Lam let out a startled gasp. Suddenly, they raised their guns, aiming them at Xiaotu. "Stop right there," they shouted. Unseen, Tukin had already taken aim from a concealed position. Without hesitation, she fired. The bullet struck the wrist of one of the bandits, sending his gun clattering to the ground. Still aiming, Tukin squeezed the trigger again. Gunpowder smoke briefly obscured her view as the bullet found its mark, striking another bandit in the arm. He cried out in surprise and pain. Sometime later, Kim Lam and one remaining bandit stood together, lamenting their situation. "See," Kim Lam said, his voice filled with a grudging respect. "These 2 outsiders are truly skilled. It was a smart move not to confront them, especially that girl. She doesn't even blink when she kills." The other bandit, trying to salvage some pride, replied, "Boss, we did confront them. We just couldn't beat them." The words hit Kim Lam like a punch to the gut, deflating his already dwindling confidence. Roused by one of his men, the bandit, presumably Kim Lam, simply scowled. "You talk too much," he grumbled. The others standing around began voicing their own suspicions, echoing their leader's concerns. "Boss," what he said, "does that mean these 2 are from the corporation? Or maybe even corporation elites?" Kim Lam cut them off. "No, they're too unrefined for the corporation. Look at them. They have simple needs, don't even bother washing their faces. They can't be corporation." He stroked his chin, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. "Think about it," he challenged his men. Would any corporation member tolerate living like this? Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait a minute, could they be from the 100 Losses Brigade? Only elites from the 100 Losses Brigade would disregard such trivialities. Images of 2 individuals flashed through his mind. A calculating glint entered his eyes. The 100 Losses Brigade, they live simply, no flashy displays like the other corporations. And every single one of them is incredibly strong. He stepped closer to 2 of his men. If they really are from the 100 Losses Brigade, and they've come to River Valley, this is our chance. If we impress them, we might even be able to join their ranks. The bandit on his right responded eagerly. The 100 Losses Brigade. That would be 1,000 times better than being bandits here. From out of nowhere, Xiaodu appeared, followed by a group of people with scratches on their faces. He addressed Kim Lam and his 2 companions. "Have you finished?" Kim Lam quickly replied, "Yes, we finished. Just as you instructed." Xiaodu suddenly tossed the gun in his hand backwards. Kim Lam instinctively reached out and caught it. Xiaodu continued, "From now on, you're the squad leader of Squad 1. You're in charge of these men." Kim Lam cradled the gun in his hand. "Thank you, boss." Observing Kim Lam's enthusiasm, Xiaodu thought to himself, I was just testing him, but he's genuinely grateful. A new thought sparked in his mind. Could this be the legendary leadership quality, the ability to inspire obedience without even trying? He chuckled inwardly at the absurdity of it. Turning back to Kim Lam, Xiaodu said, I'm confiscating the rest of the group's weapons. I'll educate them a bit. From now on, they're part of our community. Seeing Xiaodu's apparent trust in him, Kim Lam gave a thumbs up. Okay, boss, you can count on me. As Xiaodu turned to leave, Kim Lam hesitated, then called out, Boss, can I ask you something? Xiaodu nodded. Go ahead, you have my permission. Kim Lam asked, Where do you come from? You're not from around here, are you? Seeing him ask like that, Xiaodu turned back, his eyes narrowed with a threatening glint. Is this something you need to know? He asked. Kim Lam, noticing Xiaodu's anger, stammered and backpedaled. No more questions. No more questions. From behind them, Tuka spoke up, let it go for now. There's news from the northwest. Hearing her, Xiaotu addressed Kim Lam again. Get to work. Keep an eye on them. Make sure they understand the situation. If they obediently join us, they'll have a bright future. Kim Lam hastily agreed, assuring Xiaotu he would complete the task. But the thought echoed in his mind. They came from the northwest, from the 100 Losses Brigade. As he and Chukin walked on, Xiaotu remarked, looks like pretending to be from the 100 Losses Brigade actually worked. Chukin simply replied, you were in the south, so you wouldn't know how highly these people regard the 100 Losses Brigade. A powerful force that treats wanderers as equals is practically unheard of in the Northwest. Xiaotu's expression turned serious. Even though the 100 Losses Brigade isn't accepting wanderers anymore, he said, things that are out of reach always seem more divine. Chukin added, but what if there really are people from the 100 Losses Brigade here? That would be troublesome. Xiaotu replied, at worst, I'll go to the 100 Losses Brigade myself and explain things to Zhang Jinglin. It'll be fine. Meanwhile, Kim Lam was hurrying off somewhere. He was going to meet his underlings. As soon as he saw them, one of them spoke up, hey boss, don't let them fool you with a few guns and forget our original goal. Feeling slighted, Kim Lam snapped, what do you know? Do you think I'm that gullible? I'm telling you, they really are from the 100 Losses Brigade. The two underlings exchanged skeptical glances. The one with red hair spoke up, boss, are you sure they're not tricking you? Kim Lam grinned smugly. How could they be? They were trying to keep a secret, but I saw right through their slip up. He turned to leave, but red hair continued, boss, what should we do next? Kim Lam let out an irritated huff. What do you mean? What should we do? He retorted. We stay put, of course. If we get a chance to join the 100 Losses Brigade, we'll be set for life. He continued with a serious tone. Everyone, show your best. Whether we can make something of ourselves depends on our efforts now. Then, to himself, he muttered, all right, I'll go talk to the newcomers and get them settled. This is the first task the boss gave me. I can't mess it up. Seeing his decisive manner, his underlings obediently replied, yes, sir. The three of them approached a group of people resting nearby. Kim Lam called out, greetings. Which mountain are you from? Zhang Yiheng responded curtly, the western slopes of Dabanshan. He then added a warning, let me tell you, we have over 50 brothers back home. Release us now, or you'll face the consequences when they arrive. Kim Lam scoffed at his attitude. Who are you trying to intimidate? You dare speak so boldly in front of people from the 100 Losses Brigade. You have 50 men. Do you know how many brothers we have in the 100 Losses Brigade? Zhang Yiheng, intrigued, asked what? People from the 100 Losses Brigade. Still curious, he pressed, you're all from the 100 Losses Brigade. Kim Lam hesitated, then replied, well, not yet. What he just said was so ridiculous it sent the young man into a fit of rage. Then why did you even tell me? He spat. He expected the man to lash back, but instead he crouched down, placing his hands on the young man's shoulders. But the two who beat you up, they deserved it. Stunned into silence, the young man could only stare. Kim Lam, one foot propped on a log, the other digging into the dirt, addressed Zhang Yiheng with a swagger. Brother, he began, back when I was on the northern slopes, did you ever hear of Devil's Peak? Zhang Yiheng, surprised, asked, wait, were you captured there too? I've heard of the prisoners at Devil's Peak. Heard they live miserable lives. He roared in indignation. What kind of talk is that? I've washed my hands of that life. Calm down. He puffed out his chest, gesturing to the pistol tucked into his waistband. See this gun? That's a reward from those two. From now on, I'm your squad leader. Behave yourselves. Zhang Yiheng, full of suspicion, shot back, so those two really are from the 100 Losses Brigade. How do you know? Kim Lam, with a sly grin, replied, I figured it out myself. It's not a guess. Now think carefully. Do you want to go back to your western slopes, or stay here and have a bright future? He jabbed a finger at Zhang Yiheng's chest. Last year, just as winter was setting in, the Su family passed through here. Heard of that? Zhang Yiheng replied casually, heard of it. What's this Su family got to do with anything? Kim Lam shook his head slightly. Not sure about the details, he admitted, then adopted a knowing air. But when the Su family came through, some blind bandits tried to rob them. At first, 2 of them were taken down with some uncanny technique. The rest of the bandits, more than 50 of them, weren't having it and charged. But they couldn't touch him. I've heard this story. It's true. Heard the Su family also has this power, can summon shadows. Hearing Zhang Yiheng's confirmation, he said excitedly, the shadows aren't even the best part. Heard the Su family has a big black wok. That wok is something else. More than 50 men fired at it for half an hour, and they couldn't even scratch it. Zhang Yiheng, his eyes narrowed, said, I heard it was only 2 minutes. Kim Lam waved a dismissive hand. Don't get hung up on the little details. The point is, those bandits regretted it big time. And back then, the Su family wasn't even famous yet. If those bandits had just sided with him, they'd be living the high life in the 100 Losses Brigade by now. Now, the opportunity is right in front of us. So I suggest you think twice. Zhang Yiheng frowned, voicing his own doubts. The thing is, who's to say those 2 are really from the 100 Losses Brigade? They're strong, sure, but I'm still not convinced about their identities. At this, Kim Lam tucked his hands into his pockets, turned, and said dismissively, suit yourself. Casting pearls before swine, I guess. Suddenly, a figure darted past, startling everyone. The man with the red headband pointed in alarm towards the distance. I think I just saw a shadow over there. Moving fast, Zhang Yiheng's eyes widened. I think you're right. Kim Lam, turning, ran after the figure, calling back, let's go check it out. The scene shifted to a dense, overgrown forest. Kim Lam and his group moved cautiously forward. He held up a hand for silence. Ambush, he whispered. Reaching their destination, they hid behind trees, peering ahead. Before them stood Xiaodu, facing a figure cloaked entirely in black. They could only gasp. The shadowy figure suddenly spoke in a low voice to Kim Lam. Earlier, you mentioned Lao Su's abilities. Supernatural abilities don't overlap, right? Kim Lam, familiar with this fact, replied, yes, I know. He found the situation perplexing and could only nod in agreement, a sense of unease settling in his stomach. Panic rising, he quietly turned and whispered to his companions, go, quickly. They're hidden like this because they don't want to be seen. If they know we saw them, they might kill us to keep it quiet. But fate seemed to ignore his plea. A moment later, his foot landed on a dry branch with a sharp crack. The sound shattered the stillness. Frozen in place, Kim Lam and his men stared wide-eyed, sweat beading on their foreheads. Xiaodu whirled around, shouting towards them. Kim Lam, hearing the bellow, the terrified bandits turned to see Xiaodu, who had now recalled Lao Su. Inwardly, Xiaodu smirked, thinking, had they took the bait so easily. Across the clearing, the figure in black, seeing Xiaodu's sinister expression and the heavy aura surrounding him, dropped to his knees, pleading, great sir, I didn't see anything. Please don't kill me. Don't kill me. Xiaodu calmly replied, all right, get up. If you saw something, you must keep it a secret. His tone shifted, a threat lacing his words, otherwise. Before he could finish, Kim Lam and his men were bobbing their heads like chickens pecking at grain. Yes, yes, we understand. They scrambled to their feet, bowing and scraping, their faces plastered with sycophantic grins. Thank you, great sir, for sparing our lives. Thank you, great sir. Meanwhile, Xiaodu was cheerfully accepting a reward from the system. Thank you from Kim Lam, +1. Thank you from Qiu Zhang, +1. Thank you from Wang Kai, +1. A cascade of thank yous from the system filled his ears. He thought to himself, not bad, not bad. Over 900 thank you points this time. The scene shifted. The sun dipped behind the mountains. Kim Lam and his men trudged back towards their camp. Kim Lam turned to Zhang Yiheng. Still want to run? Believe me now, Zhang Yiheng didn't answer the question. Instead, he asked, can I go home for a bit? Confused, Kim Lam asked, still thinking of running. Zhang Yiheng, sweating slightly, replied evasively, yeah, it's important. I have to go back. Kim Lam placed a hand on his shoulder. Telling me is useless. You have to talk to those 2 over there. Behind the mountain range, the sun nearly touched the horizon. Back at the previous location, Yang Chukan appeared, asking Xiaodu, aren't you worried about going too far? Xiaodu simply replied, worried about what? Worst case scenario, we go back. Besides, I'm just spreading Lao Su's reputation. From a distance, Zhang Yiheng came running, shouting, great sir. Xiaodu pocketed his hands and looked at him seriously. What is it? Taking a deep breath, Zhang Yiheng replied, Can I go home for a bit? Xiaodu frowned. You think you're on vacation. Going home. You said you could go home. Zhang Yiheng quickly explained, No, listen to me. I just want to call the rest of my brothers here. Both Xiaodu and Qiu Kim were speechless, sharing the same thought. These guys are pretty perceptive. Xiaodu asked, What do you know? Hearing the threat in his voice, Zhang Yiheng waved his hands in denial. I don't know anything. Really? I don't know you were from the 100 Losses Brigade. Get out of here. I'll grant you a day's reprieve, Zhang Yiheng said. The man profusely thanked him, stammering, Yes, thank you, sir. His gratitude echoed with the simultaneous chime of a notification. Watching the man scurry away, Zhang Yiheng smiled to himself, thinking, It seems my method is starting to work. Sitting beneath a tree, Xiaodu observed him and remarked casually, Looks like your method is effective. Zhang Yiheng replied, Yeah. I increasingly suspect that the chaos in this valley is Conti's doing and that it started last year. Xiaodu listened to his assessment and simply responded, Zhang Yiheng walked over and sat beside her, voicing his thoughts. Conti is probably eyeing Tong Ti and Duong Ti, but they likely don't have absolute power here. We heard before that 3 factions are vying for control in the north. Perhaps Tong Ti's people are interfering with Conti's plans. If Conti wins this, there won't be any bandits left, only Conti's puppets. After a pause, he asked her, Kanchan isn't easy to deal with. Aren't you worried? Xiaodu, impassive, replied, What's there to worry about? Then, looking at him, she asked, What's your next move? I sense you're quite interested in this river valley. He smiled, placing a hand behind his head. Maybe I'll settle down here permanently someday. Intrigued, Xiaodu asked, You want to leave the barrier because of Nan Lukengwen? He answered, I can sense his resentment towards the barrier. It's partly because of Lukengwen. I don't want him to suffer. But it's not entirely because of him. I don't like the barrier either. Life is freer out here. Seeing his candid response, she probed further. So you want to establish yourself here. But that's not easy. This is just the beginning. It'll take time. Hearing her analyze his path, he murmured, Will you help me? That simple question brought a blush to Xiaodu's cheeks. Standing up and walking ahead, she said softly, Enjoy the waning moon and starlit night. On the road, 2 figures faced each other. Kim Lam, Gading A Wipon, stood opposite to. A procession of motorcycles approached, with Kim Lam escorting them. Seeing the approaching group, Kim Lam asked QTUC, Should we arm ourselves? What if they try something? QTUC smiled and reassured him, Don't worry, it's fine. From a distance, Xiaodu lay prone with a sniper rifle, her expression vigilant. The motorcycles drew closer, each rider carrying a load of supplies on their backs. The scene surprised QTUC, who thought to himself, So they're planning to stay here long-term, huh? Xiaodu lowered her weapon, thinking with amusement, he's really become a bandit leader. As the lead motorcycle approached, Not Hang excitedly waved to QTUC. Boss, I brought all the brothers. From now on, everyone will follow your orders. His companions stopped their bikes and began to chatter amongst themselves. So this is the 100 Losses Brigade expert our boss was talking about. He looks so young. Yeah, truly talented at a young age. Wait, isn't there supposed to be a sniper too? A middle-aged man among them raised his hands and said with a laugh, We're all good people. Don't shoot us by mistake. Both Xiaodu and QTUC were left speechless by the situation. He who strikes a fleeing foe strikes no one at all. Good work, brother. Seeing QTUC clap him on the shoulder in praise, Not Hang beamed. I'll have to rely on your guidance a lot in the future, big brother. Not at all, not at all, Kim Lam replied to the young man's enthusiasm. Turning, he addressed the others. Kim Lam, get these men settled. I'll join you all tomorrow. Hearing his instructions, Kim Lam obediently complied. Yes, sir. I'll make sure everything is arranged perfectly. As the group dispersed, Xiaodu gave him an okay sign from her vantage point. She watched them go, a small smile playing on her lips. In the clearing, the 2 sat across from each other by the fire, talking. Xiaodu looked up at the sky, a relaxed air about him. I didn't expect things to go so smoothly. She sat cross-legged, listening, and simply replied, He leaned back, placing his hands behind his head. All right, get some sleep. I'll talk to them in the morning. Again, her only response was a quiet, Suddenly, you remembered something and exclaimed, "Oh, right. Missed you not prepared a tent for me. Maybe I should sleep in there tonight." As if struck by the same thought, she blushed slightly. "There's only one." He confirmed. He stood up casually. "But it's fine. I'll set it up for you. You sleep inside, and I'll sleep outside." She tucked a strand of hair behind her ear, trying to hide her embarrassment. Under a clear, star-filled sky, a gentle breeze rustling through the trees, Xiaotu lay beside the tent, his arm resting on the ground, gazing upwards. He thought to himself, "It's surprisingly chilly in this river valley at night." Inside the tent, she lay on her side, facing outwards. He turned onto his side, facing the tent. "I feel like something's missing. Using this identity to trick them might keep them here, but they're no use in a fight." Listening to his musings, she addressed the core issue. "You want to give them combat capabilities." He sat up, voicing his concerns. "Yeah, you've seen how these bandits are. If a real fight broke out, they probably wouldn't even know how to use their guns. We'd lose a bunch of men for sure. They'd just panic and run. How do regular armies train their soldiers? Anyway." She lay flat on her back, staring at the tent's ceiling, considering his question. In weaker armies, when casualties reach 20 to 40%, the whole unit collapses. Only armies with strong morale can hold out. Basic military training usually focuses on two aspects: military skills and ideological indoctrination. Neither of these can be achieved overnight. Even if it can't be done quickly, it still has to be done. Hearing the determination in his voice, she conceded. "All right, I'll teach them about firearms." He moved on to the next issue. Ideological work is about making them united. How can we do that? They need to share hardships, and they have to keep sharing those hardships until they can find joy within them. Then it's done. Seeing the problem resolved, he smiled. "I understand. Adversity reveals true character." A cold gust of wind swept through the clearing. He shivered slightly. Is it warm inside the tent?" She closed her eyes, her voice nonchalant. "Why don't you come in and see for yourself?" He coughed lightly, feigning a laugh. "No need." Xiaotu blushed at her own forwardness. "Come inside and see if it's warm." He pulled his blanket tighter, a sheepish grin on his face. "I was just asking." She covered her mouth, stifling a giggle at his awkwardness. He drifted off to sleep, and so did she. The next morning, everyone woke up groggy. Confused murmurs filled the air. "Why did you wake us up so early? What are we doing?" Xiaotu tilted his head and shouted, "Gather over here." Once everyone was assembled, Tutuc asked if any of them had experience working in a brick kiln. A bewildered, blonde-haired recruit questioned his intentions. "A brick kiln? What's he planning? He's not like other bosses. Shouldn't he be giving us some grand speech? About how following him means riches and glory, doing great things. Is he making us dig ditches and bake bricks?" Tutuc listened to their disgruntled murmuring, observing them thoughtfully. Suddenly, a voice piped up. "I used to work in the Tong Ti family's brickyard." With a volunteer stepping forward, Tutuc calmly inquired, "Do you know how to build a kiln?" The young man who had just raised his hand replied, "Our resources are limited, but we can build a simple one. We can make do with fewer bricks, but we don't have enough straw or firewood. Just using brushwood won't be enough." Chukan, arms crossed, addressed the issue. "The spring floods are coming. The mountain snow in the upper reaches will melt and release a large amount of water. By then, there'll be plenty of driftwood flowing down here. We'll definitely have enough firewood." As soon as she finished speaking, Tutuc pointed to Kim Lam, assigning him a task. "Anzai, Kim Lam, go fetch a crate of weapons." Kim Lam immediately responded, "Yes, sir." Tutuc continued, his voice low and serious. "I know what you're all thinking, but earning my recognition isn't going to be easy." A somber atmosphere descended upon the group. Murmurs rippled through the ranks. "He's not kidding. Looks like getting into Barrier 178 really isn't a simple matter." When Kim Lam returned, lugging the heavy crate of weapons, everyone stared in bewilderment. He set the crate down with a thud. Eyes widened in surprise. "What's he planning?" one exclaimed. Another, more enthusiastic recruit thumped his chest. "Just tell us who to hit, boss. We'll follow your orders." Tutuc, maintaining his cold, serious demeanor, stated, I don't need thugs who just yell about fighting and killing. I don't need your meager fighting skills. A wave of awed murmurs swept through the recruits. Barrier 178 is hardcore. They don't even need us. With his hands clasped behind his back, TUC paced back and forth, speaking with an air of authority. Today, we begin making bricks. We're also repairing the drainage ditches. You'll go down to the river and dig up alluvial soil. Use it to make bricks. 10 bricks for 1 bullet. He continued, once you've earned 100 bullets, I'll return your guns. Only then will you have the right to prove yourselves. Officer Duong, standing beside me, will teach you how to use them. Now, a sense of belief began to take root. The recruits looked at each other, discussing amongst themselves. It takes this much effort just to qualify for the test. This can't be a scam, then. Spring was arriving, and new buds were beginning to sprout, bathed in the warm sunlight. Along the riverbank, with the majestic mountains looming in the distance, everyone worked together, diligently making and firing bricks. Suddenly, a shovel was thrust into the ground to dig up sand. It was TUC's. He began to rally the men, encouraging them. Work faster. Why should the barrier members get to live in brick houses while we can't? Besides, we're not just building houses. We're building defenses. As if energized by his words, the recruits cheered. Right? We should have brick houses too. Then, Tukin spoke up, asking, are you sure pushing them this hard won't make them give up? TUC responded calmly, no. The harder it is, the more they'll believe it's real. The easier it is, the more they'll suspect it's a lie. And then she continued, asking, what if they find out later that it's all a lie? He didn't answer immediately, instead voicing his own desire. I want to build a rural community here. In the past, this idea wasn't very clear. But as I watched them work, this thought gradually became more concrete. By then, I'll give them a satisfactory explanation. We'll cleverly use this opportunity of labor to help them change their habits of looting. Relying on their own hands, they'll build everything, become stronger, and gain a sense of accomplishment. Night had fallen. Everyone was resting, filled with complaints. What in the world are we doing this for? Yeah, it's too hard. What isn't hard work? We're making our own bricks, learning skills. No matter how hard it is, it's worth it. From afar, Kim Lam spotted a group of people approaching cheerfully, carrying something. A basket was presented to him. Fellow countrymen, he said, what is this? An old man among them smiled, explaining, you dug the ditches for us before. We haven't had a chance to thank you. This is food we made ourselves. It's not very fancy. Hope you don't mind. Kim Lam was momentarily touched, silent, not knowing what to say. After recovering, he wiped his hands on his shirt and smiled at the villagers. Why be so polite? No need for formalities with me. Just leave it there. If you need any help, just let me know. The old man, holding the basket of cakes, said, we're so sorry to bother you. If you're still hungry, we have plenty more. Well then, we won't disturb your rest any longer. We'll be going now. Yes. Thank you. Everyone watched the villagers walk away. They stood in silence, touched, holding the cakes in their hands. Kim Lam seemed lost in thought, remembering his past, staring at the cake in his hand. Then he turned and barked at his men. Look, our fellow countrymen have given us food, and you're still asking what we're doing this for. Be good to people, and they'll be good to you. At the very least, we have to build them a house, right? His men cheered loudly. Not Hang, munching on a cake, said, all right, eat up. After we're done, let's go exchange for bullets. Xiaodu and TUC watched the reformed bandits sitting and eating happily. Both of them smiled with satisfaction. TUC turned to Xiaodu, a smug look on his face. See, I told you they wouldn't give up so easily. Soon we'll have to return their guns. And we'll need teacher Duong to teach them too. When everyone had finished eating and gathered, he pointed to the ammunition box and announced, come here. Everyone, report the number of bricks you've made. I'll distribute bullets accordingly. I made 30 mud bricks today. The settled mud was so hard to dig. Otherwise, I could have made even more. 3 bullets for you. Accepting the bullets, Kim Lam teared up. These aren't just bullets, they're hope. My parents and son, they might be able to enter the barriers soon. Wiping his tears, he glanced at the person who received 2 bullets. Humph, he taunted. That's not good enough, is it? Only 2. Not Hang, clutching her 2 bullets, angrily retorted, I'm still not proficient. I'll definitely make more than you tomorrow. The others, empty-handed, watched them. He smirked, full of self-satisfaction. I'm not the worst one here. Never mind him showing off, Not Hang muttered, watching a fellow recruit fawn over Tuc. Look at me, boss. I did the most work today, but the flattery was met with Tuc's sharp gaze and a calculated response. You have to understand, I'm giving you all this opportunity so you can prove yourselves. This isn't about doing me any favors. With that, Tuc turned and walked away, leaving Not Hang standing there, deflated. Not Hang bowed deeply and shouted, "Thank you, boss, for this opportunity." A notification chimed. Gratitude from Kim Lam, +1. He turned to his comrades, a smug grin spreading across his face. You guys go ahead. I'll do a little more. His self-satisfaction was short-lived. You can cut him off. Stop working. Wash up and get ready for class. A chorus of groans erupted. It's late. Why can't we rest? Ignoring their complaints, Tukin continued, I'm going to teach you the 5 disciplinary rules of our squad. Everyone must memorize them. Not a single word can be wrong. Kim Lam stumbled, his legs suddenly weak. More memorization. He raised his hand hesitantly. Sister-in-law. Chukan's eyes narrowed at the title. Without acknowledging the address, she simply asked, what is it? Kim Lam voiced his confusion. Didn't the boss say he was going to teach us how to use guns? Why do we have to memorize rules? Chukan countered, do you have guns now? How can you learn to shoot without them? The realization hit them like a lightning bolt. They stood stunned, the gravity of the situation sinking in. Oh yeah, earn enough bullets, get the guns, then we can learn to shoot. Shadow mumbled, so even if we're fast, it'll still be at least 20 days before we even touch a gun. Chukan crossed her arms. Once you have the guns, you can start learning right away. Who knows, maybe one of you has the potential to be a sniper. Their faces lit up. We can learn sniping too. Yes, she replied, as long as you're willing to learn. A chorus of enthusiastic yes. Yes, of course we want to. Fill the air. Chukan's expression turned serious. Then you have to memorize the rules. If you don't, you won't even touch a gun. Kim Lam rubbed his chin, looking at Chukan's sister-in-law. Can I see your sniper rifle? I've never had a chance to see one up close. Obliging his request, Chukan retrieved her weapon. The recruits stared in awe, their suspicions confirmed. Both of them are truly extraordinary. Holstering her rifle, Chukan announced, now, I'll tell you the rules. 1. Obey the commander. No acting alone. 2. Self-control. No smoking or drinking while in the squad. 3. Obey superiors and follow orders. 4. Unity and mutual support. No fighting amongst yourselves. 5. Training is real combat. Strict and arduous. She turned to leave, adding, all right, you can go and rest now. I'll test you tomorrow. I expect everyone to take this seriously. If even one person fails, no one gets to learn how to shoot. Chukan walked over to Tuc. That was tough on them, wasn't it? He looked up as she sat beside him by the fire. Finished? He asked. No discipline, no army. This is a necessary step. A strict teacher produces outstanding students. A firm hand guides them true. These hardships will bind them together. She added, what do you think of my methods? He simply replied, not bad. Though she said as much, Nothing couldn't help but gaze at the sky, lost in thought. She hadn't expected this bandit hunting expedition to become so fascinating. Perhaps one day, this place would see tightly packed brick houses and fertile fields. Children would play joyfully, their laughter echoing through the air. But in these chaotic times, could such a day ever truly come? Snapping back to the present, she shared her plans and concerns with Tuc. I can work with the Duong family to preserve this settlement. But what if the Khan family really is consolidating the river valley? What if they come here? He didn't let her worry for long. A smile touched his lips. Don't worry. Both Kanchan and La Lam owe me favors. The following morning dawned bright and clear. Nothing asked him, how many bullets do you have now? Kim Lam replied with a grin, 10. I feel confident I'll get a gun within a month. I need one too. Nothing continued to voice her concerns to Kim Lam. But as far as I know, the recruits we brought with us don't have much ammunition. He pondered this, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. Yes, some are running very low. Silence hung in the air as he considered the problem, then offered a solution. All right, let's hold a meeting and brainstorm. Let's try to help everyone earn enough bullets. After a while, he announced to everyone, so we've noticed some people falling behind. If it's due to laziness, I'll ignore it. But you've all seen that they're worried too. I'm the team leader, so I'll donate a bullet to them to show my support. Not Hang chimed in, I'll contribute one too. Everyone stared, moved by the gesture. I'll contribute one as well. Me too. Me too. Here's mine. Let's all work together. QTUC smiled as he spoke to Chukan. I read a book in the library. It said that when people join a group, their intelligence drops significantly in order to gain acceptance. They might even willingly abandon fairness, trading intelligence for a sense of belonging, which makes them feel much safer. This is also why people are easily brainwashed in groups. In response, she simply asked, "Do you think they're the same?" But he countered, "Instead of that, I want to believe this is the power of hope. Like budding roses constantly bathe in sunlight and rainwater. They have this vitality now." A voice cut through the gloomy air. More than 30 new people have arrived recently. It probably won't be long before many brick houses spring up here. It was Chukan. She continued, "I guess there are over 3,000 bandits in this area. We've only recruited a little over 200 so far." Hearing her concern, he replied softly, "Yes, I know. There have always been fewer bandits in the south." He thought to himself, in the apocalypse, the most important thing is resources. The settlement needs to gather more talented individuals. Two bandits watched them discuss. As expected of important figures from Barrier 178. Regular superiors wouldn't help us like this. That's right, especially sister-in-law. Not afraid of getting dirty, not afraid of hard work, not a princess at all. The sky remained the same, gloomy and overcast. At that moment, another group of bandits was heading towards a mountain stronghold. They sped along the mountain road. Suddenly, one of them kicked down the kickstand of his motorcycle. The two men stared into the distance. Something felt amiss on the mountain road. 5, maybe 6 bandit strongholds stood deserted. "What's going on?" Kim Gwyn, trailing behind, asked. Could they have given up this life and gone back to the corporation's factories because it's too hard to survive up here? There must be a few more places further up the mountain. Let's go check them out. Tong Duong spun around, snapping irritably, "Let's go." I don't believe every bandit on Daban Mountain has suddenly decided to go straight. There are 2 miserable-looking bandits standing guard at the gate. Suddenly, one of them, a man with short hair, noticed something. He cried out, "Great sirs, please don't kill us." Tong Duong, shielding his face, stopped his bike and strode forward. "Where is everyone?" he demanded. The short-haired man stammered, "They've all been taken, sirs. Captured by bandits." Tong Duong scowled. "Aren't you bandits?" His voice boomed with anger. "Who's in charge here? Step forward and speak." The short-haired man trembled. "Our leader. He was taken too." Tong Duong roared. "Taken by who? And why weren't you taken?" The short-haired man explained. It was a settlement of wanderers at the foot of the southern mountain. They took everyone. We saw what was happening, and we ran. That's how we escaped. As the 2 men knelt before him, Tong Duong narrowed his eyes, pressing for more information. "How big is this settlement?" The man, terrified, continued. "Maybe 400 or 500 people. They're ruthless, and they have 2 supernaturals with them." This information puzzled Tong Duong. A wanderer settlement with 2 supernaturals. That's not normal. He questioned further. Who are they taking? How are they taking them? What are they doing with them? The short-haired man replied, "They're taking everyone they come across. Just grabbing anyone they find. It's mostly those 2 supernaturals doing the capturing." The other man added, "Most people are so scared when they hear they're supernaturals that they don't even see how they're taken. But they don't seem to be killing anyone. They're all gathered somewhere, digging ditches and making bricks, it seems." Turning to his men, Tong Duong said, "Seems like these people aren't very cautious. Kim Gwyn, take a squad and go over there. Let them capture you. Get inside and scout out their situation. Wait for my signal." Kim Gwyn saluted. "Yes, sir." He climbed on his bike and yelled, "You lot, follow me." As Kim Gwyn's group rode off, Tong Duong thought, "I want to see which 2 supernaturals think they can stand in our way." He barked another order. "Go north and call in another group of our men. Looks like we've got a tough job on our hands." The man saluted. "Yes, sir." Tong Duong turned back, thinking this shouldn't take too much effort, but better to be safe than sorry. In the distance, Kim Gwyn's motorcycles roared like savage beasts, speeding towards their destination. The people working heard the approaching engines and stopped, looking up. Kim Lam Kuse Angli Damit. More newcomers. This is going to slow us down again. Kim Gwyn's group arrived, firing their guns into the air and shouting, "Anyone who hands over their money and food will be spared." A bike sped directly towards TUC. Kim Gwyn aimed his gun at him. "Huh." Wanderers daring to resist. "You're dead." He shouted again and fired at TUC, but missed. TUC thought to himself, they look fierce enough, but their shooting skills. Seeing the missed shot, he lunged forward, taking them all down with a single move. With just a few blows, Kim Gwyn's men lay scattered on the ground. Kim Gwyn himself struggled to his feet, groaning, "Ow, that hurt." Suddenly, his attention was drawn to TUC. He quickly ran over, groveling and begging. "Great leader TUC, please spare my life. Spare us. We were wrong. We'll acknowledge you as our leader." TUC's face remained impassive, his gaze cold. He looked at the pathetic group cowering before him, lost in thought for a moment, before turning to Kim Lam and saying, "They're yours to deal with." Walking over to Chu Kan, he was met with a serious expression. "Something's not right with this group," she warned. He looked at her quizzically. "What do you mean?" Chukan spoke gravely. "Their gun handling suggests prior training. Moreover, these 12 are working together with a practice coordination. And look at their motorcycles," she continued. "There should be a unifying insignia of some kind, but it's been deliberately scraped off on their way here." Taking in her analysis, he looked back at the group. "Soldiers?" he asked. She returned his gaze to the newcomers. "Not quite. They don't bear the marks of rigorous military training." Tukin's expression remained serious. "I suspect they were sent by some larger bandit organization. They could be hiding something." He shrugged, seemingly unconcerned. "It doesn't matter. Let them stay." Sometime later, Kim Nguyen's group gathered. Tong Duong asked his underlings, "Did you get everything you needed?" Kim Nguyen replied, "Yes, sir." Suddenly, he told his men to wait, looking around cautiously. "Hold on," he muttered, then said to someone, "I promise you'll be safe. Now tell me." Kim Nguyen pulled the other person down low and ordered, "Go on." The blonde-haired man began to recount what he had learned. Those two superhumans really did come from Barrier 178. And those guys digging mud with us, they're bandits too. Kim Nguyen asked suspiciously, "Is it true that we get our guns back after collecting 100 bullets? The other man replied, "Yeah, that's what they said." Kim Nguyen began to rally his group. "All right, the plan is to play along with their brick-making for now. We'll get our guns back, and then we can coordinate with the boss from the inside." Hearing this, the group nodded in agreement. Suddenly, the other man spoke up, puzzled. "But boss, why would they give up banditry to come here and do hard labor making bricks?" He speculated, maybe they're building some kind of defensive structure. The other man added, "No, I heard them say they're building houses for the refugees. I even heard that the refugees treat these bandits well, even giving them food." Finding this ludicrous, he smacked the other man on the head and yelled, "How can bandits build houses for refugees? That's like a fox wishing a chicken a happy new year. And how can refugees give food to bandits? I don't believe it." From a distance, a refugee waved them over. "Come and eat. We boiled some corn for you. Don't be shy." Kim Nguyen was startled, a shiver of unease running down his spine. What in the world is going on here? He wondered. One morning, a group of people were working together, laying bricks and building a wall. One of them remarked, "This is bizarre." Noticing Kim Nguyen's puzzled expression, Kim Lam handed him an ear of corn. "Stop your muttering and eat while it's hot." He accepted the corn, glancing over at TUC and Chu Kan. "Those two superhumans are awfully enthusiastic, aren't they?" He thought to himself, observing them working and chatting amiably. He was perplexed. These are the legendary heroes of Barrier 178. Such powerful figures, acting so normal. He glanced over at Kim Lam, happily munching on corn beside him, then grinned and sidled up to Kim Nguyen, startling him. "Kim Lam, my friend," he said, "I'm sure those two are just putting on an act, and you guys actually believe them. These big shots are playing house with you, and you fall for it." Kim Lam replied, "They're not acting. We're not stupid, you know. We can tell the difference." He frowned and turned back, retorting, "But you, all you do is eat and laze around. You don't do any honest work. Tonight, when everyone gets their boiled corn, you won't get any." Kim Nguyen felt a pang of something like offended confusion. "A bandit like you," he snapped at Kim Lam, finding a sense of accomplishment in farming. "Really?" But Kim Lam simply replied, "Earning a living with your own two hands is nothing to be ashamed of. It's being lazy and gluttonous that's shameful." Kim Win paused, considering this. It sounded reasonable. Then the barb hit him. Who are you calling lazy and gluttonous? He roared. The sun began to dip below the mountains. Kim Gwyn, after observing them all afternoon, thought to himself, they've been working nonstop since this morning. Haven't even taken a break. He continued to watch them, thinking they're not faking it. They must really be from Barrier 178. Lost in thought, he wrestled with his dilemma. If I could really join up with Barrier 178, it would be great. But there are other bandits up north waiting to hear back from me. Suddenly, someone appeared behind him, shouting a few more. The boss said anyone who helps build the houses gets 15 bullets. Two men immediately took off running, yelling, "Don't anyone try to beat me to it. Just try." They bolted past a dumbfounded Kim Gwyn. Are they crazy? He muttered. The scene shifted to the house. The group stood before TUTUC. One of them spoke up, building a house is easy enough, but where are we going to find cement to mix the concrete? TUTUC asked, have any of you done this before? Kim Lam answered, we've never built a concrete house. We've only ever lived in mud brick houses. TUTUC offered, I'll give a reward. 20 bullets to anyone who has a solution. Don't hold back if you know how to do this. Kim Gwyn spoke up, mix and boil a combination of sticky rice water, lime, and finely ground ash. It creates a very thick, adhesive liquid. You can use it to plaster walls. It'll last 10, even 25 years without crumbling. TUTUC asked, what about the ratios? How much of each ingredient? He looked at Kim Gwyn. Did you used to work in construction? Kim Gwyn replied, thoughtfully, I used to build houses for the wealthy families in town. I'll figure out the proportions. You all go find the ingredients. They're easy enough to come by. He said this, but he thought to himself, it's not about the 20 bullets. It's just they're so clueless. They don't even know how to build a house. Kim Lam gave him an encouraging thump on the back. Good job, brother. You're amazing. Kim Gwyn, irritated by the gesture, cursed under his breath. TUTUC laughed. Everyone, let's thank our friend here. What's your name? Kim Gwyn, he replied. TUTUC beamed. Well, Kim Gwyn, from now on, you're the foreman of our settlement's construction team. Praise echoed around him. Good job, Kim Gwyn. That's clever. He was momentarily speechless. Then, he remembered Kim Lam's words. Earning a living with your own two hands is nothing to be ashamed of. TUTUC handed out a bullet, praising his comrade with a hearty, well done. He thought to himself, so this is the joy of earning ammunition. The others then returned to their tasks. Du tuiap bochek Kim Wen. I noticed you when you first arrived, she said. I could tell right away you were an educated man. He responded modestly, oh, it's nothing. TUTUC, overhearing, chimed in, being able to use your knowledge to help others. That's what being educated means. Knowledge is for changing the world, and you're changing the world right here. Kim Gwyn, buoyed by the compliment, thought with a little swagger, so I'm quite the remarkable individual, am I? TUTUC continued, come over here and carry some bricks. 30 bricks for one bullet. Kim Gwyn started calculating. 30 bricks for one bullet. He rushed over to TUTUC. Coming. Don't take my bricks. I'm almost there. Observing Kim Nguyen's diligence, Tong Duong said to Chu Kan, he's one of the ones you said were suspicious, right? She replied, yes, but he doesn't seem to have any ill intentions. She added, it seems like they're adapting to life here. Tong Duong agreed. Indeed, they're even starting to look forward to the future here. Zhang Yiheng told me today he wants to build a school and a factory someday. Kim Lam spoke to another man. Because of the new recruits recently, we've shared quite a bit of our ammunition with them. So, we're each short about 2 or 3 bullets. The other man agreed. That's right. Another day of brick making tomorrow should cover it. Overhearing, TUTUC smiled. You haven't factored in the bonus bullets for building the houses today. I said it before, 15 bullets for everyone who helps with construction. My wort is my bond. Kim Gwyn beamed. Fantastic. After more than 20 days of hard work, we're finally reaping the rewards. Night had fallen. TUTUC asked them, what are you preparing to do with those guns? Kim Wen spoke up, Zai, head south and take everything they have. Tong Duong frowned slightly. If we take these guns and then go raiding, won't everything we've done these past few days be for nothing? He continued, handing out the weapons. We take these guns to protect them. To protect Chu Tui. To protect the villagers. To protect our families. He continued, take this gun and we become one family. Comrades, brothers, Family. These words reminded Kim Gwyn of Chu Tui. With newfound resolve, he said, understood. Chu Tuc addressed the group. Starting tomorrow, we continue making bricks. The next batch won't be for houses. We're building fortifications. Kim Lam turned to the other man. I thought we were getting a break. The man replied, yeah, my back can't take much more. Chu Tuc continued, starting tomorrow, accumulate 200 bullets, and you can get a motorcycle. The two men's eyes widened. Motorcycles. They imagined the thrill of riding one. From bicycles to motorcycles. Kim Gwyn thought seriously. I need to work quickly and get a motorcycle. With my skills, I'll definitely earn one faster than anyone else. QTUC then said, all right, dismissed. Get some rest. As soon as he finished speaking, everyone dispersed. On his way back, a man wearing a hat approached Kim Gwyn from behind. Hey, he said quietly, are we still on for tonight? We're leaving, right? He angrily interrupted. What are you talking about? How could I leave my family? The other man, startled, was bombarded with questions. You promised. Didn't you say before you didn't believe their tricks? Kim Gwyn simply replied, what good end can come from being a bandit? Have you ever heard of a bandit enjoying a peaceful old age? The man in the hat pondered. It seems like, no, not really. He continued, you've met Chu Tuc and Chu Can. Let's set aside whether they're from Barrier 178 or not. What do you think of them compared to our leader in the north? The other man considered this. In terms of strength, both sides are superhumans. But there are two of them on this side, the man continued. In terms of personality, this side is definitely more relaxed. Over there with our leader, the atmosphere is oppressive. We can't even breathe too loudly. Kim Gwyn asked, and what about this side? The man smiled. It's like a family. We can joke around. We can work together. Hearing this, he continued, so just based on this, you think this side is better. Do you think I've been fooled? It's not that. It's that Chu, Tuc, and Chu can have shown me a glimmer of hope. Amidst the snores of those already asleep, Kim Gwyn posed another question. Are these bandits really staying here because they've been brainwashed? His expression calm. He said, no. It's because they've all seen a power called hope. The man in the hat hesitated. Even though I feel good here, those people don't even know how to use guns. What will they do to fight back when our leader comes? I don't want to die. Kim Gwyn, hearing this, offered reassurance. I respect you. He continued, but I'll tell our leader about this later so he can be prepared in case of an attack. The other man asked, but then he'll know we came here as spies. Won't he kick us out? Kim Gwyn, his eyes filled with conviction, said, I believe you won't. The scene shifted to a fire blazing in a pile of wood. Chu Tuc and Chu Can were sitting together by the fire, warming themselves, when Kim Gwyn suddenly approached. He asked, when will the northern bandits attack? They were taken aback. You knew already. Tucan spoke softly. You purposely erased the markings on your motorcycles. That wasn't very clever. He stood up. Actually, we've been observing you for a long time before confirming your identity. Kim Gwyn, worried, asked, so what are you going to do with me? To his surprise, Chu Tuc just smiled brightly and said, welcome aboard. He grasped Kim Gwyn's hand, leaving him speechless, only able to stammer a few ahas. Kim Gwyn then reported, the meeting was supposed to be tonight, the attack tomorrow night. But one of our 12 men ran away. So they know I've talked. He asked, so they might attack sooner than planned. He continued, how many bandits are in the northern group? How many will come here? He answered honestly, there were originally 1,200. Recently, there are probably more. But they won't all come here, because they're also fighting two other groups in the north. If they all came here, they'd be vulnerable to other bandit groups. Finishing his thought, he added, according to the plan, 600 men will come here. Chu Tuc, hearing this, pondered. There are that many bandits in the River Valley area now. Dispelling the doubts swirling in his mind, he pressed further. Which syndicate does the northern bandit leader belong to? The man replied, it seems he used to be with the Conti group. Chu Tuc echoed, Conti. Kim Gwyn chimed in, I heard he escaped from Barrier 113. He's acquainted with Hua Hien, so at Barrier 178, but I've never seen them communicate. Probably just a casual acquaintance. He continued his questioning. Escaped from Barrier 113 and knows Hua Hien, so. Do you know his name? Suddenly, Kim Gwyn's face hardened as he uttered a name. Vong Tong Duong. Hearing the name, he was shocked, managing only a curse. Tukin whispered to him, "Is that the guy who wanted to follow us into Kansun before?" He confirmed, "That's him." Talk about a small world. She pressed on, "What's his connection to Hua Hien So?" He recounted, searching his memory. "I remember Hua Hien So saying he didn't have any friends at Barrier 113. Old Hua wouldn't lie to me about that." He asked Kim Nguyen, "Have you ever seen him use his ability?" Kim Nguyen simply replied, "No. When fighting other bandits, he usually stays in the rear. He hardly ever needs to lift a finger." Seeming to realize something, Tu mused, "No wonder you guys are a bit different from other bandits. Vong Tong Duong used to be an officer, so of course he'd be skilled at managing a group of bandits." Kim Nguyen asked, "Big brother, what should we do? Should we hide in the river valley first?" He answered confidently, "No need. He's their only superhuman. We have two." He thought to himself, "I still have the perfect level skill learning book. Maybe I can even copy Vong Tong Duong's ability." Then TUC ordered Kim Lam, quickly get people to move all the bricks to the north. Someone's coming to attack us. Hurry and repair the defenses. They might be here tonight." Kim Lam asked in surprise, "A fight? Big brother, how should we fight this one?" He responded with a light-hearted smile, "Don't panic. Just fight." The moon had now reached its zenith. TUC huddled beneath the stone wall, flanked by Kim Lam and Kim Nguyen. He said, "It's not certain the northern bandits will come tonight, but everyone needs to be ready. Before midnight, half of you sleep. After midnight, the other half takes over. If the enemy really does attack, everyone must immediately assemble and fight." Kim Lam acknowledged with a "Yes, sir." Suddenly, TUC asked hesitantly, Do you know where your sister-in-law is?" Kim Lam spoke up, "Haven't seen her." Kim Nguyen added, "I saw her heading towards the wasteland." Reassured, he said, "Oh, it's all right." He thought to himself, "She's probably just familiarizing herself with the terrain." Suddenly, Kim Lam asked excitedly, "Big brother, sister-in-law's superhuman ability is sniping, so what's yours?" He replied casually, "You'll find out when the northern bandits arrive. Bring that crate of grenades over here." Kim Lam thought to himself, dissatisfied. Why did the conversation suddenly shift to grenades? Could his ability be related to grenades? Suddenly, TUC shouted, "They're here. Prepare for battle." They're coming from the northwest, not the north. The squad took cover behind a large boulder. Kim Nguyen peeked out to assess the situation and asked TUC, "Big brother, where are they?" He replied, while unpinning a grenade, "Just follow my orders." With that, he opened a spatial portal and sent the grenade through. A deafening explosion echoed from the distance, startling the entire squad. Kim Lam stared at TUC in disbelief. What kind of power is this? Long-range bombing or something? TUC continued to hurl explosives through the shifting spatial rifts, taking out a significant number of enemies. From a distance, Tukin opened fire. The bullet ripped through the air faster than the wind, slamming into the enemy ranks before they could react. Meanwhile, TUC pulled the pin on a grenade, tossed it through a spatial rift, and called out, "Hold on a sec." Across the battlefield, Tukin aimed with deadly precision. Each shot found its mark, dropping dozens of enemies. They barely had time to cry out before collapsing. Witnessing the carnage, Kim Lam couldn't help but exclaim, "Boss is freaking awesome." But TUC felt a prickle of suspicion. Given the rate of fire of a sniper rifle, if there were really over 600 enemies, they should have shown themselves by now. Something felt wrong. "Careful, northeast," he warned. "The enemies probably split into two groups." Zhang Yiheng raised his binoculars and scanned the northeastern horizon. "Boss, you're right. There are people there." Hundreds of figures were slowly advancing towards their position when a shadowy form materialized before them. It was TUC's afterimage. "Old Hua," he yelled as the image lunged towards the enemy. TUC was deep in thought. This Wang Tong Duong was proving to be a tougher nut to crack than he'd anticipated. It had been the same back in the town. He'd thought he'd concealed the acquisition of the guns well enough, but Wang Tong Duong had relentlessly pursued him. He noticed the gunfire cease, replaced by the precise thwack of bullets finding their mark in the enemy's heads. "She's incredible," TUC praised Chukan. He then laid out his plan. "We'll split into two groups. Kim Nam, You take your squad and follow me to the ravine in the northeast. Zhang Yiheng, you take your squad and head northwest to deal with the rest. The two men acknowledged the orders. No problem. Yiheng addressed the rest of his men. We're all men here. We can't just rely on sister-in-law's sniper rifle to keep them down. We got guns too. We can kill them too. When we charge in, don't you dare flinch. Another man echoed his sentiment. Whoever flinches is a damn coward. Suddenly, a train barreled towards them at breakneck speed. Kim Lam exploded in a furious curse. Where the hell did a train come from? The train hurtled closer, showing no signs of stopping. Its speed increasing, the friction against the rails sent plumes of smoke into the air. Kim Lam zit quickly, shouting, "Scatter!" But it was too late for some. The train plowed through those who couldn't dodge in time. The train, billowing smoke, finally screeched to a halt. The group could only stare in stunned silence. Taking advantage of the chaos, the enemy surged forward. Unable to see Tuc, Kim Lam frantically asked those around him, "Where's the boss?" Yiheng joined in. "Has anyone seen where the boss went?" Someone voiced their suspicion. "Did the boss abandon us?" Yiheng snapped back. "Shut up. I don't believe he'd abandon us. He must have something important to do." Another man asked, "So what do we do now?" Yiheng's response was immediate and fierce. "Kill those bastards. We got guns, don't we?" They tore down the houses I worked so hard to build. A roar of agreement went up from the squad. "Charge!" Bullets whizzed and cracked through the air, a deadly hail in the chaotic exchange between the two sides. Yiheng tried to rally his dwindling forces, yelled, "Come on, men. Keep firing. Drive them back." His men scrambled for cover, but bullets, blind and unforgiving, found their marks. Several men fell, dead or wounded. Seeing the carnage, Yiheng barked, "Crawl forward. Keep low." The enemy, also hugging the ground, returned fire with a relentless barrage. More of Yiheng's men crumpled to the earth. Yiheng watched in horror as his comrades fell around him. He gritted his teeth. They were outmatched. "We're going to die here," he muttered in despair. Kim Lam, exhausted and defeated, echoed his sentiment. "What can we do? Should we surrender?" Yiheng rounded on him, fury blazing in his eyes. "Surrender. If you want to surrender, go ahead. Do it yourself. No wonder your bandit group only has 20-something men left. You're living like paupers because your leader's a coward." Kim Lam Boditstag. "I was joking. Don't get your feathers ruffled." Yiheng felt a wave of helplessness wash over him. "Where are Tuc and Chukan? If they don't get here soon, we're all going to be buried here." Suddenly, a figure appeared in the distance, running with incredible speed. It was Chukan, rifle in hand, racing towards them. With a graceful leap, she vaulted over a boulder and landed lightly on her feet. Immediately, she shouldered her weapon and sighted down the barrel, adjusting her aim with practiced ease. Her eyes sharp and focused, fixed on her target. She squeezed the trigger, and the bullet sped towards its mark, a blur of deadly velocity. The shot found its mark. An enemy soldier, struck from behind, collapsed. Yiheng, recognizing Chu Kan, shouted, "It's Chu Kan Kim Lam." Relief flooding his face echoed the cry. Chukin's back, under the pale moonlight. Enemy soldiers continued to fall beneath her deadly accurate fire. Kim Lam, awestruck, breathed, "She's incredible." Chu Kan, prone on the ground, continued her relentless assault, firing shot after shot. Her presence reinvigorated the beleaguered squad. Yiheng roared, "Fire! Fire! Kill them all!" Kim Gwyn, his face grim, raised his rifle and took aim. Kim Lam, suddenly remembering, asked, "Chukan's here, but where's Tuc? Has anyone seen him?" Yiheng replied, "I don't know where he is, but I know he won't miss the chance to finish this fight himself." A series of sharp clicks echoed from behind the enemy lines. Yiheng, recognizing the sound, exclaimed, "Tuc behind them." Kim Gwyn, startled, let out a curse. Kim Gwyn, voicing a thought that had been lingering in everyone's minds, asked, "They're both so fierce. I wonder who wears the pants in their relationship." As if in answer, Tuc, moving with lightning speed, blitzed through the enemy ranks, dodging bullets with uncanny precision. His voice, cold and menacing, cut through the din of battle. You're surrounded. From the distance, Hua Hien-so, propelled by some unseen force, hurtled towards the fray. The enemy soldiers, firing a Hua Hien-so, watched in disbelief as their bullets seemed to have no effect. Panic gripped them. What is that thing? It's impervious to bullets. They turned to flee, but it was too late. Hua Hien-so, moving with terrifying speed, cut them down. QTUC, scanning the battlefield, frowned. Where's Vong Tong Duong? He recalled the sudden appearance of the train. Was that his ability? He had been focused on directing Hua Hien-so and eliminating the enemy. Could he have escaped? QTUC's gaze swept towards the horizon. If he's running, he'll have to go this way. He set off at a run, following his hunch. He stopped abruptly, a sudden stillness in his stride. His eyes flicked to a point in the distance. There he is, he murmured, seeing QTUC pursuing him. Vong Tong Duong thought, why is he after me? He was incredibly suspicious. I can't beat him, and now I can't even escape. He closed his eyes briefly, using his power to summon a train from afar towards his position. Grabbing a handrail, he successfully swung himself onto the moving train. QTUC recognized this tactic. He tried to use his perfect level skill learning book, but it was beyond its effective range. He mentally queried the range, discovering it was only 500 meters. QTUC flew faster than a gale. The enemy on the train was terrified. What the hell is that? From afar, Vong Tong Duong saw QTUC rapidly closing in. How is he still keeping up? And so fast, too. At that moment, the system chimed. Supernatural ability, steam train extracted. Learn it. It prompted. QTUC instantly replied, learn. The system announced, supernatural ability, steam train acquired. Within his mental space, QTUC experimented with his newfound ability. From the distance, a train hurtled towards him. It was a colossal locomotive, stretching hundreds of meters, enveloping him. QTUC was taken aback. This is a bit much, he thought. He hadn't expected his summoned train to be so much larger than Vong Tong Duong's. After a while, having eliminated all the remaining enemies, he and his squad surveyed the area. Hua Hien-so's projection materialized. Suddenly, Zhang Yiheng and Kim Lam bowed their heads. Master Hua, they said, we didn't expect you to personally assist us. Thank you so much. QTUC bristled, having received no thanks whatsoever. He turned to the projection. Master Hua, he said, tell Commander Zhang that we've defeated a large bandit force in the River Valley area. The projection nodded in agreement. Seeing this, Zhang Yiheng and Kim Lam's eyes lit up. Is he giving us the credit? They wondered. QTUC lowered his voice. Ahem, he said, I asked Master Hua to come to Barrier 178 to boost your reputation. Maybe if the commander is pleased, he'll let you join Barrier 178. You know what to do, right? Kim Lam and Zhang Yiheng, completely missing the hint, continued to bow. Thank you, Master Hua, they repeated. QTUC felt utterly exasperated. At that moment, Tukin approached and asked, what are our casualties? Kim Lam replied, over 100 brothers are gone. The newly built houses are destroyed. There are casualties among the civilians, too. QTUC offered a solution. Treat the wounded first. Remove the bullets. This is my ancestral medicine. Apply it directly to the wounds. 1 bottle is enough for 5 or 6 applications. He handed the medicine to the 2 men. They agreed. Yes, they said. QTUC added a warning. Oh, and absolutely do not swallow it. As the night deepened, the cleanup and treatment of the wounded began immediately. The scene was utterly devastating. Kim Lam was speechless at the sight. A young boy cried out, blaming them. It's all your fault. You being here attracted the bandits. His mother slapped him on the cheek. Don't talk nonsense, she scolded. Then, turning to Kim Lam and Zhang Yiheng, she said, I know you're good people. I don't blame you. Kim Lam sat down and offered her the medicine. Take this, he said. Use it on everyone. We are so sorry. Hearing this, the woman accepted the medicine bottle with a comforting nod. It's not your fault. If it weren't for you, we would never have lived in clean homes, not in our lifetimes. Dawn broke soon after. The work of tending to the wounded continued. Watching from a distance, Tukin spoke to QTUC. Have you noticed? These people don't seem broken by the battle. There's still hope in their eyes. QTUC replied. A lot of them look like they've been reborn. Kyukin suddenly remembered something. Right, after everyone recovers, we still need to continue the shooting lessons. I've seen a few who seem quite level-headed and resilient. They'd be well suited to be snipers. QTUC responded, then I'll leave that to you. He continued, once things settle down here, I plan to head back to Barrier 178 to see if I can bring Lu Jin and his group here. She asked, so we're settling here then? He replied, yes. A blush crept onto both their faces. He asked, have you made up your mind yet? Kyukin blushed and smiled. She stepped down. The day, bathed in sunlight, didn't seem so bad after all. Kyukin went to assemble the squad, but as she called out names, she was met with a litany of nicknames. Rat, Crow, Stinky, and her frustration grew. Kyukin reminded them, this list needs real names. And your nicknames too. Kim Lam came to their defense. Sister-in-law, just write down their nicknames. If you call them by their real names, they might not even recognize themselves and answer. They're bandits, and bandits only use nicknames. Chu-kan, not wanting to make things difficult, agreed. Meanwhile, Kim Gwyn ran towards Chu Tuc with a walkie-talkie, reporting, Boss, I found something under the rubble. QTUC asked, where did you find it? Kim Gwyn quickly replied, under the rubble of that brick house. It was hidden under a bed. 20 people were sleeping in that one house. I remember that bed belonged to a bandit named Lao Ju. He continued, where's Lao Ju now? Kim Gwyn answered, he's dead. QTUC thought to himself, a satellite phone definitely isn't something a bandit would have. The owner must have used it to contact an outside organization. Looking at the walkie-talkie in Kim Gwyn's hand, he wondered, but which organization did this phone contact? The Khan Corporation or the Tong Corporation? He slipped into his thoughts. Why is everything going so smoothly today? Is Lu Jin praying again? Elsewhere, Lu Jin, in the middle of a card game, remarked, what's with my luck today? So bad. The sun began to rise. QTUC and Kim Gwyn spoke in hushed tones. Don't tell anyone for now, QTUC instructed. If it wasn't Lao Ju's, spreading this around could damage his reputation after his death. The satellite phone could belong to someone else. He looked directly into Kim Gwyn's eyes. All right, get back to work. QTUC began to think. I read somewhere that in murder cases, there's a 40% chance the witness, the one who discovers the body, is the killer. From afar, Kyukin approached and asked what's wrong. He didn't look at her, his gaze fixed on the distance. I'm afraid we can't stay here any longer. He continued, someone has leaked information about what's happening here. If it's the Khan Corporation, it's not so bad. But if it's a spy planted by the Tong Corporation, we won't be able to escape once they arrive. After we bring Lu Jin's group here, we'll head northwest, find a more secluded place, and rebuild everything. She agreed. All right. Dusk settled once more. She and Zhang Yiheng walked and talked beside the crystal-clear stream. The northern bandits have cost us so many men, Kim Lam said, running up to them. Yiheng nodded, picking up the thread of the conversation. I've contacted Master Hua. He'll bring his squad here next week. Then we'll deal with these northern bandits once and for all. She simply pressed her lips together, absorbing his words. Suddenly, QTC turned back, noticing them. Looking for me, he asked. Kim Wen hestita. The men wanted to ask you. He trailed off, then blurted, oh, I forgot what I was supposed to ask. QTUC sighed. Well, when you remember, come back and tell me. Kim Lam Deepat. QTUC lowered his voice. Don't worry. Kim Lam's like a town crier. If he knows, everyone knows. Dusk settled over the landscape. They sat in a circle around a crackling fire. Kim Lam spoke up. The commander told me Master Hua is coming next week. A man with a thick mustache suddenly interjected. Then we have to work extra hard. A younger man beside him agreed. Definitely. Gotta make a good impression. Chut, sitting amongst the group, remained silent, lost in thought. 3 days later, before dawn, while everyone slept, Chut moved stealthily. He slipped outside. Can't think about it anymore, he thought. Survival is more important. He made his way towards the jagged rocks. As he drew closer, he saw Chu Tu-si sitting there, eyes closed, peacefully meditating. Chut froze. Hearing the approaching footsteps, Chu Tu-si opened his eyes. Well, if it isn't, what was your nickname again? Chut panicked, falling to his knees. I had no choice. He stammered. Chu Tu-si calmly inquired, who are you working for? Chu confessed, I was with the bandits at Mount Dinveen in the north. The chief sent me to Mount Datban. Then I followed everyone here. But there are others behind me. Chu Tuc raised an eyebrow. You're quite honest, aren't you? Telling me everything. Chut sounded desperate. I didn't want to go anywhere. But if I stay, the men from Mount Dinveen will spread rumors that I'm a spy. I won't survive. Chu Tuc opened his eyes, staring directly into Chut's. That thing you have. What is it for? Chut replied, the satellite phone. The chief gave it to me for relaying information. Understanding dawned on Chu Tuc. So that's how it all fits together. He stood up, summoning his weapon. If you hadn't gone, hadn't betrayed us, I wouldn't have done anything to you. Kim Nguyen was a spy here once, but he made the right choice. The sword materialized in his hand. Chut, Chu Tuc said, maybe you could be a bandit in your next life, but not this one. With those words, he lunged, driving the sword into Chut. The man collapsed, blood pooling around him. Walking back towards the camp, Chu Tuc pondered. The people behind the Mount Dinveen bandits. It must be the Tong family. Their original plan was for Tong Thua to lead us to the Dan Sun Range, Mount Lean Thap, Mount Dinveen. Chukin brought me here to scout ahead because we didn't trust them. His eyes narrowed. But why did Tong Thua want to lead us to Mount Dinveen? To collude with his bandits and put on a show for the Duong Corporation. The setting sun painted the sky in fiery hues. Somewhere else, Vong Tong Duong stood, asking, who's there? Tong Chung stepped forward, a smile playing on his lips. Leader Wong, he began, I apologize for keeping you waiting. Allow me to introduce myself. I am Tong Chung of the Tong family. Wong Tong Duong's eyes narrowed, suspicion clouding his gaze as he scanned the surrounding area. Seeing no one else, Wong Tong Duong turned back to Tong Chung. You're alone, he questioned. Tong Chung replied, of course not. If I intended to parley with you, would I come unescorted? With a flick of his wrist, he summoned forth 10 figures, clad head to toe in iron armor that concealed their entire bodies. They moved to stand behind him. Wong Tong Duong watched them approach, a wary look on his face. What do you want? He demanded. Tong Chung adopted a flippant tone. You've been a thorn in the Tong family side for quite some time, Leader Wong, one of our most formidable adversaries in the River Valley. It's surprising to find you reduced to this. Wong Tong Duong scoffed. What would you know? He continued, I've never dealt with you. Then, a flicker of recognition crossed his face. I understand. The bandits on Mount Dinveen, they're with the Tong family, aren't they? Tong Cheng's eyes crinkled with amusement. It's refreshing to speak with someone so perceptive. I'm curious, what grievance do you have with Chu Tuc? Wong Tong Duong's response was indifferent. What's it to you? A pampered son of a corporation playing at banditry. Aren't you afraid of losing face? Tong Cheng's gaze turned mocking. The River Valley has always been the Tong family's territory. Our power here is a given. But you, Leader Wong, are an enigma. Why would a man as cautious as yourself risk everything to kill Chu Tuc? Provoked, Wong Tong Duong snapped, I've had it in for that Chu Tuc since Barrier 113. He killed my brother. What's wrong with me wanting revenge? Tong Chung, now understanding, inquired, do you know anything about this Chu Tuc? I hear he's been close with Zhang Yiheng since Barrier 113. I've even heard Zhang Yiheng is grooming him for leadership. Is he to be the next commander of Barrier 178? Killing him, aren't you afraid of repercussions? Wong Tong Duong burst out laughing. Where did you hear that? His laughter subsided, and a thoughtful silence followed. Back in Barrier 113, Zhang Yiheng taught at the school in town. That Chu Tuc was nothing but a substitute teacher. If he were truly close to Zhang Yiheng, do you think I would have dared to go after him? You've been misled. Wong Tong Duong continued. Perhaps you're unaware that I arranged Zhang Yiheng's escort from Barrier 113 to Barrier 178. Why would someone of Zhang Yiheng's stature befriend a nobody? Tong Chung stared at him, his eyes wide. Wong Tong Duong's account differed drastically from Chu Tuc's. But Wong Tong Duong wasn't known for impulsiveness. The very fact he'd targeted Chu Tuc lent credence to his words. Considering this, Tong Chung offered, do you want me to avenge you? Or perhaps you'd like to join forces. We could hunt Chu Tuc together. Wang Tong Duong replied, "Since leaving Barrier 113, I've sworn to serve no one but myself. I only look out for my own interests." Tong Chung chuckled. "A pity, but you've killed a considerable number of bandits under the Tong family's banner. Simply walking away, that wouldn't be very wise, would it?" Wang Tong Duong met his gaze with a challenging glint. "You want to stop me? Let's see if you have the strength." Having spoken, Wang Tong Duong saw the dangerous glint in Tong Cheng's smile as he and his men advanced. Duong swung his arm, preparing to unleash his power. Just then, a mysterious, violet-blue train approached from a distance. Without hesitation, he leaped aboard. Unexpectedly, one of Tong Cheng's men tried to follow. Duong, showing no mercy, kicked out hard, yelling, "Get down." The man tumbled from the moving train. Tong Cheng's remaining henchmen continued their pursuit. Tong Chung frowned in thought. The force of Wang Tong Duong's kick was far beyond that of an ordinary man. He hadn't expected Duong to be the strongest of the superpowered individuals. Meanwhile, Duong glanced back as he ran along the train's roof. He reached a carriage with an open hatch leading down inside. Without a wasted movement, he opened it and dropped to the ground. In the distance, a man with brown hair and another with black hair, wearing a baseball cap, took aim. From a rocky outcrop nearby, a third man shouldered a bazooka, aiming directly at the speeding train. The projectile hit with such force that the train exploded in a fiery eruption. Tong Chung and his men watched from afar. He thought to himself, "I underestimated Wang Tong Duong." Clutching his stomach with one hand and gripping his seat with the other, Duong stumbled away, muttering, "Tong family, you're nothing but scavenging hyenas, fond of sneak attacks. Let's see how long you survive in the Northwest." The scene shifted to another location. A man rushed in, breathlessly reporting, Boss, someone brought supplies." QTUC asked indifferently, "Supplies? What do you mean?" Kim Lam, panting, replied, "It's the same people who brought us guns, ammunition, and motorcycles before. I saw their convoy approaching from the hillside." Intrigued, QTUC ordered, "Let's go take a look." The group positioned themselves on high ground, watching as a line of vehicles approached. The vehicles came to a stop. As men in black emerged from the vehicles, QTUC thought to himself, "Why do these guys look so familiar?" One of them asked, "Who's in charge here?" QTUC replied, "I am." "Who are you?" The man continued, "I've come to deliver guns, ammunition, and supplies." QTUC frowned suspiciously. "Are you with the Khan family?" The man's face remained impassive. "No." QTUC continued his questioning. "Your face seems very familiar. Have we met before?" The man didn't deny it outright. "I also feel like I've seen you somewhere. Perhaps we're just fated to meet." QTUC introduced himself. "I am QTUC." The bald man's eyes widened. "You're QTUC. Kim Lam en Kim Wen et Jan Supit Gelang. Our boss is that famous." The bald man's expression turned serious. "You say you're QTUC. I can't simply take your word for it. You need to prove it. Tell me, what did Boss Lao once give you?" QTUC replied dejectedly, "A commendation flag." Hearing this, the man grinned. "It really is you." "Greetings, I'm Hua Man." Seeing his bright smile, Kim Gwyn wondered to himself, "What's a commendation flag? It seems like only doctors get those these days." Unable to contain his curiosity, he softly asked, "Big brother, were you a doctor in the past?" QTUC cleared his throat and replied, "It's that black medicine you guys used to." A shadow of gloom fell over Hua Man. "I was a Sun back then, but I guess I wasn't in that abandoned city, so I didn't see you. That night, I was in charge of capturing Hua Hien, but I really do feel like I've met you somewhere before." QTUC let out a hearty laugh. No, not at all. I mistook you for someone else earlier." Hua Man chuckled awkwardly. "But it really does feel familiar." "No, wait, it is you." The smile remained on QTUC's face, but the mirth had vanished from his voice. "So, why have you come here?" "So it's Conti supplying weapons to this place, is it?" Hua Man was equally quick on the uptake. "Oh, that's been going on for a while. I only arrived last year." Lord Khan was preparing to confine everyone then. Everyone was disbanded and pushed into different combat units. "I received instructions from Khan Chan to secretly come to the River Valley area to take over operations here." QTUC's face grew serious as he considered this. So, the plan here was arranged by Kanchan himself. He sank into thought. But a few years ago, Kanchan was still being controlled by Conti's board of directors. He was already setting up his pieces in this area back then. He's truly far-sighted. Huaman continued, Boss Law specifically instructed me to tell you, if I met you, that we're preparing to make our move. Of course, even if you don't make it back in time, Boss Law will lead your family and younger brother out. QTUC asked. Kanchan is preparing to rescue La Lam. A mocking smirk played on his lips. But aren't you afraid I'll reveal this and ruin your plans? Huaman simply replied, Boss Law said we can trust you. We're subordinates. We just follow orders. The corners of Chu Tuc's mouth lifted involuntarily. The feeling of being trusted was not bad. Despite the lightness in his heart, he maintained a serious demeanor. And what about you? What's your plan? Attack Tong Ti. Huaman found it. Tong Ti isn't easy to defeat. Doing that would be suicide. Surprised by this, Chu Tuc looked around at the group of men standing before him. Then what are you doing here? He pressed them. Tell me, what are you doing here? Huaman closed his eyes and thought for a few seconds before answering. The highest water levels in this upper region will be in about 10 days. At that time, we'll destroy all the bridges in this river valley area, preventing Tong Ti from sending reinforcements south to Duong Ti. Another group will head south and destroy all the factories outside Duong Ti's perimeter. Chu Tuc was taken aback by this revelation. He hadn't expected things to move so quickly. Conti is planning to strike against Duong Ti already. He continued his questioning. The northern bandits have ties to Tong Ti, don't they? What if they interfere with your plans? Huaman immediately responded. They think Conti wants to seize this valley territory from them. Their vision is so limited. We've never even considered them a threat. He dismissed his enemies with an air of supreme confidence. We might be in the south for days before they even realize we're gone. QTUC decided to cooperate. I also have to prepare to head south. Perhaps we can coordinate with your men to rescue La Lam. Huaman replied, no need. We've already sent people to rescue Boss La. QTUC simply nodded in response. Having finished speaking, he turned to leave. If there's nothing else, we'll be going then. Didn't expect to run into an old acquaintance here. Kim Lam suddenly spoke up. I've arrived as well. Aren't you going to offer us something before you go? Huaman feigned a sudden realization. All right, I completely forgot about the supplies. What do you need? QTUC replied casually, leave it all. This simple statement left the entire group standing there dumbfounded. Huaman spoke with a sarcastic tone. Why don't you just tell us to leave the supply trucks too? He pretended not to understand, seriously considered it, and then said, well, it's not impossible. You don't have that many men. After unloading the supplies, there will still be 4 empty trucks. Finally, QTUC sealed the deal. So, leave those 4 trucks for me then. Hearing this, Huaman was practically spitting blood with frustration. Seeing this, one of the men whispered to Kim Lam, the boss is really something else, huh? We still have to wait for the corporation to deliver our supplies. We get what we're given, but our boss, he just robs the corporation outright. Huaman sighed and conceded, all right, you're certainly not shy. Hearing these words, the whole group erupted in surprised delight. They crowded around him. Just who is our boss, anyway? Khan City's people treat him with such deference. Whatever the boss wants, he gets. Even the supply trucks as a gift. He glanced at Kim Lam and ordered, what are you still standing around for? Get the stuff. The group scrambled to collect the supplies. QTUC looked at Huaman's group and said indifferently, I won't keep you for dinner. I still have preparations to make. Huaman's eyes widened. Right, he replied. A little while later, QTUC found Tucan sitting alone. He approached her, sat down beside her, and started a conversation. I'm afraid Khan City is attacking Barrier 88. What are your thoughts? Tucan just lowered her head slightly and replied with something seemingly unrelated. I'll stay here. As if understanding her meaning, he immediately said, all right, I'll go and be back as soon as possible. She turned to look at him and said, I'll wait for you here. In a place of verdant forests, white clouds, and golden sunlight, a young man carried his fishing rod. In his other hand, he held a basket full of crabs and shrimp. It turned out to be then Dam and his companion, returning from a successful fishing trip. He turned to his companion and asked, did you see that dark shadow in the river just now? She quickly replied, I couldn't see it clearly. He seemed to ponder this. It was rather frightening. She put on a brave face. Don't worry, it wouldn't be able to beat me. Then Dam chuckled, teasing her. You little thing, you're scared. It would have eaten you before you could save me. But our luck's not bad today. Even though we didn't catch any turtles, we caught plenty of shrimp and crabs. Suddenly, a vehicle appeared in the distance, speeding towards them. Then Dam's eyes narrowed. Oh, he's here, he exclaimed. The vehicle sped straight towards him, showing no signs of stopping. Lai Hu Bok, inside the vehicle, yelled repeatedly, move, move. He honked the horn incessantly when he saw that the Dam wasn't moving. Not daring to take the risk, Hu Bok slammed on the brakes. The tires screeched against the ground, creating a cloud of white smoke. The head of the Lee family barked orders at Hu Bok. Don't swerve. You'll flip the car. Drive straight, straight. Obeying his frantic commands, Hu Bok continued on a direct course. Seeing this, Lai Nan launched herself from the roadside, her body intercepting the vehicle. A damsel in distress to the rescue. She declared. The car was abruptly flung dozens of feet into the air. Then Dam watched, a slight smile playing on his lips as the vehicle plummeted back to earth, a mangled, unrecognizable wreck. From within the wreckage, Hu Bok's voice, still laced with bravado, yelled, Are you blind? Lai Nan responded by slamming her fist into the car, causing Hu Bok's head to crack against the steering wheel. He cried out in pain. With a smirk, she effortlessly pulled the head of the Leaf family from the twisted metal, leaving him gaping in astonishment. Setting him gently on the ground, she stepped back as the Dam approached. Greetings, then Dam said. It's a pleasure to finally meet you. I'm Lai Then Dam. The head of the Leaf family recoiled. How did you know I was coming here? What do you want? Then Dam's voice dripped with sarcasm. It seems you're completely unaware of my capabilities. He continued, but let's not dwell on such trivial matters. I am curious. Hasn't Khan City just blockaded Barrier 88? How did you manage to escape their encirclement? The head of the Leaf family scowled, bewildered by the question. What are you getting at? Then Dam ignored him, pressing on. Ah, I see. You made a deal with that devil, Kanchan. That's how you were able to abandon the Leaf family and escape. His face darkening, the head of the Leaf family snapped. Where does this road lead? Looking into the distance, then Dam mused, there are mountains ahead. It looks like it goes straight to the Central Plains. Then Dam leaned in close, his face inches from the patriarch's. So, you're planning to flee to the Central Plains. At that moment, Lai Nan, peering into the wrecked car, made an interesting discovery. Hey, then Dam, she called out. There's a lot of gold in here. A predatory grin spread across then Dam's face. Oh, emptied the Leaf family coffers before you left, did you? He continued his taunts, relishing the man's discomfort. Enough to make you a billionaire in the Central Plains, I imagine. Seething, the head of the Leaf family snarled at the figure still inside the car. Lai Hu Bok. Shoot him. Kill him. Unfazed, then Dam merely raised an eyebrow. Fleeing for your life, and you even remembered to bring your son along. Pity he's such a disappointment. The Lee family has truly fallen on hard times. He grabbed the patriarch by the collar. Let me guess, what exactly did you and that devil Kanchan bargain for? The head of the Lee family spat back. You call Kanchan a devil. You're the real devil. Then Dam chuckled. I never said he was the only devil in the world. He continued, his voice casual. Shall we get back to the main topic? A month ago, Khan City unexpectedly withdrew its troops from the battlefield. Then, the Lee family's mysterious nano-army vanished without a trace. Then Dam straightened up, his words sharp. The Lee family elders thought you were preparing for a decisive battle. They never suspected that your precious nano-army was nothing more than a bargaining chip. He gazed into the distance, his voice thoughtful. So what were Kanchan's terms? Safe passage with your gold. You sold out the Lee family just like that. He glanced back at the patriarch. That mysterious army disguised themselves as wounded soldiers and retreated into Khan City's rear lines. They headed north, using routes within Khan City's territory. No one stopped them. They were even provided with supplies and weapons. Then he gave a cold smile. You can tell me their purpose. Hearing this, the old man roared with indignation. This doesn't concern you. Then Dam replied calmly, I'm also a member of the Lee family. I originally intended to destroy the Lee family with my own hands. Anyway, if the Lee family collapses, it will still be a light punishment. The head of the Lee family, filled with rage, shouted, You madman. Then he gave a cold laugh. This game isn't fun anymore. You should disappear along with the Leaf family. Smiling, he picked up a stone and raised it. Suddenly, then damn, threw the stone. It flew at high speed, piercing the forehead of the Leaf family head. Blood splattered, staining the stone. He stood there, cold and unmoving. His face darkened. Is it over? Linen appeared, looking at him cheerfully. What do we do next? Then Dam replied, I don't know. Let's go see what the Central Plains are like. I hear it's very prosperous, but we have to wait a little longer. Grandfather hasn't arrived yet. Linen, surprised, asked, when will Mr. Ho Thuyet arrive? He said tomorrow. Bring that gold. QTUC will definitely like it. If we see him again, we can give it to him. She immediately looked disappointed. We're not going north to find him. Seeing this, then Dam said, he probably doesn't want to see me very much right now. We should go to the Central Plains. We'll wait for him there. Linyan Agzet. All right, let's go. She walked towards the vehicle, shouldering a large chest of gold. She waved cheerfully. I've got all the gold. Let's go. Suddenly, then Dam grew silent, his gaze distant. He looked up at the sky, murmuring sadly, Mother, I've avenged you. Night fell. The scene shifted to Barrier 88. 3 trucks were driving through the gate. The trucks sped down the road, then braked abruptly in front of a rather old building. QTUC jumped out and immediately dashed toward an alley. Once inside, he relaxed, walking and thinking. That went smoothly. I'll go back and pick up Luke Nguyen's group, and then we'll leave immediately. Nguyen Tuet suddenly appeared, startling him. She said, QTUC, weren't you going north to destroy Pho Tui? Then her face darkened, her eyes filled with suspicion. QTUC suddenly leaped, soaring towards Nguyen Tuet. He watched her defensive stance, thinking, her speed is much faster than a normal person's. Could she also be a superhuman? He quickly kicked her. Nguyen Tuet's face darkened as she fainted. Seeing this, he hoisted the unconscious woman over his shoulder and headed home. Arriving, he thought, home at last. QTUC quickly vaulted over the wall with Nguyen Tuet. He landed successfully. Suddenly, a gun was pointed at his head. It was Luke Nguyen. He said cheerfully, hey, why did you come back so suddenly? And you even brought someone back with you. QTUC immediately instructed him, wake up Lai Tan Shin and the others. Tie up this Nguyen Tuet and gag her. Luke Nguyen quickly agreed and ran off. Yes, sir. La Lam climbed onto the wall. Seeing him, she said, you're finally back. If you hadn't returned soon, it would have been too late. QTUC said seriously, Hua Man told me it was in 10 days, and it's only been 3 days. Boss La added, but there's no certainty. We can't be sure when the enemy will strike. It could be any time. Growing impatient, QTUC fired off questions. Tell me, who's really trying to destroy Barrier 88? It's not your people, is it? La Lam, gritting his teeth in frustration, spat back, it's the Leaf family. There's no time to explain. Pack your things. My people are almost here. We'll take advantage of the Yang family being occupied with them and get out of here. How many of the Leaf family are coming? QTUC asked. A whole battalion, 1,500 men, La Lam replied. The Leaf family are throwing everything they've got at this. As he spoke, QTUC imagined the sheer scale of the assault. 1,500 men. Could they really bring down a Yang family barrier? La Lam immediately yelled, 1,500 nano-soldiers. QTUC's brow furrowed as he echoed, 1,500 coming here. A wave of unease washed over him. Nano-soldiers. He pictured the nano-soldiers in their powerful armor, a testament to their destructive capabilities. Barrier 88 is probably about to fall, QTUC said tensely. Suddenly, Nguyen Tuet stirred, waking with a jolt. She looked around in a panic, realizing she was tied up. Untie me, she cried. My mother is still inside. QTUC looked at her with indifference. We have no quarrel, you and I. We were on different sides before, but I don't blame you for keeping an eye on me. I'll untie you, but you can't cause any more trouble for me. Understand? She quickly replied, I promise. He cut the ropes. Go on, he said. Nguyen Tuet quickly ran off. She nimbly vaulted over the wall and disappeared. La Lam, still standing on the truck, called out, QTUC, come with me. I'll get you out of this mess. He continued to grumble. Those Lee family nano-soldiers, once they get going, they won't care if we're with the Yang family or not. Several people hurried over. Don't just stand there. La Lam urged. Let's go. QTUC quickly agreed. Right? He quickly helped everyone climb onto the truck, one by one, supporting each other as they clambered aboard. Is everyone on? La Lam asked. Yes, QTUC replied. Then drive, drive, drive. La Lam yelled at the driver. I don't want to die with Barrier 88. QTUC frowned, turning back for one last look. Disappointment and a sense of wasted opportunity settled over him. So many nanorobots, he thought. What a waste. La Lam extended an invitation. QTUC, come with me to Con City. Without hesitation, QTUC replied, no. La Lam was taken aback by his quick refusal. Why? He continued to boast. Come with me to Con City. Live the high life. Money, fancy cars. You could be cruising around with a beautiful woman in a sports car. Think of how great that would be. QTUC replied, I used to think about that, but I have a better place to go now. I think I'm better suited for the wilderness. Little Nguyen asked, where are we going? Aren't we going to the barrier anymore? QTUC put his arm around the boy's shoulders and said cheerfully, nope, we're going to a new home. A place with hope. Little Nguyen's eyes lit up. Thank you, he exclaimed. QTUC ruffled the boy's hair and smiled. What are you thanking me for? I really think it's a good place. La Lam, though disappointed, was supportive. I heard Hua Man talk about that place. If you've made up your mind, then I can only wish you well. Come visit us in Con City sometime. Just mention my name, La Lam, wherever you go. QTUC readily agreed. I will. Boss Law continued, but the North Bridge is probably collapsed by now. How will you all get there? Spring has arrived and the river's risen. You won't be able to cross. QTUC cheerfully replied, don't worry, I have a way once we get there. La Lam spoke up, once you're settled in the river valley area, you can contact me. I'll have Hua Man bring you some supplies. Consider it a housewarming gift. He responded with a smile, sounds good, and the truck turned back, leaving them behind. Little Nguyen asked curiously, what's the river valley area like? QTUC answered, it's poor. Houses made of earth. The farmland is ruined. A bunch of bandits, so poor they only have guns left. Nobody bothers to rob them. He then asked, you still want to go? Little Nguyen eagerly agreed, of course. Well, Sister Xiao can be there. QTUC, thinking of Xiao Can, replied, yes, she's there too. Normally, she and I, along with the bandits, dig for alluvial gold and make bricks to build houses. We even teach the bandits. Looking at the long river ahead, Little Nguyen asked, so how do we get across? He replied, come on, I'll take you for a ride. Suddenly, in the distance, a train slowly approached their location. Wang Fu Gue, seeing the vehicle, exclaimed, QTUC, is that a train? QTUC quickly confirmed, yes, it's a train. It'll take everyone for a ride. He urged everyone, get on board. Get on board. The train passed alongside the long river. Li Xiaoyu asked QTUC, is this train your ability? What else can it do? QTUC, like a child, replied, it can transport goods. Hey, if Barrier 178 ever opens up trade routes, I could transport goods. I wonder how much I could earn per load. He then became serious, cautioning everyone, when we reach the settlement, don't mention my ability. Those bandits aren't entirely trustworthy yet. La Wan Ziplit Understol. They stopped in a desolate area. Little Nguyen quickly ran towards Yang Xiao Can, calling out, sister-in-law. QTUC, immediately embarrassed, kicked him and scolded, what nonsense are you calling her? Xiaoyu ran over and cupped Xiao Can's face, praising, what a pretty girl. A jasmine flower in a cow pie. The amusing comparison, Yang Xiao Can as a beautiful flower and QTUC as a cow pie, startled him. He angrily retorted, what are you saying? Who's a cow pie? Xiaoyu, holding out the bracelet she had just given Xiao Can, said, I don't have much money. This bracelet isn't very heavy, but I hope you don't mind. I'll buy you a heavier one when I have more money. Xiao Can happily replied, I don't mind at all. I love it. Her acceptance made him blush involuntarily, thinking, so, that's a yes. He then quickly urged everyone, all right, everyone, go and have a look around the settlement. The living conditions definitely aren't as good as inside the barrier, but it's much better than an ordinary town. Li Xiaoyu thought happily, beautiful and cultured, and not weak either. A sister-in-law like this isn't easy to find. Time to prepare betrothal gifts for QTUC. Then she worried, I wonder how many children they plan to have. 2 would be fine, but if it's more, I won't be able to look after them all. That evening, Li Xiaoyu pulled Tuc aside. Have you used the tent I prepared for you? She asked. He scratched his head, embarrassed. Yes, he mumbled. I used it, he repeated a bit more firmly. He then earnestly explained how Gu had slept inside the tent while he had slept outside. Hearing this, Xiaoyu immediately pinched his arm in exasperation. Why are you so silly? You've wasted all my efforts. The flickering firelight cast a warm glow over the camp. Yang Xiaokan spoke up, breaking the silence. Have you thought it through? Are you going to tell everyone today? QTUC replied, yes. Sooner or later, we have to face this. He then called out to the others. Everyone gather around. I have something to say. Once everyone had assembled, he explained, the Tong clan in the north probably knows we're here. The south is in chaos now. If we stay here any longer, I'm afraid we'll be in danger. Jean Lam, stepping forward, declared, Big brother, wherever you go, we'll follow. The others echoed his sentiment, their voices rising in unison, right? Wherever Big brother goes, we'll follow. QTUC nodded gravely. Yes, there's something I need to tell you all. He continued, the truth is, I'm not from Barrier 178. He paused, letting the words sink in. I know Su Xian Suo and Zhang Jinglin. I'm even close to them, but I'm really not from Barrier 178. If any of you want to go there, I can write a letter of recommendation, but I can't guarantee you'll be accepted. A heavy silence fell over the group. One of the men stammered, Big brother, is it true that we stayed here because we wanted to join Barrier 178? QTUC finished the man's thought. Yes, I know. I'll write letters of recommendation to Su Xian Suo and Zhang Jinglin later. All right, he announced. That's all I wanted to say. Anyone who wants to go, just let me know later. You're dismissed. Watching them disperse, QTUC thought to himself, you can't force someone to eat something they don't like. It was time to let them choose their own paths. He noticed Jean Lam lingering and said, so, you want to go? I'll write you a recommendation. Jean Lam quickly explained, no, I'm not going. Surprised, QTUC asked, why not? Haven't you always wanted to join Barrier 178? Jean Lam explained, Big brother, I figured out a while ago that you weren't from there. I'm not stupid. If Barrier 178 wanted to unify this place, they wouldn't just send 2 people. They just have to ask, and 99% of the bandits would swear loyalty to them. QTUC was taken aback. Is that so? Jean Lam continued, but I'm part of that 1%. When I saw you and sister-in-law down in the mud digging for alluvial gold with us, I decided I'd follow you anywhere. QTUC grinned. All right then, let's charge forward together. We leave tomorrow morning. The next morning dawned bright and clear. Once everyone had gathered, QTUC addressed them. I've looked through the records in the library. Northwest of here, there's Mount Kushui. I hear there's a valley there with a good climate year-round and beautiful scenery. He continued, but it seems there's a herd of wild boars there, including a very ferocious boar king. No one has ever dared to go there. If we go and take care of them, we can settle down there. A determined murmur rippled through the group. Kill the boars. Settle in the northwest. QTUC raised his voice. All right, let's move out. The group mounted their motorcycles and roared off, one after another. As they rode into the rolling hills, a thought struck QTUC. Why is the 4-leaf clover I gave Tong Chung suddenly appearing nearby? Stop immediately, QTUC commanded. He turned to Yang Xiao, can find a sniper position, quickly. Xiao nodded curtly. Understood. He turned back to the rest of the group. Everyone else, find cover. We're under attack. In a vast open space, the group froze, straining their senses, alert for any sign of the enemy. QTUC glanced to his right. Do you hear that? He asked. Xiao Can's reply was swift and sure. Mortar fire. The words hit QTUC like a thunderclap. His eyes widened. What? At that very moment, a streak of light flashed across the sky, catching everyone completely off guard. The streak plummeted towards where Jean Lam was standing, revealing itself to be a large explosive. Jean Lam, and another voice, likely Yi Heng, shouted simultaneously. The explosion ripped through the air before anyone could react. Little Nguyen, heedless of her own safety, rushed towards Jean Lam, screaming his name. Tears streamed down Little Nguyen's face as she reached Jean Lam. Barely conscious, he reached out a trembling hand towards her. A memory flashed through his mind. He was lying on a pile of straw, talking to Kim Lam. "Do you think a bandit like me can ever have a good ending?" He'd asked, "If I marry someone, will I just ruin their life?" Kim Lam's casual reply had jolted him upright. "You weren't afraid when you were robbing people, so why are you suddenly getting cold feet?" The memory faded. Jean Lam lay on the ground, his hands still outstretched, reaching for the woman he loved. Kim Lam and Lu Dan wept, crying out Lao Su. Tuc spun around. "Don't just stand there. Find cover." Lu Yuan dropped to his knees, seemingly activating some kind of ability. Taking advantage of the distraction, the others scrambled for cover. 3 people dashed toward a large boulder, seeking refuge, just as 3 bombs plummeted from the sky. From above, it looked as if they were running through a rain of fire. Tuc glanced around as he ran. This wasn't working. He skidded to a halt. "Steam train," he roared. The train materialized beside him. He looked back at the others, still desperately dodging explosions. "Get on board. Now!" Kim Lam and several others sprinted towards the train. "Hurry," he urged. A flurry of feet scrambled aboard. Tuc grabbed the door of the lead car, just as an explosion rocked the roof. He clutched his chest, a grimace of pain twisting his features. The train takes the damage too, he thought. He stumbled into the driver's compartment. The relentless barrage outside was wearing him down. Damn it, he cursed. Everywhere the train went, the bombs followed, raining down with increasing intensity, mostly targeting the roof. Looking out the window, Tuc saw a mass of people blocking the tracks. Damn it, he swore. There are so many of them. He slumped back in the driver's seat, his brow furrowed. There are too many in Tong City. If I try to force my way through, we'll never make it. But if he didn't? A fleeting image of happier times flashed through his mind. Everyone smiling, carefree. But if we stay here, the mortars will eventually get us all. His resolve hardened. "Tong Chung," he roared. "You want to kill me? I'm here. Come out and fight me, you coward." Amidst the fiery explosion, for playing cards of the suit of diamonds materialized, accompanied by the echoing sound of exploding poker chips. The blast slammed like a fist directly into the heart of Tong Thua's forces. In retaliation, Tong Thua's side fired a cannon towards Tuc. Sitting inside the train car, Tuc seethed, grappling with the situation. Tong Thua wasn't dead, and he'd clearly anticipated the problem with the poker cards. Lao Su materialized from Tuc's body and leaped from the train. Simultaneously, Tuc, clad head to toe in armor, jumped out as well. Lung Nguyen, peering from the train window, called out to him. Tuc leaned back, catching the boy's eye. "Stay here," he said. "I'll be back." Lung Nguyen, his face etched with worry, remained inside the train. "Yes," he replied softly. Tuc and Lao Su ran ahead of the locomotive, shouting, "Come and fight me, you coward." Tuc and Lao Su advanced towards Tong Thua's troops, hurtling forward as bombs and bullets rained down around them. As they drew closer, 2 soldiers fired their guns at Tuc and Lao Su, but the bullets seemed to have no effect. The soldiers stared in disbelief. How are they not reacting? Tuc and Lao Su continued their advance. In their wake, the 2 soldiers lay, cleaved in two. Tuc, his armor gleaming, charged forward, brandishing his sharp sword. A pang of grief shot through Tuc as he thought of Jean Lam. What do we do wrong? He wondered. We just wanted a good life. After their initial charge, Tuc and Lao Su found themselves surrounded. We're not at fault, he thought grimly. This is the tragedy of our times. Back to back, Tuc's resolve hardened. I will not let the tragedy of our times become my tragedy, he vowed. The 2 of them then lunged in opposite directions, tearing through the enemy ranks. Tuc cut down 2 enemies in a flash of red and white, his chain sickle a blur. They fell before they could even react. Lao Su was faring equally well, single-handedly holding his own against 10 armed men. 1 enemy soldier raised his gun, aiming at Lao Su. Before he could fire, Lao Su lunged forward, burying his weapon deep in the soldier's stomach. The man crumpled, clutching his bleeding abdomen, his face ashen. Suddenly, a figure dropped to one knee, hefting a large, pointed gun. "Kill him," he roared. Just as the shot was fired towards Lao Su, a massive explosion erupted. QTUC, half-kneeling, coughed violently. He spat out a mouthful of dark blood, cursing. Wiping his mouth, his eyes blazing with hatred, he bellowed, "Tong Thua, if you're so tough, come out and fight me one-on-one." Attacking me with a pack of hyenas, pathetic. Suddenly, the train appeared, speeding towards him. Yang Xiaokan leaned out of a window, extending her hand. "QTUC, grab my hand," she cried. He reached out and grasped it. With a firm grip, Yang Xiaokan pulled him into the train car. As he landed, pieces of his armor clattered to the floor. She and Kim Lam watched him anxiously. "Damn it," QTUC thought, frustrated. "The nanorobots are more than half damaged. The outer armor can't cover my whole body anymore." Yang Xiaokan sat down beside him, wiping his face with a cloth. "I couldn't help you," she said sadly. He looked at her, his brow furrowed. "How many of our brothers are gone?" Kim Lam's face was grim. "More than 60, he reported. "We were going to bring the girl Jean Lam loved, but she took his gun and killed herself." QTUC closed his eyes, a wave of grief washing over him. Moments later, QTUC looked up and addressed the group. "Who's familiar with the terrain around here? We can't reach Mount Ku Shui anymore. Tong City must know about our movements. There's a spy among us." Kim Lam swiftly gave the order to search everyone. The informant must have a communication device linked to Tong City. Outside, the explosions raining down on the train intensified. Yang Xiaokan peered out cautiously, warning the others' minds. "This area is riddled with them. Everywhere the train moved, mines detonated." Inside, QTUC absorbed the impacts indirectly, clutching his stomach in pain. Beads of sweat dotted his forehead. "Damn it," he thought, agitated. "If this keeps up, the train won't last." His body screamed in protest as he slumped to his knees. Little Nguyen, holding a vial of medicine, rushed to his side, her voice laced with concern. "Let me apply this for you." Yang Xiaokan embraced him, trembling. "Withdraw the steam train. Let's get out of here." QTUC fought back the pain, managing to reply, "No need." He held her close, his eyes welling up. "You've done enough." Kim Lam, ever courageous, shouted, "Big brother, give it up. We'll die together. To have met someone like you, we have no regrets." Yang Xiaokan clung to him, but he stubbornly refused to recall the train. Suddenly, an eerie silence fell. The explosions ceased. The train picked up speed, encountering no further resistance. Yang Xiaokan finally released her hold. QTUC breathed a sigh of relief. "We're finally clear of the minefield." But just as things seemed to stabilize, a group of pursuers appeared on vehicles outside. Peering out the window, QTUC saw them gaining ground. Tong City has even called in their bandits. Yihang asked anxiously, "What do we do now?" QTUC frowned, sinking to the floor. Kim Lam, unable to contain himself any longer, spoke up. "We'll go down fighting. Those in Squad 1, follow me. Don't disgrace Big Brother." The members of Squad 1 roared in unison, "Yes." Kim Lam turned back to QTUC, offering a reassuring word. "Big Brother, rest. You've always looked after us. Now it's our turn to protect you. This time with you has been truly joyful. To experience such joy in this era is enough." Gun in hand, he leaped from the train. "Charge," he commanded. Squad 1, led by Kim Lam, echoed his cry, "Charge! Charge!" Yihang watched Squad 1 depart, his voice sharp but his eyes brimming with tears. Just a bear pretending to be a hero. Damn it. He trailed off, then turned to his remaining comrades, issuing his own orders. "Protect Big Brother. Head west." Meanwhile, QTUC, weakened, swayed, and nearly fell. Yang Xiaokan quickly caught him. Little Nguyen rushed over. "Lu Yuan," she said, "carry him." Without hesitation, Yang Xiaokan grabbed her gun and prepared to leave. Lu Yuan, supporting QTUC, asked in alarm, "Sister-in-law, where are you going?" She turned back, her voice firm. "No one dies today." Outside, Kim Lam and Squad 1 took aim, ready to fire. He grinned, sighting down his weapon. "You guys believe it or not, I'm pretty sure I was a sniper in a past life." Yihang, half joking, retorted, "I'm the real sniper here." Another chimed in, "We're all snipers." The bandits of Tong City, mounted on motorcycles, roared towards them. Kim Lam, his voice thick with rage, roared, "Fire!" At his command, the group unleashed a volley of gunfire, aiming at the Tong City bandits. From the bandit ranks, a leader shouted a warning about an ambush. Kim Lam, growing increasingly frenzied, yelled back, "Keep firing. Keep firing." Undeterred, the bandits continued their advance, closing the distance. A voice called out, "Boss, we're running low on ammo." Kim Lam clicked his tongue in frustration. He tossed his own weapon to the man. "Here, don't let a good gun go to waste." Kim Lam stepped forward, a barrier between the bandits and his retreating comrades. "You're not getting through," he bellowed. The force of his shout seemed to momentarily stagger the advancing horde. He grabbed one of the bandits, wrestling him to the ground. But from the right, another bandit on a motorcycle raised his gun and fired, hitting Kim Lam in the back. Kim Lam collapsed onto the cold earth, blood blooming across the ground. A faint smile touched his lips. To be a hero, even in this godforsaken era, it's worth it. High on nearby cliff face, Tong Thua and his cohorts looked down on the scene. Han Yang, at his side, spoke with a cheerful lilt. "I think you'll succeed this time." Tong Thua smirked, brimming with confidence. "I've spent so much time planning this. It would be a shame for it to fail." Han Yang glanced at him. "Even if you control Yang Shao Can, it won't affect the Yang Corporation. Why bother with all this?" Tong Thua immediately replied, "You don't understand, Han Yang." A figure clad head to toe in protective gear spoke up. "The Yang Corporation is already powerless against Contran. I'm not interested in them. What I want is the power of the rebels behind her. That power is currently in her aunt's hands, but it will be hers eventually. I don't even need to do anything, just wait." Han Yang then asked, "What about Qiu Tuc? Should we keep him alive?" Tong Thua paused, considering. Qiu Tuc, he's a wild card. The original plan was to lure Yang Shao Can away from Barrier 88 and control her with puppetry. But then Qiu Tuc appeared. The image of Qiu Tuc's smiling face flashed through his mind, causing him to frown. Learning he was Truong Can Lam's student was exciting, but Vong Tong Duong said their relationship isn't that close. He turned back to Han Yang. "It's best if we can capture Qiu Tuc alive. If not, kill him. If we get Yang Shao Can, it's still a success." Elsewhere, members of the Lost Squad emerged, most armed with guns. Qiu Tuc lay with his eyes closed, resting against little Nguyen's shoulder. He spoke with bitterness. "Does this world just not want us to live a good life? We left the barrier. We ran away. Why is it still like this?" Three members of the Lost Squad moved forward, their path blocked by the Tong City bandits on motorcycles. Little Nguyen, carrying his brother on his back, felt a surge of anger. "Is this the tragedy of our time?" He cried out. "Can't we ever escape?" The roar of motorcycle engines filled the air. The approaching bandits, a thunderous wave of sound and fury, bore down on them. Ahead of the roaring motorcycles, a group of people ran for their lives. Among them, Lung Nguyen carried Qiu Tuc on his back, gritting his teeth as he glanced back at the pursuing bikes. He cursed his inability to run faster. Ihang, running with a long rifle, stopped abruptly and looked back. He turned to Lung Nguyen urgently. "Big brother," he said, "I'm going too." Qiu Tuc, weary on Lun Nguyen's back, could barely speak. Ihang raised his rifle, the swift, decisive movement a testament to his resolve. Standing before the group, rifle in hand, he yelled, "Squad 2, follow me. We can't let Kim Lam's group hog all the glory." Every member of Squad 2 echoed his sentiment, their faces grim. "Let's kill those bastards." Gunfire ripped through the air. Lung Nguyen, straining under Qiu Tuc's weight, continued to run. Qiu Tuc's voice trembled. "Put me down," he whispered. Lung Nguyen didn't reply. One by one, members of Squad 2 fell. Despite this, the remaining men showed no fear. Ihang stubbornly kept firing. "Take that. Ome Zang Yihang. I'm a hero too." On the motorcycle side, men were also hit, but they continued their relentless barrage. Suddenly, someone among the motorcyclists noticed something, a large vehicle. It was Yang Shaocan. She stood on high ground, looking down. Smoke still lingered from her last shot. Her small, delicate hand chambered another round. Her beautiful face was set with determination as she sighted her target through the scope. The crack of the rifle echoed again, the shot carrying devastating force. The bullet struck a vulnerable point on the vehicle, triggering a chain reaction of explosions that left the enemy reeling. One of the enemy soldiers asked in bewilderment, "What was that?" Another, with a rooster-like haircut, replied, "There's a sniper on the hill." The first man immediately ordered his men to circle around. In the midst of the chaos, Ihang's rifle jammed. He frantically turned to his comrades. "Anyone have any more explosives?" But all he saw were the bodies of his fallen comrades. Alone and facing certain death, his mind went blank. A bitter smile spread across his face. "In my next life," he muttered, "I should study more. Learn a trade." He thought of Kim Lam. That Kim Lam kid, he knew how to build houses, so he snagged a girl. Always lovey-dovey. He looked towards the approaching mob. "Next life, I'm learning construction." He raised a defiant fist to the sky. "Wonder if I'll see Big Brother again in the next life," he shouted. A motorcyclist approached. The rider sped past Ihang, ignoring him completely. Others followed suit, leaving him bewildered. "Stop!" he roared. "Kill me. They're almost at you, TUC." Lung Gwyn, pushing himself to his limit, heard the commotion. Suddenly, Kwang Vo stopped. "Go on ahead," she said. "I'll hold him off." With that, she summoned her floral powers, the energy swirling around her, growing in intensity. Behind Kwang Vo, Lung Gwyn continued to run. QTUCs, please, grew more desperate. "Put me down, Lung Gwyn." Though he heard, Lung Gwyn refused to let go. Kwang Vo unleashed her attack, a barrage of flower petals hurtling towards the enemy. These flowers are like enemy bullets. When the bandits yelled, "Anyone touched by these petals dies instantly." That's a superpowered. "Shoot her. Shoot her now." A bullet grazed Kwang Vo's cheek, leaving a stinging wound. But her mind raced, fixated on a single thought. There weren't enough petals. Lu Yuan, running nearby, stopped dead in his tracks. Sweat beaded on Lu Yuan's face. "Big Brother," he said, his voice strained. "This era, it doesn't want to let anyone live in peace." He continued, his voice heavy with the weight of their reality. "In these chaotic times, wanting to be a good person is nothing but a dream." Elsewhere, Yang Xiaocan's position had been compromised. A sniper had her in his sights. Yang Xiao can reacted instantly, diving for cover as bullets ripped through the air where she'd just been standing. "The reason these times are called chaotic," Lu Yuan said grimly, "is because no one can escape." The bullets now zeroed in on Kwang Vo, suppressing her ability to use her powers. Suddenly, a small hand grasped her wrist. It was Lu Yuan. "Kwang Vo," he urged, "carry my brother and keep moving forward. Don't look back." Little Nguyen, witnessing this, cried out in alarm. "Lu Yuan, what are you doing?" Kwang Vo, supporting Chu Tuc, continued to move forward. Lu Yuan, facing the opposite direction, called out, "Uncle Fu Gue, take Little Nguyen and go." Tears streamed down Little Nguyen's face as Uncle Fu Gue held her back. "Lu Yuan," she sobbed, "come back. What are you planning to do?" Lu Yuan looked at Little Nguyen, a faint smile touching his lips. "I want my sorrow," he said, "to become the sorrow of this era." Uncle Fu Gue pulled Little Nguyen away as she screamed, "Lu Yuan, come back." Though he heard her cries, Lu Yuan ignored them. "Big Brother," he thought, "now it's my turn to protect you." He stood tall, defiant. "I must curse," he declared, his voice ringing with conviction. A flash of light seared the sky above, the daylight dimming. "I curse this sky to fall," he roared, "and the earth to crack." With all his remaining strength, Lu Yuan bellowed, "This old era will be buried with the heavens and the earth." As the words left his lips, the ground began to split. A long fissure ripped through the earth, originating from where Lu Yuan stood. The ground tore asunder, sending some of the enemy plummeting into the chasm. Tong Thua and his men stood frozen, stunned by the sudden upheaval. "What's happening?" one of them shouted. As the fissure snaked towards them, Tong Thua finally reacted. "Run!" he screamed, scrambling back. Just in time, the three of them leaped across the widening gap. They landed in a heap, shaken and disoriented. Tong Thua, regaining his composure, barked retreat. Elsewhere, Heng lay prone, hands clasped over his head. He sat up, calling out for Lu Yuan. Slowly, the other members of Squad 2 began to stir. From her vantage point on the high ground, Yang Xiao peered through her scope. "I'm alive," she murmured in disbelief. Around her, voices echoed in the aftermath. "Hey, we're not dead. I got shot. I thought I was a goner. Looks like we're not dying today after all." Having unleashed his curse, Lu Yuan collapsed onto the ground, utterly exhausted. He gasped for breath, his mind racing. "I've used up all the nanorobot's energy," he thought. "This must be part of the backlash." He tilted his head back, gazing at the sky. It's not over yet, he realized. If the curse was on a cataclysmic scale, then the backlash will be cataclysmic too. Water, seemingly from nowhere, began to well up. Lu Yuan watched as the water began to flow towards him, the realization dawning with chilling clarity. It was a flash flood. He gestured frantically to the others, urging them to seek higher ground. The water rushed towards him with terrifying speed, but he was too weak to move. Little Nguyen and Uncle Fu Gue, helping Qiu Tuc along, continued their retreat. Qiu Tuc glanced back, his eyes filled with a mixture of fear and concern. He shouted anxiously, "Little Nguyen, he can't run anymore." His voice trembling, Qiu Tuc ran towards Little Nguyen. Fatigue seemed to melt away. As he ran, he called out, "It's all right. It's all right." He called again for Little Nguyen, who quickly responded. From above, a figure stood, a sinister smile twisting his lips. A chilling laugh echoed through the air. It was Han Yang. He held a long staff, pulsing with a golden energy. He let out a cold snort, and then thrust the staff downwards with brutal force. The point of the staff hurtled towards Qiu Tuc and Little Nguyen. Seeing this, Qiu Tuc yelled, "Little Nguyen, grab hold of me." As the boy's hand gripped his, Qiu Tuc hurled Little Nguyen away. A flash of crimson. Little Nguyen screamed in agony, tears streaming down his face. Han Yang's long, crimson blade had pierced Qiu Tuc's abdomen. Looking at the boy, Qiu Tuc managed a weak smile. "Live on," he whispered. Little Nguyen crumpled to the ground. He was safe where he lay, but the rising water was already reaching Qiu Tuc. His strength failing, he softly called out to the boy. The water surged and receded violently. Qiu Tuc's eyes slowly fluttered closed. As his eyes finally closed, overcome by exhaustion, Yang Xiao cried out, "Little Nguyen." Later, as darkness fell and the moon shone brightly, a pack of wolves gathered on a hilltop. The pack advanced. They reached Yang Xiao, Can, and Little Nguyen. The alpha wolf seized Little Nguyen by the scruff of his shirt. Another wolf grabbed Yang Xiao, Can in the same manner. They dragged the two away. Elsewhere, under a star-filled night sky, Han Yang ran, cursing under his breath. "Damn it, I thought the flood would stop them. Why are they still chasing me?" He picked up his pace, his mind racing with fear. He stopped abruptly at the edge of deep water. A triumphant grin spread across his face. Finally, he breathed back to Tong City. A bullet, seemingly from nowhere, ripped through him. Recognition flickered in his eyes. A sniper, he gasped before collapsing to the ground. His blood mingled with the flowing water. He died instantly. It was Yang Xiaocan. Her face was cold and impassive. She had avenged Qiu Tuc. She turned and holstered her weapon. She ran along the water's edge, murmuring to herself, "I have to find him, no matter what." Her search continued, her worry growing. "He's not here," she whispered, despair creeping into her voice. A paper crane fluttered down, landing near her. Yang Xiao reached out and took the letter. It read, "Come to Zhongyuan. After this is over, I will help you destroy Tong City." Her face darkened as she read the message. Elsewhere, a vehicle sped down a road. Inside, Qiu Tuc lay unconscious, wounded. A voice called out, "Brother, the injured boy is waking up." It was the Saintess speaking through a radio. A voice responded, "Yes, stop the car. Let me see him." The two vehicles stopped. A man in a wheelchair was wheeled to Qiu Tuc's vehicle. Seeing Qiu Tuc stir, the man said, "Hello, my name is Wang Xingji." Qiu Tuc replied weakly, "MMM." After receiving the other party's reply, Chang Ji continued to explain, We found you by the riverbank. You were severely injured and unconscious. We took the liberty of bringing you with us. We hope you don't mind. QTUC's face was pale from blood loss. He asked, are my injuries serious? Chengji smiled gently and replied, well, congratulations are in order. QTUC stared blankly, confused. Chengji explained, the wound you sustained pierced right through your appendix. The thrust effectively removed it. You won't have to worry about appendicitis anymore. QTUC looked at him, bewildered. At that moment, the woman in the front passenger seat introduced herself. My name is Wang Xingji. How did you get injured? QTUC replied, I was farming when a flash flood suddenly hit. The water swept me into a tree and a branch pierced me. Chengji listened sympathetically and said, I see. You've been through a lot. QTUC grew wary. Where are you all from? Where are you going? Are you from Barrier 178? Chengji offered, you're having trouble moving around. Why don't you travel with us? We can figure things out once you've recovered. QTUC asked, where are you headed? Chengji continued, we're from Zhongyuan, heading to Barrier 178. Do you know it? QTUC responded, I know of it, but I've never been there. He realized they were from Zhongyuan in the east. These are Zhongyuan people, he thought. What are they doing in Barrier 178? Their clothes were ordinary. He glanced around. There didn't seem to be anything special in the vehicle. Chengji interrupted his thoughts. If your farm has been washed away by the flood, then come with us to Barrier 178. You might be able to find a new place to live there. Commander Zhang and I have a connection there. Perhaps we can put in a good word for you. QTUC readily agreed. Thank you. The vehicle continued on its way. In the vehicle, QTUC asked Chengji, people from Zhongyuan rarely come to the northwest. What brings you to this impoverished place? She replied, we intend to reopen the trade route in this northwestern region. QTUC considered this for a moment. Reopen the trade route. If they succeed, Tong City will be right in the middle of it. Will they agree? At night, several vehicles traveled in a convoy. They stopped, deciding to rest. Chengji got out of the vehicle and said, let's rest here for the night. QTUC, clutching his chest, replied, all right. One of the others asked, why is there suddenly a war here? Hasn't it been decades since the last one? We never used to pay attention to what happened here. QTUC listened near the small fire. Transportation used to be difficult. People on our side weren't interested in this place. We had enough problems of our own without worrying about what was happening here. Xingji turned to QTUC and said, I hear that Contran is quite formidable. While we don't know the details of how this war will unfold, judging by what happened to the Yang and Li clans, we should be wary of him. QTUC lowered his head. He agreed. Contran had indeed emerged victorious. First, he used the Yang clan to defeat the Li clan, and then, pressing his advantage, he took control of the Yang clan as well. Shengji asked him, gently touching his arm, you're from around here, aren't you? Do you know why this war broke out? He shook his head, uncertain. I'm just a wanderer. How could I know what those barrier bosses are thinking? The saintess playfully stuck out her tongue and scratched her head. You're right. These matters are far too complicated. You're right, she continued. I haven't even asked her name yet. He replied, my name is QTUC. My family was swept away by the flood, downriver. If you happen to meet anyone in Zhongyuan looking for me, would you kindly let them know I'm still alive? The saintess gave a small nod of agreement. Of course. It's no trouble at all. He sighed heavily. If Wang Fuguwei and the rest of Squad 6 hear my name, they'll definitely come looking for me. A hand appeared before him, holding a cup of water. He gently took the cup, murmuring, thank you. Stirring the water with a spoon, he continued to ponder. It seems these people really do want to open up the trade route in the northwest. Perhaps this is a good opportunity to strike back at Tong City. His brow furrowed. I'll make Tong City pay for everything they owe my brothers. QTUC turned to look at Chengji. Is there war in Zhongyuan? He asked. Chengji replied slowly. It's a place everyone wants to control. QTUC sounded skeptical. Isn't Zhongyuan supposed to be prosperous and wealthy? Chengji said, precisely because it's prosperous and wealthy. He then asked, what do wanderers in the northwest usually do? QTUC, taking a sip of water, replied, farm, fire bricks, dig drainage ditches. The saintess asked curiously, how long does it take to fire a brick? He explained in detail, Blue bricks take 13 days, but it also depends on the timing of the water added during the process. We've never fired red bricks, so I don't know how long those take. She responded, is that so? Sounds fascinating. From a distance, 3 vehicles approached Cheng Ji's location. Looking at the vehicles, TUC recognized them as belonging to Tong City. Why are they here? He wondered aloud. A soldier got out of a vehicle and demanded, who are you? Cheng Ji immediately replied, we're from Zhongyuan, on our way to Barrier 178. The soldier, whose name was Ming Li, asked, what business do you have at Barrier 178? Cheng Ji answered, trade. Ming Li said, this road passes through territory under Tong City's jurisdiction. Why don't you come with me to Tong City first? Once we've clarified the situation, you'll be free to go. The Saintess stood up and interjected, then we'll just take a different route. We'll go our own way. We have no quarrel with Tong City. Ming Li ordered, seize them all. He added arrogantly, apologies, but this area is off limits. TUC watched with a cold expression, his mind racing. Tong City was doing this to isolate Barrier 178 in the northwest, preventing any contact with Zhongyuan. She turned and offered a reassuring smile. Don't worry, nothing will happen. Tong City wouldn't dare do anything to us. TUC simply murmured He saw a vehicle from Barrier 178. Another vehicle approaching. Ming Li recognized it. People from Barrier 178. Why are they here? A foot touched the ground from the vehicle, followed by a large man. He introduced himself. I am Zhou Yinglong from Barrier 178. Which of you is Wang Xingji? The commander sent me to escort you to Barrier 178. It's me, Zhou Yinglong announced. Sorry to bother you, friend. What are you Tong City folks doing here? Trying to flex your muscles. The soldier stammered, no, sir. We just wanted to invite these honored guests from Zhongyuan to Tong City for some entertainment. Zhou Yinglong scoffed. Entertainment. What entertainment could Tong City possibly offer? He stepped forward, an aura of authority radiating from him. These are guests of Commander Zhang, he threatened. You dare obstruct them. I see your courage has grown considerably. Get out of my sight. If you don't blame me for being impolite. Terrified, the soldier barked orders, go. Disperse. Zhou Yinglong sighed. That was a close one. I should have asked the commander for more men. TUC, meanwhile, looked utterly bewildered. Zhou Yinglong scratched his head sheepishly. Sorry to make you laugh, he said with a forced chuckle. Come with me. We'll go straight to Barrier 178. Commander Zhang is waiting for you. Cheng Ji asked, how long will it take to get to Barrier 178? Zhou Yinglong replied, about 4 or 5 days. There's a section of road ahead that bandits have deliberately damaged. We'll be lucky to manage 15 kilometers per hour. All right, everyone, get in the vehicles, Zhou Yinglong called, waving his hand. Noticing TUC clutching his stomach in pain, he paused. Is someone injured? What happened? A brief silence fell over the group. Then Cheng Ji explained, there was a flash flood in the river valley earlier. This young man is a wanderer from upstream who got swept downstream by the floodwaters. We happened to come across him and rescued him. A flood, you say? Zhou Yinglong mused. That area is crawling with bandits more than wanderers. Young man, are you a wanderer or a bandit? TUC replied, a wanderer. Zhou Yinglong pressed further. From which settlement? About 50 miles east of the foot of Mount Aban, TUC answered. Zhou Yinglong then asked, do you know old Lu? Clutching his stomach, TUC asked, which old Lu? Lu Tuankyu or Lu Dishing? Seemingly satisfied, Zhou Yinglong said, if you can name those two, then you must be from the Wanderer settlement. He nodded. It's getting late. Climbing into a vehicle, he announced, all right, let's move out. The two vehicles began their journey. Voices could be heard discussing the situation. I'm afraid Tong City is the first problem in opening up the second trade route. The second is the road itself. Wang Xingji responded, the road is easy to fix. With enough people and money, it can be done. The question is whether the investment in repairing the road will yield a corresponding return. If Tong City blocks the route, then repairing the road is pointless. Wang Xingji then asked, so, do we need to cooperate with Barrier 178 to eliminate Tong City? Cheng Ji replied, We need to discuss this further. Let's see what Zhang Jinglin has to say first. Chu Tuc dozed, but Shengji's question echoed in his mind. Cooperate with Barrier 178 to eliminate Tong City. After some time, the sun beat down fiercely. Everyone arrived at a stopping point. Zhou Yinglong announced, "This is a good place for a lunch break. Everyone, rest up. The road we'll be taking this afternoon will be rough." Shengji replied indifferently, "Is that so?" As soon as they settled down to rest, Shengji asked Tuc, "Is your wound feeling any better?" Chewing slowly, Tuc replied, "Yes, thanks to your care, it's much better." From nearby, another voice spoke up, concerned. "I heard that many barriers in the southwest have been destroyed. I wonder what's happening." The barriers in Zhongyuan are still quite stable. Zhou Yinglong suddenly chimed in, interrupting the flow of conversation. "Let me tell you all a story," he began. "I have a good friend named Su Xian. Every barrier he's ever passed through, except for 178, has been destroyed. He just stand there bragging about it. At first, everyone thought he was a jinx. But later, when they realized Barrier 178 was perfectly fine, they didn't think much of it. Then, after a while, he went to Barrier 88. And guess what? Barrier 88 collapsed too." Zhou Yinglong continued his rambling tale. "How could anything happen to him? He left before it collapsed. It had nothing to do with him. My friend Su Xian is incredibly lucky. Barriers collapse, and he walks away unscathed." Chengji, listening intently, exclaimed, "Wow, he truly is blessed by the heavens. Could I meet him when we get to the barrier?" Zhou Yinglong readily agreed. "Of course." But old Su refuses to acknowledge it. He says there are people even luckier than him. He always leaves before the barriers fall, so he's fine. But his close friends, they never manage to leave in time. Yet, nothing ever happens to them either. Chu Tuc, eating his meal, pondered the story. It seemed there was some truth to it, but the barriers collapsed due to natural disasters, or Li Shun's revenge, or perhaps even Qing Chen's schemes. It had nothing to do with him. Chengji chuckled, clearly amused. "If I could meet this blessed individual, that would be quite something." Zhou Yinglong turned to the group. "Would anyone care for some wine? This ginger wine of mine is brewed with the finest barley and snow melt from the mountains. It's incredibly sweet." Chengji readily accepted, but added a question. "I'd love to join you, but is drinking allowed within Barrier 178? He glanced at the other two, who he assumed would likely decline. Zhou Yinglong continued, "Our barrier allows drinking in the winter. You can't survive without something to warm you up." Chengji replied, "It's almost spring now. Summer will be here soon." Zhou Yinglong scratched his head and laughed. "Just don't tell the commander. I saved this from winter." Chu Tuc looked at the wine, a thought forming in his mind. The barley fields weren't near Barrier 178. Had someone deliberately brought it to the barrier? Zhou Yinglong, returning to the topic of wine, asked, "So, you've come from Zhongyuan to discuss business with Commander Zhang. Is the wine in Zhongyuan any good?" Chengji answered, "Zhongyuan mainly produces food, of course, along with tea and textiles. What Commander Zhang desires most is medicine." Zhou Yinglong responded enthusiastically, "Medicine. If we had enough medicine, that would be fantastic." Tuc thought to himself, another card approaching. Zhou Yinglong muttered darkly, "Those Tong City dogs have some nerve." Chengji questioned him, "Do you think Tong City sent them to ambush us? Will they dare attack people from Barrier 178? He retorted, "Who knows? Tong City has grown rapidly these past few years. But no matter how fast they grow, we're not afraid of them. They're just a pack of hyenas." He stood there, brimming with arrogance, likely thinking, "I'm here to teach you a lesson." Tuc watched him, thinking, this Zhou Yinglong must be a superhuman. Otherwise, why would Zhang Jinglin send him alone? And he doesn't seem to be carrying any special weapons. Interesting. A sly smile crept across Tuc's face. If he truly is a superhuman, perhaps I'll have another opportunity to copy his abilities. The group settled back down, while Zhou Yinglong and the newcomers went off somewhere together. Suddenly, footsteps approached. Everyone's eyes widened in surprise. It turned out to be Tong Jiang, Tong Cheng's brother. A man of considerable influence, he introduced himself. "Good evening, everyone. I am Tong Jiang of the Tong Corporation. I heard our esteemed guests wished to sample the culinary delights of Tong City, but your journey prevents you from reaching our barriers. Therefore, I brought our chef here." Zhou Yinglong gaped, listening to Tong Jiang. "For your delectation, shredded potato with 100-flour chicken, a whole roasted chicken, and a whole roasted goat." He then glanced sideways and said, "Please wait a moment." His words, though seemingly polite, dripped with provocation. QTUC observed this display with a cynical inner thought. Clearly, the Tong Corporation just wants everyone here dead, yet they feign hospitality. Didn't that Tong Chung fellow act all brotherly before? But in the end, he moved against us. He pondered silently. But why did Tong Chung want to attack us in the first place? After a while, a glistening roast pig was brought out. The chef beamed. "It's done." Tong Jiang nodded approvingly. "Excellent." He carved a piece and brought it to his lips. "Allow me to sample it for you." He savored the meat, smacking his lips. Perfectly cooked. Crispy on the outside, tender on the inside. A true delicacy. He turned to the group, an air of arrogance about him. "Please enjoy. I won't disturb you further. I hope you have a pleasant journey." Zhou Yinglong and his companions stood to the side. He spat on the ground, his voice laced with contempt. "What good can come from a fawning hyena?" Cheng Ji asked, puzzled. "Why do you hate the Tong Corporation so much?" Zhou Yinglong replied, "Before Commander Zhang left, these Tong Corporation people loved to disrupt Barrier 178. They even snuck their own people inside, which ultimately led to our intelligence being leaked." He continued, "These hyenas fought amongst themselves for power and influence within Barrier 178, creating a toxic atmosphere. We only discovered later that the chief of staff was a Tong Corporation bastard." He added, "Commander Zhang was deeply saddened when he discovered this. From then on, Barrier 178 stopped accepting outsiders, mainly to prevent those with ulterior motives from infiltrating. QTUC considered this. So a spy. Who knows how long this Tong Corporation bastard was hiding all the way up to Chief of Staff." Cheng Ji offered a conciliatory smile. "We used to worry about such things too, but it's all been resolved now." Zhou Yinglong raised an eyebrow. "Resolved? How so?" The scientist interjected with a bright smile. "We have AI. It can analyze camera footage to determine if someone is suspicious." QTUC was taken aback. "I.e., what's that?" Intrigued, Zhou Yinglong echoed the question. "What did you just say?" "AI. Is that some new kind of game?" The scientist explained, AI is a field of human research from before the disaster. Fortunately, the data was preserved. She continued, elaborating further. Simply put, it gives computer programs the ability to think and analyze independently, just like a normal person. She added, however, our AI doesn't have full self-awareness. Currently, our understanding of AI philosophy is still incomplete. She concluded, the current applications of AI are also quite limited. Most of it is applied to surveillance functions within the barrier, like cameras. It's precisely because of the emergence of AI that Zhong Yuan has been able to develop its civilization to the point where we don't need to close up at night. It can even analyze who the thief is and then relay that information to the Department of Order. We can then proceed to apprehend the thief. Hearing this deluge of complex information, Zhou Yinglong interjected, "Don't tell me about these things. I don't understand. Is this metaphysics or something?" TUC mused, machines can think like humans. How is that possible? Chengji then asked, Barrier 178, could you also use our AI to investigate spies? Zhou Yinglong replied, although I don't know how to use these things, it probably is quite valuable in investigating spies. But at Barrier 178, we absolutely will not allow this thing to monitor us. What if you can control it remotely? We don't have the same level of technology to counter you. Chengji responded with a gentle laugh. It's all right. It was just a suggestion. QTUC turned to the Saintess and asked, so, are all your barriers this advanced? Are there any wandering refugees? She replied, it's possible. He lowered his head, his heart a whirlwind of troubled thoughts. So, even Zhong Yuan isn't peaceful. Wherever you go, there's oppression. Zhou Yinglong's voice urged them onward. All right, we've rested enough. Let's move out. A little while later, the vehicle started rolling forward again. Sitting in the vehicle, Tuc couldn't shake his anxiety. Can everyone survive without Kwang Vo and the 6 primordial supernaturals? It should be alright. His gaze drifted towards the horizon, his mind still churning with unease. According to Wang Xingji, the lower reaches are Zhongyuan. They'll probably follow the river to get there. Seeing him lost in thought, Changji inquired, "Are you thinking about your family and friends?" He replied with a quiet, pained honesty, "I don't have any family left. They were just friends, like family." Hearing this, Changji responded, "When I return to Zhongyuan, I'll help you find them. Tell me their names." Tuc considered this, a flicker of hesitation in his eyes. He felt it unwise to reveal their names so readily. After all, it's easy to know a person's face, but hard to know their heart. Outwardly, however, he replied, "I only have one friend left. His name is Li Shundan." Chengji replied, "All right, I'll remember that." A month and 4 days later, dusk had settled. Their 2 vehicles finally reached their destination. Everyone stepped out to take a look. Changji couldn't help but exclaim, "Today, I finally understand how vast the world is." Zhou Yinglong quipped, "A true man should live and roam freely in this world. You Zhongyuan people are still too conservative." Hearing this, Changji asked, "Why did Commander Zhang leave Barrier 178 back then?" Zhou Yinglong looked slightly surprised. "How do you know Commander Zhang?" He replied, "Commander Zhang once came to Zhongyuan after leaving Barrier 178. Back then, these legs of mine could still walk properly." He then added, his voice tinged with melancholy, "Now, I'm getting old." Tuc, standing behind them, listened to everything and thought to himself, from the sound of it, Zhang Jinglin, and he must have had some sort of relationship in the past. On the other side, Zhou Yinglong bellowed, "Over here. Over here." A blue-haired man stepped down and approached them. It was Xian Suo. Zhou Yinglong greeted him enthusiastically. "My brother, you finally came to greet us." Then Xian Suo noticed the bloodstain on Tuc's shirt. He immediately asked, "What happened? Are you injured?" Tuc replied, "It's just a small wound. It's almost healed." Suddenly, Xian Suo pulled Tuc's shirt up, revealing his stomach. "This is small," he asked incredulously. His voice turned serious. "This is a stab wound. Who did this to you? Weren't you at Barrier 88? Tuc replied, "It's a long story. It was the Tong Corporation." Xian Suo looked perplexed. "Where are the 6 primes? Where are Wang Fu Gui and the others?" Tuc answered, "I got separated from them." The third person, having listened to their conversation, looked astonished. "This isn't just some ordinary wanderer, is he?" Xian Suo smiled brightly and introduced Tuc. "This is the friend I told you about, the one who always manages to escape collapsing barriers." The 3 of them reacted with alarm. "Oh my god, so Barrier 178 will have 2 jinxes now." "Not want to waste any time," Xian Suo said. "All right, let me lead you into the barrier." Soon, the vehicles were on the move again. The saintess sulked, her voice filled with petulance. He tricked me. I even stitched up his wound for him. He's so manipulative. He looks so honest, but nothing he says is true." She continued to fume. Tricking someone is tricking someone. Finally, they arrived at their destination. The gate opened before them, a prelude to the events about to unfold. Zhang Jinglin, along with his subordinates, was already there waiting. Everyone was surprised to see Tuc step out of the vehicle. Zhang Jinglin hurried forward and asked, "What happened? Where are the 6 primes? Where's Xiaoyu?" He looked at Tuc's wound and assessed. A sharp weapon pierced through. "It looks similar to the wounds we received when we were ambushed by those soldiers before." A scar man also examined the wound and said, "It does look like it, but the wound has closed up, so it's hard to be certain." Zhang Jinglin hummed in agreement. The scarred man excitedly suggested, "How about we remove the stitches and take a look?" Tuc flinched, fearfully taking a step back. At this point, Zhang Jinglin's voice turned serious. "Who did this?" Tuc recounted the events gravely. "We were heading to Mount Kushui to settle down, but we were attacked on the way. The ones who attacked us were Tong Cheng of the Tong Corporation." Zhang Jinglin froze at the name. "Tong Cheng?" He asked, "Do you know Tong Cheng?" Zhang Jinglin recounted the past. Tong Cheng and Tong Jiang are considered outstanding among the younger generation of the Tong Corporation. They are brothers. The leadership intends for Tong Jiang to inherit the corporation, with Tong Cheng as his aide. QTUC recalled Tong Jiang's cunning expression, thinking to himself, "It's a good thing I didn't kill Tong Jiang back then. Doing so would have definitely alerted Tong Cheng. There will be other opportunities later. There's no need to rush." Zhang Jinglin spoke about Tong Cheng's abilities. Tong Cheng is a superhuman. His ability seems to be manipulating the will of others, but we haven't been able to confirm it yet. He looked at QTUC and said, "Tong Cheng is very secretive. His actions are unpredictable." Hearing this, QTUC pondered. Could it be that they attacked us to control us? But if they wanted to control us, why would they be so ruthless? I've deduced a different outcome. Tong Cheng targeting our Yang family. It was more like we were a variable in his plan. Could his true objective have been the Yang family all along? I continued to speculate relentlessly. But at the time Tong Cheng attacked us, the Yang family had already lost. Furthermore, if his group was after the Yang family, why didn't they directly attack them? I'm starting to suspect. Could his goal have been Yang Xiaojin? I was truly taken aback. There was someone who had been quietly observing the conversation between Master Zhang and me. She thought to herself, does this Ren Xiaosu hold a high position at Barrier 178? It turned out to be the Saintess and Zhou Long. She turned to me and asked, don't you know this Ren Xiaosu? Isn't he from Barrier 178 like you? I didn't even glance at her, replying coldly, no, I don't. Who knew he was an acquaintance of the commander? Meanwhile, Master Zhang and Xiaosu had finished discussing their plan. I gave a non-committal hum. Then Master Zhang walked towards Chengji, the Saintess. He apologized. I'm sorry, Saintess. Ren Xiaosu is my student. Chengji, seated in her wheelchair, chuckled dismissively. I didn't expect to run into him here, and in such a bad state. Chengji then asked, he's your student, so he's not from Barrier 178. Master Zhang laughed. This student is rather unique. Then he said to Chengji, come on, let's head back to Barrier 178 first and talk there. Zhou Yinglong broke out in a cold sweat, thinking this is bad. Every barrier he's passed through has been destroyed. He couldn't bear to think about Barrier 178. Are we really going to gather two major harbingers? And he's the commander's student too? Xiaosu turned to thank Chengji. Thank you for saving me. I didn't tell everyone the truth at first out of necessity. Please understand. She huffed, her tone mocking. Right, a big important person who has to hide his identity for fear of being harmed. How very inconvenient for you. I could only offer a strained smile. Then she turned to me and asked, did something happen to your family too? Was it the Tong Corporation as well? I could only lower my head, my eyes filled with sorrow, and say yes. Chengji's expression softened with compassion. Forget it, she said. I forgive you. She consoled me. Don't be too heartbroken. We'll help you go to Zhongyuan to find your friend. Xiaosu looked bewildered, thinking to himself, a woman's mood is truly complex and fickle. She changes her mind faster than flipping a pancake. Under the cool night breeze, at some modern hospital, figures bustled in and out of the building. A car pulled up. It was Xiaosu. He looked at the marks on the wall, bullet holes. He tried to pull one of the bullets out, wondering, why are there bullet holes in the wall? A blond man said to him, you'll understand later. The age of firearms, humanity's true enemy, is only itself. He continued walking, taking in the scene before him. His face registered astonishment. It was a church. Looking at the church bell, Xian Suor recounted, this bell isn't like the ones in our barriers in the past. Other barriers use bells to tell time, but the bell at 178 only rings to signal an alert. He continued, when the bell rings, everyone in the military prepares for a fight to the death. When Chu Tuc heard this, he asked Xian Suo when the last time was. Xian Suo replied, 16 years ago, his voice tinged with regret. It's a pity you didn't get to witness it. Many people outside don't know that a war once raged here. He continued, Barrier 178 is like a wall, blocking all the dangers and darkness from the outside world. Chengji, the Saintess, remarked, this place of yours looks rather primitive. Xian Suo responded, we lack sufficient power. The new power plant on the outer perimeter is still under construction, but Barrier 178 doesn't have enough skilled workers, so it's progressing slowly. He thought of the power stations of the past, his voice tinged with sadness. There used to be a large power station here, but it was destroyed during the war. He added optimistically, but those issues aren't that important. As long as we have enough to eat, we're fine. The moon gradually emerged from behind the dark clouds. He addressed TUC and the others. This is our guest quarters. It's a bit simple. Please don't mind. TUC breathed a sigh of relief. This is more than enough. Xiaosu looked at TUC. Your wound hasn't healed yet. Let me go to the military headquarters and request some medicine for you. He continued, but medicine is scarce in the barrier right now. I'm not sure if I can get any. TUC politely replied, it's all right. I brought some black medicine with me. Xiaosu's eyes lit up. That's good, that's good. Do you have any extra black medicine? He made his request somewhat hesitantly. Understanding, TUC handed him some. Xiaosu thanked him profusely. Thank you, thank you. TUC replied, you're welcome. A system voice chimed in. Thank you from Xiaosu, +1. Holding the black medicine, Xiaosu asked, by the way, TUC, can this black medicine be mass-produced? He then described the situation in the military district. During winter, people here often suffer from frostbite. We're also constantly short of medicine for battles. He sighed. If only we had more of your black medicine. TUC shook his head. No, it can't be mass-produced. Xiaosu, undeterred, said that's all right. Once the trade routes are opened, we can find someone in Zhongyuan to buy it from. He clapped TUC on the shoulder. All right, I won't bother you any longer. Feel free to explore the barrier. Barrier 178 is quite large. You can walk for a long time. TUC politely replied, all right. The night sky was beautiful. The streetlights dispelled the darkness, illuminating TUC and Chengji. Well, isn't it beautiful? A feminine voice emerged from the shadows, startling them both. It was Chengji. She wore a jade green dress with a long slit, accentuating her figure. This is Tiffany blue, she explained. A singer in Zhongyuan wore this color recently. It's very fashionable. TUC stared, unable to help but compliment her. It's very beautiful. He imagined young Xiaokan wearing the same dress, his cheeks flushing. I wonder what Xiaokan would look like in it, he thought to himself. The three of them strolled down the street, their figures standing out amidst the bustling crowds. As they walked, TUC asked Chengji, how do you think Zhang Jinglin will deal with the Tong Corporation? Chengji looked up at him. You want Barrier 178 to take revenge for you, don't you? He admitted yes. But if it's not Barrier 178's decision, I won't drag others into my own troubles. His voice hardened, a glint of determination in his eyes. I can handle a lot of things on my own. Chengji smiled and gestured to the people around them. Look at all these people walking by. He watched them carrying a sack, wondering to himself, why are they carrying rations? Where are they taking them? The group stood before an officer's desk. Chengji, the saintess, explained that they were turning in rations to the military. He asked Chengji about Barrier 178. What are they doing? Chengji smiled. Preparing for war, she replied. She continued, explaining that all rations were being handed over to the military for easier distribution during wartime. She told TUC, if you're determined to take revenge on the Tong Corporation, don't worry. If Master Zhang hadn't thought it through, he wouldn't have asked me to come to the Northwest. He decided this a long time ago. After hearing Chengji's explanation, he simply hummed in acknowledgement. He thought to himself, the Yang family seemed to be etched into his mind. Inside the command center, commanders stood around a topographical map illustrating the operational areas. Suddenly, Commander Zhou Yinglong spoke up. I've had my eye on the Tong Corporation for a while now. You wouldn't believe it, but those Tong Corporation brats are positioning their forces towards our Barrier 178. What do you think they're up to? I don't need to spell out. Oldly from the second company across from him replied, seriously, everyone knows about this. I went to the River Valley area a while back and discovered that the Qing consortium was also getting involved in this. But now the Qing consortium's people have all gone to fight the Yang family. Only the Tong Corporation remains in the river valley. A man standing next to Commander Zhou Long, after hearing this, added thoughtfully, if we want to open up the trade route, the best path is the one through the mountains in Dinyuan. I heard that road was a highway before the catastrophe. Brigade Commander Hu Xingji, after listening, agreed. That's right. Old Joe makes a good point. We can't keep defending forever. For years, the Tong Corporation has been restless, always wanting to antagonize Barrier 178, forgetting the kindness we showed them when we held back the enemy from the west. Oldly beside him asked suspiciously, but what if while we're fighting the Tong Corporation, the enemy from the west attacks again? Inglong added, they haven't come in 16 years. It can't be that much of a coincidence, can it? Zhang Jinglin looked at the topographical map, deep in thought. Everything everyone was considering was valid. On the one hand, the Tong Corporation occupied the northern trade route. As long as they were there, the trade route between us and Zhongyuan wouldn't be open. On the other hand, the enemy from the west could arrive at any time. If they divided their forces to attack the Tong Corporation, they might not be able to withstand the western enemy. Master Zhang considered the route on the map and thought, even if the west didn't send anyone, attacking the Tong Corporation would certainly result in losses. But if they didn't attack, they would remain constrained, without resources, without advanced technology, and without new recruits. Master Zhang suddenly spoke decisively, attack. He thought to himself, better to fight for survival than to wait for death. Master Zhang turned and gave serious instructions to old Zhou. Zhou Long, I'll arrange for Qiu Tuc to be in the vanguard under your command as a squad leader. Zhou immediately replied, yes, sir. Master Zhang turned and walked towards the door, instructing everyone, be on time tomorrow for the strategy meeting. Anyone who's late will be punished by standing outside, only allowed to listen, with no right to speak. The door slammed shut behind Master Zhang. After he left, the room erupted in a flurry of hushed conversation. Isn't that the same vanguard squad the commander used to be in? Someone whispered. I heard the two previous commanders came from that squad too. Does our commander want to make this kid a candidate? Another voice chimed in. Old Joe, is that the youngster you brought in? What's the deal with him? Does the commander intend for him to take over the barrier? Zhou Long chuckled wryly. What are you looking at me for? I've only known him for a few days. He's a refugee who lived in the river valley. Looks frail, can't fight. How could he possibly join the vanguard? Hu Xingji, the brigade commander, declared back then the commander couldn't fight either. It's not a big deal, as long as he's ruthless enough. Oldly added thoughtfully, back then, the commander was just a medic. Wouldn't even fire a gun. Can you really compare? Another officer bristled. Why are you talking about my brother like that? How can you say he's frail? We were in Kinsun together. We only survived thanks to him. Zhou Long agreed. Right. Qiu is your acquaintance, right? You must understand him better. Tell us about him. He paused, then began to recount everything he knew about Qiu. He was originally a refugee in the town outside Barrier 113. Someone from inside the barrier wanted to go to Kinsun, so they went to the town to find a guide. Everyone in town said if you want to go to Kinsun, you need to find Qiu. The scene shifted to a flashback of Qiu standing at a lectern, teaching. A voice asked, wasn't he a student of Master Zhang? The officer replied, Master Zhang was a teacher in the town back then. He made Qiu a substitute teacher. He wanted him to take over the school. The three listeners exchanged stunned glances. He took over the school back then, and now they want him to take over Barrier 178. Hu Xingji turned to Zhou Long. So what's this Qiu's character like? Zhou Long replied, his character is impeccable. I trust him anyway. Another officer chimed in. Is this brother of yours a supernatural being? What kind of abilities does he have? Zhou Long paused, then answered abilities. Well, back in Kinsun, he lifted a grown man with one hand. He's definitely a supernatural being, but I honestly don't know what his abilities are. Hu Xingji mused, this kid is really good at hiding his skills. The scene shifted outside the meeting room. He continued, but it doesn't matter. Whether this Qiu is a tiger or a house cat, we'll find out soon enough. Qiu stepped out of the building. Across the street, a group of people sat waiting. He wondered, why are so many people squatting here? The figures rose to their feet, staring directly at him. QTUC started, a sudden realization dawning on him. Uh-oh, looks like they're here for me. The four strangers across the street sized him up. There he is. That's him. Why is he so skinny? Will he even survive on the battlefield? Can he even take a hit? QTUC scowled. Are they looking for a fight? Seeing the situation, QTUC adopted a defensive stance, anticipating a potential move from the group. He thought that despite his lingering injuries, he wouldn't be afraid if something were to happen. After the strangers assessed him, dismissing him as a skinny, weakling not worth their effort, they began to drift away one by one. One of them sighed, muttering something about boredom. QTUC, bewildered, stood there dumbfounded. Hey, he called out. Suddenly, Xian Suo drove up from a distance, waving at the dazed QTUC. He called out with a laugh. Sitting in the vehicle, QTUC listened as Xian Suo explained. Commander Zhang has assigned you to the vanguard. I'm just here to let you know. QTUC replied, oh, all right. Xian Suo continued, QTUC, I've heard it said that in the vanguard, it's common for entire squads to be wiped out in battle. You must be careful. When you return safely, the brothers here at Barrier 178 will be counting on you. QTUC was once again filled with a sense of bewilderment. What does that mean? He wondered to himself. Xian Suo drove him to the entrance of the military camp. The vehicle stopped in front of two soldiers standing guard. After they both got out, Zhou Yinglong appeared and said, Old Xian, you go on back. He'll be all right with us. Xian Suo turned and joked, after this battle, who knows if you'll even be alive, old Zhou. Zhou Yinglong frowned in mock anger. Don't jinx me. I'll still be kicking when you're gone. Xian Suo laughed triumphantly. Is that so? See you around then. QTUC, standing beside them, thought with amusement, he seems rather pleased with himself. I guess I've done a good deed after all. That afternoon, as Yinglong led QTUC on a tour, he began to explain, we belong to the Vanguard Battalion, the ones who always engage in direct combat. I don't know if you have any experience in warfare, but when you get to the battlefield, don't just fire randomly. Responding to his expectation, QTUC cheerfully replied, don't worry, Commander, I won't do that. Yinglong's expression turned serious. Old Xian, told us your story. We all know you've killed a superhuman before. His tone softened slightly as he continued, but bullets on the battlefield have no eyes. Even superhumans aren't that lucky. War and killing are different things. QTUC listened intently and then replied, understood. Yinglong continued, there's still a lot I haven't told you. For instance, in the army of Barrier 178, a combat group has 30 men and a company has 4 combat groups. So, typically, a company has over 120 men. The two continued their walk, Yinglong providing further details. The Vanguard is a reinforced company. The Barrier has assigned us additional personnel like cooks, logistics officers, signalmen, and so on. That's why our numbers are a bit higher. He continued, not only that, but the Northwest isn't quite like the South. If this were the South, and Commander Zhang assigned you to the Vanguard, the whole company would probably be treating you with kid gloves. After a pause, he continued, but here in the Northwest, everyone wants to see if you've got what it takes. Intrigued, QTUC asked what it takes. Zhou Yinglong didn't immediately explain, his voice hardening. We're leaving for Mount Dingyuan tomorrow morning. Where you lot gawking at? Xiao Min, brimming with confidence, chimed in, Mount Dingyuan is all bark and no bite. We'll take it in less than half a month, for sure. He then asked the company commander, is the man standing next to you, QTUC? The commander smiled. That's right, it's him. His expression shifted, a menacing edge creeping into his voice. Remember, don't overstep your bounds. Q2C, sweating, pondered the commander's words. Don't overstep your bounds. What does that even mean? Zhou Yinglong entered his tent, leaving behind a single order. All right, carry on then. Seeing him disappear so quickly, Q2C blurted out, hey. The tent flap closed. A breeze stirred. A chilling silence descended. Before him stood a group of men with unsettling grins. Sensing something amiss, Q2C tensed, his mind racing. This doesn't feel like an army camp. It feels more like a bandit's den. Not wanting trouble, he stammered, You wouldn't attack a wounded man, would you? Their grins widened. One of them replied cheerfully, Don't worry, we won't go too hard on you. QTUC felt a jolt of fear. His face contorted. You dare lay a hand on a wounded veteran. His Adam's apple bobbed nervously. He then took off at a sprint, yelling, A wise man knows when to retreat. Discretion is the better part of valor. Xiaomin shouted, Get him! Behind TUC, a swarm of men gave chase. His face paled. Murderers! He gasped, survival instincts kicking in. He pushed himself to his limit, quickly outdistancing his pursuers. He ran until he reached the territory of the second company. A man, seeing him panting, asked, Hey kid, what are you doing running around here? Before the man could finish his sentence, QTUC delivered a devastating blow to his face. Not giving him a chance to react, he continued his assault. Take that, and that. Seeing his opponent dazed, he hoisted the man into the air and roared triumphantly. Vanguard reigned supreme. In a move that surprised everyone, he slammed the man back down and ran off. Old Lee, witnessing the scene, seethed with indignation. Damn Vanguard. They haven't paid for what they did to us in the last drill, and now they dare provoke us again. Rage coursing through him, he bellowed, Second Company, assemble. It's time for a fight. At his command, men poured out of their tents. The Vanguard and the Second Company faced off, a palpable tension hanging in the air. Xiaomin yelled, Old Lee, stay out of this. This has nothing to do with you. Old Lee retorted without hesitation, Stay out of this, my ass. Get them, men. The battle erupted, punctuated by insults. You're nothing but a bunch of losers. One side taunted. The other side shot back. Say that again if you dare. Amidst the chaos, no one noticed Zhou Yinglong's arrival. He looked at everyone with an air of utter boredom, seemingly oblivious to the chaotic scene unfolding around him. QTUC had only been there a day, and already the Vanguard and the Second Company had come to blows. It was utterly ridiculous. Suddenly, QTUC appeared from behind him, his voice hurried. Commander Zhou, QTUC said, and Zhou Yinglong spun around. When did you get here? He asked. Just now. Zhou Yinglong replied calmly. His face darkened. Why are they fighting? Zhou Yinglong continued, his voice nonchalant. I don't know. I suppose there's some bad blood between them, Brigade Commander. And you didn't stop them. Hu Xingji demanded. Isn't the Vanguard supposed to be heading to Mount Dingyuan? Zhou Yinglong's voice boomed with authority. Everyone stopped. The fighting ceased as all eyes turned towards the source of the command. Vanguard, return to camp. 10 minutes. You'd better be assembled. He continued, his voice ringing with a hint of menace. I suppose you lot don't need another day's rest. Feeling energetic. Fine. We'll depart for Mount Dingyuan immediately. The threat, coupled with the direct order, sent everyone scrambling. Xiaomin, leading a squad back, caught sight of something. Ahead of him, QTUC was watching everyone with wide-eyed fascination. Why didn't you call me when you were fighting? He asked. His words instantly drew the ire of the men around him. Xiaomin, radiating hostility, retorted, Who said we didn't call you? Faced with the crowd's animosity, QTUC shrank back slightly. Big brother, he stammered. Let's talk about this calmly. A sharp cough cut through the air, a voice booming with authority. Everyone snapped to attention, their posture impeccable. Xiaomin, with the practiced movements of a seasoned company leader, reported, Brigade Commander, the Vanguard is assembled. Roster count, 184. Present, 184. Zhou Yinglong looked at him. Zhang Xiaomin, he said, you made your pledge. Take Mount Dingyuan within half a month. Don't forget. Brigade Commander, rest assured, Xiaomin declared. If we don't take Mount Dingyuan within half a month, I'll blow my own head off. Morale surged through the ranks. Brigade Commander, rest assured. They roared. Victory is ours. As preparations for the march got underway, Xiaomin turned to QTUC, a sardonic grin on his face. Not bad, kid. You've really made us look bad this time. QTUC simply beamed. Too kind, he replied, accepting the praise regardless of its intent. Seeing the impenetrable thickness of QTUC's skin, Xiaomin turned to someone else. Xiao Shun, He said, QTUC will be in your squad. Keep an eye on him for me. If he disobeys, you have my permission to beat him to death. Xiao Shun leaned in and whispered, Company Commander, you saw how fast he ran. I'm not sure we could catch him even if we wanted to. He'd barely finished speaking when Xiao Min cuffed him. Less chatter. Move out. He turned back to QTUC, his expression now serious. Welcome to the Vanguard. Prepare yourself for hardship. I don't care how you lived before, but from now on, your old life is over. QTUC nodded obediently. Yes, sir. Xiao Min surveyed the assembled troops, his gaze sharp. Once everyone was accounted for, the armored all-terrain vehicles began to rumble out of the base, heading towards Mount Dingyuan. Inside, Xiao Min began sharing information with the others. He spoke seriously. Although our previous investigations pointed to a band of bandits stationed at Mount Dingyuan, it's now likely that regular Tong Clan forces are also present. Therefore, we must exercise extreme caution during our attack. QTUC, observing intently, nodded in agreement. Indeed, the bandits at Mount Dingyuan and Guanshan aren't your average brigands. After ensuring everyone understood the situation, Xiao Min continued. We're pressed for time. There might even be a water source on Mount Dingyuan, preventing us from cutting off their supply. Do you have any better ideas? A minute of silence followed. Eyes darted between the men, but no one spoke. Xiao Min looked at QTUC, his voice even. You seem to have a lot of good ideas. Why don't you tell us how we should attack? Hearing the question, QTUC slowly uttered 3 words. Direct assault. From his position of leadership, Xiao Min needed a safer approach. It's possible they have more weapons than we do. How many men will we lose in a direct assault? Do you think you and Xian Suo, with your immortal black shadows and black pans, can just charge into the enemy lines? QTUC didn't argue, replying obediently, I'm just a soldier. I'll follow your orders. Seeing QTUC's compliance, Xiao Min responded warmly. That's a good attitude. He then continued discussing with the others. There's another matter. We not only need to consider how to break through Mount Dingyuan's defenses, but also the reinforcements from Guanshan. Everyone listened intently to his analysis. Although these 2 bandit groups don't usually interact much, they both belong to the Tong clan. If a real fight breaks out, they'll likely support each other. Seeing Xiao Min's thorough grasp of the situation, QTUC couldn't help but admire him inwardly. He thinks things through. As the vehicles sped down the road, 2 figures suddenly stepped out, blocking their path. Could you stop for a moment? Xiao Min stepped out of the vehicle and asked politely, Can I help you? Sheng Ren pushed Sheng Ji's wheelchair forward. Sheng Ji looked at Xiao Min and asked, Is QTUC in your company? Commander Zhang informed us he'd be heading to the front lines today, so we wanted to say goodbye. We won't delay your journey. Xiao Min responded tactfully. The company has already departed. We can't stop just for goodbyes. Please step aside. He's a Vanguard soldier now. We can't allow you to see him. Meanwhile, a thought echoed in Xiao Min's head. Zhongyuan people. Seeing Xiao Min's firmness, Shang Ji didn't want to cause trouble and said, All right then, we won't say goodbye. But could you give him this gift? And tell him we have to return in 3 days. When we get back, we'll help him find the Lishan altar. Xiao Min agreed to take the gift box. All right, I'll give it to him. Without waiting for Shang Ji's thanks, he jumped back into the vehicle and said, Let's go. Shang Ji silently watched as the vehicle hurriedly started up. Shang Ji and Sheng Ren remained, watching the departing convoy disappear in a cloud of dust. Xiao Shun and the others looked on curiously, murmuring amongst themselves. So jealous. Me too. Xiao Min looked at QTUC coldly, handing him the gift box. In war, there's no room for romantic feelings. There's only life and death. Understand? QTUC accepted the box and opened it, asking curiously, What is this? Inside were numerous pastries. He picked one up and took a bite. He then held out the box of pastries in front of QTUC, saying, Share these with everyone. QTUC was taken aback by the gesture, responding with a touch of annoyance. These were given to you by a girl, and you're offering them to us. What are you thinking? The man sighed, a casual air about him as he replied, They're not that good. Meanwhile, Xiao Min, face pale, held the box of pastries as the men around him buzzed with chatter. Ignoring the commotion, he ate a pastry, his mind elsewhere. I wonder where Xiaokan is right now, he thought. They probably all think I'm dead. Watching him eat, QTUC spoke with sudden resolve. Company commander, let's attack Guanshan directly. Xiaomin's face twisted in displeasure. His mouth still full of pastry. He barked, are you crazy? I've already issued the orders to attack Mount Dingyuan. Besides, Guanshan is a much tougher target. QTUC began to reason with him, his tone serious. Didn't you say that if we attack Mount Dingyuan, we have to prevent Guanshan from sending reinforcements? So, let's attack Guanshan. The men at Mount Dingyuan will be the ones sending reinforcements then. Xiaomin, starting to be swayed by QTUC's logic, paused. That actually makes sense. With his characteristic sharpness, Xiaomin quickly added, so you're saying we feign an attack on Guanshan, then ambush and attack Mount Dingyuan while they're scrambling to react. Seeing that Xiaomin understood, QTUC nodded. Exactly. However, Xiaomin still had reservations. But what if we end up being attacked by both sides? QTUC calmly replied, if we don't do this, we'll be surrounded anyway, won't we? Xiaomin conceded the point. That's true. But what if our pressure on Guanshan isn't strong enough, and the enemy at Mount Dingyuan doesn't send reinforcements? QTUC's eyes gleamed with confidence. Then we'll just have to apply more pressure. Leave that to me. Xiaomin looked at him, questioning, are you willing to stake your life on it? Without hesitation, QTUC answered, of course. Once again, everyone gathered to listen to Xiaomin's plan. If we've decided to attack Guanshan to lure the bandits out of Mount Dingyuan, then we need to advance into Zongtrong Valley quietly, avoiding detection. He issued his orders with a stern expression. I don't know what your supernatural abilities are, but if you're confident you can put enough pressure on Guanshan, I'll trust you. But don't tell me later that you can't do it. You have to succeed. Otherwise, I don't care who you know, I'll shoot you myself. QTUC responded calmly, without a trace of hesitation, don't worry, sir. Xiao Shun, along with the others, looked at QTUC with wide-eyed admiration. As expected of someone the commander values, the military vehicles slowly advanced through the silent night, stopping at a distance from the mountain that allowed for observation. QTUC focused his gaze, calculating in his mind. The distance between Guanshan and Mount Dingyuan is almost 30 miles. If Guanshan requests reinforcements from Mount Dingyuan, it will take them a little over half an hour to arrive. We need to prepare trenches for an ambush. Putting thought into action, he quickly gathered his weapons. While he casually hoisted the heavy equipment onto his shoulder, Xiaomin beside him paled at the sheer weight of it, an impossible load for a single man. A feeling of inadequacy washed over Xiaomin. This is the strength of a supernatural user, he thought, awestruck. Everyone, split up and prepare the weapons. Meanwhile, QTUC effortlessly carried 2 loads himself. The system notification sounded. Mission, help comrades lessen their burden. QTUC glanced around, a nonchalant thought crossing his mind. Isn't that simple? Zhou Yinglong strode over to the brawling men, his voice calm, yet commanding. Stop it. Put it down. Let me handle this. He gestured towards the heavy equipment, a friendly smile playing on his lips. Xiaomin, ever the shrewd company commander, quickly interjected, no need, brigade commander. I can manage. The affable expression on Zhou Yinglong's face vanished, replaced by a menacing glint. His voice, now laced with a threat, cut through the air. Let go. Seeing the dangerous look in the brigade commander's eyes, the soldier wisely dropped the weapon. Zhou Yinglong's smile returned, now tinged with something almost predatory. Good boy. A sly, almost unsettling grin spread across Zhou Yinglong's face. Aren't you going to thank me? Coerced and slightly bewildered, Xiaomin managed a strained, thank you. A notification pinged in Zhou Yinglong's mind. +1 thank you from Zhang. Xiaomin mission completion progress. 1%. The announcement sent a wave of shock through him. What? I have to do this 100 times. Despite their initial friction, Xiaomin, ever the conscientious company commander, showed concern. Don't overexert yourself, brigade commander. Conserving your strength for the battle is more important. Still reeling from the mental blow, Zhou Yinglong plastered a friendly smile on his face. Don't worry, Don't worry. I know my limits. Zhou Yinglong cheerfully hoisted the equipment and continued on his way. The repetitive task was mind-numbingly dull, but the mission compelled him forward. He continued his work without complaint, helping the others. Suddenly, his eyes narrowed, a flicker of alertness crossing his features. Someone's there. His comrades instantly dropped to the ground, silent and still. Zhou Yinglong, sweating slightly, watched them, holding his own breath. They're really cautious, huh? He thought. Xiao Min's whispered command barely reached the ears of his men. Don't make a sound. Absolutely no sudden movements. A sudden yell pierced the silence, drawing their attention. What was that? Who yelled over there? One of the soldiers reported back. Company commander, someone's shouting outside. It's not one of us. Xiao Min's brow furrowed. Outside. Then a thought struck him. Wait a minute. Where's Tuc? He and the others rose to their feet, staring in astonishment at the scene before them. What's going on here? They watched as Tuc, holding a man effortlessly in his grip, hoisted him into the air. He turned his back and began to remove his own shirt. With surprising speed, he stripped the unconscious man of his clothes. Xiao Min, bewildered, watched Tuc don the other man's attire. What are you doing? Tuc's voice was filled with a fierce determination. I'm going to Guanshan. I've been observing. The route should take about an hour. 1 hour from now, I want you to fire the mortars at the mountain. Don't worry about accuracy. Just make a lot of noise. Xiao Min's voice was laced with concern. You're going up there alone. Can you handle it by yourself? Tuc offered a reassuring smile. Don't worry. I'm not going there to die. His casual response sent a shiver down the spines of the men. Xiao Shun, observing from the side, spoke up. I thought the commander sent us some green kid. Didn't expect him to be such a badass. Xiaomin agreed. Do you guys get the feeling this kid has a vendetta against those bandits? He killed that guy back there without a second thought. No hesitation at all. Another soldier chimed in, a note of awe in his voice. When he was pushing that motorcycle up the mountain earlier, I swear I felt this wave of killing intent coming off him. Xiao Min, exasperated by the melodramatic comment, delivered a swift punch. Have you been reading too much wuxia? Killing intent, my ass. Get out of here. He then turned serious, issuing his command. Mortar team, prepare to fire. Rows of rifles stood in orderly formation. The red flicker of muzzle flashes danced in the twilight. A flurry of hushed conversations rippled through the ranks. The bandits at Guanshan are in chaos, one whispered. Should we go and support Tuc? Another voice cut in. Waves of counterattacks have begun. The mortar fire is boosting morale, but we can't let our guard down. A third added, but if we withdraw now and the bandits on Mount Dingyuan attack, we'll be caught in a pincer movement. Xiao Min, their company commander, quickly moved to reassure his men. We must trust Brigade Commander Zhou. He chose Tuc for a reason. He paused, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. Did anyone else here train? Or am I imagining things? Xiao Shun, focused and intent, scanned the landscape, unwilling to miss a single detail. The mountain remained eerily silent. Taking in the scene before him, Xiao Shun silently assessed the situation. The gunfire has stopped. Has he fallen? He swallowed hard. Regardless, Tuc was a brave man. Suddenly, a voice broke the silence. Isn't that Tuc? He's alive. A figure, face smeared with mud, but eyes burning with unwavering resolve, emerged from the shadows, miraculously unscathed. Having escaped the deadly fray, Tuc strode forward. Relief washed over the faces of the waiting soldiers. It's him, Xiao Min shouted. He's alive. Xiao Min rushed to Tuc's side. Are you injured? How did you get out? He demanded, his voice laced with concern. Medic, medic. Tuc shook his head, his voice heavy with disappointment. I'm sorry. I failed the mission. Xiao Min clapped him on the shoulder. Just surviving is a victory. You went up there alone. How could you hold off an entire bandit force? Come on, get into the trench. When the bandits from Guanshan arrive, we'll engage them head on. Tuc, realizing the misunderstanding, quickly corrected him. That's not what I meant. I killed them too quickly. They didn't have time to call for reinforcements from Mount Dingyuan before they were all dead. His two comrades stared at him in disbelief. Xiaomin frowned. That explains why we didn't see any bandits from Mount Dingyuan, even after our artillery barrage. He looked at Chu Tuc skeptically. Wait a minute. Are you serious? There were at least 600 or 700 bandits at Guanshan. Chu Tuc's expression turned somber. A while back, the bandits at Guanshan attacked a group of refugees on Zhongcheng's orders. After that, there were only about 100 or so left. They weren't as strong as you thought. Surprise flickered across Xiaomin's face. So that's what happened. He paused, then asked, but how did you know about this? Were you and your family or friends among those they attacked? QTUC's voice was barely a whisper. Yes. Xiaomin continued his questioning. That doesn't make sense. Even if there were only a few hundred bandits, that's still a lot. Are you sure they're all dead? A soldier doesn't joke about these things. QTUC nodded firmly. I'm sure. There should still be plenty of machine guns and ammunition up there. We should retrieve them. We're running low on supplies ourselves. The scene shifted to the mountaintop. Xiaomin, surveying the scene of carnage, bodies strewn across the ground, spoke into his radio. Connect me with Brigade Commander Zhou. I need to report the situation. A booming voice erupted from the receiver. What is it, you little brat? Don't tell me you're giving up on Mount Dingyuan already. Zhou Yinglong's voice crackled with fury. Let me tell you something. You signed a military oath. Even if you can't take it, you have to fight. Xiaomin held the radio away from his ear, a look of exasperation on his face. Xiaomin continued his report to the company commander. We've captured Guanshan. Tomorrow, we'll attack Mount Dingyuan. Zhou Yinglong, surprised, responded, Really? He inquired further, what are your vanguard casualties like? If there are too many, you can rest and wait for reinforcements. Xiaomin grinned. No casualties. QTUC single-handedly defeated all 100-plus bandits on Guanshan. Our initial plan was for him to hold them off, but he wiped them out completely. Zhou Yinglong exclaimed in astonishment, Incredible. Back on Guanshan, QTUC sat on the ground, removing his outer jacket. He breathed a sigh of relief. Whoa, a bespectacled soldier behind him remarked. He took out over 100 men and looks completely unfazed. That's some serious composure. QTUC thought to himself, this is just the beginning. I'll definitely make Zhongcheng pay. Xiaomin addressed his comrades. Check our spoils. A subordinate reported 2 12.7mm heavy machine guns with mantlets and wheels, 31 crates of ammunition, 2 mortars, and a lot of automatic rifles. Useless to us, though. We don't have enough men. Xiaomin instructed, take the mortars and mortar rounds. Dismantle the mantlets and wheels from the heavy machine guns and bring the ammo. Mantlets aren't much use in the plains. They'll just slow us down. He suddenly asked, Wait a minute. Nobody knows. Xiaoshin replied, No, sir. Couldn't find any. Xiaomin chuckled in disbelief. These Wanshan bandits are really poor. Couldn't even afford grenades. QTUC grinned slyly. They're safer with me. Xiaomin finally conceded, forget it. Don't worry about it. Everyone, carry these weapons down the mountain. Xiao Shun, hoisting a weapon onto his shoulder, said cheerfully, this one's mine. QTUC, observing from afar, approached and took the load from Xiao Shun's shoulder. Squad leader, let me help you with that. Xiao Shun looked at QTUC with gratitude. A skilled fighter and a supportive comrade. What sacred camaraderie. Thanks, QTUC. Xiao Shun expressed his appreciation. As QTUC followed the group down the mountain, laden with weapons, he thought to himself, I didn't expect to earn gratitude even here. Approaching Xiaomin, he asked, Company Commander, what are our next orders? Xiaomin replied, We're laying siege to Mount Dingyuan. The vanguard and engineering battalions are arriving north soon. They'll establish a forward operating base there. We can't let the bandits in the rear cause trouble. QTUC, curious, asked, How are we attacking Mount Dingyuan? As they walked, Xiaomin explained, Brigade Commander Zhou said we don't need a full-scale assault. Just keep them pinned down on Mount Dingyuan. Prevent them from doing anything. After taking Guanshan, the plan changed. Our mission isn't too difficult now. We can minimize casualties. He continued, once the forward operating base is established, fresh troops will arrive with fire support. Things will be much easier then. TUC agreed. Right. The group reached the foot of the mountain with the captured weaponry. Exhausted, everyone sat down to rest. Some began removing their boots. Suddenly, TUC stood up. He walked towards the front. Xiao Min, the company commander, noticing this, turned to Xiao Shun, the soldier with green hair, and said, I keep feeling like he's got something on his mind. Xiao Shun replied, Company commander, maybe it's just because our feet stink. TUC stared into the distance, lost in thought. Xiao Min continued, don't you guys feel like he's carrying a heavy burden? Xiao Shun looked over and said, yeah, maybe a little. Xiao Min walked over to TUC with a bowl of water. Here, have some water, he offered. TUC replied, thanks, company commander. Xiao Min, also gazing towards the horizon, asked, I heard you're from the southwest. Why did you suddenly decide to come to a poor place like Outpost 178? TUC explained, I didn't originally plan to come here, but there's something important I have to do, and my goals align with those of Outpost 178. Xiao Min responded with a simple, Then he asked, Company Commander, why did you join the Outpost 178 military? Xiao Min chuckled softly and began his story. I was born and raised in Outpost 178. The first thing young people do here when they turn 16 is go through a trial period to see if they're fit to be soldiers. Everyone fights for a spot in the military. TUC asked, intrigued, why is that? Xiao Min looked up at the sky and said, so that when the bell in the center of the outpost rings, we have the chance to prove ourselves as men. TUC spoke seriously. The inner six corporations never mention your contributions to the citizens. Those people don't even know you're protecting their peace. Even so, you're willing to continue guarding them. Xiao Min explained, whether they know or not is their business. Whether we guard them or not is ours. He placed a hand on his chest and declared proudly, you should know, in our vanguard there are no cowards. We are all true men, with ideals we bravely pursue. Like me, for example. My ideal is to become a brigade commander, just like my father. TUC then asked, your father is a brigade commander. Xiao Min responded sheepishly, well, what I mean is, my father's dream was also to become a brigade commander. TUC was speechless. The next day, the squad marched in 2 columns. Xiao Shen signaled, everyone be alert. Xiao Min ran over and whispered, what is it? Xiao Shen quietly replied, enemy spotted. Looks like they've set up stakes. Xiao Min used his binoculars to scan the mountainside. That must be smoke from their cigarettes. The white smoke from cooking fires doesn't look like that. He continued in a serious tone, those bandits actually have lookouts posted at the foot of the mountain. Pretty professional. Just really stupid lookouts. Xiao Shan asked, what should we do? Attack directly. Xiao Min gave his orders, yes. Follow the ravine and continue to advance. Deputy Xiao, Lin Ping, and the two of you see if you can reach the road on the other side. Eliminate them silently. No gunfire. Deputy Xiao said worriedly. Company Commander Ren Xiaosu is gone. Xiao Min calmly replied, quietly wait. He thought to himself, Ren Xiaosu, whatever you do, don't make too much noise. You'll ruin everything. Under the sunlight, TUC dragged 2 unconscious bandits back. He threw them roughly to the ground and reported, we can interrogate them about the layout on the mountain. We might be able to use mortars to take out their machine gun nests. The bandits aren't very cautious. These 2 probably know quite a bit. Xiao Min glanced around and barked, go and restrain them. Deputy Xiao and Lin Ping bring them to that large rock. Slap them awake. Wake them up. The 2 bandits trembled, a knife pressed against each of their throats. Xiao Min approached, holding a piece of paper. I'll give you 2 a chance. Draw out the defense map of Mount Dingyuan, and I'll spare your lives. We're from Outpost 178. Cooperate, and you won't die. Understand. A flicker of relief crossed their faces. The bandit in brown spoke, you're from Outpost 178. The one with purple hair added, we'll cooperate. Xiao Shun, his green hair vibrant, spoke up, you think they're telling the truth. Just like that. The bandit in brown pointed to a spot on the map. The machine gun positions change frequently. There's a lot of stuff covered with tarps up on the mountain. We don't know what's under them. You need to be careful. The purple-haired bandit added, "This mountain path is blocked by trees. You won't be able to charge up it." The brown-clad bandit continued, a thoughtful frown creasing his brow. "That's right. It seems like they received orders to defend Mount Dingyuan to the death. They brought up a whole load of supplies earlier. They said if they hold out for 3 months, they'll be rewarded." Someone in Xiao Min's group asked, "Are there regular troops on the mountain?" The purple-haired bandit replied, "No, not really. But there are some very skilled fighters among the bandits. They're definitely not from the River Valley bandits." The question came, "How many are there?" The bandit in brown answered, "Probably around 100 or so. There are over 900 bandits total on Mount Dingyuan." QTUC spoke up, a puzzled tone in his voice. "Isn't there another way up?" And they didn't say why they have to defend Mount Dingyuan to the death. The purple-haired bandit shrugged. "They didn't tell us. How would we know?" The bandit in brown added, a nervous laugh escaping his lips. "Officer, we've told you everything we know. Can we go now?" Xiaomin waved them off dismissively. "Get out of here. Head west. And don't let me see your faces again." Yes, of course," they stammered, scrambling away. Watching them go, Shun murmured to Xiao Min, "Just letting them go like that." Xiao Min replied quietly, "Outpost 178 keeps its word. Don't worry, the River Valley bandits understand. They'll head straight west and not look back." Xiao Min frowned, deep in thought. "The bandits on Mount Dingyuan have blocked all the mountain paths. That's strange. Why block the paths? What's the point of holding out for 3 months?" Xiao Shin shrugged. "Who cares? Less work for us guarding down here. They're not coming down anyway." Xiao Min countered, "Something's not right. They must have a reason for wanting to hold this position. War isn't about blindly following orders. Keeping the enemy guessing is key to victory. What if we attack Mount Dingyuan now?" Another voice chimed in, eager for action. "Let's do it. We've never hesitated before." The eager voice continued, "At least we know where the machine gun nests are. We can use mortars to take out their firepower. That'll minimize our casualties. Then we attack immediately. If we wait until they change the machine gun positions, this information will be useless." Xiao Shun suggested, "So we attack tonight then." Xiao Min's voice was firm. "Yes, if there were another path, we could send scouts. But Mount Dingyuan only has one way up. We'll have to attack head-on. Signalman, contact Brigade Commander Zhou and report the situation." QTUC interrupted, "I can climb up the back of Mount Dingyuan and launch a surprise attack. We can coordinate a pincer movement." Someone exclaimed in disbelief, "The back is an 80-degree slope. You're going to climb that? With what faith?" "I'm confident I have a way," QTUC declared, turning back to make a request of Company Commander Xiao Min. "Could you give me 2 packs of TNT?" Xiao Min handed over the explosives with a cautious, "Be careful." QTUC accepted them with a confident, "Don't worry." 6 hours after you hear the explosion from the mountain, immediately destroy their machine gun nest. With that, he ran towards the mountain, leaving Xiao Min staring after him, thinking this battle can be fought this easily, all thanks to Ren QTUC. A surge of happiness coursed through him as he added to his internal monologue. Commander Zhang's eye for talent is truly impeccable. Aloud, he shouted encouragement to the departing figure, QTUC. QTUC turned back, a puzzled frown on his face. "Support what?" He called back, a nagging feeling tugging at him. "Why do I feel like I've missed something important?" Under a star-studded night sky, he glanced upwards. "It's almost time," he murmured. Xiao Shun instructed his subordinate, "Attack as soon as you hear anything. I have a feeling that if we're even a step late, he'll wipe them all out himself." The subordinate acknowledged the order, then added thoughtfully, "According to what QTUC said, Guanshan's main force attacked them earlier and suffered heavy losses. That's why it was so easy to take." Xiao Min's brow furrowed with worry. "Mount Dingyuan will be much harder to take than Guanshan," he said gravely. "They have several times more men." He rallied his troops. "We still have to try and attack the mountain as quickly as possible to ensure Ren QTUC safety. This battle is for the entire vanguard. We can't let him bear the pressure alone." His expression serious, he issued his final orders. "From now on, control all sound and light. No smoking, no talking, no flashlights. We advance in silence. The soldiers, ready for battle, formed a long line, marching shoulder to shoulder. Suddenly, a pair of red-tinged feet slammed into the earth. Leaping onto the spectral form that mirrored his movements, QTUC thought, I can't let them know that Su Xian and I have the same ability. A shadow of sadness crossed his eyes. I still haven't figured out how to explain this to old Su. With a powerful leap, the two figures propelled themselves from the base of the mountain towards its towering heights. Su Xian's hands, each gripping a sharpened stake, slammed into the rock face, finding purchase. With practiced ease, the two figures ascended. QTUC's hand gripped the rock, his eyes scanning the terrain from behind a boulder. In the distance, he could see the bandits' lair, figures moving around on guard duty. There are quite a few of them, he thought. Many more than Akwan Shan. It's a good thing I didn't just barge in. Su Xian, his movements a blur, darted forward. Concealed behind a tree trunk, he observed the lair. It's a pity the previous battle damaged the nanorobot armor. Now, there's only enough left to protect the vital areas, he thought with a sigh. I wonder if I'll ever encounter another nano-warrior again. Su Xian burst into the bandits' lair. Two guards were killed instantly. The remaining guard, seeing Su Xian, cried out in terror. From his vantage point outside, QTUC only heard a muffled groan. Everyone inside the tent was slaughtered. Only the red glow emanating from Su Xian's body illuminated the scene. Su Xian emerged from the tent, moving with incredible speed. QTUC, observing from outside, nodded in satisfaction. Seems pretty effective, he murmured. There's a noise coming from inside. Boss really can't stay on this Dingyuan mountain any longer. All the routes up are blocked now. Someone said that Guanshan has been wiped out by Outpost 178. The Tong clan has hidden 2L-52 cannons on this mountain. 115 millimeters caliber, a range of over 50 kilometers. QTUC listened, a soft grunt escaping his lips. The voice continued, those are weapons the Tong clan decommissioned. Positioning them in this bandit lair means they've already calculated their target. I'm guessing it's a sneak attack on Outpost 178's forward base. QTUC edged closer, probing for more. Boss, if the Tong clan fires even one of those cannons, I'm afraid Outpost 178 will flatten this whole Dingyuan mountain. Staying here is certain death. He pressed his ear against the door. I'll go down the mountain tonight. A voice from inside replied, do we need to inform Outpost 178 about what's happening on Dingyuan Mountain? The subordinate inside added, all right, then I'll make a trip to their camp and let them know. We can't let the Tong clan get away with this. We have to prevent them from disrupting our southern campaign. Overhearing the conversation, QTUC realized this was an infiltrator. He just mentioned cannons. That must be what those two bandits were talking about, hidden under the tarp. QTUC pondered. A range of over 50 kilometers, that's terrifying. He recalled Xiao Min mentioning that Outpost 178's forward base was 40 to 50 kilometers away. Could their target be the forward base? This is someone from the Khan clan, QTUC deduced. The only force capable of embedding someone within Dingyuan Mountain's bandits for so long would be them. Over by the barracks, a guard was about to relieve himself. He jumped back in fright, coming face to face with Su Xian. Monster! He screamed. Gun in hand, QTUC confronted the spy. Khan clan. The guard shouts echoed. Monster! Don't be afraid. Kill it. The spy remained silent, offering no response. QTUC leveled his gun at the spy. Outpost 178. He gritted. The gun remained pointed as QTUC pressed. Are you with Lalam? Terror gripped the spy. Lalam, what are you talking about? I don't understand. QTUC glanced at the spy's trousers. Pull your pants up first. Why, yes, sir, stammered the spy. QTUC shoved the gun closer. Khan clan, how many of you are here? The spy pleaded, Officer, I really don't know what you're talking about. You want to attack Dingyuan Mountain, right? I can guide you. QTUC grabbed the spy's collar. Not telling the truth, are you? He roared. I haven't even pulled my pants up yet. Dragging him towards the cliff edge, QTUC threatened, tell me the truth, or I'll throw you down. The spy wailed, my brothers, I'll see you on the other side. I'll be back in 18 years. QTUC stared, bewildered. The spy continued his dramatic cries. Mother, Face down on the ground, the spy moaned, "My unfilial son." He lay prone, feigning death. QTUC nudged him with his foot. "Wake up, you're not dead yet." The spy sat up abruptly. "I was just pretending." QTUC, seemingly unfazed, instructed him, "All right, I'm a friend of La Map. You can go. This place isn't safe anymore. Don't take the main road. You'll be killed for sure." The spy stared, a look of blissful relief washing over his face. "Thank you. Good people will be blessed with peace all their lives." QTUC watched the spy's desperate, scrambling retreat and mused, "He's pretty quick on his feet." Then he continued his stride down the main road. Behind him, Su Xian, struck in the face by a red bullet, tumbled backward. QTUC, sensing this, took cover behind a thick tree trunk. "Damn it," he muttered to himself. "I can't let that shadow get hit between the eyes. That would be a major problem." He took out a lighter and lit the fuse on the TNT, then placed the explosive within the purple circle on the box. The TNT bounced out of the circle and landed on the ground. The fuse burned down, and a fierce blaze erupted. Seeing the signal, Xiao Min ordered his men, "Get ready. I'll count down. 3, 2, 1, fire." A volley of bullets ripped through the air. "Groups 2, 3, and 4 follow me. Charge," Xiao Min commanded. "Signalman, contact Battalion HQ. One group stays behind and provides covering fire with the artillery." He advanced with his comrades. "Fire all the captured mortar rounds," he roared. A shell landed near an enemy machine gun nest. Boom! The enemy gun emplacement was destroyed. Exhilarated, Xiao Min exclaimed. Their machine gun was exactly where it was marked on the map. He signaled to those behind him. "Follow me. Let's finish them off." Enemy fire intensified. Everyone took cover behind boulders. "Stay down," Xiao Min urged. He surveyed the enemy position, puzzled. "Why is there still a machine gun firing?" "Sir, the heavy machine gun has changed position," Wang Baknan reported. "The marked location on the map was on the right. This one's on the left." Xiao Min called out, "Squad leader Wang Baknan, can you take it out?" "It's about 300 meters from us, sir," he replied. Baknan turned to Dukvai. "Dukvai, we'll cover you while you advance 220 meters. Can you lob a grenade onto that position?" "Do I have enough?" Dukvai asked. "Even with a perfect throw, it's not a sure thing." Baknan encouraged him. "It has to be enough. You only have 3 chances. If you miss, we all die with you." Everyone surged forward at the shout of charge. Xiao Min directed the mortar fire, continuous covering fire for Group 2. A mushroom cloud billowed from the mountaintop. Xiao Min grinned. "That's the TNT. That's Ren Xiaosu." Everyone charged forward at his command. "He's taken out the heavy machine gun emplacement. Men, follow me." Xiao Min led the charge into the forest. "Hurry up and follow him." Xiaoshan called out, lagging a step behind. "Stay alert. Don't make any sudden moves." The 3 of them cautiously advanced. They took cover behind a boulder, observing the situation. Scouts carefully checked the bodies of the fallen enemies. Xiao Min observed the scene, thinking to himself, judging by the nature of these wounds, Ren Xiaosu engaged them in close combat. I wonder what his supernatural ability is. With that kind of destructive power, he's unstoppable. The scene shifted to another part of the mountain. QTUC reabsorbed Su Xian back in his body. He thought, Zhang Xiaomin's group is up here now. Meanwhile, Xiaomin's group was locked in a firefight with the enemy. He barked, "No more holding back. Open fire." The surprise scouts were caught off guard. The 2 sides clashed fiercely, the enemy quickly losing ground. Seizing the advantage, Xiao Min ordered, "Surround them." Panicked, the remaining scouts scattered, fleeing the relentless barrage of bullets. A small purple circle appeared in the hiding spot of the 2 scouts. The violet light gradually expanded, and one curious scout asked, "What is this?" From the glowing circle, a grenade materialized. It landed at the feet of the startled scout. The grenade detonated, obliterating the 2 figures. QTUC smiled, a glint of satisfaction in his eyes. "Perfect," he murmured. "Damn it," one of the remaining scouts cursed. "Why did Outpost 178 send a superhuman?" Their leader barked, "Retreat. Fall back." Hidden behind a thick tree trunk, QTUC watched the scouts withdraw in an organized fashion. He mused, firing at the retreating figures. TUC thought they must be from the Tong clan. Even in retreat, they maintained their discipline. Caught off guard by the sudden attack, the scouts fell, riddled with bullets. Xiaomin looked towards the mountain. Mobile fire team, advance. Pin them down. Damn, QTUC is a beast. The scene shifted to the forward base of Outpost 178. Inside a tent, Long was interrupted by a subordinate. Commander Zhang, the vanguard unit led by Xiaomin is calling. Long took the call. I told him to block the Dingyuan Mountain bandits, but he insists on making things difficult. You're stuck on a mountainside, aren't you? Stay put. Don't move. I'm sending the second company to reinforce you. Xiaomin's voice was buoyant. No need, Commander. We've already captured Dingyuan Mountain. Long was stunned into silence. He bellowed, have you been drinking bad liquor? You've captured Dingyuan Mountain in less than a night. From the other end, Xiaomin replied, Commander, we really have captured it. He continued, trying to explain, you wouldn't believe it, Commander, but the Tong clan had 2 cannons hidden on Dingyuan Mountain, aimed right at our forward base. If we hadn't taken a mountain, you'd all be dead. Long simply replied, dead. The moment I heard Dingyuan Mountain was blocking the mountain pass, I knew it was the Tong clan's doing. We've already relocated the forward base. Their cannons can't reach us. QTUC thought to himself, surprised, Outpost 178 truly lives up to its reputation. Their awareness is far superior to other outposts. Long calmly asked casualties. Xiaomin responded, reporting, Commander. Only 7 wounded. No fatalities. Long seemed incredulous. He pressed further. How many bandits were killed? Xiaomin answered enthusiastically. We eliminated 927. We suspect 131 of them were Tong clan regulars. Long chuckled. That Nam Tu the commander assigned to you, is quite something, isn't he? Xiaomin replied, brimming with pride. The commander's judgment is never wrong. Drinks are on me when we get back. Long responded, you've stumbled upon a real treasure, kid. Just a little bit, Xiaomin said modestly. TUC, standing nearby, listened to the entire conversation. After finishing his call, Xiaomin approached TUC with a beaming smile. He clapped TUC on the shoulder. Man, you're a beast. You single-handedly took out more than half the bandits on this mountain. You really didn't have to do that, you know. We're not exactly slouches ourselves. Next time, let's face the enemy together. QTUC smiled. It's all right. I did it to minimize casualties on our side. Xiaomin laughed heartily. Come on, casualties are inevitable on the battlefield. You never know when a stray bullet or shell might find you. The battlefield is a place where you have to trust in fate. Everything is predetermined. No one can control it. Even if it truly is fate, QTUC replied, we still have to gamble. No one knows whose feet the bombs and bullets will land at. All we can do is use all our strength to kick them away before they hit the ground. Xiaomin thought, touched, this kid really wants us to survive. I'm suddenly a little moved. This comrade is someone worth befriending. A true hero. Dingyuan Mountain was theirs. They quickly gathered the remaining weapons and supplies. QTUC strolled leisurely through the captured encampment. Taking a mountain was incredibly satisfying. All the spoils belonged to their squad. Sitting in a corner, he saw Xiaomin grumbling. Wait a minute, there aren't any grenades here. Dingyuan Mountain isn't poor, is it? Why haven't I seen a single crate of grenades? Eavesdropping quietly, QTUC felt a pang of guilt. There were indeed crates of grenades. More than a dozen, in fact, each containing 20 grenades. But he had stashed them all away in his spatial storage. The system promptly displayed a notification, mission complete. Reward, 5 attribute points, can be freely allocated. QTUC thought in surprise, wait, so hiding the grenades counts as lessening the burden on my comrades. I never realized the system had this feature. He narrowed his eyes, puzzled. Well, alright then. Why didn't I think of this before? QTUC opened his status panel to check. The strength bar was already full, and he simply increased the attribute of his agility bar. He looked at his now completely filled strength and agility bars with satisfaction. He chuckled softly, all done. The system immediately reported the results. Attribute point allocation complete. Strength value, 13.5. Agility value, 12.1. The system's notification made him pause, stroking his chin thoughtfully. When my strength and agility first broke through 10, it unlocked the momentum skill. I wonder what new ability I'll get when these two attributes break through 20. Night had fallen. The crescent moon above illuminated the entire mountainside. QTUC's group carried the spoils they'd gathered down the mountain. Lu Junsheng and Zhang Banhu, laden with supplies, expressed their gratitude. Thank you, TUC. Thanks to you, we had fewer casualties. The system promptly notified him, +1 thank you from Lu Junsheng, +1 thank you from Zhang Banhu. Inwardly, he was beaming, but outwardly he feigned modesty. It was nothing, don't mention it. Lu Junsheng, still looking at him, continued to express his gratitude. No, I really must thank you. Zhang Banhu chimed in, he's right. Thank you. If there's anything we can do for you in the future, just let us know. Others around them quickly added their own thanks. Thank you. The system issued a flurry of notifications. +1 thank you from Sunze. +1 thank you from Li Haomai. +1 thank you from Li Ming. +1 thank you from Yangfan. +1 thank you. The numerous thank yous being added to his tally filled him with joy. Unexpectedly, everyone is so sincere. The corners of his mouth, already upturned, stretched even wider. QTUC laughed inwardly. This is a huge haul. I've already received over 100 thank yous in such a short time. Why didn't I meet these guys sooner? Strolling leisurely ahead of the group, he calculated silently, walk slowly. Wait for the comrades behind me to thank me some more. The group continued to move the captured supplies down the mountain. They'd been traveling all night, and now the sky was beginning to lighten. At the camp at the foot of Dingyuan Mountain, Xiao Min led his squad, along with Chu Tuc, down mountain. After a long night's trek, they finally arrived. Grandma's teeth. That wasn't easy. We finally made it, Xiao Min exclaimed. He enthusiastically addressed his squad. All right, everyone, straighten yourselves up. We're about to enter the forward base. They adjusted their uniforms, assigned 2 men to carry the captured artillery piece, and marched forward with an air of triumph. As they stepped through the gate, the guards snapped to attention, saluting respectfully and welcoming Xiao Min's squad. QTUC, slightly embarrassed, leaned closer to Xiao Min's squad leader. Is all this necessary? It seems a bit much, doesn't it? Xiao Min shot him a look, his voice laced with pride. You don't understand. Our vanguard squad won the battle, wiping out over 100 enemies. By now, the whole army probably knows about it. We need to play the part. Let them see the prestige of the vanguard. They had barely entered the tent when a booming voice stopped them in their tracks. Put that RPG down. I thought you lot were attacking my camp. Long, their commander, looked at the wounded men on stretchers. Where are the medics? Get over here and take these wounded away. One of the wounded waved him off. No need. My wounds are almost healed. Mactu Tuc applied medicine to us. Unlong raised an eyebrow, a hint of disbelief in his voice. Oh, so the herbal remedies actually work, huh? QTUC, from the back, quickly stepped forward. Commander Ung, you've seen my medicine before. It's true, it's herbal, but all kinds of external injuries will be completely healed within 3 days. There are many miraculous herbs out in the wilderness these days. Xiao Min, exasperated, barked at the men on the stretchers. If you're not seriously injured, why aren't you walking? Get down. The men, chastised, could only chuckle sheepishly. Every little bit helps, right? Unlong, curious, asked, you captured Dingyuan Mountain with only this many casualties. Xiao Min stood at attention, all thanks to the brilliant leadership of Camp Commander. Before he could finish his flattery, Unlong cut him off with a kick. Enough with the bootlicking. Get out of here and write your battle report. Xiao Min and the others looked disgruntled. Commander, our vanguard squad are war heroes. The forward base should be treating us to a feast, not making us write battle reports. Unlong delivered another swift kick, propelling Xiao Min further out of the tent. Stop whining. Go right. No report. No food. Chastened, Xiao Min scurried off, nodding vigorously. Yes. I'm going. Back in his own tent, Xiao Min sat down to write his report, grumbling to himself. We won the battle, and we still have to summarize lessons learned and mistakes. If we won, isn't that the end of it? He chewed on his pen, staring at the words he'd written. The main problem is, I don't even know how we won this battle. Unable to figure it out, he called out to his comrade. QTUC, come here for a second. Seeing him beckoning, QTUC approached, wondering if Xiao Min was about to ask him to write the report for him. He scratched his head, a sheepish grin on his face. I'm a wanderer. I don't know how to write. Xiao Min's expression immediately shifted to one of disbelief. He cocked an eyebrow, suspicion clouding his features. The successor commander, Zhang Chou's, can't even write. He thought incredulously. Xiao Min frowned, unable to fathom the situation, and sighed. The enemy had fallen with such surprising ease. After a moment of contemplation, he brightened. Hey, QTUC, he offered cheerfully. This victory is all thanks to you. If you can't write, just tell me what happened, and I'll write the report for you. QTUC forced a smile. Don't worry about it. The important thing is, we don't even know how you managed to take down the Dinyuan Mountain Bandits so quickly. QTUC feigned confusion. Just write that everyone bravely charged together. It was a team effort. I can't take all the credit. His humility surprised Xiao Min. That's not right. It's embarrassing. We can't just steal your accomplishments. Unfazed by the praise, QTUC sat down, grabbing the paper and brush. It's no big deal. Let me write it. As he wrote, he fabricated a dramatic account of the battle. Squad leader Xiao Min led the charge, bravely advancing without a trace of fear. In a critical moment, Zhang Xiaomin single-handedly took down 3 bandits with one shot. QTUC continued, embellishing the tale. Xiaomin listened, dumbfounded, starting to doubt his own memory. Was I really that awesome? As QTUC diligently filled the report with fictional heroics, he made a silent decision. Now that I've got my revenge, I should leave this place. I need to get to the Central Plains to find Lu Yuan, Xiao Yu, and the others. His gaze, fixed on the page, drifted into the distance, a melancholic shadow passing over his features. I wonder how they're doing. A loud bang echoed from within the camp as a fist slammed down on a table, followed by Long's furious roar. How dare you steal credit from your subordinates? Do you want me to shoot you? Wrongfully accused, Xiao Min quickly explained, and Mo Tuc wrote the report. He leaned back in his chair, letting out a weary sigh. He had intended to incorporate Tuc's actual accomplishments into the report, but Long furrowed his brow, a troubled expression on his face. He'd been asking around about this newcomer, Mo Tuc. If someone back home asked me about him, I should be able to answer. It wouldn't look good for a commander like me to be clueless. His expression hardened as he issued a command. Tell me then, exactly how did Mo Tuc fight in this battle? Xiao Min straightened up, ready to deliver his report. Commander Long, I didn't actually see. Before he could finish, a table slammed into his face, sending him sprawling. A louder roar erupted. Get out! The sun began to dip below the horizon, casting long shadows across the mountains. Long's troops were diligently training in the courtyard. Xiao Min grunted as he performed push-ups, counting each repetition. 1, 2, 3. A messenger rushed up to him, interrupting his exercise. Squad leader, Xiao Min Commander, Zhou requests your presence at headquarters. Xiao Min stopped his training and ran over to Long Commander. You were looking for me? He asked. Long wore a cheerful expression. Yesterday, I submitted the battle report. Today, the Commander-in-Chief awarded you. In wartime, we have to use special methods. It shows the Commander-in-Chief values you highly. A little confused by Long's words, Xiao Min furrowed his brow, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. What did the Commander-in-Chief say? Long quickly explained. Actually, your rank was already halfway to the next level, but because the Vanguard Company is a reinforced company, even though you receive better treatment, your official position hasn't changed. He continued, this time, you've earned merit. Before he could finish, Xiao Min loudly protested, I won't leave the Vanguard Company. His words surprised Long. This is a good thing. You don't like it. Xiao Min, rarely flustered, was bewildered by the situation and retorted, we're in the middle of a direct assault. How can I, as company leader, just leave? Even if I have to be transferred, it should be after the war ends. Flustered, Xiao Min tried to refuse and even suggested someone else, much to Long's astonishment. Does the Commander-in-Chief want Mo QTUC to take my place. Fine. Let me be a soldier in the Vanguard Company. I'm perfectly willing to let him be the company leader, but I won't leave the Vanguard Company. Alongside and soften his voice. Then just stay as the Vanguard Company leader. This has nothing to do with MOQTUC. Your company's medals have already been awarded. The whole company received third-class merit. Only you didn't. Everything was going so well, and you've ruined it all. Xiaomin, unhappy, challenged him. Based on what? Because he's the one the commander-in-chief chose. We should treat him harshly. Long didn't answer. He waved his hand dismissively. Enough. We don't understand the commander-in-chief's thinking. You go back. The awards ceremony is tonight. Emerging from the tent, Xiaomin's face remained a mask of displeasure. Seeing his sour expression, QTUC approached curiously. Company leader, something on your mind? Did the commander chew you out? Xiaomin, resuming his training, explained to QTUC, because we captured Dingyuan Mountain and Guanshan, the commander-in-chief decided to award each of us third-class merit. Hearing this, QTUC's eyes lit up with excitement. That's great. Maybe our whole Vanguard Company will become officers after this battle. Xiaomin immediately retorted, his displeasure evident. What's so great about it? Only QTUC didn't get the third-class merit. QTUC was stunned. Huh? Why? He made the biggest contribution. As they jogged together across the campgrounds, Xiaomin suggested, after we're done running, call everyone over. I'll talk to them. We have to get justice for MOQTUC. QTUC agreed without hesitation. Okay. After their training, all the soldiers in Xiaomin's company were assembled. He announced in a loud voice, "Listen up, everyone. We're writing a collective protest letter. This is defying our superiors. If the commander-in-chief isn't happy, I'm afraid none of us will have a future in the Fifth Army." Xiaomin, his expression resolute, continued firmly, "I'm not forcing anyone. I just want to fight for QTUC." After all, he risked his life to ensure everyone's safety. Jun Sheng, the squad's lead soldier, echoed his sentiment. Money is important, of course, but I can't go against my conscience. This honor belongs to whoever earned it. If it's not mine, I don't want it. With that, he stepped forward towards the signing table. Here, I'll sign first. Seeing this, Ban Hu and the others followed suit. Right? I'll sign too. Me too. Lin Jing, studying the topographical map of the mountain, hesitated. If we need to cross the river. Their discussion was interrupted by a messenger. All the soldiers from a Vanguard Company are here, sir. They say they've come to deliver a letter of protest. Lin Jing, his gaze fixed on the map, looked up in bewilderment. Didn't we just say they'd be awarded third-class merit? What do they have to protest about? Show them in. With that, he allowed the approaching footsteps to enter. Looking at the arriving soldiers, Lin Jing addressed them. So, our victorious heroes of the first battle, what is it you wish to protest? Xiaomin, at the head of the group, presented a sheet of paper covered in signatures. This is our letter of protest. We feel that MOQTUC has been treated unfairly. We want the battle report rewritten. He's the one who deserves the most credit for this victory. Lin Jing accepted the paper, his voice hardening. Oh, so you're saying you falsified the battle report. That Zhang Xiaomin and Xiao Xiaoshan falsely claimed the merit. Lin Jing's attempt at intimidation had the opposite effect, strengthening Xiaomin's resolve. Even if the commander-in-chief punishes us, we'll accept it. But MOQTUC truly deserves the credit for this. Xiaomin's voice boomed, unwavering. You can't give all of us third-class merit and leave him out. Isn't that a slap in the face to all of us? Lin Jing lowered his voice and looked at them sideways, his expression deadly serious. We must be fair. Falsifying a battle report will result in public criticism within the army. Claiming false merit means all of your rewards will be revoked. He continued, even if you are war heroes, there are no exceptions. As for MOQTUC situation, I'm already aware of it. Xiaomin stared back, bewildered. Aware of it? What do you mean? As they turned to leave, Xiaomin scratched his head, confused. What did the commander-in-chief mean by that? Waiting until everyone had left, Lin Jing handed the report to someone else. Take a look at this. Long, standing behind him, observed his commander's uncharacteristic expression with a puzzled look. What is the commander-in-chief planning now? The stern facade Lin Jing had worn earlier had melted away, replaced by a subtle, amused smile. QTUC is more popular with the Vanguard company than I thought. The medal ceremony has been cancelled, Long informed him. Cancelled? Why? QTUC asked, perplexed. Long explained the situation. Your company went to the commander-in-chief to protest that you weren't awarded third-class merit. They felt it was unfair to you. The commander-in-chief investigated and discovered the falsified battle report, so he revoked everyone's third-class merit. QTUC looked back at his comrades in disbelief. Why would they do that? I didn't even need the merit. Zhang Xiaoman stepped forward. It's none of your business, but we, the Vanguard Company, can't stand for this injustice. We share in both fortune and misfortune. The company leader added, originally, QTUC's merit was to be second class, but after this incident, it's been revoked. Xiaoman, bewildered, asked his second class merit was revoked. What does that mean? The company leader explained, we had already prepared the documents for QTUC's second class merit, but now it's been canceled. Before this, there were no issues. The entire squad responded in unison. We don't know. Then the company leader cheerfully consoled them. All right, don't be so down. High Command has reassigned this third-class merit as a placeholder for you all. When you achieve further merit, it will be combined. Xiaoman and his comrades rejoiced, his eyes shining brightly. Really, company leader, you're not joking. I'm telling the truth. The whole army knows you are the heroes of this battle, so you can't be left out. Moreover, the commander-in-chief has allowed you to keep all the spoils of war from Dingyuan Mountain. Hearing this, Xiaoman grinned slyly, hatching a plan. Things like spoils of war are usually handed over to the Quartermaster Corps for unified distribution. We'd have to wait until the next war to get anything back. But this time, the commander-in-chief has spoken, letting us keep the spoils. Won't we become the best-equipped company in the entire 6th Army? He excitedly declared, yes, sir. We, the Vanguard Company, will live up to the Army's expectations. The company leader chuckled. All right, I'll be going now. Carry on with what you need to do. QTUC approached them. I'll remember everyone's kindness. Thank you. Xiaoman quickly replied, thank you. If it weren't for you, many of us wouldn't be here now. Hearing these words, a warmth spread through QTUC's chest. Zhou Long approached the squad and announced, now that everyone's here, gather your belongings. We're departing for Chuanzhen. We must capture within 7 days. Xiaoman and 2 other soldiers gaped, exhausted. What? Within 7 days? Without further delay. That they all boarded the vehicles and set off. Zhang Xiaoman studied the map, analyzing the terrain. Chuanzhen is about 70 kilometers from here, northeast of the forward base. It'll only take about an hour and a half to drive there. He continued his briefing. Actually, Chuanzhen is a small city abandoned after the disaster. There are no residents left. Instead, it's become a support point on the southern edge of Zhongshu. The commander-in-chief wants to take Chuanzhen mainly because it's too close to our forward base. Many buildings are still standing there, perfect for placing heavy machine guns. Moreover, there are defensive works and newly built Zhongshu bunkers inside. This urban battle won't be easy. He then handed a blank piece of paper to QTUC. All right, now start writing your last will and testament. QTUC stared at the blank sheet. Write our last will. Xiaoman calmly explained, of course. It's actually for everyone to write down what they want to say. If you return, you can retrieve your letter from the administration office. If you don't, well, the administration will send your letters to your families. Consider it taking care of your final affairs. QTUC muttered, isn't that bad luck? It's nothing, he replied calmly. Those who go to war should be at peace with life and death. Truthfully, we didn't understand that at first. But after so many battles with the enemy beyond Barrier 178, and after writing a few last wills and testaments, we've become hardened to it. QTUC inquired, who are you writing to? Xiaoman bluntly replied, my parents and my wife, of course. This surprised him. Whoa, you're married, he exclaimed. What are you talking about? Xiaoman retorted. I'm almost 30. How can I not have snagged a wife? QTUC quickly clarified. No, that's not what I meant. I was just curious. What's it like being married? Xiaoman replied, it's all right, I guess. There's always a warm meal waiting at home. He continued inquisitively, are you happy? Xiaoman chuckled, then asked in return, you little squirt, are you in love? Why are you so interested in this? Well, let me tell you. My married life was only happy for a year. He sighed, that's not so bad. Overhearing Tuc, the other man replied, you don't know the half of it. I've been married for 10 years. His words left Tuc speechless. Then Xiao Min spoke up, aren't you writing a letter? The man bluntly replied, I don't know who to write to. Then Tuc lamented, this is why I hate Zongshi so much. They're the reason my family is gone. Just as he finished speaking, a loud explosion echoed from up ahead. Xiaoman exclaimed in alarm, the second and third platoons have been ambushed. He immediately gave instructions to Fu Jiao and Lin Bingen. Could Zongshi have set an ambush there? Fu Jiao, Lin Bingen, you two go ahead and scout. Yes, sir. They responded in unison. With lightning speed, they jumped out of the vehicle and nimbly ran towards the forest. Unexpectedly, there were many wounded men lying scattered ahead. Fu Jiao yelled, What's going on here? They immediately ran back to report. Xiaoman asked, what's the situation? Fu Jiao reported first. Platoon leader, it wasn't the second and third platoons that were ambushed. It was the ones who were supposed to ambush us. Bingen followed up, that's right. They've all had their throats slit. Lin Bingen reported the details to everyone. There is only one combat squad at this machine gun emplacement. A total of 30 men, all freshly killed. The blood is still flowing. Xiao Min asked suspiciously, Tuc, was this you? He replied, no, I've been sitting here the whole time. Another soldier spoke up, but who else could have helped us take out this machine gun emplacement? And by slitting their throats, no less. That has to be the work of a superhuman, right? Another soldier agreed. It's strange. A mysterious superhuman suddenly appears on the battlefield to do good deeds. Xiao Min was still suspicious. Tuc squinted at him and asked, you don't really think it was me, do you? He scratched his head and retorted, it wasn't me. Tuc's expression was sly. That's what they all say. A thought crossed his mind, accompanied by a silent sigh. I shouldn't reveal too much of my power in front of them just yet. The night sky was clear and quiet, dotted with twinkling stars. They walked toward the bodies. Fu Jiao and Zhang Xiaoman approached one of the corpses to examine it. Fu Jiao speculated, the calluses aren't very thick. This wasn't a trained soldier. Probably Lu Min's temporary 5th squad, or maybe private militia. He concluded, looks like Zongshi wanted to use cannon fodder to wear us down. His voice was firm, each word measured. I anticipated this. The enemy force in Sichuanjun isn't small. I'd estimate at least 1,000 soldiers guarding the town. The good news is most of the enemy we encounter will likely be weak, the kind who can't even aim properly. With that, Xiaoman ordered the squad to advance. Near Sichuanjun, Xiaoman, from his vehicle, barked orders. Park the vehicles under cover. We'll scout the terrain first. Prepare to assault Sichuanjun. Wait for the comrades from the 2nd and 3rd companies to arrive at the designated location. Xiaoman laid out the battle plan. He assigned tasks to each squad member, dividing them into groups. Groups 1, 2, and 3 rest first. Groups 4, 5, and 6 follow me. We'll set up some basic defensive positions, just in case the enemy in Sichuanjun tries a sneak attack. Meanwhile, Tuc used his binoculars to survey the situation. Xiaoman walked over to Tuc to discuss the upcoming battle. He sighed, lamenting the reinforced concrete built by mankind still couldn't withstand the erosion of time. No matter how strong a structure is, it will eventually crumble within 200 years. Tuc offered a comforting reply. As long as the people are still here, that's what matters. He reiterated the sentiment, as if emphasizing its importance. Yes, as long as you're still here, that's what matters. Night had fallen. A crescent moon and scattered stars shone in the sky. While everyone else rested, Tuc slipped away. He headed towards Sichuanjun. A sly grin spread across his face, as if he were about to pull another prank. Right there, he produced a lighter from seemingly thin air. He struck the lighter and began setting small fires, chuckling to himself with each flicker of flame. Finished, he darted behind a tree, concealing himself in the shadows. Suddenly, the small fires erupted, creating a series of loud explosions. Hidden behind a tree, Tuc rejoiced. It worked. The flames lit up the night sky. Startled by the explosions, everyone jumped up and saw Tuc running back. Xiaoman yelled, what were you doing? QTUC approached and explained, "Didn't you say that setting fires would draw artillery fire? I went and set some fires. I figured if we could make them waste ammunition, it wouldn't be a bad thing. They're just a lone detachment. They definitely won't be resupplied. Who knows? Maybe we can reduce our casualties a bit." He beamed with pride at his ingenuity. "I was just experimenting, but it actually worked." Hearing this, Xiaoman was stunned, silently marveling that actually worked. Just as they had predicted, artillery shells began raining down on the location of the fires. Explosions rocked the earth. In the second company, someone exclaimed in surprise, "What? They're already attacking." "Quickly," informed the commander-in-chief. A deputy rushed forward to report the situation. "Commander-in-chief, urgent call from the commander." Zhou Long shouted, "Xiaoman, are you freaking insane? Didn't I tell you to wait for the second and third companies?" Panicked, Xiaoman quickly explained, "Commander, we haven't even eaten yet. We haven't attacked Shi Chuanjun." Long demanded, "Then what were those explosions?" Xiaoman explained the situation. "I told QTUC we're practically on Shi Chuanjun's doorstep now. We can't risk lighting fires. We'll draw fire." And what does he do? He goes even closer and sets a whole bunch of fires, claiming he wants to deplete Shi Chuanjun's ammunition. Long sounded exasperated. "So, where's Mo QTUC now?" Xiaoman echoed the question. "Yeah, where is he? Probably off playing with fire again." He chuckled, shaking his head. Zhou Long, momentarily speechless at Xiaoman's casual tone, could only twitch his lips in response. Xiaoman, meanwhile, listened with surprise to the orders crackling through his radio. While that might deplete the enemy's firepower, they're not idiots. They'll figure out what he's doing sooner or later. "I'm sending the second and third companies to reinforce you. Hold your position. Wait until dawn, then attack." "Understood." "Yes, sir," Xiaoman replied crisply. He looked around, noting with satisfaction that the shelling had indeed stopped. Immediately, he barked orders to his men. "Everyone stay alert. Hold this position until the second and third companies arrive." Huddled by his tent, Xiaoman wondered what QTUC was up to now. Speak of the devil. QTUC appeared, a grin plastered across his face. Xiaoman rushed over, catching a whiff of gunpowder. "What have you been doing?" he demanded. "I saw how well the fires worked earlier," QTUC replied cheerfully, "so I went to the next ridge and started some more. On my way back, I saw the second and third company's vehicles. They're all heading our way." Xiaoman listened calmly as QTUC finished his story. "I figured Commander Zhou must have changed the plan and called them to join us. I wasn't going to bother with them, but I noticed they ran into a small ambush on the way." QTUC scratched his head sheepishly. "So, I helped them out a bit." As they spoke, a group of men approached, their voices loud and excited. "Someone took out the enemy machine gun nest for us." "Do you know who?" QTUC beamed, waving his hand dismissively. "Oh, it was nothing. Just a small thing." He settled back down on a log as Xiaoman went to greet the newcomers. "You finally made it." The commanders of the second and third companies asked anxiously, "Did you run into an ambush?" Xiaoman puffed out his chest. "We did. But if a single machine gun nest can stop the Vanguard Company, then you can have our title." The two commanders bristled at his arrogance. Xiaoman continued, undeterred. "All right, enough chit-chat. Get some rest. We attack Shi Chuanjun at dawn. Just try to keep up." The commanders' faces darkened further. Their gazes fell on QTUC, who sat quietly observing the scene. "Is that Montak Tioituk?" One whispered in awe. "I heard he climbed 700 meters with his bare hands at Dingyuan Mountain." The other, incredulous, asked seriously. "Even Commander Zhou couldn't do that." Xiaoshan strolled over, confirming the rumors. "Before you arrived, QTUC came back and said he'd gone to help you out, wondering who took out that machine gun nest." "That was him." The second company commander pressed further. "I heard he's a superhuman. What's his ability?" Xiaoshan waggled a finger mysteriously. "Unfathomable," he declared. Hearing this, the two company commanders looked at QTUC with newfound respect. "You mean you don't know either?" One of them asked. QTUC confidently crossed his arms and replied, "Yep." Stars glittered in the vast night sky above. The second and third companies continued their advance. "We still shouldn't rush into Shi Chuanjun," Xiaoman said cautiously. "Let's scout the perimeter first." Xiaoman carefully laid out his plan. If they have a machine gun nest waiting in ambush, charging him would be suicide. He raised a hand, signaling the troops behind him. Halt here. Looking down from a vantage point at the densely populated town, Xiaoman began to formulate his strategy. He planned to position the mortars in a concealed location. While the others busied themselves with their tasks, Xiaoman used his binoculars to survey the area. Shichuanzhen was about 2.9 kilometers away. Going any deeper would be risky, he mused. We're likely to encounter their defenses, but this distance is sufficient to strike the buildings on their outskirts. After a final sweep with his binoculars, he assessed the situation. The most dangerous aspect here is that every room with a window could become an enemy firing position. QTUC chimed in excitedly. So we just level all the buildings, right? Xiaoman immediately dismissed the idea. That sounds easy, but how do we level them? We'd waste a fortune in ammunition. He grumbled inwardly. Might as well just ram a steam train straight into the place. Then he immediately shook his head. No. If it doesn't collapse, we'll just end up hurting ourselves. Xiaoshan raised his hand and reported, Platoon leader, we're ready. Xiaoman turned around, satisfied. Okay, except for Xiaoshan's platoon, who will stay here and provide mortar support. Everyone else follow me. We'll continue to advance. Xiaoshan, remember, under no circumstances are you to let the enemy in Shichuanzhen rebuild their outer defenses. His voice was filled with determined aggression. Hit them hard. Xiaoshan accepted the order enthusiastically. Yes, sir. Leave the dangerous work to us. The rest of the soldiers immediately obeyed the command and surged forward. Everyone focused their energy and determination. Xiaoshan waved his hand and shouted, fire. Instantly, mortars arced through the air, hurtling towards the enemy. They slammed into the ground, creating massive explosions in the town. The mortars fired continuously without pause. The barrage was aimed directly at Shichuanzhen. Watching the fiery explosions in the air, everyone became alarmed. Quickly, change position and keep firing. QTUC and the others retreated through a cloud of white smoke, doubt creeping into his mind. Changing positions will require adjusting the angle and range. Won't that cause delays? Xiaoman replied with absolute confidence. Not at all. This is Xiaoshan's specialty. No one in the entire army is better than him. They had now entered the town. The smoke hadn't fully dissipated yet, and they huddled behind a nearby building. Xiaoman issued a serious command. If you're not afraid of dying, follow me and attack. Be careful of the second-floor windows. Suddenly, a voice interrupted. Hold on. They looked at QTUC in confusion as he pulled a grenade from his spatial gate. As expected, an explosion rocked the second floor of the adjacent building, startling Xiaoman. He turned to see QTUC grinning smugly, already reaching for another grenade. Xiaoman watched in astonishment as QTUC reached into his spatial gate once more. What kind of incredible power is that? QTUC took the lead, motioning for everyone to follow as they retreated. Keep a sharp eye out behind us, Xiaoman urged, his voice low. Anything that looks dangerous, let me know. Within a kilometer radius, consider it handled. Zhang Xiaoman listened, stunned by the sheer audacity of the words. His surprise momentarily broke his concentration. He stared at QTUC, then snapped back to the fight, barking orders. 10 o'clock. Third floor window. Instantly understanding, QTUC darted forward, a swift gesture summoning his spatial gate. A grenade sailed through. The ambushers in the window, momentarily mesmerized by the shimmering portal, didn't even register the projectile until it was too late. A blinding flash, a deafening roar. The third floor erupted in fire and debris. QTUC and the others were already sprinting through the night. Taking cover beside a building, Xiaoman fixed QTUC with a serious look. Back at Guanshan and Yongyuan Mountain, we couldn't find any grenades. You were hiding them, weren't you? Before QTUC could answer, Xiaoman held up a hand, cutting him off. From now on, any grenades you find, you keep. They're yours. He then abruptly turned to address the rest of the squad. Vanguard unit. All TNT and grenades are to be handed over to MO QTUC. Confusion rippled through the ranks. Xiaoman clapped a hand on Chu Tuc's shoulder. And anyone tries to take them from you, they're messing with Zhang Xiaoman. Got it. Chu Tuc grinned sheepishly. That's a bit much, isn't it? They quickly rejoined the fray. Now, we move towards the artillery. Mo, Chu Tuc, you're taking out their cannons. Got it. Chu Tuc replied, his voice ringing with confidence. With their plans set, they surged forward, a tight-knit group moving with practiced speed. 1 o'clock and 11 o'clock. Xiaoman called out. Chu Tuc hefted 2 grenades ready. With decisive throws, he sent the explosives hurtling through 2 separate spatial gates. Twin explosions rocked the buildings to their left and right. Enemy fire rained down from above. Chu Tuc pressed himself against the wall, avoiding the hail of bullets. Another spatial gate shimmered open above. Chu Tuc lobbed a grenade through. The portal, appearing behind the unsuspecting enemy, delivered its explosive payload. Smoke and fire billowed into the sky. Rooftops exploded in a chain reaction of destruction. Xiaoman watched Chu Tuc, a mixture of awe and disbelief on his face. He grinned, a hard edge to his smile. At this rate, he thought, it won't take half a month, 2, maybe 3 days, and this kid will have Chuanjun wiped clean. Explosions continued to rock the town. Over at the second company's position, panic was setting in. Company commander. A soldier yelled, his voice strained. The enemy fire is too heavy. A direct assault will cost us dearly. The company commander gritted his teeth, surveying the chaos. Damn it, he swore. Another explosion in the rear. He peered out, astonishment etched on his face. What the? How did their machine gun nests just vanish? Just then, Chu Tuc's group arrived. The vanguard is here, someone shouted. The company commander stepped forward. Zhang Xiaoman, what are you doing here? Xiaoman wasted no time. Hand over all your TNT and grenades. The commander stared at him, incredulous. Give them to you. The second company commander, fuming, slammed his fist down. Then how the hell are we supposed to fight? We'll lose our ability to retaliate. Xiaoman calmly reassured him, don't worry. The artillery emplacements and machine gun nests within Chuanjun have all been destroyed by our vanguard company. The commander stared at him, incredulous. You're joking, right? How did you manage to destroy them? Xiaoman grinned smugly. Military secrets. Can't tell you that. He added with a flourish. Look, the grenades in your hands are just going to be wasted. In our hands, they're lethal weapons. This only served to further infuriate the commander, leaving him speechless. A nearby soldier timidly called out, Commander. Finally, Xiaoman, satisfied, watched as the frustrated commander barked orders to his men. Give them to him. Having achieved their objective, they immediately took off. Follow me. We're going to reinforce the third company. The other soldier asked, bewildered, Commander, why did you agree to give them the grenades? The commander, grinding his teeth, said, the Vanguard Company's ability to move freely through the alleys and clear the way is a stroke of luck for us. Ultimately, we just want to complete the mission. Then, firing his weapon wildly, he yelled, let them take the credit. The once peaceful town of Chuanjun was now consumed by explosions. Xiaoman thought to himself, bullets have no eyes on the battlefield. Which is more important, your military merits or your lives? The fighting was far from over. Flames continued to erupt from the buildings within the town. Dawn broke soon after. The sun cast its first rays of the new day, only to give way to dusk once more. On the evening of the third day, Chu Tuc examined a grenade in his hand. Xiaoman approached him. Where did you stash all the grenades from the Vanguard Company and the second and third companies? Unable to contain his curiosity, Xiaoman continued. So, do you have one ability or two? Chu Tuc corrected him. I only have one. He tossed the grenade into a spatial gate and explained, my ability is to open a black spatial door. Behind the door, I can open a small space to store things. Xiaoman pondered this for a moment, then nodded slowly. I see. Chu Tuc suddenly remembered something. Right? I think we need to be more careful. The terrain in Chuanjun is complex. The Tong family has also built some additional structures. They might have a contingency plan. The more serious Chu Tuc became, the more Xiaoman panicked. I also feel like taking Chuanjun has been too easy. Xiaoman's composure cracked. Easy. If it weren't for your precise, grenade-throwing ability, how many of us would be lying dead in Shichuanjun? Do you even know? You don't, do you? Commander Zhou Long was originally prepared to sacrifice the entire Vanguard battalion for this battle. QTUC felt a pang of discomfort. So, aren't we just cannon fodder? Xiaoman vehemently denied this. We are not cannon fodder. Barrier 178 never needs to sacrifice lives for victory. With that, Xiaoman clenched his fist and looked into the distance. Only by taking Chuanjun and eliminating the long-range artillery hidden here can the rear troops enter the forward base to regroup and prepare for the next phase of the operation. Looking at the setting sun, serene above the recent chaos of battle, he continued, "Our sacrifice today is to ensure a complete victory for the rear." He then glanced at QTUC. This is precisely why the candidates for commander of Barrier 178 must come from the Vanguard Company. QTUC listened intently to Xiaoman's every word. Only those who have risked their lives have the right to ask others to risk theirs. Xiaoman stood tall, revealing Commander Zhang himself came from the Vanguard Company. QTUC's eyes widened in surprise. If we truly are cannon fodder, and the commander was once cannon fodder too, then why can't we do this? Xiaoman's voice grew stronger with each word. We are the spearhead of this battle. We'll fight our way northeast, all the way to the Azure Mountains. We'll exterminate the Tong family's hyenas. If the Tong family isn't destroyed, the Northwest will never know peace. Suddenly, QTUC's eyes widened in alarm. A large explosion rocked the area ahead. QTUC scrambled to his feet. That's the second company's position. Are the enemy counterattacking? Xiaoman calmly recounted. Commander Zhou suspected that a large-scale weapon was hidden within Shichuanjun. QTUC looked at him, questioning. Xiaoman answered his unspoken question. Right now, Barrier 178 is lacking in intelligence. We don't know what this large-scale weapon is. Xiaoman continued, his voice measured, but judging by the scale of that explosion, it's probably just a small enemy counterattack. QTUC, what do you think? Do we need to go and extract the second and third companies? Remembering the weapons they had acquired, QTUC answered decisively, no need. We left the heavy machine guns and ammunition from the machine gun nests we captured for the second and third companies. Xiaoman turned and looked at him seriously. Street fighting always puts the attackers at a disadvantage. Those guys aren't a match for the second and third companies. Except for you. Zhang Xiaoman placed a hand on QTUC's shoulder. Let's get ready. Without another word, he turned and strode away. Let's end this fight in Shichuanjun tonight. QTUC looked down. A darkness, like the maw of hell, appeared at his feet. Lao Su flew out. Within the town, the second company continued to fire relentlessly. The second company commander, enraged, roared, "Kill them all." Lao Su, perched on a rooftop, observed the chaotic battle. This enemy group is definitely no match for the second company. He scanned his surroundings, wary. But this operation has been too easy. After a moment of thought, he took flight. Coupled with the large-scale weapon Zhang Xiaoman mentioned, I'm still uneasy. I need to investigate. Lao Su leaped from building to building. He arrived at a peaceful area, a stark contrast to the fighting elsewhere. A column of troops was marching. He perched high above, observing the situation. Calculations whirled in his mind. Unexpectedly, the Shichuanjun garrison is retreating. He realized that counterattack must have been a cover for their withdrawal. Meanwhile, QTUC stood motionless. But why would the Shichuanjun garrison retreat while they still have fighting strength? His eyes snapped open. This is definitely not as simple as it seems. QTUC abruptly made a decision. Commander, we're retreating. Xiaoman, bewildered, asked retreat. He protested, indignant. Shouldn't we press our advantage? We just got here. Why retreat now? QTUC's voice was grave. It's dangerous. Xiaoman remained stubborn. We're on the front lines to face danger. There's no reason to retreat. Besides, if we retreat now, won't everything we've accomplished be wasted? QTUC explained, the rearguard of Shichuanjun is retreating. There must be a reason for that. Xiaoman challenged him. How do you know they're retreating? You've been here the whole time. We've fought our way this far. We can't retreat now. Lao Su, still observing the fighting from afar, thought, Xiaoman's competitive spirit is relentless. Xiaoman continued to argue, we were able to fight them before, we can still fight them now. QTUC, losing patience, snapped, just for treat. What if the Tong family decides to level the entire town with artillery? Xiaoman closed his eyes, refusing to believe it. That's impossible. At that moment, QTUC suddenly closed the distance between them, slipping an arm around Xiaoman's waist, catching him completely off guard. Before Xiaoman could react, QTUC hoisted him over his shoulder and started running. Xiaoman yelled in protest, "Put me down," but his words were lost in the wind. Without a word, QTUC ordered the soldiers behind them, retreat. Inform the second and third companies, everyone retreats. He continued to run, his pace swift. I know what you're thinking. You think Sichuanjin only has 3 companies defending it. The Tong family wouldn't destroy the whole town. QTUC's face hardened as he uttered a chilling sentence. But if the Tong family discovers I'm here, everything changes. This statement left Xiaoman utterly confused. What do you mean? Xiaoman continued to struggle futilely against QTUC's grip. QTUC, if you don't give me a reasonable explanation, I'll bring you before a military tribunal. The other soldiers, equally bewildered, exchanged confused glances. They too began shouting retreat, retreat. By the time they reached the edge of the forest, night had fallen. They were all breathing heavily, exhausted. QTUC set Xiaoman down, who was dazed and seeing stars. Finally out of there, before they could catch their breath, a tremendous explosion erupted from the direction they had just fled. QTUC, seemingly unsurprised, surveyed the scene. Xiaoman, his eyes wide, witnessed the devastation. That was insane. If we hadn't left, all 3 companies would be wiped out. The group stared in awe at the fiery spectacle. Xiaoman, looking at QTUC with admiration, asked, how did you know the Tong family was retreating? QTUC replied, I don't want to talk about it right now. Xiaoman, left with no other choice, sighed. All right. He then suddenly raised his hand, offering a sincere smile. Regardless, I have to thank you for saving the lives of all 3 companies. The system notification appeared, +1 thank you from Zhang Xiaoman. QTUC looked hesitantly at Xiaoman. Like a child asking for candy, he pointed at the other soldiers and coughed. A life-saving act like that, shouldn't there be more thanks? The soldiers exchanged glances, understanding dawning on their faces. As one, they raised their hands and chorused, thank you. QTUC, a satisfied smirk playing on his lips, watched the notifications roll in. A thank you from Xiao Xiaoshan, another from Li Qiucheng, yet another from, well, let's just say another from the depths of his own gleeful, gold coin-loving heart. At this rate, his gratitude score would hit 8 million. The convoy, engines rumbling, began its journey through the night, traversing the rugged mountain passes. Inside one of the vehicles, Xiaoman, speaking easily with his subordinates, issued an order. Contact Commander Zhou Englong, inform him that we've taken Chuanjun. Yes, sir, came a reply. The scene shifted to a bustling command post, a voice ringing out what? We won. Inside, a burly man, clutching a radio, listened intently. Chuanjun has been destroyed. Who knows how many explosives the Tong family had stashed there. They blew up the whole town. He slammed a hand on the table, his voice laced with alarm. What? Are you all right? Xiaoman's face, barely visible in the dim light of the vehicle, hardened as he delivered the report. We detected the enemy's movements in time and managed to escape Chuanjun. The burly man on the other end closed his eyes in relief. Then get back here quickly. In 2 days, the entire Vanguard Battalion will sweep the wilderness, eliminating any remaining Tong family forces hiding out there. Lowering the radio, Xiaoman's face broke into a grin. All right, men, back to base for some much-needed rest. Tell the mess hall to prepare a feast. We're heroes. On the other end, Commander Zhou Englong, radio in hand, sprinted towards a door, muttering to himself, don't get too excited, don't get too excited. He burst through the door, beaming, reporting. An older man inside looked up, a hint of amusement in his eyes. What's got you so cheerful? Your wife expecting again. Zhou Englong hurried to the man's side. Sir, with all due respect, I'm thrilled to report that the Vanguard Battalion has taken Chuanjin. He fairly vibrated with the thrill of a successful mission. The commander rose to his feet, a surprised sound escaping his lips. But you said Chuanjin wouldn't be easy to capture. How did you manage it? Zhou Englong, unable to contain his grin, replied, that Chu-2C you assigned to our Vanguard Battalion is absolutely incredible, sir. The commander, clearly pleased, leaned back. So, tell me everything. I knew Chu-2C wouldn't disappoint. Zhou Englong, practically bouncing with excitement, launched into his story. Chu-2C's power is like it was made for urban warfare, sir. He can open a spatial gate and toss grenades through it, detonating them right in the middle of the Tong family's private army. It's astonishing. Zhang Jinglin chuckled. But you told me you didn't want Chu-2C, that he looked too frail for combat. Flustered, Zhou Englong backpedaled. I mean, I didn't want anyone useless, sir. And it turns out he's not useless at all. Quite the opposite, in fact. A more cautious voice, Han Ji's, spoke up. Ability aside, what about his character? Zhou Englong hesitated. He didn't really know. It seems all right, sir. Jinglin rapped his knuckles on the table, calling the room to order. Then he issued his commands. Saiji Long, Hu Hanji, prepare your armored and infantry brigades for war. He turned to another officer. Fu Hong, your engineering battalion will deploy to the Blackstone River within 2 weeks. Construct a pontoon bridge for crossing. Yes, sir. The officers responded in unison, turning to carry out their orders. A serious expression settled on Zhang Jinglin's face. Direct combat was inevitable. Army trucks rumbled in from outside the perimeter. A soldier jumped down from one of the trucks. Xiaoman hurried towards a mess hall, calling out, Lin Yujie. Where's Lin Yujie? Lin Yujie, the cook, waved from inside. Well, if it isn't the hero of the hour, Company Commander Zhang. He called out with a grin. What delicacies can I whip up for you and your men? We're heading for the showers first. Braised pork, braised chicken, we absolutely have to have those too. Lao Lin gave a thumbs up. Don't you worry, I'll make sure you're well taken care of. Even some chink of liquor to replenish your energy. He leaned in conspiratorially. But don't go sneaking it out, all right? No drinking after today, you hear. Xiaoman waved him off as he left. Don't worry, we know our limits. At the bathhouse, Chu-2C looked at the building before him, thinking the forward base even has a place for showers. The soldiers quickly changed and headed in. Xiao Tian, catching sight of Chu-2C's sculpted, six-pack abs, quickly averted his eyes. The water cascaded down from the showerhead. Chu-2C hummed softly as he washed, thinking to himself, the water's nice and warm. Freshly showered and smelling clean, the soldiers emerged, their boisterous chatter filling the air. Two young nurses standing outside exchanged shy glances. Hey, they're coming out, one whispered. One of the girls turned, her gaze fixed on Chu-2C. As he approached, she shyly confessed, I've had my eye on you since the first day you arrived at the forward base. She pressed something into his hand. Here, this is some hand cream. Two soldiers walking behind Chu-2C nudged each other, groaning. I'm jealous again, one muttered. Why is Chu-2C so popular with the ladies? Another soldier came running up. Montak T-Oi-Tuk. The commander wants to see you. He said he needs to speak with you. All right, Chu-2C replied. Xiao Tian murmured, wow, a private audience with the commander. Before leaving, Chu-2C called back to his comrades. Go ahead and eat without me. I'll be there shortly. Xiao Tian waved. All right, we'll save you some. Zhang Jinglin stared intently at the topographical map spread out before him, lost in thought. Chu-2C approached and softly addressed him, teacher. Zhang Jinglin looked up, a smile spreading across his face. It's been a long time since anyone's called me that. Chu-2C echoed the sentiment. I miss those days back at the academy too. Unfortunately, Zhang Jinglin sighed. Those days are gone. Chu-2C got to the point. You called for me. Teacher, is something the matter? Zhang Jinglin gestured to the empty chair beside him. Sit down. Zhang Jinglin's expression turned serious. The Vanguard Company has fought 2 direct engagements now, and yet hasn't suffered a single casualty. That's thanks to you, isn't it? Chu-2C remained modest. Just luck, sir. Pure luck. Zhang Jinglin disagreed. Do you know how difficult it is to lead a company into battle and ensure no one dies? Chu-2C conceded, Very difficult, sir. Jinglin's gaze sharpened. Knowing how difficult it is, and still doing it, is that foolish? But perhaps that's what courage is, sir, Tutuc replied. To be honest, I had my doubts too. A satisfied smile played on Jinglin's lips. Well said. That's what courage is. Zhang Jinglin gazed into the distance. Sometimes, I see the same conflict and struggle within you that I had when I was young. Back then, everyone insisted I should carry a gun. They said the battlefield only needed men who knew how to shoot, not medics. Jinglin recalled his past, his time tending to wounded soldiers. There were times I doubted whether my persistence was right. He looked at a wounded soldier lying on the ground. Should I have picked up a gun and charged in a battle with him? Zhang Jinglin mused, lost in thought. Back then, I wondered if I should just become complicit in this chaotic era. Perhaps that was the only way to survive. He paused. What happened after that? He asked. Persistence is persistence, Jinglin affirmed resolutely. There's no right or wrong. Don't deny yourself. He offered Tutuc some advice. A person's life should be like a candle, burning brightly from beginning to end, always giving light. Tutuc turned the words over in his mind. A person's life should be like a candle, burning brightly from beginning to end, always giving light. He began to understand why Zhang Jinglin had called him here. His mentor had seen the conflict within him. Zhang Jinglin shifted the conversation. After eliminating the Tong family, where do you plan to go? Tutuc had long since decided. To the Central Plains, to find Lu Yuan and the others. Zhang Jinglin's hand rested gently on his shoulder. He smiled faintly. Will you return to Outpost 178? At his mentor's question, Tutuc fell silent, considering. Return to Outpost 178. Tutuc shook his head. I'm not sure. A flicker of regret crossed Zhang Jinglin's face. I placed you in the Vanguard Battalion to groom you as my successor. I won't stop you from going to the Central Plains, but if you want to protect someone, Outpost 178 is your best option. Tutuc didn't fully grasp the weight of his mentor's words. Commander, if you don't let me go eat, I'll starve. Zhang Jinglin chuckled. The mess hall. At the mess hall, most of the soldiers had already eaten their fill and were enjoying their drinks. Tutuc, finally released, was just getting his meal. He bit into a succulent chicken leg, inwardly impressed. Not bad at all. Xiaomin sat down beside him, holding a beer. Tutuc, have a drink. Tutuc declined with an embarrassed smile. No, thank you. I don't drink. Xiaomin didn't press the matter. Oh, all right. I'll find someone else then. He turned his attention to Xiao Xiaoshen, throwing his arms around him dramatically. Wei Wenlin, I missed you so much. Xiao Xiaoshen pushed him away with undisguised annoyance. Go miss your wife somewhere else. He then teased his friend. Marrying you is like sticking a jasmine flower in a pile of cow dung. If she were a fresh flower, the cow wouldn't be interested. He playfully added, a tiger on the streets, a kitten at home. Meanwhile, a soldier spoke quietly to Lin Yujie. Lao Lin, is that young man eating over there also in the Vanguard Battalion? He seems a bit out of place. Lin Yujie wasn't sure. Is that Mo Tutuc? They looked at Tutuc's back, continuing their conversation. Isn't Mo Tutuc supposed to be a great fighter? I heard he was responsible for half the victory at Shichuanzhen. He looks so young and tender. Not like that kind of person at all. Xiaomin clapped Tutuc on the back, praising him. Brother, if it weren't for you, none of us would have made it back this time. He suddenly knelt on the floor. Once again, I thank you for saving our lives. A notification popped up in Tutuc's interface. +1 gratitude point from Zhang Xiaomin. Overwhelmed by the thanks, Tutuc awkwardly tried to help Xiaomin up. Come on, stop drinking. 3 more men stood up and shouted in unison. Thank you, Mo Tutuc, for saving our lives. More notifications appeared. +1 gratitude point from Xiao Xiaoshen. +1 gratitude point from Li Qiucheng. +1 gratitude point. The sky was now filled with stars. Gratitude points have reached the threshold. Unlock new weapon. Yes/no. Startled, Tutuc thought, a new weapon. He quickly selected Unlock and approached the box placed on the table in front of him. The lid opened, and Chu Tuc peered inside. Stunned, he whispered, "A sniper rifle." Old Su materialized behind him, the rifle slung over his shoulder. "So, I now possess 2 black blades and 2 sniper rifles." The system displayed the new weapons information. Effective range, 2,800 meters. No reloading required. Ammunition manifests based on user intent. Can be switched to incendiary or armor-piercing rounds based on user intent. QTUC recalled something he'd read in the library at the Lee family barricade. Normal sniper rifles have an effective range of 2,300 meters. This one is significantly more powerful. Xiaoman, his face flushed with drink, slurred, "Brother QTUC, no matter what, I have to thank you." He grinned. And I need another favor. Could you carry the guys back?" Xiaoman patted QTUC's shoulder. "Please." Then he collapsed onto the floor. Looking at the mess of drunken soldiers slumped over tables and sprawled across the canteen floor, QTUC's face went blank. "Me." Outside the resting area, QTUC struggled to support 2 of the drunks. These guys are heavy. By the time he dumped them onto their beds, QTUC was exhausted. Zhou Long strode in, bellowing, "Zhang Xiaoman, look at the state of your men." Xiaoman sat up groggily. "We're heroes. Didn't you say the next mission wasn't until the day after tomorrow?" Zhou Long ignored him. "Sober up. The Vanguard Battalion has a new mission tomorrow. When you're fit to function, report to me." The mention of a mission jolted the 2 drunks awake. "Battalion commander, what mission? Is it urgent?" Zhou Long pulled back the curtain, preparing to leave. "Classified. Talk to me when you're sober." QTUC watched him go, lost in thought. A classified mission. A while later, Xiaoman returned. A curious soldier asked, "Company commander, what's going on? What's the mission?" Xiaoman pulled out a chalkboard and a marker, quickly uncapping it. Without a word, Xiaoman began to write and draw on the board. QTUC watched silently from behind. Xiaoman finished writing, turned, and picked up a pointer, gesturing towards a map of the region displayed on the board. "All right, everyone, copy this map down. I'll explain the mission." He tapped the Haishi River with his pointer. "Our main force will advance into the Haishi River from the north. After crossing the river, they'll reach the Tong family's defensive line at Wushuan Mountain." He continued, his tone serious as he laid out the strategy. "High Command believes a direct assault on the Bailwan River carries significant risk. Therefore, they've decided to construct a pontoon bridge across the Haishi River and launch a surprise attack on the Wushuan Mountain defenses." Xiao Tian raised a question. "What about us then?" Xiaoman immediately answered. "To prevent the enemy at the Bailwan River from exploiting the fighting at Wushuan Mountain and attacking the flank of our main force, we will depart this afternoon and advance towards Xiangwan Mountain and the Bailwan River." He meticulously detailed the strategic maneuver. "We'll circle around to the flank of the battlefield, demolish the bridge, and cut off the Tong family's eastern supply route. Then, ending at the Bailwan River, we'll attack Wushuan Mountain and finally rendezvous with the main force there." Xiao Tian voiced his skepticism. "This plan seems audacious. Just our single company infiltrating the rear, cutting off supplies, and even demolishing the bridge. The Tong family has a substantial force stationed at the Bailwan River Bridge. Battalion Commander Zhou seems to have a very high opinion of us." Xiaoman offered no further explanation, simply stating, "These are our orders." He then ordered them to pack their gear. "Departure is at 4 p.m. sharp. We must reach the Bailwan River in 7 days." He picked up an eraser and wiped the chalkboard clean. "This is a classified mission. The fewer people who know, the better." Xiaoman set the eraser down. "Keep your mouth shut," he instructed. "Yes, sir." The soldiers responded in unison. Blazing sunlight filtered through the forest canopy as the company slowly navigated the mountainous terrain. They couldn't afford to rest for long, helping each other over jutting rocks and along the rough, uneven path. The column of soldiers pressed onward, rifles in hand. Smoke rose from a distant garrison. A soldier pointed. "Look, the fire at Sichuanzhen has died down. It's a good thing we escaped when we did," Xiao Tian remarked. "Otherwise, we would have been buried there." Xiaoman cut him off sharply. "Enough. Eyes forward. Standing on a boulder, he addressed the company in a raised voice. Focus. We don't know when we might encounter the enemy. QTUC's expression grew serious. If this is a covert operation, he thought, we need to avoid the Tong family's patrols and guerrilla forces at all costs. He lived by the motto caution is paramount. Lao Su detached from his body, and Chu Tiuci's eyes followed the shadowy figure as it moved ahead to scout the path. Xiaoman's voice echoed through the forest. 7 days to reach Bailwan Bridge. Let's move. They continued their march. They were currently traveling from the Bailwan River towards Sichuanzhen. They still had some distance to cover before reaching their current objective, Changwan Mountain. QTUC marched in silence with the others. Their destination was not far off. Lao Su flitted ahead, faster than the wind. Before them lay a landscape of uneven, rising peaks. 2 soldiers chatted amongst themselves. Company commander, how much do you think this medal would fetch? QTUC glanced sideways, musing. This was the medal awarded to every soldier who participated in the 10 Crossing Fortress battle. Isn't this medal supposed to represent honor? You guys are actually thinking of selling it, he asked. Xiaoman replied casually, what's the big deal? We sell the medal, but we don't lose the honor. The 3rd-class merit is still ours. Isn't it more practical to exchange the medal for something more useful? He scoffed. The bandit suppression at Dingyuan Mountain doesn't count, but the 10 Crossing Fortress battle was a real victory, officially recognized by the army. So it has significant commemorative value. It could probably sell for about 10,000 NDT. He nudged the soldier beside him. 10,000 NDT could buy a lot of good lamb ribs. QTUC remained silent. These Vanguard Battalion rascals were truly thick-skinned. They'd even sell their medals. He stared at them, thinking that this same group of rogues fought with unmatched ferocity on the battlefield. Night fell. A soldier peered through the scope of a sniper rifle, carefully watching his target. He fired. The bullet ripped through the air, heading straight for a distant dark figure. With a sickening thud, the bullet struck the figure's head, splitting it in 2. QTUC's eyes widened. He clutched his head, doubling over in agony, the world spinning around him. What's wrong? Xiaoman asked anxiously. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed through the air, startling the entire group. Scatter! Find cover! Sniper! Xiaoman yelled. Everyone scrambled for shelter behind the rocks. QTUC, are you alright? Xiaoman asked. QTUC pressed a hand to his forehead. I'm fine. He cursed under his breath. Damn it. The dark figure had been shot right in the forehead. He wouldn't be able to reconstitute it for a while. He discovered earlier that the closer the shot was to the forehead, the more pain he felt. QTUC was currently trying to rematerialize Lao Su. The system displayed a message, Shadow reconstituting, 71 hours, 55 minutes, and 24 seconds. He gritted his teeth, glancing back. This sniper was no amateur. This level of marksmanship was either masterclass or close to it. He turned to Xiaoman. The target of that last shot was about 400 meters out. Xiaoman, unsure how QTUC knew, asked, how did you know? Just trust me, QTUC said, avoiding a detailed explanation. The enemy is roughly at our 12 o'clock. We still don't know if we're within his range. Xiaoman's face was grim. Through the sniper scope, the unseen marksman silently targeted a helmet peeking out from behind a rock. With a sharp ping, the helmet was sent flying. Damn it, QTUC swore. We're in his sights. Everyone huddled together, discussing their next move. I can't believe the Tong family has a sniper hidden in these mountains. This is going to be tough. Company commander, what do we do now? Xiaoshan suggested. How about we just stay put and see who's more patient, us or the sniper? We can move under cover of darkness. Xiaoman immediately dismissed the idea. No, by then, this sniper will have called in the Tong family's guerrilla troops. What will happen to our mission then? QTUC agreed. He's right. We can't just hide here forever. He thought to himself, all right, I'll handle this. QTUC muttered the incantation. Thoiton activated in a flash, and his body moved with lightning speed, dodging the incoming hail of bullets. Each projectile whistled through the air, hurtling towards its intended target. QTUC effortlessly evaded them all. Then, turning, he called out urgently, stay here. Don't move. Wait for me to come back. Before he could even catch his breath, 3 more bullets ripped through the air. QTUC dropped to the ground, narrowly avoiding the enemy's attack. Doc Lang, the sniper, was sweating, his eyes wide with disbelief. MAC-QTUC had dodged every single one of his attacks. In this critical moment, the battalion commander, Zhou Enlong, barked an order, Xiao Tian. Mortar fire on the mountainside at 12 o'clock. Cover MAC-QTUC. Seeing the seriousness on the battalion commander's face, Xiao Tian responded with a sharp, "Yes, sir." He quickly positioned the mortar, loaded it, and assembled the firing mechanism. Xiaoman, urging him on, signaled the order to fire. Xiao Tian triggered the detonator. The mortar round launched from its tube, arcing towards the mountainside where the sniper was hidden. With a resounding boom, the mountainside erupted. Smoke and dust billowed into the air, debris scattering everywhere. Doc Lang shielded his face and scrambled back. As the dust began to settle, a large crater was visible in the earth. Doc Lang peered through his scope. His target had vanished, leaving only swirling smoke and dust. He gritted his teeth, cursing, "Damn it." He got away. Having escaped Doc Lang's sights, QTUC breathed a sigh of relief. Thank goodness Xiao Tian provided cover in time, he thought. 30 seconds of Thoi Ton wouldn't have been enough. Looking back at the trajectory of the last bullet, he realized that sniper must have started to move, but he's not as fast as me. I have to draw him out. Putting his plan into action, he slung his sniper rifle over his shoulder and headed in the direction the sniper had fled. The words of Duong Qiu echoed in his mind. When two snipers meet in the wilderness, the first one to reveal their position dies. That's the sniper's code. As an extra precaution, QTUC gathered some branches and fashioned them into camouflage. I have to be more careful, he muttered to himself. He placed the makeshift camouflage on his head. One careless move, and that sniper could kill me. Better safe than sorry. Night had fallen on the desolate mountain. The only sound was the chirping of insects. After his failed attempt, Doc Lang pondered, if I could eliminate the 178 company before the guerrillas arrive, I'd definitely get promoted. He raised his rifle, scanning his surroundings, and continued his train of thought. This battle is proving more difficult than I anticipated. I didn't expect Hua Hien, so to be here as well. At least I managed to neutralize his shadow. His eye remained glued to his scope. I almost got blown up by that mortar. I need to be even more cautious now. Doc Lang identified a new position, pleased with his deduction. If the 178th continues forward to destroy the bridge, they'll have to pass through this area. He settled into his prone position, a smirk playing on his lips, just waiting for my prey to walk right into my trap. Unbeknownst to Doc Lang, QTUC had reached the same conclusion, but with a greater degree of cunning. If the 178th advances to blow up the bridge, they're highly likely to come this way. He moved cautiously through the darkness. That sniper could be close by. QTUC leaned against a rock. The Tong family's guerrilla reinforcements will likely take the Lao Na Kao route, he muttered, a sinister smile playing on his lips. To draw them all out, I'll have to rely on my seeds. Having made his preparations, QTUC concealed himself behind a tree, his eyes scanning the area, waiting for the opportune moment. He raised his sniper rifle, searching for his target. A head, camouflaged with leaves, moved behind a large boulder. QTUC smiled inwardly. Found him, he thought. Just wait until he shows himself. One whistle, and it'll all be over. The next morning, as the sun climbed high, Doc Lang, having stayed awake all night waiting for his prey to fall into his trap, hadn't seen a single ghost. He felt a prickle of unease. Why haven't the 178th arrived yet? He wondered. He'd barely finished the thought when shouts erupted behind him. He spun around, eyes wide with surprise. What's going on? He asked himself. Why are the guerrillas being attacked at Lao Na Kao? Doc Lang scanned his surroundings, a sense of unease growing. Something's wrong. Did the 178th circle around to the rear? He ducked behind the boulder, observing the commotion. No, the 178th couldn't move that fast. While Doc Lang remained bewildered, QTUC had already trained his sniper rifle on him. Doc Lang, still looking left and right, remained oblivious. Suddenly, a bullet whizzed out from the forest, hurtling towards him. He reacted instantly, dodging the shot. The bullet slammed into the tree trunk behind him. Fear flashed in Doc Lang's eyes. Tuc, the one who fired the near-fatal shot, felt a pang of disappointment. Missed again, he thought. Doc Lang, regaining his composure, realized with a jolt, sniper. They have a sniper. His face paled. But that doesn't make sense. I've been observing their battalion for a long time. Something as obvious as a sniper rifle couldn't be hidden. Meanwhile, on the Lao Na Kao route, the seeds Tuc had planted earlier had sprouted, rapidly growing into thorny vines that ensnared the guerrillas, inflicting heavy casualties. Men fell dead and wounded. The survivors scattered in terror. What in the world are these things? They cried. Before they could recover from a shock, a strange, violet-tinged portal shimmered into existence. From within the portal, something flew out. A closer look revealed it to be a grenade. Boom! The grenade detonated, obliterating everything in its vicinity. Sitting not far away, Doc Lang heard the explosion. His eyes widened in fear. What was that? Is there an enemy ambush here? He frantically grabbed his phone and called for backup. Doc Lang to headquarters, requesting immediate reinforcements. Have located the suspected position of Barrier 178. Repeat, have located the suspected position of Barrier 178. Possibility of other unidentified supernaturals. Guerrilla unit under heavy attack. Requesting increased support. Mac 2 TUC, battered and bruised, slung his rifle over his shoulder as he walked, lost in thought. He'll probably think there are a lot of 178th troops ambushed here now. He won't dare run around for a while. He glanced at the bleak landscape ahead, his heart sinking. I should check on the vines at Lao Na Kao first, see how things are going. From his vantage point, Tuc looked down at the scene below, a grim tableau of bodies strewn across the ground. He juggled the bullets in his hand, a flicker of excitement in his eyes. Not bad at all, Tuc muttered, his grip tightening around the ammunition, a look of grim determination settling on his face. A fleeting thought crossed his mind, a pang of regret at not having taken down the sniper yet. But it was all right. He had plenty of time to play this game. Tuc lifted a foot, then another, moving forward with the stealth of a jungle cat. He stopped abruptly, a flicker of suspicion in his eyes. Where were the others? Twilight was approaching, and yet there was no sign of the rest of his squad. His brow furrowed, his gaze sharpening as if catching sight of something. He bent down, examining the small fragments scattered on the ground. What's this? Cookie crumbs. He wondered aloud. He looked up, scanning the distance. They must be close, he murmured, conviction hardening in his voice. Meanwhile, concealed in a hidden alcove, a group of guerrillas lay in wait. A voice crackled from the lead guerrilla's radio. There might be more than one superhuman. We need to be careful. A quick acknowledgement came in response. The conversation ended, and the guerrilla leader turned to his men. Infrared goggles on, he commanded. Maximum alert. Unseen, not far from them. Something glinted, catching their attention. What's that? One of them asked, curiosity piqued. The guerrillas, intrigued, moved closer to investigate. They approached cautiously. From his elevated position, Doc Lang, the sniper, watched through his scope. He raised his rifle. I'll cover you, he said into his radio. Understood, came the reply. As they drew near, confusion rippled through the group. Wait, is it a pig's foot? Doc Lang zoomed in. The large, glistening hoof filled his scope. A moment later, his eyes widened in horror, his face paling. He grabbed his radio. It's a trap. Retreat, he yelled. Before they could react, a network of vines erupted from the earth, ensnaring them, tightening their grip around each guerrilla. From the ground below, an army of potato turrets sprang forth. Before the guerrillas could comprehend what was happening, the turrets unleashed a barrage of potato projectiles. The projectiles slammed into the trapped guerrillas. Screams of pain echoed through the air. Ah! Doc Lang, hearing the cries of his comrades, stared in disbelief through his scope. What in the... Suddenly, bombs rained down from a rift that had opened in the sky. A deafening explosion ripped through the air, engulfing the area in a fiery inferno. Doc Lang gritted his teeth, his mind reeling. How How could two entire guerrilla units be wiped out so completely? His face hardened, anxiety gnawing at him. His fellow guerrillas were being ambushed one after another. He was the only survivor. Even if he made it back to base, they would suspect him of being a spy. He surveyed the chaotic scene below. The 178th is definitely here, he muttered. They must be admiring their handiwork. And me? He stood up, a desperate resolve hardening his features. He had to take a gamble. But at that moment, a bullet slammed into his stomach. Instead of collapsing, Doc Lang smirked, a chillingly unnatural twist to his lips. QTUC, seeing him unharmed, felt a jolt of alarm. It was a trap. The sniper on the other side fired. The bullet hurtled towards QTUC with the speed of light. In that split second, QTUC, with lightning reflexes, dodged the bullet. It grazed his leg, however, leaving a shallow wound. He spun around and fled toward the city walls. Once he felt a safe distance away, he paused, a thought striking him. That sniper had deliberately presented himself as a target, forcing QTUC to reveal his position. He hadn't expected the Tong family's reinforcements to arrive so quickly. And it wasn't just the guerrilla unit. He continued on, his mind still racing. There was another sniper, too. From behind, more bullets whizzed towards him. He deftly dodged one. Another shot came, then two more. One bullet whistled past his face. 3 shots in quick succession. QTUC leaped to avoid the barrage, suddenly recalling the young woman's words. Don't be afraid of a sniper's rapid fire. When a sniper tries to fire continuously at a fast-moving target, their accuracy drops significantly after 3 shots. A few seconds later, his feet hit the ground. QTUC found a position, settling into a shooter's stance. He put into practice what he had been taught. The moment you squeeze the trigger, your heartbeat, your body temperature, even the beads of sweat on your skin will all obey your will. The image of Duong Qiu can calmly instructing him flash through his mind. In that moment, only when you control yourself can you control others. He aimed, then decisively squeezed the trigger. The bullet ripped through the air. The bullet QTUC fired hurtled through space, and a sharp crack echoed through the mountainside. A surge of satisfaction coursed through him. He'd hit his mark. His task complete, QTUC followed the cliff face, searching for a place to rest. As a precaution, he applied black ointment to his wound. While he worked, he pondered. He wondered if the Tong family would send more snipers or guerrillas. He needed to see if they made any further moves. Dawn broke, signaling the start of a new day. Leaning against a boulder, QTUC wondered, had the Tong family stopped sending men? Had they abandoned this side entirely? He pushed the thought aside. Never mind. I'll return and regroup with the vanguard. I've been out here for days. I wonder how they're doing. Suddenly, he spotted a troop of soldiers below in the forest. He was startled by their sheer number. He suspected they were coming to surround him. Fear tightened his chest. This time I've gone too far. I was only supposed to attack a single company, and they've sent an entire regiment. Anxiety gnawed at him. They still had to pass through this area to reach the Backlone River and destroy the bridge. In this situation, he wasn't sure how they would manage. Looking at the few seeds remaining in his hand, QTUC resolved to take down as many as he could. He scattered the seeds on the ground and quickly took cover behind a tree, watching the approaching troops. Meanwhile, the commander of the troop signaled a halt. They've stopped, QTUC thought, puzzled. Then they began firing flamethrowers towards the area where he had just scattered the seeds. QTUC's jaw dropped. They were prepared. He glanced around. His old tactics were useless. Retreat and regroup. He quickly fled, but not without glancing back to assess the situation. Suddenly, he froze. They had brought hunting dogs. They look incredibly ferocious. These dogs are big enough to ride. QTUC stared, mesmerized, unable to tear his eyes away. Even though he'd smeared himself with that dark ointment, he still couldn't mask the metallic scent of blood. He needed to find a stream to wash in. Suddenly, he realized there wasn't a stream anywhere nearby. The dogs, nostrils twitching, were practically ripping at their leashes, driven into a frenzy by the smell of blood. Their leader barked an order, and the leashes were released, unleashing the hounds. Panic tightened its grip on QTUC. If this went on, they'd catch him sooner or later. They surged forward, launching their attack. Fear pulsed through him as the pack hurtled towards him. They were savagely intense. He saw the shadow form, not yet fully coalesced. He reminded himself to be extremely cautious. He couldn't let the shadow get shot in the forehead. QTUC ran towards the cliff face, his mind racing. He couldn't lead the Tong family to the Vanguard Company. He gripped his blade, ready to fight to the death against the hounds. Just when it seemed all hope was lost, a commotion erupted from above on the cliff. The hounds, startled, looked up. It was Zhang Xiaoman coming to his aid. He yelled down, QTUC, get up here. We'll cover you. Tears pricked at QTUC's eyes. Was this what it felt like to have comrades? Xiaoman, seeing him frozen, shouted again, what are you standing there for? Get up here. Look at all those hounds down there. They've unleashed dozens of them after you. What did you do? QTUC scrambled up the cliff face. Once he was relatively safe, he said, I killed 2 snipers and 2 guerrilla squads. Xiaoman clapped him on the shoulder, laughing. You pulling my leg, right? QTUC didn't rise to the bait. That's why they've sent an entire relief force. We need to retreat. It was only then that Xiaoman believed him. He'd actually taken down 2 snipers and 2 guerrilla squads. Below the cliff, the Tong forces brought up more troops. Xiaoman started, a flicker of unease in his eyes. Are the Tong trying to wipe out the entire Vanguard battalion of Barrier 178, which is why we should retreat, QTUC reiterated. But Xiaoman argued, you're so formidable. The Vanguard Company can't be a burden to you. We'll fight a big battle here, then leave. Xiaoman barked orders to Xiao Xiaoshan at the rear. Xiao Xiaoshan, get your mortars ready. Entire company, prepare for battle. The order was acknowledged immediately. QTUC was taken aback by Xiaoman's move. The soldiers carefully positioned their weapons. Mo, Xiaodu spoke, the enemy is in large numbers. Xiaoman added, do you see them bringing heavy weapons? This is a guerrilla unit. The mechanized units can't get into the mountains. So if we hold the mountainside, we're guaranteed a victory. QTUC asked, worried, but they've already heard the machine gun fire. Are we just going to charge in there and get slaughtered? Xiaoman calmly looked through his binoculars. Clearly, the commander of this army has lost his mind. You've completely enraged him. Lowering the binoculars, Xiaoman added with a grin, the Tong have been hiding in the north for years. They haven't fought a proper battle. Their officer corps is nowhere near as skilled as ours. He turned and calmly said, fire. His subordinates obeyed. Explosions rocked the air, tearing into the enemy positions. With that done, Xiaoman urged his men onward. Move. The Tong mortars will be here any minute. If we don't go now, we won't make it. Mo Xiaotu, itching for action, could only watch in frustration. A massive explosion erupted, smoke and fire billowing into the sky. Xiaoman, having just escaped the blast, exclaimed with relief, thank goodness we ran fast. Otherwise, we'd be goners. He added excitedly, this time, we've made a huge contribution. Adding in QTUC's work on the other side, we've taken down 3 of the Tong family's companies. When we get back, we'll definitely get an 8th class merit. Heck, maybe even a Z class. Look, we're here. He gestured towards the dense foliage, beaming at his companion. Our command miscalculated the enemy's troop deployment in these mountains. If it weren't for you scouting ahead, we would have charged straight in and the entire Vanguard Company would be wiped out. Speaking of which, we really have to thank you. A system notification chimed, +1 thank you from Xiaoman. Dietuk chakid, no witties. As long as everyone's safe, that's all that matters. He clapped a hand on Xiaoman's shoulder. Don't just worry about us. Everyone only has one life. We can't have you risking yours all the time. QTUC's voice was filled with quiet confidence. I'll make sure everyone gets back alive. Night fell, dark clouds obscuring the moon. The group leaned against trees, sitting in a circle to rest. A map was spread out on the ground. Xiaoman traced a finger across it, calculating. Even though we've eliminated 3 of the Tong family's companies, the mission isn't over yet. I didn't expect the Tong family to have so many troops stationed in these mountains. We need to find another way to circle around to the Backlone River and destroy the bridge. He jabbed a finger at the map, frustration evident in his voice. And based on the intel, Commander Zhou's Vanguard Battalion has already left the forward base. They abruptly changed direction north after passing through Sichuan town. They plan to reach Quang Lone Mountain within 3 days and launch a surprise attack there. This news surprised TUC. The strategy has changed. He spoke with a serious tone. We have to keep up the act. The Vanguard Battalion and the Vanguard Company are always the first to move out from Barrier 178. Xiaoman calmly continued. The entire Vanguard Battalion moving east is a feint, making it look like the main force of Barrier 178 is advancing eastward. It buys us time to build a pontoon bridge on the Thachmak River. TUC stroked his chin thoughtfully. Old Su, I haven't seen him. He must have stayed back at the barrier. It's important to leave some key units to guard Barrier 178, even if it's just a few. He looked at Xiaoman appraisingly. A superpowered individual like Xian Sa, someone who could have a huge impact on the front lines, and they're stuck guarding Barrier 178. Suddenly, a soldier with a backpack slung over his shoulder approached. Company Commander, Commander Zhou is looking for you. A voice crackled from the other end of the communication device. How are things on your end? Xiaoman replied, the Tong family has a heavy troop presence in the mountains on the way to the Back Lone River. We're trying to figure out a different route. See if we can destroy the Back Lone Bridge. Elsewhere, Ying Long listened to the report, a grin spreading across his face. Any direct engagements? Xiaoman's voice came back. You could say we've had some direct engagements. The scene shifted back to the mountainous forest. Xiaoman continued his report, a note of pride in his voice. QTUC took down 2 of their guerrilla companies. We also just ambushed another one of their companies. They're firing mortars into the air right now. How about that, Commander? Didn't let you down, did we? Ying Long chuckled. Don't get too cocky, kid. Our reconnaissance reports that Quang Lone Mountain has sent troops to the Back Lone River. The Tong family probably thinks our main force is planning an all-out assault on the Back Lone River. You need to be careful. The words had barely left his mouth when Zhang Xiaoman spoke up excitedly. Then you should attack Quang Lone Mountain quickly. Lure all their forces back from there. At this, Ying Long's face darkened. How am I supposed to lure them? We're still 2 days away from Quang Lone Mountain. He added another sentence that made Ying Long scowl. Thanks to you lot, we can attack Quang Lone Mountain much more easily. Suddenly, Mo Xiaotu, who was beside him, exclaimed, I'm sorry. It's all my fault that the company is in this difficult situation. Give me all the TNT. I'll go destroy the Back Lone Bridge myself. Hearing this, Zhang Xiaoman was startled and bewildered. He frantically tried to dissuade Mo Xiaotu. No, if it weren't for you, we'd already be in the enemy's territory, completely surrounded. It's all right. If we're going to die, we'll die together. It's for the honor of Barrier 178. It's worth it. Over the comms, Ying Long, having heard this exchange, ground his teeth in frustration and roared, I haven't hung up yet. Who are you putting on this show for? What kind of glorious, self-sacrificing act is this? Aren't you ashamed? All right. You guys rest for 2 days. Wait for me to attack Quang Lone Mountain and lure all their forces over here. Then you can break through to the Back Lone River. He finished speaking, and Mo Xiaotu and Zhang Xiaoman, having achieved their goal, high-fived each other gleefully. After a while, the wind died down, leaving the trees still. Zhang Xiaoman sat down cross-legged and asked everyone enthusiastically, since we're free, anyone want a drink? Mo Xiaotu immediately objected. Are you crazy? We're in the middle of a war. No drinking. He frowned and tossed the bottle into a dark pit. I'll hold on to this for you. Then he stood up and added, I'm going to relieve myself. Xiao Xiaoshen, sitting beside Zhang Xiaoman, spoke up cheerfully. Company Commander, if this were before, anyone who stopped you from drinking would have faced your wrath. Why are you being so obedient this time? Zhang Xiaoman gave a wry chuckle and replied, because I can't beat him. He continued, his voice filled with admiration, but honestly, I truly respect Mo Xiaotu from the bottom of my heart. Besides his obsession with people thanking him, he doesn't seem to have any other issues. Zhang Xiaoman laughed. saying thank you isn't that hard. In these times, if a thank you can save your life, you should be overjoyed. If he likes to hear it, we can say it as much as he wants. He stood up excitedly. So what are we waiting for? Let's do it. Zhang Xiaoman's face fell. Seeing this, Xiao Xiaoshin fell silent, helpless. A soldier's panicked voice crackled over the radio. It's bad. A large combat unit is approaching from the south. A huge number. They look like Khan family forces. The bright moon hung high, casting a gentle light under the starry sky. The soldier observing the situation reported over the radio. Their vehicles are marked with the ginkgo tree symbol, confirmed as Khan family mechanized infantry. Upon receiving this news, Zhang Xiaoman exclaimed in astonishment, "The Khan family." And Mo Xiaodu fell silent, lost in thought. Why is the Khan family here? Aren't they engaged in a fierce battle with the Duong family in the south? How can they spare troops to come here? His eyes sharpened as he speculated. Could they have formed an alliance with the Tong family? Surely not. Then Mo Xiaodu stepped forward and gave the order to retreat. Withdraw towards Quanglong Mountain and rendezvous with Commander Zhou, and avoid engaging the Khan family. He shot a cold glance at Xiaoman. Not necessarily. They might not be coming for us. Xiaoman immediately retorted, "Are you crazy? They're practically on top of us. Who else could they be after?" One of their soldiers, observing the changing situation, reported into his radio, "Hold on, Commander. Their mechanized infantry company has stopped. Only one person is approaching." Watching the approaching figure, Chu hurried over to a bewildered Tuc. Chu paused, then breathed a sigh of relief. "He's probably here to see me." The other three exchanged surprised glances. "See you." The approaching man waved cheerfully at Tuc. Two imposing, powerfully built soldiers immediately stepped forward to block his path. Chu smiled calmly and raised his hands to show he was unarmed. After a quick search, the soldiers stepped aside, allowing him to pass. Tuc, hands casually tucked in his pockets, spoke evenly. "You've got some guts, coming here unarmed with so many of us around." The man replied easily, "What good would a weapon do? There are so many of you, and you, Tuc, I'd just be signing my own death warrant." From a distance, Xiaoman watched their exchange, a flicker of curiosity in his eyes. They seemed to know each other rather well. Tuc's voice was laced with curiosity. "Aren't the Khan family forces fighting in the south? What are you doing all the way up north?" Chu grinned. "Boss LA's informants in Tong territory got word of your victory against the Tong family in these mountains. He sent me." Tuc pressed further, his tone serious. "What did Fat Law send you for?" Chu's eyes narrowed slightly. "Master Khan guessed you'd be aiming for the Backlone Bridge. He said there are a lot of enemy troops there and was worried you might run into trouble, so he sent us to help." Xiaoman's face darkened. "So they have outside support too," he thought grimly. Chu continued his explanation. "Boss Law was planning to wait until you were settled in the Tween Mountains before sending you a proper housewarming gift. He didn't expect this to happen." Tuc probed, his voice cool. And then, "Chu spoke Furang Li. Boss Law asked me to ask you something. If he told you he knew nothing about Tong Thua's attack on you, that the Khan family had no informants in Quan Sun, only in Din Veen Mountain, would you believe him?" Tuc fell silent, stunned. Ever since discovering the Khan family spy in Din Veen Mountain, he'd wanted to ask La Lam if he'd known about it. He just hadn't had the chance. Now, La Lam's directness suggested he truly hadn't known. He looked up at Chu. "I believe you." Chu responded easily, "Good. Boss La said you saved his life. You've helped the Khan family more than once. If Barrier 178 hasn't defeated the Tong family yet, he'll come north to help you. After dealing with the Duong family, he'll send men downstream to find your friend." He smiled warmly. "That's about it. We can't stay here too long. After the Backlone Bridge is dealt with, we have to return to the main battlefield in the south. Master Khan has only given us half a month." Tuc nodded his acceptance. "Thank him for me. After the war is over, I'll definitely visit Barrier 111. Vin, that's all I need to hear. See you at Barrier 111 then." As Chu departed, Xiaoman voiced his confusion. Didn't old Hua say Tuc was just a refugee? Why does he seem to have such a good relationship with the Khan family? Xiaoman watched as his subordinate saluted and relayed the order. "Quickly report to Commander Zhou. This is a serious matter. Yinglong's voice crackled over the comms, sharp with displeasure. Didn't I tell you to stay put and rest? Have you stirred up more trouble already? Xiaoman forced a chuckle, trying to sound casual. It wasn't us, sir. The Khan family showed up out of the blue. They said Khan Tran and La Lam want to help Mo Xiaotu attack the back lone bridge. They're heading towards the river now. Yinglong's voice was laced with confusion. The Khan family. How did the laziest company in Barrier 178 get tangled up with them? Xiaoman's voice was bewildered. Commander, what should we do now? The question hung in the air, silencing Yinglong momentarily. He regained his composure and issued new orders. All right, head to Quang Lone Mountain. Join the Vanguard Battalion and secure the forward defensive position. A crisp acknowledgement echoed from the other end. Understood, sir. Beside Xiaoman, the soldiers, fully equipped, began to march. Xiaoman ended the call and turned to his men, issuing his commands. Move out. We're heading to Quang Lone Mountain to rendezvous with Commander Zhou. We need to be at the battlefield within 2 days. Thoughts of Lao Su surfaced in Tuc's mind. I can't use Shadow Step for reconnaissance anymore, he thought grimly. I need to be more cautious. The next day dawned, sunlight filtering through the dense forest canopy. The soldiers, weapons at the ready, moved swiftly through the undergrowth. A shot rang out. The man at the front of the formation stumbled, a crimson stain blooming on his chest. Xiaoman reacted instantly, signaling for his men to take cover. Enemy at the pass. The wounded soldier slumped against a tree trunk, his breath coming in ragged gasps. It's not an ambush, just a patrol. An entire company. Don't worry about me. He didn't know that Tuc and Xiaoman were hidden nearby. Lying prone on the forest floor, Xiaoman spoke in a low voice. A patrol means they don't expect us here either. Looks like they're trying to flank the Vanguard Battalion. He glanced at Tuc beside him, carefully analyzing the situation. They're holding a choke point like this pass. If we rush in to save him, we'll walk right into a trap. It's exactly what they want. The wounded soldier, his lips stained with blood, gritted his teeth against the pain. Don't worry about me. Contact the Vanguard. Surround them. Tuc wouldn't accept that. He surged to his feet. I told you, we leave no one behind. He activated his ability, Dust Form, Jing Lin's words echoing in his mind. Don't negate your own life. A person should be like a candle, burning brightly from beginning to end. With newfound resolve, Tuc charged towards the enemy position, a hail of bullets ripping through the air around him. Xiaoman, still on the ground, gritted his teeth. If Tuc makes it, seal off the mountain pass. Don't let the enemy exploit the opening. He dodged the enemy fire, sprinting forward and reaching out to the wounded soldier. Gripping the soldier's hand, Tuc hoisted him onto his back. Then, he hurled a volley of grenades towards the enemy. The grenades, pins already pulled, landed among the enemy soldiers. Explosions rocked the pass, smoke and debris filling the air. Tuc, his comrade secured on his back, sprinted away from the chaos. With the wounded soldiers safe, Xiaoman leaped to his feet. Charge! Give them everything you've got. Medics, get to work. He helped the rescued soldier sit down against a boulder. Give him your ammo first, then apply that black salve I gave you. Mo Xiaotu handed the medicine bottle to the medic, sternly warning him not to drink it. Watching him run off, Mo Xiaotu slowly spoke, Xiaoman, thank you. A system notification chimed. Gratitude received from Vice Commander Xiao. Zhang Xiaoman, gripping his rifle, charged towards the enemy. Brothers, advance. An enemy soldier hefted a large weapon, loading a rocket. A massive explosion rocked the earth, sending plumes of smoke and dust billowing into the air. Much later, the medic, bandaging Xiaoman's arm, remarked, your muscles are certainly tough. A bullet like that only managed to penetrate an inch. The medic, his voice appraising, continued, is this copper skin and iron bones? Xiao, wrapped in white bandages, lying on a stretcher, asked, what are you thinking, Commander? Xiaoman replied coldly, nothing. Then he spoke calmly. Before I left, I told my wife that I might not come back this time. After all, we all know how dangerous the Tai Dao Pass is. So, I wanted to tell her beforehand, so she wouldn't be heartbroken. Looking towards Mo Xiaotu, he continued evenly, We people from Barrier 178 have always considered dying on the battlefield a kind of glory. But if we had a choice, who would want to die in a place where even birds don't bother to shit? Am I right? Xiao, clearly displeased, retorted, who wants to die? Observing Zhao's efforts to suppress his pain, Xiaoman sighed. Now, we can't even die if we want to. That crazy MO, Xiaodu, actually guaranteed our survival. He turned, a hint of admiration in his voice. But I like that crazy bastard. Being his comrade isn't just a joy, it's an honor. Looking at Xiao lying on the stretcher, he added, he might actually become our new commander. And I could witness history in the making. Xiao Xiaoshin, sitting nearby, cradling his rifle, grinned. We've wiped out 4 Zhongshu regiments already, and we haven't lost a single man. Not even the damn Falcon Reconnaissance Battalion could manage that. Mo Xiaotu, leaning against a large boulder, asked, surprised, Falcon Regiment. Xiaoman stepped closer, explaining, the Falcon Regiment is also part of Barrier 178. There's always been a rivalry between us. In the army-wide martial arts competition, the top 10 spots are usually all Falcons. Excellent marksmanship, highly skilled, versatile, and deadly accurate. He then sat down beside Mo Xiaodu. But we're no slouches either. No matter how strong they are, we're the ones who lead the charge in every battle. Xiao Xiaoshin, his face serious, speculated, I don't like the sound of this Falcon business. In the military, nobody uses their real names. They all have these nicknames. Showing off, if you ask me. Hearing this, Mo Xiaodu looked bewildered. Nicknames. Xiao Xiaoshin continued. If you don't like their nicknames, why don't we come up with our own? After stroking his chin thoughtfully for a moment, Xiao Xiaoshin declared, my nickname will be Zhongshu Slayer. Xiaoman, enthusiastically pumping his fist, joined in. All right, my nickname will be Falcon Crusher. He looked at Xiao lying on the stretcher and teased, lying there on that stretcher, you look like a vegetable. You should call yourself the vegetable. Xiao roared in frustration. Who are you calling a vegetable? I'm Fine. Xiao Xiaoshin, amused, taunted him, fine. Then take 2 steps. 2 of the other soldiers, caught in a fit of laughter, taunted him, go on, fine, take 2 steps and see. Vice Commander Xiao Xiaoshin, eyes squeezed shut, turned away in disgust. Xiaoman glanced over at Tuc and asked, what nickname do you want? Tuc, with a sudden burst of enthusiasm, pointed at himself. My nickname. Call me Thanks. From now on, just call me Thanks. All right. Then his face snapping back to seriousness, Mo Xiaodu added, actually, I just came up with it, so it still feels a bit weird. Maybe you guys should call me it a few more times so I can get used to it. The 2 soldiers, utterly speechless, fell silent. Seeing everyone dispersing, Tuc looked around in bewilderment. Where's everyone going? Xiaoman, walking with an easy gait, waved a hand dismissively. Keep moving. Tuc, clearly disgruntled, called after them, hey, is this how you treat your comrades? What about my nickname? Dejected, he watched as the others disappeared. Hey, try calling me by my nickname. A soldier, clutching a phone, came running up breathlessly. Commander, Battalion Commander, Zhou wants to speak with you. Xiaoman, his attention caught, took the phone. Commander, it's Xiaoman, he reported. The voice on the other end barked, we're approaching Quanglong Mountain. You're to infiltrate the rear and destroy the port and ships behind it. Mentally picturing the map, Mo Xiaodu reasoned. Quanglong Mountain is back to the north by a branch of the river that flows from Backlone Mountain. Destroying the port must be a precaution to prevent anyone from escaping by boat after we take Quanglong Mountain. He frowned and thought, if we want to win this battle decisively, we can't allow the enemy to retain too much of their strength. A day later, on the eastern side of Quanglong Mountain, the group hid behind boulders, scanning the area with binoculars. No one there. The enemy encampment came into sharp focus through the lenses. I guess they've gone off to fight. There are no soldiers stationed here. He shifted his gaze to the large ships. That's not right. There's still a company there. They're loading something onto the ships, but I can't tell what it is. Mo Xiaotu, standing behind Xiaoman, spoke up. Just one company. We don't need permission to engage. Gather everyone and assign tasks. Better sooner than later. Let's hit them now. After we destroy the port, we'll retreat immediately and report back to Battalion Commander Zhou. Xiaoman raised his rifle, his voice filled with excitement. Let's give them a real fight. The enemy, startled by the sudden commotion, cried out in alarm. It's barrier 178. Hefting a rocket launcher onto his shoulder, he fired. The projectile streaked through the air, detonating amongst the enemy with a deafening roar, sending bodies flying. Xiaoman, his face grim, opened fire. 2 shots rang out, piercing the chests of 2 enemy soldiers. Just then, the soldier with the phone came scrambling back, his face etched with panic. Commander, Battalion Commander Zhou wants to speak with you. Xiaoman snatched the phone. Yinglong's booming voice filled the air. Where are you? Have you reached the port yet? Xiaoman, radiating self-satisfaction, replied, Mission accomplished, Commander. We've already taken a port. We're setting the charges now. Yinglong roared back through the phone. Retreat. Get out of there now. Xiaoman, startled, quickly pulled the phone away from his ear. What are you so confused about? Xiaoman snapped, bewildered. Haven't you attacked yet? The soldier quickly explained. It's not that we haven't attacked. We engaged the enemy at Quanglong Mountain, but their numbers seem to be dwindling. We interrogated a captive, and it turns out most of their forces had already moved out. Command said, their main force is probably heading your way. This news hit Xiaoman like a thunderbolt. His eyes widened, his face a mask of disbelief. Yinglong, damn him. Why didn't he tell us this sooner? He turned to his subordinates and, with a sharp wave of his hand, ordered, gather your things. We're retreating, but the ship had already erupted in flames. Xiaoman stared, stunned at the spectacle. Mo Xiaotu, his face impassive, hands casually tucked into his pockets, strolled away, seemingly unconcerned by the plume of black smoke billowing behind him. Last one, Mo Xiaotu said calmly. Xiaoman's eyes widened in alarm. Stop, don't blow up anymore. He shot Mo Xiaotu a bewildered look and ran towards him. What's going on? Xiaoman grabbed Mo Xiaotu's arm and pulled him towards a ship. Get on board. Quickly. We're escaping by sea. The other routes are blocked. The others scrambled aboard, shouting, hurry. Get on the ship. Seeing the soldiers boarding the ship, the enemy commander yelled, they're over there. After them. Xiaoman looked back at the others. Does anyone know how to pilot this thing? Xiao Xiaoshan replied, around barrier 178. None of us have ever had to. We don't know how to drive ship. Xiaoman marched into the cockpit, ignoring the helpless looks of the others. Well, we're going to learn. If this ship doesn't move, we're dead. Let me try. The 3 men peered in through the doorway, watching as Xiaoman fumbled with the controls. This can't be that hard, right? One of them scratched his head, bewildered. We should have kept one of them alive. They sailed the ship here, so they obviously knew how to drive it. Xiao Xiaoshan sighed. What good does that do us now? We weren't thinking about piloting a ship before. We were just trying to get off that dock. Inside, Xiaoman, his face flushed with frustration, punched buttons at random. I refuse to believe I can't operate this blasted ship. Suddenly, he sensed something. He turned to Mo Xiaotu. Are we moving yet? Mo Xiaotu replied. The ropes are still tied to the dock. They have to be cut. He watched as Mo Xiaotu walked outside with an explosive charge. Xiaoman rushed to stop him. Don't go out there. It's swarming with enemies. You'll get shot. Mo Xiaotu's serious expression flickered with an idea. He opened a black hole, radiating energy. That's it. Outside the ship, a sword extended from the black hole. It sliced through the mooring ropes. The enemy soldiers stared in stunned disbelief. The ship lurched forward, pulling away from the smoke-filled dock. The rocking motion caused several soldiers to become seasick, their faces pale as they emptied the contents of their stomachs. This is awful, one groaned. I'm never getting on a boat again. Xiaoman frowned, his voice laced with annoyance. This is just great. Chased and attacked everywhere we go. Contact Battalion Commander Zhou immediately. He needs to figure out how to get us out of this. The communications soldier rushed over, panicked. Commander, the phone's broken. Xiaoman whirled around, furious. Are you kidding me? That phone is your lifeline. How could you let it break? Do you want me to throw you overboard? The soldier mumbled. Back on the dock, the enemy opened fire with a heavy machine gun. I barely made it onto the ship. The bullet hit the phone. Xiaoman, exhausted, slumped back against the deck of the ship, sprawled out on the floor. "So, we're alone then," he murmured, a frown etching itself onto his face. "That's why so many unexpected things happen on the battlefield. Everything is decided by fate, not by human will. It depends on how many battles you win. This destiny thing, it's really going to be a nuisance for you and me. It's so strange. Fate doesn't toy with others. Only with you," Xiao Xiaoshan finished, exchanging a look with Mo Xiaodu. "Do you think we could drift directly into Zhongshu territory?" He trailed off, listening. Xiaoman sat up abruptly, snapping, "Would you stop with the demoralizing talk?" As the ship sliced through the waves, he continued, "Didn't you see the Zhongshu Defense Forces loading supplies onto the ships? Why isn't there anything here?" Mo Xiaodu speculated, "Maybe they didn't have time to load these things." He added, "I dare you to blow up the ship and see what's left inside." Xiaoman gave a chilling reminder to those standing by the railing. "Look, we're running out of supplies. We don't know when we'll reach land. So if you're seasick, stop throwing up. Even if you have to, look before you do it." The others, startled, fell silent, unsure how to respond. The ship continued to glide across the ocean. Night fell. Mo Xiaodu stood silently by the railing. Xiaoman approached him. "What are you thinking about?" he asked. Mo Xiaodu replied calmly, "I'm thinking about where we'll drift to." Before them, the dark night stretched out, illuminated only by the solitary moon. Mo Xiaodu spoke, "If we drift to that shore, it's Zhongshu territory." He closed his eyes and said calmly, "I'll make sure everyone survives. Not one person will be lost." He turned and walked away. "I'll bring everyone something to eat." Xiaoman looked surprised. "Eat what?" A loud clang echoed through the ship. Inside the ship's hold, Mo Xiaotu opened a black hole, pulling out crates of food and medicine. "This should be enough for everyone," he said. "We need to keep our strength up. If we really do end up in Zhongshu territory, we'll need to find a way out." To himself, he thought, "Xiao Yu prepared all this for me. I never thought it would come in handy now." Meanwhile, back at Kuanglong Mountain, Yinglong lit a cigarette, lost in thought. Tai Dao Pass has been out of contact since they boarded the ship. I need to report this to the commander. He frowned, remembering the sight of his men thrashing in the syrup-stained river. Even the river isn't safe now. Soon, morning arrived, and the golden sunlight bathed the ship as it drifted aimlessly on the sea. Those who were seasick remained seasick. Xiaoman, sweating profusely, suggested, "Why don't we just go ashore and fight those Zhongshu soldiers?" Xiao Xiaoshan beside him groaned miserably. "That's no good. At this rate, we'll all die from seasickness and vomiting." He frowned sadly. "I heard Battalion Commander Zhou say that whenever he's exhausted at the barracks and goes home on leave, as soon as he steps inside and hears his son call him Dad, he immediately feels revived." He turned to the others, giving a thumbs up with a goofy grin. "You see, I'm not feeling too good right now. Could you all call me Dad?" Xiaoman stared at him, speechless. Pinyin sat dejectedly on the deck, sighing. "Everyone else is married. If you want kids, you can go home to your wives. I don't even have a birth chart. Before we left, I wanted to confess to the girl I like, but I didn't dare." He was asked, puzzled, why not. His eyes shone with naivete. "Because an officer from the armored brigade is also pursuing her. I don't think I'm good enough." Xiaoman coldly added the final blow. "There are plenty of people more capable than you. What do you think you are?" These words startled Pinyin, leaving him bewildered and lost. Then Xiaoman spoke frankly, yet seriously, but honestly, "Pinyin, once you return, you might get promoted several ranks. Your rank could even be higher than ours. Then you won't need to feel inferior anymore." Suddenly, a fish flew onto the deck, pulled up by a fishing line. Xiaoman stared, dumbfounded, as the fish's eyes flashed, its mouth opened wide, and it thrashed its tail flying towards him. Xiaoman flinched, terrified, his face turning pale. He yelled as he saw Mo Xiaotu controlling the fishing rod, chuckling gleefully. Xiaoman fumed. "Mo Xiaotu, you did that on purpose, didn't you? With your strength, how could you not hold onto the fish?" Mo Xiaotu lifted the line and carefully examined the fish, his eyebrows raising in surprise. "This is a blackfish. It's twice the normal size, and its teeth are incredibly sharp." A master of wilderness survival, Mo Xiaotu addressed the others. "The water isn't what it seems. We don't know what changes have occurred. Everyone be careful not to fall in." Two soldiers responded in unison, understood. A shaky voice echoed across the deck. This is insane. This is going to get us killed. Xiaoman muttered, staring blankly at the rolling waves. Look, the current is pushing us towards the shore. Observing the shoreline, he remarked, there are no lights on shore. There don't seem to be any structures. Maybe there are no enemies. As the ship neared the shore, Xiaoman spoke up. Our drift speed on the river is roughly 1 kilometer per hour. After a day and a night, we've drifted about 200 kilometers. We should be quite far from the main battlefield now. He turned and carefully reminded the others, we still need to be cautious. Even encountering a few refugees could reveal our position, which wouldn't be good. Xiaoman, Xiaotu, and the others resolutely climbed over the ship's railing. Let's go. We'll talk later. Time passed, and the sky began to change color. The group gathered in a circle. Someone spoke up. Where should we go now? A map lay spread out on the ground. Xiao, holding his weapon, said, the only way back here is Belwan Bridge. But Belwan Bridge was blown up by the Conti. Another person asked anxiously, there are probably a lot of Zhongshu troops stationed along the way. How are we going to get back? Xiaoman frowned and answered decisively, we're not going back. Hearing this, Xiao hesitated. Not going back, but then we haven't. Xiaodu interrupted, laying out his plan frankly. The main forces will engage in battle at the Wushuan Mountain front, north of the Haishi River. If we go back, all we can do is watch the armored brigade show off. Xiaoman retorted unhappily, what's the point of going back now? Just to watch them earn all the glory. Xiaodu crossed his arms, his gaze sharp as he questioned, how long do you think the Wushuan Mountain front will hold? Xiaoman glanced at him and replied, 3 months. If things go badly, maybe half a year. In his mind, Xiaodu pictured the locations of Wushuan Mountain and Belwan Lake. Right now, the Zhongshu forces are definitely concentrating on the Wushuan Mountain front. This is our chance. While their rear is empty, how about we infiltrate their northern industrial sector? Hearing this, Xiaoman exclaimed excitedly, but that's a great idea. A dark aura emanated from him, his face taking on a sinister expression. We don't need to cause massive destruction. We just need to do enough damage that the Zhongshu can't ignore it. Xiaoman excitedly strategized with the others. We might even steal the first victory. Xiao smiled knowingly, joining in. So, let's discuss which Zhongshu construction site to target. Behind them, Xiaodu's face darkened as he spoke. My idea is to fight them all. His words ended with a dangerous narrowing of his eyes. Xiaoman stared blankly, eyes wide with surprise, then sudden understanding at the dangerous glint in Xiaodu's eyes. Everyone abruptly stood, and one of the soldiers voiced the question hanging in the air. Let's not joke around. What if the Zhongshu really come after us? Xiaotu responded calmly, his gaze sweeping over the worried faces. Then we run. Don't worry, I have a way. The soldier looked bewildered. Xiaoman remained silent, lost in thought for a long moment. Then, closing his eyes, he made up his mind. After all, having a dual-powered Esper with us, it might actually work. He clapped Xiaodu on the back, a grin spreading across his face. All right, let's do it. Xiaoman's voice rang out, filled with a newfound determination. Brothers, we have no reinforcements this time. We've come this far, and none of us can turn back now. A wry smile touched his lips. If I fall, make sure you bring my front teeth back with you. Xiaodu looked at him, a chilling calm in his eyes. You better not fall. A dark energy pulsed from his hand. His voice was a low growl. Otherwise, I'll pull out all your teeth and pick the prettiest one to take with me. Lao Su shot off like a gust of wind, leaving the soldier gaping in astonishment. Xiaoman's face paled, and he muttered, You're a cruel one, aren't you? Elsewhere, on a simulated battlefield bristling with red flags, La Lam chuckled, a sly grin on his face as he reached out and touched the secretary's arm. A hand picked up a red flag. La Lam, seeing this, asked cheerfully, which battle order does this flag represent? Contran replied coolly, Vanguard Battalion, Spearhead Company. He shot La Lam a warning glance. If you harass my secretary again, I'll have Khan Vu throw you out. La Lam patted the secretary's backside and agreed readily. Fine, fine. The secretary, startled, scurried out of the tent. La Lam looked at his hand, a gleam of amusement in his eyes. You don't care for women. You'd rather be nice to others than indulge yourself. Contran observed La Lam's perverse behavior with a sneer. Is the black medicine Mo Xiaodu gave you almost gone? Let's see what you'll do when it's all used up. As if remembering something, La Lam smacked his forehead and groaned. When I sent Duong Chu north, I forgot to tell him to get more black medicine from Mo Xiaodu. Contran's voice dripped with sarcasm. Mo Xiaodu crossed the Bolwan River today and continued north with the Spearhead Company. If he's even slightly careless, you might not have any more black medicine for the rest of your life. La Lam's brows furrowed in anxiety. What? You went north? That's Zhongshu territory. When did this happen? Contran replied coldly. 2 days ago. The news was a bit delayed. It's unclear whether he went there out of necessity or simply to kill his enemies personally. La Lam narrowed his eyes in surprise. Seeking revenge at a time like this. Contran glanced at him, a warning in his gaze. Never underestimate the vengeful resolve of an Esper. Looking down at the simulated battlefield, he continued, the age of the gods has risen, and yet we only have 2 Espers on our side, and one of them is obsessed with money until his dying breath. These words caught the attention of Chao Kai, who swiveled around in his chair to retort, don't beat around the bush. What's wrong with loving money? Chao Kai reached inside his coat. If I'm thinking what you're thinking, the revelation of Mo Xiaodu's abilities needs confirmation. Contran looked down, speaking indifferently. This trip north is likely to give the Zhongshu a major headache. Behind them, La Lam asked anxiously, where do you think he's going? He raised a small flag, asserting that wherever it was, Contran then planted the flag at a random spot. He'll eventually have to face the Zhongshu dogs himself. He turned and ordered his subordinate to relay a message. If our infiltrators at Bastion 146 encounter him, provide him with full support. The subordinate acknowledged the order. His eyes gleamed with a calculating glint. I'd rather be neighbors with the fools at Outpost 178. Chao Kai stood up, adjusting his glasses thoughtfully. Who do you think will win, the Zhongshu or Outpost 178? Contran pondered, voicing his speculation. The Zhongshu have narrowed their front lines, concentrating their entire strategy on the Haishu River and Wushuan Mountain. They must have something up their sleeves. He looked up, speaking casually. This hyena, cowering in fear for 15 days, suddenly bares its fangs. They must have a trump card. Chao Kai furrowed his brow, skeptical. A trump card. You think the Zhongshu can win? Contran closed his eyes, replying calmly. To say that would be underestimating Kin Lam. He continued, his voice even. I suspect he's waiting for the Zhongshu to reveal their trump card. Then, just as they achieve a surprise victory, he'll hand the Northwest over to them on a silver platter. Chao Kai's expression darkened, and he fell into silent contemplation. Suddenly, a subordinate entered and announced, reporting, sir. Representatives from the Duong clan have arrived for negotiations. They've been escorted here. Shall I bring them in? Contran nodded. Let them in. Moments later, 2 soldiers escorted a gray-haired man, his face etched with fear, into the room. They brought the man before Contran. The gray-haired man stammered, his face slick with sweat. Greetings, Patriarch Contran. I represent Lap, Dan, and have come to speak with you. Contran's eyes held a chilling disdain. I don't have time to waste on you. Get to the point. The gray-haired man forced a smile. Lapton wishes to form an alliance with you. He hopes to become the spokesperson for the Duong clan. If you help him, he agrees to give you bastions 97 and 99 once the matter is settled. The gray-haired man pressed further, attempting to demonstrate his sincerity. I brought a map of 2 Duong's frontline defenses. You simply need to eliminate 2 Duong's captains. Contran remained impassive. How do I know this map is real and not a forgery? He then turned, tossing back a dismissive, leave the map. I'll study it and give you an answer. He then gestured to a subordinate to take the map hidden beneath the gray-haired man's coat. Contran accepted the map and ordered, all right, take him out. As he was being dragged away, the man pleaded gently. Watching the man being pulled away, Chao Kai cursed in frustration. Damn it, is he an idiot? Fighting amongst ourselves at a time like this. Beside him, Lao Lam added with equal displeasure, and he wants to use us to fight his battles. Does he think we're playing games with the Duong clan? Contran, examining the map in his hands, spoke. This shows that the Duong clan is no longer a threat. He sighed, a hint of melancholy in his voice. To think that the once glorious Duong conglomerate has fallen to such a state. Looking down at the simulated battlefield littered with flags, Contran declared, "This is why you never reveal your trump card or your intentions. Otherwise, you'll be exploited." A sinister expression flickered across his face. This game was far from over. Inside a tent, 3 figures stood around a map of the battlefield. Lao Lam spoke, "I hear that in the past 2 months, the southern bastions have become nests of experimental subjects." Contran's face hardened as he turned to Kan Gi. "We must take down the 2 Duong front lines within 15 days. Then, lead the troops south and surround the experimental subjects. We can't ignore them any longer." After a moment of contemplation, Lao Lam furrowed his brow, a troubled expression settling in. After fighting the Duong clan, the soldiers will likely be exhausted. If we have to go south at this time, he trailed off, then suggested, "Why not use?" Before he could finish, Contran cut him off, his voice laced with irritation. "We can't use them. There are some things we can't do carelessly." Sensing Contran's displeasure, Lao Lam fell silent. Then, with a casual air, he agreed. "All right then, I'll go and oversee the takeover of the Duong clan's bastions. I hear they have quite a bit of money. The Kan clan can't keep getting poorer from fighting, can we? This sort of thing isn't suitable for you. It's better that I handle it." Contran turned his head, delegating another task. "Chao Kai, you go to the Central Plains. Things over there should start moving." Chao Kai's face darkened, a sardonic twist to his lips. "Weren't you afraid I'd desert in battle before? And now you're entrusting me with such an important task." Contran replied coldly, "Because the price I'm offering you is high enough, a price no one else can offer." Chao Kai looked at him, a sly smile playing on his lips. "A generous boss. The war in the southwest is about to end. The entire southwest city will bear the Kan name. It seems my initial choice was correct." Contran remained silent, his eyes calculating. The scene shifted to a blazing sun beating down on a rugged, mountainous landscape. Under the shade of the trees, 3 figures sat on the ground, resting. Then Dam sighed. "The weather's getting hotter and hotter. I wonder when the war in the northwest will finally end." Lainan, scooping out a watermelon, asked curiously, "We've been waiting here for 3 days. Aren't we supposed to be going to the Central Plains?" Then Dam, "What are you waiting for?" He looked at her, a smile gracing his lips as he explained. "Isn't Mo Xiaodu attacking the Zhongshu with Outpost 178? He's definitely going to try to kill every last one of them. The Zhongshu won't be able to hold out. Someone want to flee to the Central Plains to hide. We're staying here to catch those who slip through the net." Lainan, innocent as a small rabbit, asked, "Where will we keep them if we catch them?" He chuckled awkwardly. "That was just an example. We'll actually be killing them." Then Dam turned to Lao Hu, who was beside him, probing, "Grandpa, are you sure that the Zhongshu who want to go to the Central Plains will take this road?" The old man calmly affirmed, "Of course. There are other routes, but right now, driving is the fastest way. Those pleasure-seeking Zhongshu dandies certainly won't walk there." Then Dam nodded, his gaze fixed on the distant horizon. "That's true." A cloud of white smoke appeared in the distance. A vehicle burst from the smoke, speeding towards them. Seeing this, he called out excitedly, "They're here." Then Dam instructed Lainan, "Don't let a single one escape." She responded obediently, "Understood." With that, she gracefully soared into the air. Lainan, her face impassive, raised her hand, unleashing her Esper abilities. A large box levitated into the air. She then slung the box over her shoulder. Lainan, carrying the box, flew off. After a short distance, she noticed something below and her eyes widened in surprise. Below her, a train hurtled along the tracks like an arrow on a direct collision course with the approaching vehicle. Before Linan's astonished gaze and then Dam's stunned expression, and Lao Hu's shocked countenance, he stammered, bewildered, "Who is this?" "Lao Hu Farangli Zipli Viventia." The people inside the vehicle seeing the train blocking their path, sputtered, What is this? Reverse, reverse. Seeing the train abruptly change direction and circle back, the people in the vehicle panicked. It's turning back. It's turning back. At that moment, the whirlwind train charged forward, smashing into each vehicle. The people inside the cars had no time to react. The deafening sound of the collisions echoed as everyone coughed up a mouthful of blood. Li Nan hovered in midair, and the two others who witnessed this scene were astonished. The vehicles tumbled one after another, rolling end over end. From afar, a figure strode calmly amidst the wreckage. Junjia, a bag slung over his shoulder, his face grim, approached. Stopping before a barely breathing soldier, he said with disgust, "Go back and tell Zhong Cheng. Our previous feud is not yet settled. There will be plenty of time to deal with you later. Consider this just collecting a little interest." Junjia, shouldering his bag, walked on. He picked up a gleaming gold piece and looked at it. He furrowed his brow, a look of delight on his face. He busied himself for a while, gathering the gold pieces into his bag. Suddenly sensing eyes on him, Junjia glanced back, probing. He turned towards the three and said, "Thank you for not interfering." He cast a scrutinizing glance. "This gold is Zhongsher assets being transferred to the Central Plains. There's quite a lot. I can only take half. The rest is yours." Hearing these words, then Dam, intrigued, chuckled and asked, "Do you have a grudge against the Zhongsher?" Junjia replied frankly, "Of course, I have a grudge. I always avenge my grievances. Anyone who wrongs me will not meet a good end." Noticing the box Li Nan was carrying, his expression darkened, and he frowned in displeasure. "What's in that box you're carrying?" Looking at the box, then Dam replied casually, "You mean this? It's just a sculpture of a deity." Junjia furrowed his brow, lost in thought. "A sculpture? I thought it was something valuable." Seeing him turn to leave, then Dam called out, "Wait a moment." When Junjia stopped, he extended an invitation. "We also have a grudge against the Zhongsher. Consider it a shared enemy. Why don't you stay? We can kill the Zhongsher people together. What do you say?" Although he found the idea reasonable, he declined. "I appreciate the offer, but I'm used to being alone. I don't team up with others. Let's part ways here." Unwilling to let him go, then Dam spoke sweetly, probing, meeting each other as fate. "I'm Dam. May I know your name, friend?" Hearing this, Junjia froze, a look of dawning recognition on his face. He realized this was the whispered demon of legend. Junjia recoiled in shock, waving his hands. "I'm just a nobody, not worth mentioning." Then Dam exuded a dark, eerie aura and said coldly, "It seems you've heard of me." He slowly moved towards the steam-billowing train. The infamous whispered demon. "How could I not have heard of you?" Then Junjia took a running leap and jumped into the train. The train let out a loud whistle and sped away as if chased by a ghost. The three stood frozen, dumbfounded, witnessing this scene. Then Dam turned to Li Nan and asked, "Am I that scary?" She forced a laugh and replied, "Not scary." Then he used his Esper ability to restore the damaged vehicles to their original state. Once finished, he crouched down, smiling at the soldier. "Now, do you have a way to contact your boss?" The soldier stared blankly at the Dam. "Now I can contact them. I have a satellite phone." He spoke calmly, his words laced with hypnotic suggestion. "But I just called him a moment ago. You probably heard what he said. He told you to inform the Zhongsher. So, go ahead and inform them." The soldier obediently reached for the phone at his waist. All right, then Dam said, "Go ahead and tell them. A superhuman who can control steam trains attacked you. He said he's looking for the Zhongsher to take revenge. All the gold has been stolen." The hypnotized soldier, his eyes glazed over, repeated, "A superhuman who can control steam trains attacked us. He said he's looking for the Zhongsher to take revenge." Then Dam, his task complete, calmly ordered, "You're done. Now, in your own life." The soldier stood up and walked forward in a daze, stumbling into a large rock and sliding down, leaving a long smear of syrup. Witnessing this, Lao Hu asked, puzzled, "What was the purpose of that superfluous act, child?" Then Dam chuckled, a spark of amusement in his eyes. "Grandfather, I wanted to see the butterfly effect. It's quite fascinating." Elsewhere, amidst rows of verdant grass, a figure flitted by. Ren Xiaosu and Xiao Min led the way, surveying the barren rice paddies choked with weeds ahead. Ren Xiaosu rubbed his head in surprise. The commoners have all been conscripted to fight. The crops here have been completely abandoned. No wonder their aim was so poor during the battle at Sichuan. I'm afraid Wushuan Mountain is also full of cannon fodder. Ren Xiaosu turned to the others. The conscripted commoners must have left in a hurry. There are bound to be clothes left behind. Let's search for some, gather them, and put them on. Then we'll look for Zhongshu uniforms. It's too conspicuous for us to enter Zhongshu territory wearing 179's clothes. Under the twilight sky, the group pressed forward, their belongings in tow. Under the glare of the sun, a few houses appeared in the distance. Ren Xiaosu turned back to the others, his expression serious. Those houses up ahead. Let's go check them out. Soon, they entered one of the houses and changed their clothes. Distant music drifted towards them, catching Ren Xiaosu's attention. He turned to inform the others. Someone's there. Several of them stopped what they were doing, grabbed their weapons, and approached the door. Ren Xiaosu signaled for them to be quiet. Through a crack in the door, he whispered reassuringly, "Don't worry. Just ordinary commoners. They're unarmed." Xiao Min, beside him, said, "Probably commoners hiding here to avoid being conscripted." Ren Xiaosu reminded everyone, "Don't be rash. Don't stir up trouble. We're commoners now. Hide all the weapons in the house. Let's go out." As the door opened, he greeted the old man and his grandchild with a warm smile. "Sir, we're commoners passing through. Do you have anything to eat?" The old man shielded his grandchild, eyeing them suspiciously. "You're not commoners, are you?" Hearing this, Ren Xiaosu widened his eyes in feigned surprise. "How did you know?" The old man, his face beaded with sweat, pointed at Xiao Shun, who was carrying a cannon on his shoulder. "It's the first time I've seen commoners carrying a cannon." Ren Xiaosu and Xiao Min exchanged exasperated glances. Xiao Min rolled his eyes and yelled in exasperation, "You idiot! You're still carrying the cannon." Xiao Shun replied nonchalantly, "Lieutenant, you said to leave the guns in the house. You didn't say anything about the cannon." Everyone stared blankly, observing as Ren Xiaosu loudly reprimanded someone. Their collective intimidation level reached 100%. Witnessing their imposing figures, the old man silently speculated. Their tall, sturdy builds that didn't look like they were from the south. Suddenly, a realization dawned on the old man, illuminating all his suspicions. He let out a gasp, then addressed them. "Honored officers, you're from Bastion 178, aren't you?" Ren Xiaosu remained silent, but his subordinates behind him nodded in confirmation. The old man, panicked, grasped Ren Xiaosu's hand and cried, "You finally arrived. The villagers have been desperately hoping for your arrival." Ren Xiaosu stared back, surprised and bewildered. The old man trembled as he sobbed. "If you had come sooner, the young people here wouldn't have been conscripted. You must quickly destroy the Zhongshu." Upon hearing this, the group exchanged confused glances. Ren Xiaosu gently asked, his voice soft, "Do you know where the nearest bastion is?" The old man, overcome with emotion, replied, "Bastion 144. I believe it's a little over 60 kilometers west of here." Upon receiving this information, Xiao Min spoke with firm resolve. "We'll head to Bastion 144 now. That's where the Zhongshu's food supplies are stored." Ren Xiaosu calmly inquired of the old man and his grandchild, "Sir, do you have any food supplies here?" "Food supplies? We have none," the old man replied weakly, a bitter laugh escaping his lips. He continued, "The Zhongshu took everything. Even the little we managed to hide, they found." He glanced at his meager basket of vegetables with a pang of sorrow. "If we had any, we wouldn't have to forage for wild greens every day." The man carrying the iron bar turned to Xiao Min and asked, "So what do we do now?" Xiao Min smiled confidently. "Don't worry, we're going to blow up the factory. A place with that many people has to have food, right?" Under the crimson glow of the setting sun, and with the eyes of everyone upon him, he encouraged them, "Let's keep moving. We'll find weapons, find food, and take care of this. Without another word, they pressed onward in silence. They journeyed until late into the night, the moon high in the sky, darkness cloaking everything around them, before finally reaching their destination. Before them now stood the smelting factory of Bastion 144. Ren Xiaosu thought to himself with a surge of relief. Surprisingly, the journey was quite smooth. Suddenly, Xiaomin turned back and gave him an order. Xiaosu, you take one squad, I'll take the other. We'll split up and attack from both sides. Ren Xiaosu replied, understood, as those behind him listened intently, their hands gripping their weapons tightly. Following the newly devised plan, they divided into 2 squads and quickly took cover behind the walls, cautiously avoiding making any noise. Tension etched on their faces, they observed their surroundings. After a moment, Xiaomin spoke. No one's there. Every member of the squads was ready for combat, poised and waiting for Xiaomin's command. Ren Xiaosu quickly counted down 3 to 1. Before them lay the emergency exit, its green light a beacon in the night. Ren Xiaosu and Xiaomin delivered powerful kicks, sending the door flying. The remaining squad members stood ready to fire if any enemies appeared. Amidst the swirling dust, the 2 sides stared at each other in surprise, each caught off guard by the other's presence. The 2 gate guards stood dumbfounded, noses running, eyes wide, and mouths agape. Then, in a panic, they fell to their knees, begging for mercy, tears, and snot streaming down their faces. Please, sir, spare our lives. Xiaomin and his comrades were stunned by the guards' reaction. They stood frozen, seemingly offering no resistance. Ren Xiaosu stepped forward slowly, questioning them. Is this entire factory guarded by only 2 men? The gate guard, panicked, quickly replied, there are a few civilians working inside. Everyone else has been conscripted into the Zhongshu army. Very well, Ren Xiaosu acknowledged. Hand over some of your food supplies. We need to take them with us. The guard seemed surprised by the request. He let out a small ah before hesitantly agreeing. This is all we have in the factory. On a table sat a large plate of cakes, covered in green and red mold. A gaunt old man called out from inside, Commander, this is all we usually eat. Xiaomin picked up a cake, his face contorted in disgust. No wonder the Zhongshu aren't popular. That old farmer is probably hoping Bastion 178 arrives soon. Ren Xiaosu looked at the cake in his hand with pity. So this is how these civilians are forced to live. The surroundings suddenly seemed darker. Ren Xiaosu's gaze hardened, his mind racing. Even though the Khan conglomerate also exploits civilians, at least those in their factories can eat their fill. Wheat husks mixed with steamed buns. Can this stuff even be considered food? He stared at the broken cake in disbelief. The old man, seeing his expression, said, Commander, just being alive is a blessing these days. Without hesitation, Ren Xiaosu turned to his companions. I suspect all the nearby factories are in the same condition. We need to find some Zhongshu soldiers and take their rations. Everyone was taken aback by his words, but Xiaomin was the first to react, exclaiming in alarm, Are you dreaming? There's at least a company of soldiers in the fortress. How are we supposed to fight them? Ren Xiaosu's handsome face remained calm as he explained, We'll attack their supply lines. 2 days passed. In the office of the commander of the 1,237th Regiment, a report came in. Commander, a Zhongshu supply convoy from Bastion 144 has been wiped out by a group of enemy soldiers. Analysis suggests they are a significant detachment from Bastion 178. My Luke was taken aback upon hearing mention of Bastion 178. 1,000 questions flooded his mind. How did the 178th get here? When did they acquire boats? He barked out an order. Dispatch a message to the commander of the 1st Battalion. They must eliminate this detachment and secure the supply lines to the rear. The young officer saluted and replied, Yes, sir. The scene shifted to the smelting factory of Bastion 144. Xiaomin declared, If civilization forces people to bow and scrape, then the people will surely show civilization the arrogance of savagery and violence. Ren Xiaosu replied, You're quite the poet. The 2 men distributed rice as they talked. Xiaomin grinned, tightening the ropes around the sacks of grain. That's what Commander Zhang says. I could never come up with something like that myself. They handed out the sacks of rice to the people, who all chirped their thanks. "Commander, thank you." The young men smiled in response. "What's there to thank us for? You need full bellies to appreciate the world around you." Ren Xiaosu felt a pang of panic, thinking to himself, this was a mistake. I should have been the one distributing the food. I've lost out on 100 million. Xiaomin sat on a sack of rice, smugly stating, "The fortress commander is probably searching for us right now. We'll be safe hiding here." Ren Xiaosu simply replied, "Zongsher patrols are bound to come this way. When they do, we'll assess their equipment and strength. If the opportunity arises, we'll strike again." The Zongsher infantry only have one garrison battalion stationed in the fortress. The other companies have been dispatched to search for the whispered demon. As night fell, the intelligence officer intensified the investigation. But within a single day, 2 rapid response detachments were annihilated. No survivors. Corpses littered the ground, yet not a single enemy body could be found. The hulking shadows imprinted on the blood-soaked grass, a grim testament to the carnage. The young officer, Luke, stared at the scene, grinding his teeth in a mixture of frustration and fear. Frozen in place, panic seized him. He thought, this crucial detachment from Bastion 178 must have a superhuman among them. If I don't resolve this, I fear I won't be able to hold on to my command. Suddenly, a shot rang out. The bullet pierced his armor, spraying blood. Caught completely off guard, his eyes widened in shock, his pupils contracting. Chaos erupted. "Sniper! Sniper! Protect the commander!" He crumpled to the ground. Blood gurgled from his lips. In the distance, Ren Xiaosu lowered his rifle. He had been the sniper. He rose slowly, a calm expression on his face. "I was just testing my luck," he said. "Didn't expect to actually hit one." He slung the rifle over his shoulder, a smug grin spreading across his face. "Not bad, not bad. One down, however many to go. I wonder who was unlucky enough to be on the receiving end of that. What level is my marksmanship now?" He asked the air. Strange green patterns shimmered around his hand. A voice responded, "Grandmaster." Ren Xiaosu's jaw dropped. "Grandmaster," he exclaimed. "This is the first time I've seen a skill reach Grandmaster level." He landed back on the ground with a thud. Xiaomin was waiting for him. "Any luck?" she asked. "Yeah," he replied calmly. "Took down an officer." Xiaomin looked surprised. "An officer? Do you know what rank?" "Couldn't really tell," Ren Xiaosu said, brushing dust off his clothes. Xiaomin turned to the others. "All right, everyone. It's probably not an important officer anyway. Let's head back to the factory and lie low." The group listened intently. 7 days later, in the same spot, the sun was high in the sky. 2 men's voices echoed. "The Zongsher have given up on us. No activity for days now." "Xiaosu, didn't you kill their commander?" Xiaomin asked, a cup of coffee in hand, her eyes wide with apprehension as she looked at Ren Xiaosu. He remained nonchalant, chewing his food. "As if I'd be that lucky," he replied. "I think that officer wasn't very aware of sniper fire. Probably not someone important like a commander." The scene shifted to the Zongsher command center. A large hand slammed down on a table. "Useless. All of you are useless." A man roared at the officer before him. The man was the Zongsher commander. His face was a mask of fury. How could a commander be taken down so easily? He bellowed. A man with blonde hair, Zong Jing, the 4th wife's son, sat on a chair, a smug look on his face. "Why not send me?" he suggested. "The 1,237th Detachment is stationed at Bastion 144. I'm very familiar with the area." Commander Min Luke glanced silently at Zong Jing, thinking he just wants to steal the credit to improve his standing against Zong Thursday and Zong Tuan. Assigning the task to another detachment could lead to delays and potential blame if the operation wasn't successful. Zong Jing continued to look at him expectantly. Min Luke slumped back in his chair, closed his eyes, and made his decision. "Very well," he said. "This task is yours." Zong Jing set off immediately, driving through the night. Suddenly, his phone rang. He answered the phone. "Well, have you found anything yet?" The voice on the other end replied, "Just as you predicted, sir. One of our detachments discovered a key unit from Bastion 178 while investigating at the factory." A smug grin spread across his face, excitement bubbling within him. Just as I suspected, the previous commander overlooked them. He pressed for more information. "What's the situation?" There was a hesitation. We didn't capture any of them, sir." Our men, they were all eliminated. His smugness evaporated. His pupils constricted, his face twitching slightly. What? He roared. The officer on the other end stammered. We lost contact with the detachment, sir, and realized something was wrong. By the time we reached the smelting factory, it was deserted. Do you need us to send troops to escort you, sir? It might be dangerous. It would be safer with protection. Zhong Jing's face turned a sickly green. His teeth clenched so tightly his jaw ached. Veins bulged on his forehead. I don't need an escort. I need you to continue investigating their whereabouts. You can't even handle a simple task. Aren't you all good at flattery? If you don't find those men within a day, you can forget about staying in Unit 1237. You'll be digging mines up north. He slammed the phone down, his stomach churning. Useless fools, he muttered. The moon hung high in the sky as the group continued their march, each gripping a rifle. Xiaomin's frustration finally boiled over. I don't know which Zhongshu brat is so clever, but they're actually managing to track us. In contrast to Xiao Min's agitation, Mo Xiaosu remained calm. It's to be expected. We can't treat them like idiots. The Zhongshu were bound to find us sooner or later. It was only a matter of time. Mo Xiaosu replayed the earlier encounter with the Zhongshu troops in his mind. It's a good thing I managed to condense the shadow and spot them first, he thought. Suddenly, his attention was drawn to a vehicle in the distance. As if by instinct, everyone dropped low to the ground, concealing themselves from view. A vehicle coming this way. Mo Xiaosu murmured. The bespectacled young man piped up. Isn't that a supply transport? Who will be heading this way so late? Xiaomin rolled his eyes at the naive question. You idiot, all you think about is food. That vehicle is coming from the direction of the battlefield. Even if it is a transport, it's a Zhongshu transport. The young man looked at Mo Xiaosu, seeking confirmation. I'm right, aren't I, Xiaosu? The others stared in surprise at his sudden perceptiveness. Huh, where's Mo Xiaosu? He'd vanished. Target locked. The moving vehicle was squarely in his sights, waiting for the pull of the trigger. It was Mo Xiaosu, his aim steady, his grip firm on the rifle. The bullet ripped through the air, a flash of fire briefly illuminating the muzzle. The projectile hurtled towards the vehicle, closing the distance with terrifying speed. Through the windshield, Zhong Jing could be seen inside. His eyes widened in horror as he realized something was hurtling towards him. His pupils contracted, the veins in his eyes bulging. Boom! The bullet found its mark. The impact lifted the vehicle slightly off the ground. The windshield shattered, spewing shards of glass. Smoke billowed, and sparks began to flicker. From a distance, three figures watched in astonishment as the vehicle erupted in flames. Jaws dropped. They stared at Mo Xiaosu, utterly bewildered. Xiao Min was speechless, the question forming in his mind, a third ability. Mo Xiaosu, as if nothing had happened, stood up, oblivious to the stunned expressions behind him. He chuckled, turning back to speak. Anyone who can sit in a jeep has to be at least a second lieutenant, right? A smugness laced his voice. One shot, and it's done. Xiao Min could only offer a strained smile. Well, yeah, daylight had broken. Mo Xiaosu's voice hardened as he gave the order. Let's move. The Zhongshu are investigating heavily around here. We can't be too obvious. Meanwhile, at the Zhongshu commander's barracks, an officer rushed in, his report panicked. Commander, it's bad. Zhong Jing. His voice trailed off, hesitant, in front of the commander's meeting table. All eyes turned to him. He whispered, is dead. The commander, as if he hadn't heard correctly, blurted out what? He slammed his hand on the table, leaping to his feet. Dispatch a reconnaissance team to all of Bastion 144. That elite Bastion 178 unit needs to be stopped dead in their tracks. A man sitting nearby, propping his chin on his hand, spoke up. Agreed. This kind of wild, chase-and-kill fighting is best left to the reconnaissance team. Everyone else remained silent, listening intently. The tension in the room thickened. Continuing his tirade, the commander added, most importantly, we can't let that Bastion 178 elite unit uncover our next plan. The only sound now was the soft sizzle of a nearby officer's cigarette. Under the harsh glare of the morning sun, a long line of vehicles stretched down the road. Zhongshu officers filled the vehicles, one after another, kicking up clouds of dust as the wheels rolled onward. A man stepped out. Before him lay a mangled wreck, the remains of a car. The bomb detonated the fuel tank, causing the vehicle to explode. The reconnaissance team leader explained grimly, taking a drag from his cigarette and grinding his teeth. He glanced around, then declared, "There's no suitable sniper position anywhere near here." Suddenly, his gaze fixed on a distant hillside. He gestured with his cigarette, giving the order, "Search the hillside first. Don't miss a single trace." The troops responded, rifles in hand, "Yes, sir." They surged forward, searching every nook and cranny, every blade of grass and tree root. Suddenly, an officer called out, "Commander, we found food remnants." Scattered on the ground were tiny breadcrumbs, barely visible to the naked eye. The voice on the other end of the radio responded, "Expand the search radius by 2 kilometers." Another officer, seemingly having discovered something as well, startled slightly before grabbing his radio, reporting, "Enemy footprints discovered. Clear prints in the ground." The commander's voice barked back, "Track them." The search continued until nightfall. The moon replaced the sun, casting its silvery light across the land and the river. Following the trail left by the Bastion 178 unit, the officers arrived at a riverbank. One of them spoke up, "Commander, the tracks disappear here." The commander, his voice cold, ordered, "Search along the riverbank, upstream." The voice on the other end acknowledged the order. He had barely hung up when another officer contacted him, his voice urgent. "3 armories near Bastion 145 are under attack by the Bastion 178 unit." The same exasperated question, "What?" "Then, we'll head to Bastion 145. Confusion etched itself on the commander's face, sweat beading on his brow. His mind raced. How did they get to Bastion 145? The command center was in chaos. Voices raised an argument. "The Bastion 178 unit's intel is remarkably good," someone said. Another retorted, "How could this be a random unit crossing the river? They clearly made a beeline for our construction site." Commander Min Luke slammed his hand on the table with a resounding crash. A palpable aura of murderous intent radiated from him, his teeth grinding together. He desperately wanted to capture them, to execute them on the spot. The scene shifted to Zongjing. Looking through his scope, he spotted the soldiers from Bastion 178 moving in the distance. Lowering the scope, he scowled, pondering their actions. What are the Bastion 178 troops doing? He muttered, "They're being pursued, yet they dare to turn back." The scene cut to Xiao Min, hidden amongst the tall grasses, searching diligently. "Lin Binan, are you sure you lost your badge around here?" he asked. Lin Binan, rummaging through the grass, replied, "I'm positive. I was still wearing it before I came through here." Xiao Min, without further questioning, calmly responded, "All right, I'll try my best to find it for you. It's not like it's a whole square meter." Lin Binan expressed his deep gratitude. He turned to thank Xiao Min, who smiled and raised a finger. Above his head, a system notification appeared. Gratitude from Lin Binan +1. Suddenly, he froze. From Lao Su's vantage point, a group of people could be seen nearby. Xiao Min wondered aloud, "Are the Zhongshu forces ambushing us up ahead?" He turned to Mo Xiaosu, warning him, "There's an ambush ahead, and this group seems much stronger than the Zhongshu soldiers we encountered before. They might even have a sniper." Montak Xiaosu exclaimed in surprise. Zongjing, observing them, thought to himself, how did he know? Should we raid their supplies? Zongjing mused, "It's not safe to let them keep tailing us like this." He seemed to have lost his usual composure, his hand reaching up to rub his chin thoughtfully. A group capable of ambushing an elite squad like this, they likely have a sniper. It's best to keep our distance. Mo Xiaosu asked, "Then what should we do?" Xiao Min, his fist clenching with resolve, declared full speed ahead. "While they're setting up their ambush, we'll head back to Bastion 144. The entire squad sprang into action, not daring to waste a single second. Suddenly, Mo Xiaosu stopped short. "They're coming after us," he exclaimed, a hint of worry in his voice. They reacted fast. Xiao Min, trailing behind, anxiously asked, "What?" "They're after us already," Mo Xiaosu declared. "We can't engage them directly." He quickly assessed the situation. "Their strength is likely comparable to ours. A direct confrontation would be too risky. He paused, deep in thought, sweat beading on his forehead. But we can't just use shadow pull on them either. If we get shot, we're in trouble. Zhong Jing and his men continued to observe the movements of the Bastion 178 squad. Suddenly, something caught a soldier's eye. A dark, unexplained void appeared behind them. "Careful," the soldier shouted. They unleashed a barrage of bullets towards the mysterious void. The sound of gunfire echoed through the forest, the air thick with the smell of gunpowder, sparks flying. The dark void seemed to absorb the bullets, drawing them inwards with flashes of lightning. The void, it turned out, was Xiao Min's doing. The absorbed bullets harmlessly discharged into the ground. He stood calmly, observing the situation. Xiao Min, noticing his demeanor, asked, "We can't outrun them, can we?" And Mo Xiaosu, his hand on his chin, muttered, "They say people call out the names of loved ones when they're afraid. I wonder whose name I should call." Xiao Min stared at him, dumbfounded. Exasperated, he retorted, "Do you even have any loved ones?" Xiao Min, exasperated and weary, said, "How the hell are you still here telling jokes? Why don't you just go yourself, Xiao Tuesday? Go quickly, take them with you. I'll set up a defensive line here with a small group and cover your escape." Hearing this, Xiao Tu just chuckled and placed his hand gently on Xiao Min's shoulder. "Don't worry, with me here, you'll have a hard time dying," he declared confidently, simultaneously conjuring a red circle with his hand. Xiao Min could only gape as he watched. Boom! A brilliant golden light spread out, and from within its center emerged a massive train. Everyone stood frozen, staring in astonishment at what he had just summoned. Xiao Min, unable to contain himself, asked, "Xiao Tu, just how many abilities do you have? This is insane." Xiao Tu, with a charmingly paternal air, gestured towards the train. "All aboard. I'm taking you all for a little ride." The whoosh of the train as it picked up speed, tearing through the air, filled the surroundings. The bespectacled young man clung excitedly to the window. "This is the first time I've ever taken a train for a joyride," he exclaimed. Xiao Tu simply smiled. The Zhongshu troops, witnessing the sudden appearance of a train in the middle of the forest, were equally surprised. Jaws dropped, cigarettes forgotten, they stared in disbelief. Their commander, eyes bulging with rage, exploded. Pointing a furious finger, he roared, "You had this ability all along. We've been chasing you for 2 days, and only now do you decide to use it. What, were you trying to play it cool, pretending to be just some ordinary, approachable guy?" He then spun around and barked orders. "Signalman, contact Northern HQ immediately." "Which bastion is that?" "Tell them to go on full alert. There's a train heading their way." The signalman quickly responded, "Yes, sir." The commander, sweating profusely, paced restlessly. The air crackled with tension. This was going to be difficult. The train hurtled onward, the sound of panicked cries echoing from within. Inside, chaos reigned. People clung to windows. Others were thrown into the air. Fear was etched on every face. Someone cried out, "What the hell?" Xiao Tu, a satisfied grin spreading across his face, basked in the light streaming through a window. "See, I told you. When people are scared, they swear like crazy." The scene outside was now tranquil. The sun peeked over the distant hills, casting a warm glow over the surrounding grasslands. The train chugged along, leaving a trail of white smoke in its wake. Xiao Tu poked his head out of the carriage. "We're moving fast. We're already at Bastion 144. Hearing this, Xiao Min joined him at the window. Xiao Tu continued, "There's a detachment up ahead, maybe 2 companies. Let's use them for target practice." Xiao Min replied, "It's the 5th supply unit. We're running low on rations. Let's take theirs." They both turned back to the interior of the train. Xiao Min placed a hand on Xiao Tu's shoulder, grinning. "What are you sure about this steam train?" he asked. Xiao Tu shot back, sure as hitting the G-spot. Xiao Tu's excitement was palpable. A wide grin plastered across his face. "Hell yeah," he exclaimed. The train surged forward towards the vehicles ahead. The soldier driving the lead vehicle suddenly noticed something in his rearview mirror. A whole train bearing down on him. Panic set in. "We got a problem. There's a train behind us," he yelled. His passenger, incredulous, cursed at him. "What the hell are you talking about? There are no trains here." The driver, insistent, repeated, "No, seriously, they're the train." He turned around to confirm, his eyes widening in terror. Only then, with the train truly bearing down on them from behind, did panic seize him. He roared, "Move! Get out of the way! Move!" The train's wheels spun faster and faster, showing no sign of slowing. The tracks stretched out before them, swallowed by the relentless advance of the locomotive. The soldier driving gripped his radio, frantically contacting ththose behind them. "Hold your fire. Get ready." The train loomed ever closer. The soldiers in the rear vehicles, weapons at the ready, urged each other on. Faster, faster. Suddenly, a voice crackled over the radio. "Hello, hello," demanding their attention. The train continued its relentless approach towards the Zhongshe vehicles. The voice on the radio belonged to Zhong Han, heir to the Zhongshe lineage. With the main Zhongshe force at his back, he choked out, "What's happening? Why is there a train behind us?" The officer stammered, "We're under attack, sir. But don't worry, Commander, we'll stop it." A volley of gunfire erupted, barrels flashing bright orange in the twilight. The train was engulfed in a hail of Zhongshe bullets. Windows shattered. Inside, Xiao Min reassured his comrades. "Wait until we're alongside them, then return fire. And keep an eye out for supplies." Huddled beneath the windows, the others responded, "Yes, sir." The Zhongshe soldiers, having expended their magazines, scrambled to reload. Sweat beaded on their brows. "Hurry, hurry." Seeing his opportunity, Xiao Min's eyes gleamed. "Get ready. We're accelerating." The Zhongshe soldiers, still struggling to reload, could only watch as the train began to overtake them. Faster, faster. Suddenly, weapons poked out from the train's windows, catching the Zhongshe troops completely off guard. A storm of bullets ripped through their ranks, sending men tumbling to the ground. Xiao Min surveyed the scene. It's just soldiers on board, no supplies. Undeterred, Xiao Tu, brimming with excitement, ordered, "Let's go." The train, unscathed, continued its journey, a plume of white smoke trailing behind it. Exhausted soldiers stumbled from their vehicles, leaning against them, gasping for breath. One, recognizing the situation, exclaimed in disbelief, they were just here for supplies. "Damn it, what unit are they with?" He frantically called out on his radio. "Commander, Commander, are you there?" Another voice answered, the voice of a soldier who had been with the commander. He turned to check the back of the vehicle as he spoke. "The commander, he's been killed in action." The commander lay motionless in his seat, riddled with bullets. On the other end of the radio, the soldier dropped the device in shock. He could barely comprehend the words. "Killed. In action." Xiao Min slung an arm around Ren Xiaosu's shoulders, a triumphant grin on his face. That was exhilarating. They didn't even see us coming. Ren Xiaosu, equally elated, replied, "I'd say we took out half of their 2 companies." He laughed, hopping from foot to foot. "How many companies have we taken down now?" Xiao Min playfully held up her fingers, counting. Let me think. Did you get the one in the Jeep back there?" Xiao Tu replied, "I think the driver's still alive, but the one in the back is definitely dead." He tapped his chin thoughtfully. "I wonder who it was. Probably a captain or something." Xiao Min clapped him on the shoulder, laughing. "Who cares? As long as we got them." On the Zhongshe side, a heated argument raged. A man, chin resting heavily on his hand, wore a look of utter frustration. He abruptly stood, his voice sharp with irritation. "There must be a spy within our ranks. How else could the Bastion 178 troops know Zhonghan's route so precisely and ambush him?" He practically answered his own question. "That's right. They want the 1,237th Regiment leaderless. Easy prey for disrupting Bastion 144 supply lines. Someone in the inner or outer circle leaked Zhonghan's information." Zhong Wu sighed in response. "Do we know what they used to attack us?" The man beside him cradled his head in his hands, groaning. "A steam train." The brigade commander, cigarette clenched between his teeth, echoed incredulously, "A steam train." Zhong Wu took a drag from his cigarette, a thoughtful expression clouding his features. "So Wang Tsongyang is at Bastion 144 after all. Half the assets I transferred to Zhongyuan were swallowed up by him." A smirk twisted his lips, and he exhaled with a low chuckle, a glint of triumph in his eyes. "This plays right into my hands. He gestured with the cigarette in his hand, a plume of white smoke curling from his lips. This is Zhong Cheng's handiwork. Remember when he deployed troops to raid that Esper, Wang Songyang, the one who can summon a steam train? The bespectacled man looked up hesitantly, a note of caution in his voice. This time seems a little different. They said the train had 4 cars. This one has 16. Zhong Wu shrugged. An Esper's abilities aren't something we can quantify. What if he can change the number of cars at will? He continued, I've never seen an Esper's ability that couldn't be amplified or modified. The others in the room listened intently. Suddenly, Zhong Wu stood, his gaze fixed on a paper on the table, a cryptic expression on his face. Zhong Cheng's handling of this was sloppy. Still too green. I think promotions should be handled more cautiously. Zhong Wu strode towards the door, adjusting his cap as he turned back to address the room. And as for the 131st Brigade, I won't be accompanying them any longer. I'm going to hunt down Bastion 178. His declaration shattered the room's momentary silence, replaced by a cacophony of voices. Someone protested, the 131st Brigade is responsible for the most critical stronghold at Mount Wushuan. If you leave, who'll defend it? The commanding officer remained motionless, a mask of worry etched onto his face. His thoughts raced. Zhong Wu dares to act so independently these days. He completely disregards the collective. If this continues, I fear the Zhongshu will fracture. A young male voice cut through the chaotic atmosphere. How about this? I'll dispatch 2 more Espers with the 131st Brigade to Bastion 144. It was Zhong Ying, the frontline's commander. He continued calmly, quickly disband the company at Barrier 178 so Zhong Wu can lead his troops back as soon as possible and help secure the position. A nearby officer quickly agreed. Understood, but we only have 5 Espers. If we suffer losses, I fear it will impact our future plans. Zhong Ying responded firmly. Now is not the time to think about the future. I want Bastion 178 destroyed on Zhongshu territory. A dangerous glint entered his eyes, his gaze sharp. And there's no need to appoint a new commander for the 1,237th Regiment. Let the deputy commander take over. Seeing Zhong Ying's expression, the bespectacled man spoke up. We just received intel that the deputy commander has deserted. The words seemed to freeze Zhong Ying in place. What? At Bastion 178 Command, the Zhongshu's 131st Brigade retreated. They abandoned their position without a fight. Could this be a Zhongshu ploy? The man's voice boomed. Master Zhang sat deep in thought, absorbing the man's words. They had bombed Town 10 Cross before. What was particularly concerning was what they had buried on the battlefield. Abruptly, the master turned and uttered a name, Needle Blade Union. Then he continued, I have a feeling that it's the Needle Blade Union causing no small amount of trouble for the Hofang Zhongshu clan. That's why the Zhongshu had to dispatch the reconnaissance battalion and the 131st Brigade to deal with them. Ying Long, a hint of doubt in his voice, asked, Commander, are you serious? The Needle Blade Union only has about 100 men. Could they really cause such a commotion? I know those bastards well. They don't have that kind of capability. The master calmly replied, but Ren Xiaosu is with the Needle Blade Union. With him there, it's certainly possible. The master's brow furrowed slightly. Besides, aside from a Needle Blade Union, does the Zhongshu clan have any other enemies at their backs? Ying Long realized with surprise that there really didn't seem to be any. Everyone listened intently to the master's every word. Regardless of how they managed it, and regardless of what they're doing, we must put more pressure on the Zhongshu clan on the battlefield. We can't let them deploy more troops to deal with the Needle Blade Union. With a resolute voice, the master declared, the entire line will advance. Only then can we help them. The scene shifted. A steaming baked potato appeared next to a crackling fire. Under the bright moonlight, Xiao Tu's squad was merrily roasting potatoes for dinner. Xiaoman exclaimed excitedly, Hey, this potato smells amazing. He peeled it and took a large bite. Chewing contentedly, he sighed, fighting alongside Ren Xiaosu is so exhilarating. I never thought we could take down so many enemies without any casualties on our side. Fu Jiao looked around, then asked, Where's Xiao Tuesday? I don't see him anywhere. Xiao Min, who had also just noticed his absence, echoed, "Yeah, where is he?" The bespectacled man behind them, while picking at his smelly feet, piped up, "He said he went fishing." He continued, "I finally figured it out. Besides everything else, Xiaotu always carries a ton of extra supplies. He'll never starve to death. He can find food anywhere." A strange scent wafted through the air. Xiaomin paused his eating, sniffing. "What's that smell?" Fu Jiao, still cheerful, replied, "Do you think we'll get a second-class merit for this mission? Maybe even some rare metal?" Xiaomin, back to his potato, mumbled, "The most prestigious metal in our squad is the nebula metal. Someone's selling on the black market for over 200,000, but we can't hope for that. It's definitely reserved for the most outstanding in combat, those with truly significant contributions." He held 2 hot potatoes in his hands, blowing on them to cool them down. Holding one up to Fu Jiao, he said, "But as for a first-class spirit metal, I think we might have a shot at that. Those go for over 50,000 on the black market." Fu Jiao's eyes widened. "That much?" he exclaimed. Xiaomin propped his chin on his hand, adopting a thoughtful pose. "Yeah, if I get a spirit medal, I could pay back my mother's medical expenses." Fu Jiao chuckled. "So, what kind of merit do we need for that?" Xiaomin took another bite of his potato. "We'd probably have to kill a Zhongshu commander." Fu Jiao groaned. "Come on, someone as important as a commander. Like they just let themselves get killed." 3 plump fish suddenly appeared before Xiaotu and Xiaomin, practically offering themselves up. "We'll earn the Medal of Valor for this," Xiaotu said, holding the fish toward Xiaomin. "We haven't even factored in the 3 military factories we destroyed. Who knows what else we might accomplish?" Xiaomin's face lit up at the sight of Xiaotu's day. "How about we go straight for Bastion 144? It's the Zhongshu supply depot. If we can cut off the Zhongshu troops at Mount Wushuan from their food supplies, that would be a massive victory." Xiaotu walked over to a gap in the seating and sat down, skewering a fish onto a stick. "It's not that simple. Taking down a Zhongshu detachment in the wilderness is one thing, but for a few of us to try and take a bastion, that's suicide." The bespectacled soldier offered a sinister suggestion. "How about we poison the water supply at Bastion 144? Or maybe contaminate it with animal carcasses. Make life miserable for everyone inside." Xiaomin immediately countered, "What are you thinking? If we poison the water, the first to suffer will be the civilians." Xiaotu remained calm, turning the fish over the fire. "We've been eating fish for days now. They're so easy to catch. I think the lake is overflowing with them." Seeing Xiaotu's nonchalance, Xiaomin nudged him. "Let's not talk about that for now. Do you have any good ideas? What should we do next?" Xiaotu replied thoughtfully, "Near Bastion 144, that we could take a gamble at most, then get out. What other resources besides rations are constantly being supplied to them?" Xiaomin's face broke into a grin. "I've got it. We'll take out their uniform factory. Let the soldiers on the front lines fight without clothes." The others flushed, imagining the Zhongshu soldiers charging into battle naked. Xiaotu groaned. "You idiot, clothes aren't essential supplies. Even without new uniforms, they can wear their old, tattered ones. It won't make much difference." A mischievous glint entered Xiaomin's eyes. "Then we'll destroy their shoe factory. Nostrus, that'll definitely slow them down. Sore feet." He finished with a flourish, but everyone stared at him with a mixture of amusement and disbelief. Silence hung in the air. Embarrassed, Xiaomin sat down and started drawing in the dirt, sulking. The bespectacled soldier, seeing his distress, piped up, "There's one thing that, if disrupted, would cripple the Zhongshu war effort." Xiaotu raised an eyebrow. "And what's that?" "Fuel," he replied. "The Zhongshu have a lot of mechanized units. Without fuel, their vehicles would be useless." Xiaotu pondered this, thinking to himself, "It's plausible. The Zhongshu must use a tremendous amount of fuel and gasoline." He pictured soldiers stranded without fuel. Without it, how would their tanks move? Would they have their soldiers push them? Not seeing a response from Xiaotu, the bespectacled soldier continued, "We've probably attracted the Zhongshu's attention by now. Taking Bastion 144 isn't going to be easy. but we're mobile. We can move quickly to a different location. Xiaomin suddenly whooped in agreement. If we destroy the Zongshi's entire mechanized force, even if Commander Zhang doesn't give us the Nebula Medal, I won't hold it against him. Xiaotu could only stare at his overzealous comrade. He cleared his throat, trying to temper Xiao Min's enthusiasm. Easy now, easy. The fish were now cooked. Xiaotu held one aloft. Tonight, we feast. Tomorrow morning, we set off for the northern refinery. We'll destroy the Zongshi fuel supply. A resounding cheer erupted from the group. The steam train barreled through the forest, a plume of white smoke billowing from the engine. Inside, Xiao Min and Xiao Tu chatted idly. This was the route the supply train had to take. There was bound to be, well, another opportunity to pilfer some food and drink. It was always good to plan ahead. Suddenly, a jolt rocked the train car, startling them both. Xiao Min, bewildered, asked what was going on. Xiao Tu lunged towards the window, raising his binoculars to scan the landscape. A string of curses ripped from his lips. Holy hell, tanks! Before him, a seemingly endless column of tanks advanced towards the train. Xiao Tu's composure crumbled. Are the Zongshi insane? Are they really throwing an entire armor division at us? This is ridiculous. We're outmatched. Seeing him practically tearing his hair out, Xiao Min asked, so what do we do now? Xiao Tu slammed the throttle forward, sending the train hurtling down the tracks. Fight! No! Retreat! We're diverting north, towards the oil refinery. Meanwhile, at the battlefront on Mount Wushuan, the fighting raged. Smoke and fire filled the air as Zongshi soldiers crouched in wait, ready to strike. The commanding officer, perched on a high vantage point, surveyed the scene through his binoculars. He turned to a soldier behind him. Mount Wushuan has been a stalemate for a month now. Has Zhong Wu still not returned? Before the soldier could answer, another burst in, panic etched on his face. Urgent report. The forces at Bastion 178 have destroyed 3 of our refineries in a single day. The officer's jaw dropped. Sweat beaded on his forehead. Destroyed what? The soldier stammered, oil refineries, but Commander, don't worry. They were the rapeseed oil and cooking oil refineries. The officer let out a sigh of relief. Oh well, that's all right then. He stroked his chin thoughtfully. Damn, what are those 178 bastards doing destroying those refineries? Are they trying to starve us of cooking oil? Or is there something else going on? The soldier beside him chimed in. Maybe they were trying to hit the crude oil refineries, but got the wrong ones. That makes sense, the officer agreed. He barked out an order. Immediately notify the crude oil refineries to increase their defenses. Double the security. Yes, sir, the soldier replied. Back with Xiao Tu and his squad, they grilled the last of the previous day's catch while discussing their next move. The bespectacled soldier spoke up. Captain, if we hit the wrong place again, we should just give up. The Zongshi are definitely on high alert now. Xiao Tu, thinking he was being reprimanded, bristled. How can you blame me? When we asked those refugees where the oil refineries were, they told us. Nobody questioned it then, so why blame me now? He gripped a piece of meat tightly as he spoke, his voice rising. The bespectacled soldier backpedaled quickly. Noblam, noblam. He continued, his tone more conciliatory. Look, we just need to destroy some refineries. We find one, we hit it. We're taking a page from the Contra playbook, right? Weren't they all about scorched earth tactics? I heard they completely leveled the Yangshi northern industrial sector. Xiao Tu, appearing suddenly from behind them, asked, where's the Zongshi headquarters? The bespectacled soldier replied, Bastion 146, about 400 kilometers from here. Xiao Min, sensing his captain's intentions, protested loudly. Xiao Tu, you're not thinking of raiding their headquarters, are you? There's no way we have enough men. There's at least a brigade stationed at 146, and the headquarters itself will be even more heavily defended. Seeing her vehement reaction, Xiao Tu grinned nonchalantly. Just asking, he said, but inwardly he thought a brigade, huh? Looks like we'll have to wait for the main army to arrive. Going in now would be suicide. Suddenly, a tank rumbled towards them, its treads churning the earth. Xiao Tu ricked swiftly. The armored brigade has caught up. Xiao Min spun around, surprise etched on her face. How do they find us? She asked the bespectacled soldier. He shook his head, anxiety furrowing his brow. I don't know. We left no trace. Xiao Tu hurriedly deployed a smoke grenade. Never mind that now. He barked. Their armor isn't as fast as us. Let's move. Found you. A chilling voice hissed from behind. A superhuman, radiating a menacing aura, lunged at Xiao Tu, a blade glinting in his hand. A bead of sweat trickled down Xiao Tu's spine. Xiao Min reacted instantly, firing a volley of shots at the attacker. The bullets ricocheted harmlessly off a shimmering golden shield that enveloped the superhuman. Xiao Tu stared intently at the figure through the swirling dust. Another superhuman, he muttered. Challenging Xiao Tu, are you? How rude, not even letting a man finish his sentence. He addressed the newcomer. One of you is supposed to be the superhuman Su Xian Suo. Which one is it? Before an answer could be given, the superhuman gasped, a sword protruding from his chest. He shuddered, his eyes wide with disbelief. WH what? The superhuman stammered, fear gripping his voice. How? My defenses. Not even bullets. He crumpled to the ground, Xiao Tu's swift attack proving too much for him. Who was that? Xiao Min asked calmly. Before she could finish, Xiao Tu cut in. Probably one of the Zhongshu superhumans, he replied. Not a very bright one, though. He tapped his chin thoughtfully. So they've had their eyes on us for a while now. That's why he assumed Su Xian Suo was in our squad. A flicker of unease crossed Xiao Tu's face. Good thing he didn't keep talking, he thought. Could have compromised Xiao Min and the others. The scene shifted. Soldiers were boarding a train. The train accelerated rapidly, leaving two pursuing vehicles in its wake. Zhongwu roared in frustration. They said he was a powerful superhuman. Why couldn't he even slow them down? Useless. Zhongwu scowled at Go Yiwu. Aren't you useless too? Go Yiwu retorted. I'm certainly stronger than him, but my specialty is finding superhumans, not fighting them. I found so many for the Zhongshu. He was cut off by Zhongwu. All right. Do you know their current location? Go Yiwu hesitated. My ability can only be used 3 times a day, and I've already used it 3 times. Plus, its range is limited to 100 kilometers. He was rewarded with a sharp slap to the head. And you say you're not useless. Zhongwu snapped. Meanwhile, back with Xiao Tu and Xiao Min, the discussion turned to the Zhongshu. How did their armor brigade find us? Xiao Min wondered aloud. A soldier offered a suggestion. Maybe we picked up something with a tracking device on it after we destroyed the refinery. Xiao Tu sternly surveyed everyone, checking if anyone was carrying anything. The soldier shook his head. During a military operation, how could we betray our comrades? Absolutely no one is hiding anything. Then, Xiao Min pointed a finger skyward, a look of suspicion on her face. Could it be an inside informant? Who's the informant? I'll give them a chance to step forward. Xiao Min glared at Xiao Tuesday. Only when you're bad-mouthing people in front of me do you look like an informant. A nearby soldier chimed in, agreeing, yeah, I also think Captain looks like an informant. At this point, Xiao Tu spoke up. It's probably not an informant. I suspect the Zhongshu have a superhuman who can track us. The Zhongshu are really focused on us. They even sent out their armored brigade. It can't just be a coincidence. He coldly laid out his reasoning. Also, if there was a spy, our operations at the North Luan River and Mount Xiangwan wouldn't have gone so smoothly. Xiao Min shivered slightly, offering a hypothesis. If this armored brigade can always find us, what are we going to do? It's terrifying if we can't escape them. They're not necessarily chasing us right now. Xiao Tu, now looking somewhat grim, spoke resolutely. Therefore, even if that superhuman is chasing us, they must have limitations. Thoughts churned in his mind. The control range of Shadow is 1 kilometer, and the range for opening the Shadow Gate is also 1 kilometer. I don't believe this superhuman doesn't have a range limit. Finished speaking, he grabbed the train's control lever. Let's see if we can lose them. With a sudden burst of speed, the train shot forward into the night. What's that? Xiao Tu exclaimed, an off-road vehicle. Here, in this wilderness. And it's not in Zhongshu territory. Should we take them out? Xiao Min quickly interrupted his train of thought. Not so fast. Someone who can drive an off-road vehicle here must be an officer. Let's capture him and see if we can interrogate him for information. The jeep, unaware of the impending misfortune, continued down the road. The man inside thought to himself, surely no one's following me. I'll come back for my wife once this blows over. The deputy commander inside the jeep wept silently. Forgive me, my wife. 3 commanders have already died in our regiment. Those Bastion 178 soldiers specialize in killing commanders. In the rearview mirror, he could see the train rapidly gaining on him. Panic seized the deputy commander. He yelled, "They've actually found me." The train continued to close the distance, its headlight bearing down on the jeep. Terrified, he slammed on the brakes, scrambled out, and knelt on the lush grass, his hands raised high. "Please spare me. I surrender. Don't kill me. I told you, I'm not the commander. I'm really not the commander." Xiao Tu, watching this theatrical display, asked Xiao Min, "What's he talking about?" She didn't say anything, but approached the man, her gun pointed menacingly. Feigning a fearsome demeanor, she demanded, "What's this about a commander or not a commander? Is there anyone else in the vehicle?" The deputy commander, terrified and blubbering, stammered, "No, just me." Xiao Tu crossed his arms and interrogated the deputy commander. "What did you mean just now? What about the commander?" The man, panicked and snot running down his nose, blurted out, "Aren't you Battalion 1237, the commander killers? We've already lost 3 commanders. Weren't they all killed by you?" Xiao Tu and Xiao Min exchanged a look. "We've killed 3 commanders." They thought simultaneously. From behind them, one of the soldiers exclaimed excitedly, "So we have the Medal of Valor now." The other replied, "I reckon we might even get the nebula." Xiao Tu spoke up, pointing at the captured deputy commander. "Before we discuss anything else, does the Zongshi have any superhuman skilled in tracking people?" The deputy commander quickly blurted out, "Finding people. I don't know about that, but I do know they have a superhuman who specializes in finding other superhumans. Xiao Tu nodded tuktfuli. So, an ability to track other superhumans." The deputy commander continued, "But his power is limited. His search range is only within 100 kilometers, and he can only use it 3 times a day." Xiaoman approached Xiao Tu, a puzzled look on his face. "Did we really kill 3 commanders?" The deputy commander, in a daze, almost unconsciously confessed, "Yes, Li Ming, Li Zong, and Zhong Han." Zhong Han was originally the brigade commander of the North Wan River. Xiaoman puffed out his chest, brimming with pride. "If I hadn't met you, I wouldn't have known how capable I was." Xiaomin strutted behind Xiao Tu, who retorted dryly, "That doesn't really have anything to do with you. This is all thanks to Mo Xiao Tu." Xiao Tu rolled up his sleeves, feigning anger and preparing to playfully cuff Xiao Min. "No wonder you've gotten tougher lately. Been doing your chin-ups, have you?" He then looked up at the sky, a thoughtful expression on his face. "Earlier, we noticed an armored brigade on our tail. Why would they deploy an entire brigade for just a few of us?" His words sobered Xiao Min, who fell silent. The deputy commander continued to ramble, providing a detailed account of the situation. "The armor brigade was dispatched from higher command. They probably assumed you had a larger force. But I don't know what happened after that. I ran away before they arrived." Xiao Tu then interrogated him. "So, what's the current situation at Bastion 144? What about your 1237th Regiment?" The deputy commander recounted his woes with a mournful air. "Before I left, the 1237th Regiment was in complete disarray. Bastion 144 only had a handful of defenders left, and you'd already defeated half of them. I don't know what happened after I left, but I can imagine Bastion 144 is currently leaderless." He sighed, continuing under Xiao Tu's intense gaze. "The remaining officers in the 1237th are also just paying lip service. Their loyalty is questionable." Hearing this, an idea sparked in Xiao Tu's mind. "I know what we need to do." Dawn had broken, and Xiao Tu's train was barreling down the tracks. Soldiers shouted in alarm as the train approached. Where did that train come from? "Open fire." The fortified walls, armed with 2 powerful cannons, unleashed a barrage of fire towards the oncoming train. The deafening roar of explosions rocked the train, nearly derailing it. The impact caused Xiao Tu to stumble. He turned to the deputy commander and asked, "Where are the supply depots?" The man pointed eastward. Taking in the situation, the deputy commander trembled, fear gripping him. He sighed inwardly. He had originally fled out of fear that the Zongshi would force him to become a spy. After all, 3 commanders were dead, and he was still alive and well. He never thought he would actually become a spy. Xiaotu, unconvinced by the man's apparent cooperation, leveled his gun playfully. "You're now a temporary member of our injection blade squad. You better perform well and strive to become a valuable asset to the stronghold. For the glory of the stronghold." The deputy commander was speechless. He wept internally. Where could he possibly go now? This was his reality. Xiaotu grinned mischievously, firing his gun into the air and shouting, "Let's go. Move out." The men at the front yelled, "Here we come." The train hurtled towards the enemy's fortifications, its momentum unstoppable. Soldiers scattered to avoid being crushed beneath its wheels. Xiaotu shouted to Zhang Xiaoman, "You, get over here now. We're only burning the food stores, no fighting." "Understood." He raised a hand to his forehead in a sharp salute. "Yes, sir," Xiaoman replied, snapping to attention. The others, startled by the order, gripped their flamethrowers, ready for action. Streams of fire erupted from the nozzles, engulfing their targets. The enemy supply depot was now ablaze. Panic shouts and cries for help echoed through the night. "Fire! Damn it! We can't put out." 2 figures were silhouetted against the inferno, one retreating, the other collapsing to the ground. Back on the train, Xiaotu's men murmured amongst themselves. "It seems the 1237th's deputy commander was on board. We told you he was a spy. Why wouldn't you believe us?" With the operation complete, Xiaotu relaxed, propping his feet up on the control panel. "Why does it feel like taking Bastion 144 was too easy? I have a bad feeling about this. We should be more cautious." A nearby soldier, watching him, thought, "How could it not be easy? You casually killed the regimental commander, and now you have the deputy commander too. It's not being easy, though, be strange." Xiaotu suddenly turned, his expression serious. "Back when we were burning the supplies, I noticed the depot was only 2/3 full. A third of the food had already been transported to the front lines." The captured deputy commander looked dejected. "Wasn't it all purchased by various officers under different names before the war?" He retorted, "You have to buy your own rations to fight a war." The deputy commander sighed. "They planned to sell it back to the civilians at inflated prices during the war. Command doesn't know about this. The officers said they'd sell the food now, and then when prices dropped, they'd replenish the stores. No one would be the wiser." Xiaotu was stunned. "So, I've inadvertently helped the Zongshi cover their tracks. Once the fire's out, no one will know a third of the food was missing." Meanwhile, at Zongshi headquarters, Zong Ying slammed his fist on the table in a fury. What is Zongmu doing? He agreed to lead the 131st Regiment to intercept the enemy. He even dispatched 2 superhumans. How could he let the enemy burn down Bastion 144 right under his nose? The force of his blow made the others in the room flinch. Someone spoke up. "The damage is done. We need to think of a solution." Zong Ying roared, "Order the mobilization of emergency rations from all bastions. And any personal reserves you have, hand them over. This concerns the survival of the entire organization. No more personal profiteering. You think I don't know what you're all up to?" Adjusting his glasses, the other man asked, "What about the 178th? We can't let them continue wreaking havoc in our rear." His voice was grim. "He's ruthless. First, implement the next phase of the plan. I want Bastion 178 wiped off the map." At the Blackstone floating bridge, a convoy was transporting supplies to the northern shore of Bastion 178. This was the lifeline, the supply route that kept the 178th alive. Boats chugged along the river, seemingly oblivious to the danger. A soldier yelled, grabbing his radio, "It's Zongshi boats. Intercept them. Stop those boats." Heavy gunfire erupted, tearing through the night and ripping into the approaching vessels. Some of the remaining boats pressed forward, the explosions echoing across the water and painting the night sky with fire. On the northern bank of Bastion 178, someone anxiously asked, "Commander, what do we do now?" Commander Zhang's voice was resolute. "Prepare for a fight to the death." In the distance, Zhong Ying watched the explosions through his binoculars, a satisfied smirk spreading across his face. Excellent. Let's see where those dogs of Bastion 178 run to now. He then turned to his subordinate and asked, "Our men in the AO-XA Federation have also departed, haven't they?" The other man quickly responded respectfully, "Yes, sir. In 7 days, the army can cross the Gobi and reach Bastion 178. Zhong Ying, hearing this, turned back with a smug smile playing on his lips, thinking to himself, "I wonder if Zhang Jinglin has anticipated this. Perhaps he has, but what can he do? At this point, no matter what, he can't stop us from taking Bastion 178. His face, finally unable to contain itself, clearly displayed his arrogance and complacency. He scoffed inwardly, "Zhang Jinglin, so what? In the end, I've outmaneuvered him." Inside a meeting room, Hu Xingji's voice boomed, "Commander, the Zhongshu have cut off our main force's retreat route. They're definitely plotting to seize our bastion. Commander, we must devise a plan." Jinglin's voice was tense as he replied, "We have only one option, a decisive battle. Only then can we achieve final victory." His voice rose with conviction as he addressed the assembled officers. "Everyone, we must quickly secure Mount Wushuan. Only then can we carve out an escape route and inform the engineering battalion in the rear to rebuild the bridge as soon as possible." The commander of the second company spoke up, "Commander, the engineering battalion to the south needs 10 days to repair the bridge." Zhang, hearing this, couldn't help but frown. Even if the bridge is repaired in 10 days, it will take us another 7 days to return to the bastion. It will be too late. Suddenly, Zhou Yinglong rushed into the meeting room, his loud announcement startling Zhang. Commander, it's a call from Xiao Min of the Injection Blade Squad." On the other end of the line, Xiao Min spoke urgently into the phone he'd captured from Bastion 144. "Commander, is that you, Commander?" Zhang calmly replied, "Yes, this is Jinglin. Speak." Xiao Min, having confirmed that it was indeed Zhang, couldn't contain his excitement. He spoke with a mixture of laughter and urgency. "We've set fire to the supply depot at Bastion 144. We've eliminated 7 or 8 companies and killed 3 regimental commanders of the 1,237th. We even have their deputy commander in our custody." Those who heard his report were stunned, sharing the same thought. The Injection Blade Squad is truly ferocious. Zhang, however, simply offered a small smile. "You've done well, but be careful." Xiao Min's voice remained triumphant. "Don't worry, Commander, we haven't suffered any casualties." Zhou Yinglong suddenly grabbed the phone. All right, we know you've distinguished yourselves. There's no time for pleasantries. Get to a safe area first. The situation here is critical." Xiao Min, taken aback, quickly asked, "Critical?" Zhou hurriedly explained. "The Zhongshu launched a night raid and destroyed the bridge. They're likely about to send troops to our bastion. Our defenses might not hold. We're trying to figure out how to get back quickly." Upon hearing this, Xiao Min's voice hardened with determination. "Don't worry, Commander. If they can attack our bastion 178, we can attack theirs. Those hyenas in charge of the Zhongshu are at bastion 146. Kill them, and the Zhongshu will panic." When Yinglong heard this, he responded with disbelief. "Nonsense. Bastion 146 currently has an armored brigade stationed there. How could you possibly attack it? Get out of here, quickly. You should all head back towards the Central Plains." Before he could finish, Xiao Tu snatched the communication device from Xiaomin and spoke sternly. "Mr. Zhang, are you still there? I just want to ask, would taking Bastion 146 be beneficial to the overall war effort?" These words from Xiao Tu left Yinglong bewildered, while Commander Zhang fell into a thoughtful silence. Finally, he gave his answer. With unwavering resolve, he said yes. Hearing the affirmative response, Xiao Tu's voice filled with determination and strength. "We'll attack," he replied succinctly. Commander Zhang, not forgetting his duty of care, cautioned Xiao Tu, "The difficulty of assaulting Bastion 146 far surpasses any of your previous battles." Unfazed, Xiao Tu responded without hesitation. "Mr. Zhang, you once said that knowing something is impossible, yet still doing it even at the risk of injury, is foolish. Do you remember how I answered you then?" Commander Zhang recalled Xiao Tu's confident expression and tone from that day. Xiao Tu had replied, "Courage is like that." Commander Zhang switched off his communicator. A faint smile touched his lips as he thought to himself, he's found his own decisiveness. Seeing Xiao Tu in the transmission, Xiaomin chuckled and asked, "How are we going to attack Bastion 146? We've already taken 144. Are we afraid of this one?" Xiao Tu's expression turned serious. "Get in the vehicle," he ordered. The squad began to assemble and prepare for departure. Their vehicle sped through the night, tall trees blurring past on either side at a breathtaking pace. Inside the vehicle, Xiao Tu spoke up. "How are we going to attack Bastion 146? We have to be very quick." Xiaoshan, sitting opposite him, quickly replied, "Exactly. If we don't act fast, the 131st Brigade will hear about it, and then we'll be facing 2 brigades. Xiao Tu turned to one of his subordinates. "What's the 146th Brigade's combat strength like?" The subordinate, looking apprehensive and dejected, answered, "They're definitely one of the Zongshu's most elite units. Their equipment is all the latest and greatest. Even the Zongshu disciples who go there to retrieve gold have to be the most exceptional to even gain entry." Unable to hide his anxiety, the subordinate continued, "You guys aren't seriously planning to attack 146, are you? I'm not trying to be pessimistic, but fighting the 146th is practically suicide. Fear not at him." And he thought, "Damn it, if you want to die, don't drag me down with you." Though reluctant to go, he suddenly noticed the direction they were traveling. "Hey," he said, "this isn't the right way." Xiao Tu signaled for silence. "Quiet," he said. "Don't talk. I'll let you and the others go when we get there. Otherwise, you'll be coming with us to Bastion 146. The subordinate was utterly shocked, his face contorted in disbelief. Did he just say, he wondered? His face a mask of bewilderment, he stammered, You're planning to attack Bastion 146 alone." Xiao Tu calmly replied, "Is there a problem with that?" Suddenly, Xiao Tu brought the vehicle to a halt. He turned and shouted towards the back, "Get out! Get out!" Hearing the command, Xiaomin excitedly rushed out of the vehicle with the others, yelling, "Prepare for battle." The squad responded with resolute cries of "Yes, sir." As the squad disembarked, the vehicle sped off without pausing, leaving them standing in stunned silence. Xiaomin suddenly realized Xiao Tu's intention and shouted after the departing vehicle, "Wait. Montak Xiao, where are you going?" Xiao Shun, seeing this, pressed his gun against the head of their captive and roared, "Where are we?" The captive burst into tears. This is the easternmost point of Zongshu territory. 10 more kilometers and we'll be at the border. Tears and snot streaming down his face, he pleaded, "Please put the gun down. I didn't know. We realized we were going the wrong way, but that kid," he gestured towards where Xiao Tu had been, "he threatened me. He told me not to say anything." Xiao Min's own tears began to flow. Dejected, he whispered, "It's over. It's all over." And Mo Xiao Tu was afraid of going to Bastion 146. "It's too dangerous. So he dumped us here. He's going to Bastion 146 alone." Xiao Min slumped to the ground and quickly contacted Commander Zhang. "Hello, Commander." After hearing the story, Zhou Yinglong was stunned. He slammed his hand on the table in frustration, sweat beading on his forehead. Rubbing his temples, he muttered, "Well, I have to hand it to him." Outside the main gate of Zongshu headquarters, 2 guards stood vigilant in the darkness, meticulously performing their duties. From a distance, Xiao Tu observed them through his binoculars. Lying flat in the grass, he considered his options. Too much security. Sneaking in with a vehicle is too risky. Focusing his binoculars, he noticed the walls seemed less guarded and the sentries less alert. "Looks like I'll have to climb." Luckily, the wall guards have a 1-minute shift change. 1 minute is all I need. He glanced down at his clothes. "Wait, I need to change first." Sometime later, as the shift change approached, one guard said, "Time to switch." The other suggested, "Wait, where are you going? Let's hang out." The first guard quickly reminded him, "Hang out. There's a curfew." Annoyed, the second guard grumbled. As soon as the 2 guards were out of sight, Xiao Tu leaped onto the wall. He moved stealthily towards the edge. Looking down at the Zongshu headquarters, he thought, this is a decapitation strike. Numerous guards patrol below. If I can disable the Zongshu leadership, they'll collapse just like the Yang clan. No need to engage their forces directly. Xiao Tu looked down, a flicker of uncertainty in his eyes. The problem is finding the leadership. He hesitated, pondering, how do I find them? He quickly dropped down, avoiding the patrols. The night remained dark and silent, the only features the looming, dilapidated buildings. Xiaotu walked down the deserted street, the sound of his footsteps echoing as he trod on the uneven stone and brick. From a nearby building, someone peeked through a curtain, watching him with suspicion. Xiaotu paused, sensing the strange atmosphere and the watchful eyes. A man walked past, glancing at him. Xiaotu turned his head slightly, a thought forming in his mind. This place, it's completely devoid of life. He was still watching the other person when another figure suddenly appeared before him. What had happened during the Zongshi's reign? Xiaotu's gaze shifted, and he saw the person in front of him, a flicker of surprise crossing his face. Opposite him stood a fortune teller, radiating an unexpected coolness. He held a banner bearing the Taijuta's symbol and the inscription Miraculous Hand, Divine Calculations. As he passed Xiaotu, he cast a sidelong glance. Xiaotu, observing him, thought to himself, this is the first time I've seen a fortune teller on the street. Suddenly, the fortune teller's expression changed, as if he'd recognized something. He abruptly grabbed Xiaotu's wrist. But just as quickly, Xiaotu used his other hand to twist the fortune teller's arm, forcing it behind his back and restraining him. Xiaotu shoved the man against the wall, pressing him into a deserted alcove. "What are you doing?" he demanded suspiciously. The fortune teller, panicked and struggling, blurted out, "Let go. Let go. I'm just a fortune teller. I saw that you might be facing a bloody disaster these days, so I wanted to read your fortune." Xiaotu stared at him, dumbfounded. "I'm not stupid," he said, turning to leave. "Go trick someone else." The fortune teller, irritated, called after him, "How can you be so ungrateful? I'm genuinely trying to help. My readings are very accurate." Xiaotu, annoyed, asked with a sneer, "So accurate. What can you predict then?" The fortune teller, hearing the challenge, declared confidently, "Anything." Hearing this, Xiaotu began to provoke him. "Then calculate this. Let the second function f, x, be equal to x squared plus bx plus c. When x equals 1, it takes the maximum value. Then, what is the relationship between f minus 1, f 0, and f4? As Xiaotu recited the convoluted equation, the fortune teller, completely bewildered, broke out in a cold sweat. Seeing his reaction, Xiaotu scoffed. "Don't know, do you? I thought you could calculate anything." Xiaotu calmly asked, "You said you can interpret dreams, right?" The fortune teller, somewhat mollified, replied, "Whatever you dreamt, I can interpret it." Xiaotu immediately said, "All right, then listen to this. I dreamt that, let's say, hypothetically, there are two functions fx." The fortune teller's face fell into an expression of utter helplessness as Xiaotu continued to recite another complex equation. The fortune teller swore angrily. "What kind of dream is this? Haven't you heard that you can't tell fortunes with functions? There's science. I'm metaphysics, not the same field." Irritated, the fortune teller said, "Let me see your face. You probably have a younger brother figure, close like family, but not related by blood." The image of himself and Lu Jin watching the stars flashed through Xiaotu's mind, and his eyes widened in shock. The fortune teller continued, "I also know that at 17, your life changed. You faced a trial by water." Hearing this, Xiaotu's eyes narrowed. He furiously lunged forward, pinning the fortune teller against the wall. The fortune teller slammed against the bricks, gritting his teeth against the pain. Xiaotu's face darkened with rage. "Who are you?" he demanded. "How do you know these things?" The fortune teller, terrified, sweat beading on his forehead, stammered, "I can also see that when you were a teenager, you faced great danger, but I'm afraid even you don't know how you escaped it." Xiaotu saw the panicked and furious face of the swindler. "Your great fortune lies in the northwest. If you still don't believe me, I can't do anything about it." The swindler thought, his eyes wide with anger. "Very few people know my past, and he even mentioned the incident where I died and came back to life in the wolf's den before. Could he really be a true fortune teller?" At this moment, Xiao Tu released his grip. The swindler collapsed, coughing and sputtering. Xiao Tu clenched his fist and asked, "You said I would face a bloody disaster in the next 2 days." The swindler looked up cautiously. The swindler hurriedly confirmed, "Yes, a great calamity. A great calamity upon a great calamity. Extremely dangerous." Xiao Tu's face was ice cold as he glared at the swindler and pressed him. "Then tell me, how can it be resolved?" The swindler carefully stood up, stroking his beard. "I didn't get a good look just now. Let me take another look." Xiao Tu said nothing, turning to walk away, his eyes scanning the surroundings. Suddenly, the swindler sensed something amiss. He pointed at Xiao Tu and shouted, "Damn it, this isn't some bloody disaster for you. It's you who's going to bring a bloody disaster to others." Xiao Tu turned back to look. He frowned, irritated. "What nonsense is this?" Then, folding his arms, he said casually, "I'm living peacefully in the fortress. Why would I bring a bloody disaster to others?" The swindler asked suspiciously, "Are you really a resident of this fortress?" The swindler continued, "Your aura doesn't match this fortress. If you'd lived here for more than 3 days, you wouldn't have this condition." Xiao Tu thought, bewildered. How is this getting more and more bizarre? Facing the swindler, he said, "Then tell me, will what I'm planning to do succeed?" The swindler replied, "I can't calculate that. I don't calculate specific events like that. I only give warnings." Xiao Tu questioned indifferently, "So what do you want to tell me?" He watched silently as the swindler nodded, stroking his beard, hesitating for a moment. Seeing something in Xiao Tu's aura, the swindler's eyes widened. "So many turning points. I've never seen anyone like you." Panicked, the swindler quickly backed away, waving his hands in refusal. "I can't calculate it. I can't calculate for you anymore." Immediately, he turned and ran. "Farewell, friend. May our paths cross again in the vast rivers and lakes." But Xiao Tu lunged forward, his arms snaking out to grab the swindler. His face was grim, his voice dangerous. "Forget everything else. Tell me where the person I'm looking for is. If you can't calculate this, you're not leaving this place today." The place, and Xiao Tu's demeanor, terrified the swindler, sweat pouring down his face like rain. Looking at Xiao Tu's darkened, threatening face, the swindler forced a laugh. "Young man, the person you're looking for is inside this fortress." Xiao Tu furrowed his brow, his threat hanging in the air. "Can you be more specific?" The swindler's voice trembled as he replied, "Northeast. They'll be gathering there in the next few days, but you'll only have one chance." He screwed up his courage, closed his eyes, and said, "That's all I can say. Heaven's secrets cannot be fully revealed." Xiao Tu shoved him away. The swindler stumbled, running away. He tripped and fell forward, but caught himself, cautiously looking back to see Xiao Tu standing there, his expression cold. He scrambled to his feet and fled. Watching the swindler run, Xiao Tu called out. Startled, the swindler looked back. Xiao Tu asked coldly, "Have you ever been to the south to tell fortunes?" The swindler let out a shaky breath and asked in return, "I've read fortunes for many people." "Who are you talking about?" Xiao Tu spoke a name, clear and distinct. The swindler adjusted his spectacles, thinking back. He replied, "At that time I told him he will meet his benefactor. Montak ciot smidet." Having heard this, he turned and left. In this world, there really are people who can tell fortunes. Or perhaps he's actually some kind of superhuman. Opening his eyes, the super Khan, realizing Xiao Tu had gone, immediately fled. Too dangerous, too dangerous. He almost lost his life, not just the money he failed to swindle. The next morning, at the edge of the Blade Company's territory, a group of people strode along a parched road. Xiaomin wearily wiped the sweat from his brow as they marched. Suddenly, a tank appeared, approaching from an unknown direction. He immediately ordered his subordinates to take cover. Everyone hid beneath boulders, waiting for the tank to pass, leaving a cloud of dust in its wake. As the dust settled, Xiaomin thought irritably, "Why is this armored brigade still haunting us?" He turned and pointed his knife at the enemy soldier, interrogating him. "Was it you? Tell the truth, or I'll stab you." The soldier, startled, replied in a low voice, How would I dare deceive you, sir? Xiao Min pressed further. Are you sure this is the road to Bastion 146? The soldier vehemently insisted that it was. He looked up cautiously, surveying the area. Seeing the tank disappear, the soldier said in surprise, "They weren't after us." At this point, Xiao Min sheathed his knife and cautiously stood up. Those behind him murmured amongst themselves. Strange, they went that way. Isn't that the road to the Central Plains? Maybe they have another plan. Could they be running away? He raised his hand, giving the order, "Never mind them. We'll go ahead." The group responded in unison, "Yes, sir." The tank stopped. The hatch opened, and a man poked his head out to observe. The driver turned his head and reported, "Commander, there's someone blocking the road ahead." The commander, perplexed, asked someone. The commander scowled and barked the order, "Run them over." "I don't care who it is. Run them over." The tank charged straight towards the figure standing resolutely in its path. Shundan calmly spoke, "I was just thinking I couldn't do anything to help Shaoli. As it turns out, an armored brigade has conveniently delivered itself here." Then, using 2 fingers, he gestured, causing a large boulder to hurtle through the air, intercepting the tank. The sudden appearance of the boulder gave the tank no time to brake, and it slammed into the rock. The commander ripped off his headset and grimaced, asking what was that. A subordinate hurriedly reported, "A wall of earth suddenly appeared in front of us, sir. It seems to be a superhuman." Behind the boulder, Shundan and Li Ren strolled forward. Looking at the small stone he held, she asked, "Do you want to control them?" He smiled brightly and replied casually, "Of course." She asked further, "Do you need to force them out of the tank?" Shundan's eyes gleamed with calculation. Hypnosis can work within the armored vehicle. Sound can also hypnotize. Then he threw the stone. The stone struck the loudspeaker on the tank with a sharp crack. A loud sound blared out, echoing across the area. The sound made those inside the tank uneasy. Soon, the commander was successfully hypnotized. At this moment, Shundan slowly emerged from behind the boulder. He placed a hand on his chest and sighed. "That was a bit of strain. My chest feels a little tight." He coughed a few times, regaining his composure. Then Shundan called out in a resonant voice, "The highest-ranking officer, come out." The man crawled out of the hatch. Shundan watched indifferently as the commander approached. He reached out and lifted the tag hanging around the man's neck to examine it. It read, "Zone 131st Combat Brigade, Brigade Commander." Shundan mused, "Zone Wu." He coldly gave the order, "At the snap of my fingers, you will attack Bastion 146. After breaching the fortress, kill only members of the Zone clan. Do not use mechanized weaponry. Do not kill innocents." Zone Wu, his eyes wide and vacant, stood frozen in place. Shundan, a sinister glint in his eyes, coldly added, "And then you will take your own life." He finished, his gaze fixed on Zone Wu's impassive face. Shundan then raised a hand and snapped his fingers. The sharp sound echoed in the air. Zone Wu turned and began walking towards the tank. Suddenly, Hu Shui appeared beside Shundan, offering his assessment. "This time, you didn't kill any innocents." Shundan looked ahead. "I always thought I was right. Anyone in my position wouldn't hesitate to do what I did." Hu Shui, radiating a somber aura, asked, "And now, what changed you, Shundan?" Shundan smiled cryptically, glancing at Li Ren, who was carrying something concealed on his back. Observing the object, Shundan said, "Some people are like torches. Even after they're gone, they leave something behind." The concealed object was a moss-covered statue of Wu Di. Elsewhere, Xiao Min's squad was preparing to return. The sound of an engine startled Xiao Min. He anxiously glanced back. His squad immediately scattered, taking cover in the undergrowth. They cautiously observed the approaching convoy. Only after it had passed did they emerge from their hiding places. Looking at the dust cloud left in the convoy's wake, Xiao Min gritted his teeth. Back and forth, back and forth. Will they ever stop? Meanwhile, amidst the swirling dust and smoke of Wushuan Mountain, the 131st Combat Brigade's vanguard was assaulting position 129 at grid 178. Soldiers, taking cover in trenches, fired on the enemy. A soldier frantically reported, "Commander, the vanguard has suffered over 50% casualties." Hearing this, the commander slammed his fist into the ground. "Damn it, we've defended position 129 over 20 times. His eyes flashed with fierce determination. Release the boar. His eyes wide, he channeled his psionic energy and roared. The boar charged forward. The enemy unleashed a barrage of fire upon it. But the boar, thick-skinned and heavily muscled, deflected the bullets. It crashed into the enemy lines, sending bodies flying. Screams of agony filled the air. He gritted his teeth. Charge! Reclaim position 129. He started to rise, but his subordinates restrained him. Commander, one pleaded, rest for a while. You've been fighting for days. Ying Long, the exhausted commander of the vanguard, refused. No, we must hold position 129. If we don't, the armor brigade won't be able to safely pass through Mountain Pass 177. Elsewhere, another group was approaching. At the headquarters of the 103rd Infantry Brigade, the group called out, "Make way." Official business. A soldier looked at them, puzzled. What's going on? What's intelligence doing here? From inside a tent, a subordinate watched as their brigade commander was escorted away. What's happening? Why are you arresting our commander? The soldier, fear creeping into his voice, speculated. Even Commander Zhang is here. Something must be seriously wrong with our commander. Jing Lin, his face grim, demanded why. He was terrified, his face crumpled in fear, not uttering a single word. Seeing this, Jing Lin ordered him to be taken away. Starting today, Ying Long will take over as brigade commander of the 103rd Infantry Brigade. A man bowed his head respectfully to Jing Lin, earnestly apologizing. It is my fault for failing to supervise him properly, allowing him to successfully leak the information. If I had acted sooner, Mo Xiaotu wouldn't be. Jing Lin nodded and sighed. This isn't your fault. Jing Lin placed a reassuring hand on the man's shoulder. The intelligence department is still recovering. It's already remarkable that we were able to catch him. The man looked up in surprise. But Mo Xiaotu's day, he's gone deep into Bastion 146 alone. Jing Lin gazed into the distance. Don't worry, he's not reckless. He wouldn't act without a plan. We just need to wait for a miracle. A few days later, within Bastion 146, Mo Xiaotu walked with an air of composure. He furrowed his brow, calculating silently. The fortune teller said the person I'm looking for is in the northeast, but the exact location is still unknown. I need to quickly figure out the layout of Bastion 146. Suddenly, Mo Xiaotu noticed two soldiers posting flyers. Seeing them pasting the papers, he wondered curiously, what are they putting up? He pulled his hat lower and walked on discreetly. Mo Xiaotu glanced over, carefully observing. When they left, he stepped forward to examine the flyer on the wall. It was a wanted poster with his own likeness and the words, Mo Xiaotu, operative suspected of infiltrating Bastion 178. If any citizen discovers this individual's whereabouts, please immediately report to the combat brigade. A reward of 200,000 is offered. Report hotline 457-127-6719. Seeing this, he rolled his eyes in annoyance, his lips pressed into a thin line. He gritted his teeth in frustration. I'm this formidable, and I'm only worth 200,000. Then Mo Xiaotu turned and walked away. How does the Zone clan know I'm here? How do they know my movements? As he walked, he pondered deeply. It can't be the flying daggers. There must be a mole in Bastion 178. Sensing a scrutinizing gaze, Mo Xiaotu looked up to see a soldier with a weapon glancing back at him. He gripped his hat tighter and lowered his head to walk away. Suddenly, the soldier stopped and barked, "Halt." He added, "Show your face." The command made Mo Xiaotu pause. But Mo Xiaotu ignored him and bolted, sensing trouble. The soldier, realizing something was amiss, immediately gave chase. "Stop!" The other soldier grabbed his radio and yelled, "Suspect sighted! Suspect sighted!" requesting backup. As the two soldiers pursued Mo Xiaotu, they reported through their radios, target has crossed Renaissance Road. Currently on Zhongheng Street, moving at high speed from west to east. Mo Xiaotu glanced back, annoyance flashing across his face. He then ran toward a stack of metal containers, scaling them with agile speed. He vaulted over a wall, catching the attention of a woman hanging laundry. Reinforcements arrived. "Over there. Hurry, provide support." They opened fire on him, but he nimbly dodged the bullets. The woman screamed in fright. They then climbed over the wall and landed on the ground. Seeing Mo Xiaotu escape over the wall, one of the soldiers cursed in frustration. Damn it, is he human? He's so fast. Observing from above, Mo Xiaotu gripped his hat tightly, his face a mask of irritation. Soldiers lying in wait opened fire on him continuously. As he landed, they aimed their weapons at him. Don't move, they warned. Be smart and cooperate. Hearing this, Mo Xiaotu's face darkened. He looked up, assessing the situation. Then, he used his power, a shadow detaching from him and slipping away. Lao Su appeared between them, snatching their 2 rifles. The soldiers, startled, cried out, "What is this?" Capitalizing on their momentary shock, he vaulted over their heads in a fluid motion. Mo Xiaotu's sword flashed, drawing a swift, fatal line across one soldier's throat. The man's helmet tumbled to the ground. Landing lightly, Mo Xiaotu caught the falling helmet. The soldiers, their strength failing, collapsed. He settled the helmet on his head, thinking, if they cling to me, it'll be troublesome. Suddenly, the sound of approaching footsteps. A soldier, weapon raised, ran past, startling Mo Xiaotu's day. The soldier immediately unleashed a volley of shots in his direction. Montak Cio bolted. He dove through a nearby window, narrowly avoiding the hail of bullets. The soldier, seeing his escape, barked into his radio. The target, the soldier-killing superhuman, has fled into an apartment building on Renaissance Road. Be advised, the target is superhuman. Suddenly, Mo Xiaotu burst from another window, delivering a furious kick to the soldier's face. "I'm not a superhuman," he roared. "Don't spout nonsense." The soldier crumpled, unconscious. Mo Xiaotu thought wearily. So, my superhuman identity is about to be exposed. He gritted his teeth, calculating his options. There's only one way out now. Use every trick I have to break through this encirclement. From a nearby wall, a soldier shouted, "He's there." Montak Cio grimaced. He plunged forward, running for his life. Not again. Soldiers poured from every corner, pursuing him relentlessly. Their leader barked orders. "You, watch the east intersection of Zhongheng Street. You, go to Nanjing Road and cut him off. The rest, follow me." Inside a building, a man opened his door just in time to see Mo Xiaotu flash past. He quickly veered onto another street. Spotting 2 soldiers ahead, he changed direction again, using a wall as a springboard to escape their gunfire. Mo Xiaotu summoned Lao He. The shadowy figure clung to a brick, scaling the wall. Lao He extended a hand, offering Mo Xiaotu a grip. He launched himself upwards, dodging a fresh barrage of bullets. He landed in the narrow alleyway between 2 buildings. The soldier, cursing his missed shot, slammed in a fresh magazine. Damn it! Suddenly, Mo Xiaotu reappeared, a gun in his hand. He aimed, sending a lead candy towards each soldier. Not far away, another group of soldiers trained their weapons on him. Sensing the shift in their attention, Mo Xiaotu spun and ran. As he dashed past a soldier lying in ambush around a corner, he casually delivered a swift blow. Hearing the commotion, the others raised their weapons and gave chase. He vaulted over a wall, taking cover behind it. Peeking out, Mo Xiaotu frowned, trying to figure out his next move. How do I get out of this? Suddenly, a manhole cover clanged open. A hand reached out, beckoning him. "Here," a voice whispered. "Here." Mo Xiaotu stared, a flicker of suspicion and wariness in his eyes. A familiar feeling stirred within him. Just then, his pursuers arrived. Finding no one, they exchanged confused glances. "Where did he go? I saw him run in here." Lao Su streaked across a rooftop. A soldier shouted, "He's up there." The chase continued. "Damn it, after him. Chase him down the sewer." Mo Xiaotu reached out a hand. He gripped Yuan Dong by the throat, probing, "Who are you?" Terrified, Yuan Dong stammered, sweat beading on his brow. Boss La told me to give you a message." Mo Xiaotu's face hardened. "What message?" Yuan Dong blurted out. He said, "You shouldn't die. If you have to die, leave him some black medicine first, then die." Mo Xiaotu furrowed his brow in annoyance. "Oh." He carefully set Yuan Dong down. "This fat law, Does he not know how to speak plainly? Finding his feet on solid ground, Yuan Dong explained, Commander Qing Zhen told me earlier that you would definitely come to Bastion 146. He told me if I saw you to help you. But I didn't expect you to cause such a commotion. And Mo Xiao too looked up at him, probing. A commotion? Yuan Dong asked incredulously. Isn't this a big commotion? And Mo Xiao too's eyes narrowed. Are you familiar with this place? The question sparked a flicker of excitement in Yuan Dong. Yes, I prepared a safe house for you. And Mo Xiao too said, tell me where the Zone clan leaders are. Yuan Dong's eyes widened in alarm. The Zone clan leaders? What do you mean? You can't seriously be thinking of taking on the Zone clan alone. Half the forces in this bastion are protecting them. The other half are hunting you. Do you really think you're God? And Mo Xiao too closed his eyes, lost in thought. The Zone clan troops would likely breach the wall and reach Bastion 178 soon. Only by inflicting heavy losses here could he draw them back. Time was of the essence. He opened his eyes, resolve hardening. He placed a hand on Yuan Dong's shoulder. Which way is the Bastion 146 barracks? Yuan Dong replied, even the weakest defenses in that barracks have at least 500 men stationed there. You'll be walking into a death trap. And Mo Xiao too's face darkened. His voice was a low growl. Which way? Let me there. His grip tightened painfully on Yuan Dong's shoulder. Seeing the dangerous look in Mo Xiao too's eyes, Yuan Dong was too terrified to speak. Finally, he gestured, stammering, this way, up ahead, turn right, both of us. They reached a wooden barricade. He pointed. Here it is. Beyond this is the Zone clan encampment, but you can't get through. You'll have to figure something out. Mo Xiao too looked at him. Thanks. Tell Fatty La and Qing Zhen. I'll be sure to repay this favor. With a flick of his wrist, a dark void opened, revealing several vials. Seeing them, Yuan Dong's face lit up. Black medicine. He clutched the vials to his chest, watching as Mo Xiao too moved on. Mo Xiao too drew his sword, slashing twice. The wooden barricade splintered and crashed into the water. Yuan Dong stared in astonishment. Wow. Mo Xiao too didn't turn around. What's your name, friend? Yuan Dong blinked. Yuan Dong. Mo Xiao too glanced back, a faint smile playing on his lips. I'll remember that. On a broad road, a convoy of vehicles rumbled along. Inside one of the vehicles, the commanding officer folded his arms, a smug look on his face. We're almost at Nanhu. We'll rest there for a bit, then head straight for Bastion 178. If we win this war, the two of us will be greatly rewarded. The person beside him grinned, echoing his sentiment. All thanks to you. Without your years of meticulous planning, how could we have waited for such a perfect opportunity to push straight towards Bastion 178? The officer chuckled. Indeed, this battle is our chance to make a name for ourselves. His companion's expression turned slightly anxious. But the more crucial the moment, the more cautious we must be. The commanding officer waved a dismissive hand. We've thoroughly explored this area over the years. There's no Bastion 178 military equipment here. Those fools would never suspect we'd. Suddenly, a tremor ripped through the air, followed by a barrage of smoke bombs that descended upon the panicked soldiers. Enemy attack! Enemy attack! They screamed. The command vehicle, riddled with damage, crawled forward. A bloodied figure, the commander, clambered out. Those fools! Bastion 178. What are they doing here? Tanks surrounded his convoy. They were prepared. We've been ambushed. He roared in his phone, opened fire. A cannon barrel rose, firing a massive shell. Hold the line. From behind the tanks, a shimmering disc flew forward, intercepting the commander's artillery fire. The soldiers stared in disbelief. What in the world is that thing? The commander paled. Xiansu, didn't they say someone saw him in the rear? What's he doing here? He clenched his fist, fury burning in his eyes. Attack! Surround them, but leave an opening. Let the Zone clan leader escape, but their vital force users must be left behind. Charge! Xian saw, and the others surged forward, weapons raised. The commander ground his teeth, muttering, damn it, artillery fire is still the most effective. Meanwhile, under the starry sky, at the Bastion 146 garrison, Xiang Ta led his men. A 5-man squad, fully armed, patrolled the city streets. Below a manhole cover, something stirred. Mo Xiao too crouched on a stone, carefully listening to the receding footsteps. The garrison at Bastion 146 was heavily fortified. Every 5 minutes, a patrol passed by, the timing never deviating by more than 10 seconds. He slowly stepped down into a puddle. Mo Xiao too moved stealthily, calculating. He needed to find a manhole cover on a less frequented route. 2 patrols, one after the other, passed by the alley. The manhole cover rattled slightly. He used a rod to pry the cover open. A sliver of light shone through. Mo Xiao too grimaced. So the Zone clan is this cautious. They've welded the manhole shut. He pushed the cover open and started to climb out, only to see a sweeping beam of light approaching. He quickly slammed the cover shut just as the light reached the opening below. Mo Xiao too breathed a sigh of relief. That was close. A moment later, he flung the cover open again and darted out, pressing himself against the wall. Surveying his surroundings, he thought, just as I expected, this is the Zone clan headquarters, about 200 meters away. Time to change into a disguise. With that, he separated Lao Su from his body. Lao Su slipped through the window of a nearby house. Inside, a man slept soundly. Lao Su drifted towards a table beside the bed where a neatly folded uniform lay. He snatched the uniform, chuckling softly, and climbed back out the window. After changing, Mo Xiao too admired himself, grinning. Lucky me, a perfect fit. He strolled confidently towards the imposing building. Mo Xiao too held a card up to a scanner. A guard snapped to attention, saluting smartly. Sir, please present your identification. Mo Xiao too froze, then tilted his head, feigning annoyance. You know me. Sir, with all due respect, I couldn't possibly know every soldier in this garrison, the guard replied stiffly. But there are only a handful of regimental commanders. I can recognize them. Hearing this, the soldier startled and glanced at the regimental commander insignia on Xiang Tuo's shoulder. Mo Xiao too watched him, thinking, as expected, a place with such tight security can't be easily fooled. Seeing Mo Xiao too's silence, the soldier drew his gun and aimed it at him. His eyes sharpening, Mo Xiao too grew wary. With a swift, powerful strike, he hit the soldier, thinking grimly, there's no other way but to fight. Immediately, alarms blared. Gripping his sword, Mo Xiao too swung, sending the door flying off its hinges. In the surveillance room, witnessing Mo Xiao too's single-handed assault, a soldier reported into his radio, someone has breached the command center. Suspected to be Mo Xiao too's day. All units to this location. 2 other soldiers sprang out, aiming their weapons at him. They unleashed a barrage of gunfire, but Mo Xiao too, with incredible agility, darted and weaved, evading the hail of bullets. He sprinted across the bridge as they took cover behind a low wall, waiting to ambush him. Suddenly, a dark shape appeared on the wall. A grenade sailed through the air. The soldiers stared in stunned disbelief as it exploded. Mo Xiao too calmly stepped forward. As the smoke cleared, the remaining soldier nervously scanned the area, unaware that Mo Xiao too had already appeared behind him. With a single, fatal stroke of his sword, Mo Xiao too ended the threat, thinking, I can't delay any longer. Once the soldiers regroup, it'll be a real problem. Observing this terrifying scene, the soldier in front of the surveillance monitors leaped to his feet in terror. A loud crash from the doorway made him jump again. The sound, like a thunderclap, sent shivers down his spine and sweat poured down his face. Mo Xiao too forced the door open, his eyes glinting menacingly. He tore the door from its frame and strode in. The soldier, seeing Mo Xiao too's furious advance, fell to his knees, pleading, Great hero, please spare my life. Mo Xiao too turned and walked away, leaving the soldier bewildered. He's sparing me. A grenade landed at the soldier's feet. He stared at it in stunned silence. Mo Xiao too continued his advance, leaving the room engulfed in smoke and flames. Silence descended. Mo Xiao too walked on, thinking, is that everyone? It seems strangely easy. He eyed a securely locked door with suspicion. Locked. Could there be sensitive information inside? He sliced through the lock with his sword and stepped inside. Another door stood before him. He pushed it open and looked inside. The room was filled with nanomachines. Mo Xiaosu cautiously approached, examining them closely. When I went after those bandits with Xiao Qian, her uncle sent 30 nano warriors to protect her. We took separate routes that day, and I haven't had a chance to see them since. He paused, recalling Jing Lin's words. We suspect, based on some clues, that Zhongqing's supernatural power is mind control. He walked on, silently observing. Could these nano-warriors have been controlled by Zhongqing? Suddenly, something struck him as odd. Before, the nano-warriors had to be destroyed before their programming could be replaced. Why is it different this time? He stroked his chin, lost in thought. Could the requirement for the palace to reprogram the nanomachines not be related to life and death, but rather the ability to control them? Turning to face the nanomachines, he spoke. Accessing the notification system, reloading directory, restoring initial settings, deleting the linked directory, complete. Green streams of energy emanated from Mo Xiaosu's body, infiltrating the minds of the nanomachines. Finished. He chuckled with a giddy, almost foolish grin. Speak of the devil and he shall appear, or rather, search high and low and find nothing, then stumble upon it without effort. Suddenly, the eyes of the nanomachines flashed to life. They lunged towards him, attacking. Mo Xiaosu, startled, realized something was wrong. He darted away, thinking that Zhongqing was controlling them, that he was close by. Outside, two subordinates peered cautiously into the room. The door opened to reveal the nanomachines scattered across the floor, along with a small sword, dripping with a syrupy residue. One of the men stammered in shock. Mo, Montak Xiaotu. He added, where are the nanomachines? Why aren't they on them anymore? Mo Xiaosu turned, his voice laced with sarcasm. A nano-warrior without nanomachines. Isn't that perfectly normal? You don't find wives inside wife cakes, do you? Mo Xiaosu strode out, brimming with confidence. Zhongqing, panicked, scrambled over the railing and leaped from the building, fleeing. Landing on the ground below, he barked orders at his subordinates. The man in the window, open fire. Mo Xiaosu stepped out onto the window ledge and jumped, his nano-armor materializing around him. He landed with a powerful thud, sending a cloud of white dust billowing into the air. He charged forward, his sword flashing, leaving a trail of bodies in his wake. Zhongqing glanced back to see Mo Xiaosu cutting a swathe through his men, heading straight for him. Stunned, he yelled at the soldiers in front of him, enemy to the rear. Kill him! Just then, a train roared into view, scattering the soldiers in terror. One cried out, "It's Song Yang's steam train." Zhongqing grabbed the driver of a nearby vehicle, yanked him out, and shouted, "Give me the car." He frowned, a flicker of confusion in his eyes. Strange, I didn't see Song Yang. How did his steam train suddenly appear? No, this isn't right. This isn't Song Yang's. His train only has 4 cars. This one has at least a dozen. Suddenly, realization dawned. Could it be Mo Xiaosu's day? That would explain everything. It meant Mo Xiaosu's ability was to replicate the powers of other superhumans. As he drove, he spoke into his radio. I'm in pursuit. The target is heading towards Zijing Road. All soldiers near Zijing Road converge and intercept. He muttered to himself in frustration. I've underestimated him. No wonder he's always able to escape certain death. But a superhuman's power always has limits. As long as I have enough Zone Clan soldiers, Mo Xiaosu will be eliminated. The train sped away like the wind, leaving his subordinates struggling to keep up in their pursuit of Zhongqing's vehicle. A young boy, standing by a window, pointed excitedly at the train. Daddy, look, a small train. His father gently corrected him. That's a big train, son. The train hurtled down the main road of the city. Under the moonlight, Yuan Dong flew at top speed. Through the train window, Mo Xiaosu suddenly recognized him. He grinned and waved at Yuan Dong on the rooftop. Yuan Dong raised an eyebrow, a sardonic smile playing on his lips, surrounded on all sides, and he still had the nerve to smile. This Mo Xiaosu, the one spoken of in whispers, was certainly audacious. He picked up his radio. Boss, 9 times out of 10 he's gone. A voice replied, I figured as much. Lon Lam watched, a cigarette dangling from his lips as he observed Mo Xiaosu single-handedly charge into the military encampment. He's certain to die, he remarked to Yuan Dong. Such a waste. Yuan Dong, from the other end of the line, scoffed. Isn't the Zong clan about to fall anyway? Stunned by this news, Lon Lam's eyes widened. What? He exclaimed. The scene shifted. Zong Cheng's vehicle sped into the garrison. Panic lacing his voice, he barked, "Close the gates. Close the gates. Close the gates. Mo Xiaosu is almost here." As he spoke, the rumble of a train echoed in the air. Soldiers, rifles slung over their shoulders, scrambled into defensive positions. Don't let them attack. 3 playing cards, spinning through the air, materialized before them. The 6 of clubs, embedded in the ground, pulsed with an eerie light. Then, a deafening explosion ripped through the air, engulfing the area in a thick cloud of dust and smoke. Even Zong Cheng's vehicle shuddered from the force of the blast. Grimacing, he clutched his head, his teeth gritted against the roar. Mo Xiaosu, holding a glowing vial, mused, still had to detonate the poker card. Wasn't a waste chasing him this long. He watched the speeding vehicle, calculating. But right now, it seems the Zong clan hasn't set up any effective defenses. Might as well keep Zong Cheng around. A smirk played on Mo Xiaosu's lips. If he keeps running, he thought, he'll definitely head for the most heavily fortified location. Maybe I can find the Zong clan's higher-ups. But first, a little lesson is in order. Seeing the train hot on his tail, Zong Cheng's eyes narrowed in fury. Damn it, he roared. He underestimated Mo Xiaosu. How could he breach the defenses so easily? Above the speeding vehicle, a dark void appeared. From within the blackness inside the car, a blade snaked out. Zong Cheng recoiled in terror. As the void vanished, Zong Cheng spun the steering wheel, accelerating. The darkness reappeared, the sharp blade lunging again. He swerved frantically. Gnashing his teeth, Zong Cheng snarled, "Are you mocking me? Mo Xiaosu, don't let me catch you. I'll kill you." Mo Xiaosu's voice dripped with sarcasm. "Why have his time? Time to play with you." Zong Cheng slammed on the brakes before a wooden barricade, where a group of guards stood watch outside the city gates. Peering through the car window, he bellowed, "Open the barricade. Open it." He frantically declared his identity. "I am Zong Cheng, regimental commander of the 107th Combat Brigade. I order you to raise the barricade. Prepare for battle." Sigu, his face impassive, remained unmoved. Seeing his expression, Zong Cheng ground his teeth in frustration. The third branch. Are they going to let me die? Are they insane? He leaned out the window, desperately trying to persuade Sigu. "Are you going to abandon me? Aren't you afraid of retribution from the first branch after this? There's only one superhuman back there. This force is enough to crush him." His words found their mark. Sigu gestured, signaling for the barricade to be raised. The soldiers obeyed. As the gates opened, Zong Cheng sped through. Having achieved his goal, Zong Cheng sneered. "Kill each other. The more of you that die, the better." He then steered the vehicle directly towards another gate. Seeing this, a soldier rushed back to report. "Commander, Zong Cheng escaped through the west gate." CGE's eyes widened in disbelief. Tricked, that treacherous Zong Cheng. He sacrificed the third branch. Despicable. Watching the train hurtle towards them, the soldier anxiously asked, "Commander, what do we do now?" Sigu roared in response, "Attack." I don't believe a single superhuman can withstand an entire fortress. They aimed 2 Gatling guns directly at the oncoming train. Mo Xiaosu, a wide grin splitting his face, exclaimed again. Mo Xiaosu calmly opened a black hole, casually tossing 2 grenades inside. A massive explosion rocked their position. Mo Xiaosu then flung 2 more cards, triggering another detonation that sent the soldiers sprawling. 2 other soldiers, each shouldering a heavy weapon, fired 2 missiles. They streaked forward, directly intercepting the train. Billowing smoke choked the air as the train screeched to a halt a short distance from a group. Through the swirling white haze, Mo Xiaosu emerged, a grin plastered across his face. He knocked down 2 men blocking his path, advancing relentlessly. Sigu, watching him, anxiously cried out, "Father, we need to retreat. We can't stay here." Grimacing against the pain from a wound in his shoulder, the man pulled himself up. Retreat. After that scoundrel Zong Chung used a superhuman to eliminate our opposition in the 3rd Division. We can't just swallow this. He snatched up his phone and roared into the receiver, call the 4th Division. We need to unite against the 1st Division. Now? When no response came, he asked in stunned disbelief, what is the 4th Division doing? Why isn't anyone answering? A furious voice erupted from the phone. Zong Chung, that damned bastard, lured the superhuman to my estate. Luckily, reinforcements arrived. Sigu and his father exchanged horrified glances, their faces draining of color. Meanwhile, Emo Xiaosu continued his pursuit of Zong Cheng's vehicle. He followed closely behind, his breath coming in ragged gasps. Observing Emo Xiaosu's state, Zong Cheng sneered. Finally starting to tire, are you? It's only natural. Even a god couldn't keep up this pace forever. Zong Cheng cunningly lifted his phone. Father, Emo Xiaosu is exhausted. I'm leading him back to our estate. Prepare for battle. Once he's eliminated, we'll immediately consolidate the resources of the 3rd and 4th Divisions. Hearing this, Zong Jia's brow furrowed in anger. Don't bring him here. Zong Cheng accelerated, his voice brimming with confidence. Don't worry, father. I'll bring him right over. Looking down from above at the city engulfed in smoke and flames, Yuan Dong wondered, can a single superhuman really conquer all 146 of the Zong clan strongholds? He frowned, speculating the 3rd and 4th Divisions have already fallen. Emo Xiaosu's next target is likely the 1st Division. Meanwhile, Zong Cheng wrestled with the unresponsive controls, thinking irritably, almost out of fuel. But this should be enough to get me home. At the same time, at the lavish estate of the Zong clan's 1st Division, he burst through the doors, stumbling inside. Father, I've successfully led Emo Xiaosu here. Seeing Zong Cheng's return, Zong Jia flew into a rage, slapping him hard across the face. As Zong Cheng reeled from the blow, Zong Jia snarled, get out of my sight. We'll talk after tonight. Outside, soldiers rained bullets against Emo Xiaosu's armor. The projectiles ricocheted harmlessly as he advanced, sword in hand. Witnessing this, Yuan Dong thought incredulously. He's not planning to just charge in, is he? The Zong clan has amassed a considerable force here. Can Emo Xiaosu's stamina really keep up? He can't be that reckless. Below, Emo Xiaosu nimbly dodged the grenades hurled his way. A shot rang out, followed by a massive explosion. Debris and sparks flew everywhere. Yuan Dong thought to himself, or perhaps the era that belonged to me is truly over. His hands clenched, trembling with frustration. No, he thought fiercely, I refuse to accept this. I will make my era begin again. A crimson aura began to emanate from Yuan Dong. He watched the red energy swirl and rise around him, astonishment flooding his features. Awakened. Witnessing Emo Xiaosu fighting alone, Yuan Dong wondered, if I've awakened, can I help him? The surrounding soldiers stared in surprise as he abruptly turned and sprinted away. Abandoned, the soldiers stood dumbfounded, their heads filled with questions. Watching this unfold, Yuan Dong's eyes widened in disbelief. Why is he running away? He just said he was determined to press forward. Meanwhile, Zong Jia, peering through a window, cried out in confusion, what's happening? Why is he running? From behind him, Zong Cheng's irritated voice boomed, speak up, I can't hear you. A loud crash then drew the attention of both men. Emo Xiaosu, his face grim, appeared at the doorway, holding Zong Vu captive. Zong Cheng gaped. When did he get in here? He pointed at Yuan Dong, signaling his subordinates. Kill him. Don't worry about the hostage. Fire. The captured Zong Vu, stunned, roared, you brat, Zong Cheng. I'm your uncle. Zong Cheng, unmoved, gritted his teeth and fired a single shot. The bullet pierced Zong Vu's heart. A stream of crimson bloomed across his chest as Emo Xiaosu watched in stunned silence. Then, without a flicker of remorse, Zong Cheng shoved the lifeless body towards Emo Xiaosu, using his uncle as a shield. Zong Vu's eyes, wide with shock, stared blankly ahead as he crumpled to the floor. Leaving Zong Vu's body to obstruct Emo Xiaosu, Zong Cheng fled. Xiao tu es face à Denet. With a cold sweep of his sword, he slashed at Zhongvu's back. A soldier aimed his weapon at Xiao and yelled, "Stop!" Suddenly, Sigu, clad in armor, burst through a glass window, kicking the soldier squarely in the face. The armor on Sigu vanished. Zhong Cheng, witnessing this, felt a jolt of fear. As he ran, he thought frantically, in exchange. When did that happen? Xiao looked at Sigu. "Cover me." Sigu immediately drew his sword and charged towards the soldiers. Xiao, sword in hand, slowly descended the stairs as Zhong Cheng, panicked, continued his desperate flight. "Stay away from me." Images of six figures flashed through Xiao's mind, Jin Yuan and Lan Lam among them. Power surged through him, and emerald energy enveloped his body. His eyes blazed with intensity. He gritted his teeth and snarled, "Die." With a mighty swing, he brought his sword down on Zhong Cheng's waist. Zhong Cheng screamed in agony, collapsing to the ground, his strength gone. Suddenly, a blade pierced Xiao from behind. He turned his head in disbelief. Their reinforcements arrived that quickly. Looking at the throng of soldiers surrounding him, he thought, "This is it, a dead end." But then he spoke, his voice ringing with defiance. "Come on, then, all of you." One of the soldiers voiced the thought on everyone's mind. "Should we attack? It feels like charging to our deaths." Taking advantage of their hesitation, Xiao bolted, moving with lightning speed, leaving the soldiers stunned. The leader, exasperated, cursed. "Damn it, we fell for his trick. He's weak. After him." The armed soldiers immediately gave chase. Suddenly, from the end of the alley, someone waved, calling out Xiao's day. "Over here." Xiao stopped, turning to see who was calling his name. Xiao Man, leaning casually against a wall, flashed a bright, confident smile. "Xiao, it's me. Come here. We're here to save you." Xiao, seeing his entire squad assembled and ready to attack at a moment's notice, couldn't help but ask in surprise, "How did you all find me?" Fujiao chuckled. "Didn't you say that not a single member of the Sharp Knife Company could be left behind?" Xiao Man, unable to contain her joy at seeing Xiao, laughed and said, "Xiao, do you remember what I said?" Xiao, still clutching his wound, replied gravely, "You said that in war people die. The battlefield is a place where you must believe in fate. Everything is fate, and it doesn't depend on anyone." Xiao Man, her face radiating confidence, pressed on, "And do you remember what I said?" She placed a firm hand on Xiao's shoulder. "You told me then. How will we know unless we try?" The Sharp Knife Company shares both fortune and misfortune. If someone said that not a single member of the Sharp Knife Company could be left behind, then truly not a single one can be left behind. With that, Zhang Xiaoman roared, "Open fire." The squad immediately obeyed, unleashing a barrage of bullets at the reinforcements who had been pursuing Xiao with relentless determination. Xiao, still clutching his stomach wound, sank back against a wall and asked Xiao Man, who was nearby, "How did you all find me?" Xiao Man replied instantly, "There was a fortune teller waiting for us at the gate of the fortress. He told us where you were." Xiao's mind flashed back to the con man he had encountered earlier. A sense of unease crept over him. This fortune teller, was he a thin, middle-aged man with a mustache, holding a banner that said Divine Fortune Teller? Xiao Man looked puzzled. "How did you know?" Fu Jiao echoed the question. "Xiao, you know this fortune teller?" "You could say I'm acquainted," Xiao replied, his mind racing. Could that fortune teller actually have some skill? But he hadn't mentioned that the Sharp Knife Company would come to his rescue. Xiao Man continued cheerfully, "He's from Outpost 178. We'd only heard of him before. We never expected to meet him here." Xiao, startled, asked, "He's from Outpost 178. Xiao Man, her usual cheerful expression unwavering, replied, "That's right. When we set out, our intelligence officer contacted us and said someone would meet us at Fortress 146. He even gave us a code name." Xiao, gritting his teeth against the pain as he worked to heal his wound, made a guess. And that code name was Divine Fortune Teller. Fu Jiao, still focused on firing at the enemy, replied, "No, his code name is Supercon. I heard it used to be Divine Fortune Teller, but then he got into the habit of tricking his comrades out of their money. So it got changed to Supercon." Xiao's face went stiff, his expression grim. "So close. I almost believed him. Everything he knows probably came from Zhang Xiansheng, right? And that whole thing about the Great Qing region in the northwest, it was all a lie. Composing himself, Xiao Tu pulled out his medical supplies, his thoughts still churning. But how did he know about Li Qingzheng? Could it be that the whole southern campaign was based on deception? He turned to Xiao Man, who was still firing her weapon. Are you sure Super Khan was ever in the south? Did he con people there too? Xiao Man replied immediately, I don't know about that. Hearing the answer, Xiao Tu sighed. He thought to himself, well, I guess I should show compassion first. I'll ask him more details when we meet again later. Suddenly, a loud bang erupted from the vehicle. The entire squad was startled by the resounding noise. Xiao Man exclaimed that sound. Could it be the armored brigade arriving? The squad quickly shouted, hurry up, run. Everyone scrambled onto the vehicle. Xiao Man, carrying Xiao Tu on her back, also hurriedly prepared to board. Once everyone was ready, the vehicle sped off. Ahead lay other enemy vehicles. The regimental commander of Fortress 146, anxiously perched in his vehicle, called out, have we made contact yet? His subordinate, with a hint of doubt, replied, not yet. It's strange. Why can't we reach a high-ranking officer? The roar of approaching engines echoed towards them. The subordinate yelled in a panic, they're coming, regimental commander. They're coming right at us. The regimental commander, still complacent and arrogant, responded, panic. Why? Those are our vehicles. Before he could realize who was driving the approaching vehicle, a bullet ripped through the windshield, grazing his shoulder. His jaw dropped, his face drenched in sweat. After a moment of sheer terror, he and his subordinate, no longer calm, fumbled with the steering wheel, their faces a mixture of tears, sweat, and snot. He screamed, drive. They're coming for us. The chase involving multiple tanks and the Sharp Knife Company's vehicle left the two men inside terrified. This entire fortress, so many troops, why are they chasing only us? The subordinate stammered. I hear the sounds of armored vehicles and tanks behind us too, he added, making the regimental commander flinch. Still reeling from fear, he transitioned into a state of shock, his mouth agape. What? The armored brigade from Outpost 178 is attacking us too. Suddenly, a thought struck him. Wait a minute, isn't the armored brigade behind us our own troops? With this thought, he grabbed the communication device and spoke into it. Comrades at Outpost 178, stop chasing us. We're on our way home to farm. Can you please stop? A firm voice responded from the device. Negative. Confused and enraged, he retorted, you won't stop until you've killed us all. Is that it? Fine. We'll stop the vehicle. We surrender. You don't kill prisoners, right? Outpost 178. Xiao Man's voice boomed from the other end. Don't stop. Keep driving. If you stop, I'll kill you. The regimental commander, near tears, could only lament, what is this? You won't even let us surrender. You're making us keep running. These damned Outpost 178 troops, are they enjoying chasing us this much? The chase continued relentlessly. Using binoculars, the regimental commander suddenly realized something and exclaimed, wait, the armored brigade behind us is ours. Feeling a surge of relief, he became smug, picking up the communication device and speaking with a triumphant laugh. Outpost 178 troops behind us. I suggest you surrender immediately. You're clearly surrounded. What's the point of pretending anymore? Just as he finished his sentence, another bullet whizzed past his shoulder from behind, leaving him pale and trembling. A booming voice crackled from the comms device. I advise you to move forward. We may be in trouble, but if you dare stop those vehicles, you'll be the first to face the consequences. The regimental commander could only weep inwardly, cursing under his breath. You'll pay for this. Inside the vehicle, Fu Jiao spoke up. Wait a minute, aren't we already within range of their tanks? Why haven't they fired yet? Xiao Man echoed the confusion. What's wrong with them? They chased us to the ditch twice and still didn't attack. I felt like they spotted us back then, but for some reason, they held their fire. At this point, Xiao Tu finally spoke. Let's not follow these routed troops anymore. I think the armored brigade behind us isn't here to attack us, but to pursue Zongshi's forces up ahead. Fu Jiao, startled, exclaimed, what? Xiao Tu continued his analysis. If they wanted to attack us, they would have joined forces with Zongshi's soldiers back there. They wouldn't have waited this long to engage. Their target doesn't seem to be us. A subordinate in the vehicle glanced at the rearview mirror. Commander, the group from Fortress 178 seems to be retreating. The regimental commander's face lit up with relief. After a moment of jubilation, he sighed, the tension draining from his shoulders. With a sneer, he said, "They've been scared off, but we can't let them escape so easily." His subordinate, weary of his commander's volatile mood swings, simply remained silent. Suddenly, a tremendous explosion ripped through the air in the distance, sending one of the trailing vehicles skyward. The shockwave rocked their own vehicle. The airborne vehicle plummeted back to Earth, landing upside down in a billowing cloud of smoke. The occupants of the remaining vehicle trembled, one stammering, "What was that?" The grim reality dawned on them both, and they dissolved into panicked tears. Regimental commander, one cried, "The armored brigade is targeting us." From their vantage point, the Sharp Knife Company had witnessed the entire scene unfold. Xiao Tu and Xiao Man, seated in their own vehicle, watched in silence. One of the Sharp Knife soldiers, his face creased with confusion, muttered, "What's going on?" Xiao Tu offered his theory. "I think someone named Li Shundan is controlling them." Xiao Man, puzzled, asked Li Shundan, "What makes you say that?" Xiao Tu simply smiled and replied, "Intuition." Xiao Man, taken aback by the succinct response, could only stare, her mouth slightly agape. "Xiao Tu précédent. How is Commander Zhang's battle going in the south?" Xiao Man answered, "It's going fairly well, but Zongshi's forces are putting up a stubborn resistance. We'll win, but it'll cost us." Fujiao appeared, chuckling. With Xiao Tu having taken out most of Zongshi's high command this time, he interjected, "Their ranks are bound to be in disarray." The deputy commander of the 1237th Regiment, who had been listening to their conversation, spoke up. "It's not that simple. The frontline general still holds considerable sway within their forces. Plus, he's been expanding his faction for the past few years. That's why Zongshi's high command sidelined him 3 years ago. Now, with their leadership gone, he might seize this opportunity to consolidate his power within the Zongshi clan." Before he could finish his sentence, Xiao Man snatched up the communicator. "No way," she exclaimed urgently. "We have to tell the commander." She quickly relayed everything they'd overheard. "This is what we heard," she finished. The voice on the other end simply replied, "It's all right. Zong Ing won't live through the night." After hanging up, Xiao Man grinned at Xiao Tu, a relieved smile spreading across her face. "Looks like Commander Zhang already had a plan to deal with him," she said. A moment later, her excitement bubbled over into confidence. "This time, the Nebula Medal is ours for sure," she declared, taking down a Zong clan executive. "The Sharp Knife Company is operating like a whole brigade." Fu Jiao, standing behind them, scoffed. "You, taking credit as the company leader. Shameless. This is clearly Xiao Tu's achievement. What does it have to do with you? Without Xiao Tu, we wouldn't even know if we'd still be alive." The jibe stung, and Xiao Man shot him a quick glare. "Xiao Tu is part of the Sharp Knife Company too," she retorted, her voice rising slightly. "We're a team." As dusk settled, the company returned to the gates of Fortress 178, a solid and imposing structure. Their vehicle pulled up to the roadside, and the team slowly disembarked. Fu Jiao helped Xiao Man, who was still limping slightly, towards Zhou Yinglong. "Finally back," Xiao Man exclaimed with relief. Yinglong, seeing Xiao Man leaning on Fu Jiao, gave him a derisive look. He feigned a kick toward Xiao Man. "Clearly not injured," he said. "What's with the act?" Xiao Man and Fu Jiao laughed, the charade exposed. Yinglong sighed, then grinned. All right, he said. "Take roll call." Xiao Man immediately turned and barked, "Sound off." The company snapped to attention, forming a line and reporting their numbers one by one. The count began with 1, 2, and continued until the last number, 182. A frown creased Xiao Man's brow. "We're missing someone," she realized aloud. "Wait a minute, where's Xiao Tuesday? Has anyone seen Xiao Tu?" Confusion rippled through the ranks. No one knew where Xiao Tu was. Fu Jiao echoed the concern. "That's right, where's Xiao Tuesday?" Yinglong, seeing the growing panic, waved a dismissive hand. "Forget him," he said, clearly annoyed. Ordered to continue, Xiao Man reported with a forced formality. "Commander, Sharp Knife Company, 184 personnel, 183 present. Even as she spoke, her thoughts churned. After we eliminated Zhongshi, he really did leave. Despite her rigid posture, a shadow of sadness crossed her face. I said no one could be left behind, but I couldn't bring Xiaotu back. In the north, the ethereal glow of the setting sun painted the sky in breathtaking hues. A lone vehicle sped along a deserted dirt road. It finally came to a stop in a desolate landscape shrouded in dust and a thin, eerie mist. The vehicle was driven precariously close to the edge of a ravine. A solitary figure emerged from the swirling mist. Zhongshi stood at the precipice and, with a decisive shove, sent the battered vehicle plummeting into the chasm below. His task complete, he slung his bag over his shoulder. One day, I will return, he thought grimly. Suddenly, a voice startled him. Admiring the view, a figure emerged from behind him, a sycophantic smile plastered on his face. Zhongshi whirled around, his hand flying to his weapon. He leveled his gun at Li Shindan, his voice tight with fear. "Who are you?" he demanded. "What are you doing here?" Li Shindan simply snapped his fingers. General Zong's eyes glazed over, his gaze becoming vacant. He dropped his weapon, his arms falling limp. Li Shindan, with the casual air of someone well-practiced in this, said, "Let's play a game. It's called I Ask, You Answer. What's your name?" General Zong, in a daze, replied, "It used to be Zongjiang. Now it's Zongcheng." Li Shindan's face remained impassive. He simply responded, "Oh." Zongcheng continued, "I used my power to plant a seed inside Zongjiang, turning him into a puppet." At this, Li Shindan paused, considering. Zongcheng possesses this ability. That means if he plants seeds in others, couldn't he achieve a kind of immortality? After a moment of thought, he continued his questioning. "Have you planted seeds in anyone else?" Zongcheng, still under Li Shindan's control, quickly answered, "No. The seeds are few. I can only control a limited number of people for extended periods to extract their spirit and form new seeds." Understanding dawned on Li Shindan. So that's how it is, he thought. Then with a sigh, he said, "All right, end of questions. You can kill yourself now." Seeing that Zongcheng hadn't committed suicide, but was struggling against the compulsion to do so, Li Shindan sighed again. "It seems I'm still not strong enough. I can't even force a superhuman to make a life or death decision." He bent down and picked up a stone from the ground. With a swift, decisive movement, Li Shindan flung the stone with surprising force at Zongcheng, killing him instantly. At that moment, Si Liren, hovering in the air above, called down, "Brother Shindan, where are we going?" "To outpost 178. He glanced up at Si Liren and replied, "No. I have a feeling Mo Xiaotu might have deserted and run to 178. But that's not where he wants to be. Not yet, anyway." Si Liren descended closer to the ground. "Then where are we going?" she asked. A look of excitement crossed his face. "To do something interesting." He looked at her and couldn't resist teasing. "Someone once called you a burden." I didn't believe it at first. The image of a statue flashed through her mind. Infuriated, she chased after him, shouting, "I am not a burden. Don't call me a burden." Li Shindan, walking ahead, smiled and replied, "All right, little burden." On the Fuji Bridge, Zhong Ying watched the convoy pass by, carefully instructing the soldier beside him. "This trip north, who knows when we'll return. Remember, make sure to bring all the fishing refugees from the fortress. And don't leave behind the nomadic herders either." The soldier, eager to please, cautiously reported back, "They've all been taken." Also, there have been a lot of desertions these past few days, but they've all been caught and executed. Zhong Ying chuckled dryly. Desertions are to be expected. In their eyes, becoming refugees is probably better than going north to herd sheep. Killing a few of Team 5's purifiers along the way is a bonus. The soldier, unable to contain his curiosity, asked, "Commander, when can we return?" Zhong Ying, as if he had already calculated it, calmly replied, "Wait until Outpost 178 and Qing Shi start fighting. Then you can return. Two tigers cannot share the same mountain. Eventually, Qing Chen's ambitions will grow too large. He won't be able to ignore the rich prize of the North forever." With that, he turned and walked towards the waiting vehicle, ordering those behind him, "Let's go." Observe quietly. At that very moment, the river, tranquil until now, suddenly stirred. Ripples spread across its surface. Zhong Ying cried out in astonishment, "What's happening?" As the words left his mouth, a wave erupted, launching countless water droplets, sharp as knives, towards him. Zhong Ying hastily pulled the soldier in front of him, using him as a human shield, while shouting, "There's a superhuman." The water knives ripped through the soldier, his body absorbing the deadly barrage. Just as a figure materialized from thin air behind him, Zhong Ying released the now-dead soldier. The newcomer exhaled gently. Following the breath, a magnificent eagle appeared, soaring over Zhong Ying's head. It circled above the enormous whirlpool that had formed on the river's surface, as if investigating. Suddenly, a colossal killer whale launched itself from the depths, effortlessly snatching the eagle from the air. The superhuman controlling the whale coughed up a mouthful of blood and collapsed. At the same time, Zhong Ying looked up in terror at the sky, now filled with swirling snow. His voice trembled. "Why is it snowing?" Within the snowstorm, ice shards hurtled towards him. The ice shards, like a rain of knives, pierced Zhong Ying's body. He seemed unable to comprehend what was happening. As he fell, his body riddled with wounds, he muttered 1,000 plans, and this is how it ends. With his last breath, he roared, "I'm not reconciled." Meanwhile, in Zhang Jinglin's office at Fortress 178, a commander escorted Qiu Yao inside, reporting Commander Zhong Ying is dead. Just as you predicted, they went to Fuji Bridge. Your calculations are truly divine. Zhang Jinglin looked at the commander, a faint smile playing on his lips. You've learned that trick as well. If they wanted to escape us, there was only one route they could take. It's hardly divine calculation. The commander offered no further comment, turning his attention to Qiu Yao. Commander, this is the superhuman we captured on the front lines. He likely witnessed Zhong Shi's defeat and tried to escape. He was attempting to return to the front lines at Wushuan Mountain, but we apprehended him. Qiu Yao, fearing for his life, pleaded with Zhang Jinglin, "I can help you find other superhumans. If you find them, you can control them. I'm very useful. Don't kill me." Zhang Jinglin calmly asked, "What's the range of your search?" Yao answered obediently, "Within 100 kilometers of Fortress 178. You must have other superhumans here. I can help you find them." Zhang Jinglin continued his questioning. "Do you have any other abilities?" "What are they?" Yao replied honestly, "I am Qiu Yao. I have no other abilities." Zhang Jinglin gestured to the commander. "Take him to Fortress 178. See if there are any other superhumans. But don't coerce them. Just register their abilities on paper." The commander responded cheerfully, "Yes, sir." Yao, surprised by these words, exclaimed, "Just registration." Zhang Jinglin explained gently, "At Fortress 178, we don't believe in controlling others' freedom to gain strength." After a soldier led Yao away, the commander asked Zhang Jinglin, "Commander, do you have any further instructions?" Zhang Jinglin paused, just waiting for our distinguished guest. The other person, seemingly misunderstanding the scholar's words, reiterated the welcome for the distinguished guest on the second day at Outpost 178. Wang Shengren pushed Wang Shengji's wheelchair into Zhang Jinglin's office. He wore a cheerful expression as he greeted the commander. "Commander Zhang, congratulations. I hear Zhong Shi has fallen. Now you are the king of the Northlands." Zhang Jinglin responded modestly, "This old man is but a frail scholar. I lack the capacity to bear such a title. But I know that in the future, there will come a day when a new king will rise in this place. We can wait for that day together." Wang Shengji chuckled, a strange feeling washing over him. Why do those words sound like a prophetic curse? It reeks of feudal superstition. The scholar, without concealing anything, honestly replied, "These are merely the words of a charlatan, as we say. But I believe he speaks the truth. For when the old era begins to fade, a new one will surely emerge." Immediately afterward, the scholar's expression turned serious as he addressed the main topic. "All right, let's discuss the crucial matter of constructing the railway connecting to the Central Plains." After Wang Shengren and Wang Shengji departed, a soldier hurried into Commander Zhang Jinglin's office, a scroll clutched in his hand. Handing the scroll to Zhang Jinglin, he reported, "Commander, The Qing clan of Lalan has sent an emissary with an alliance treaty. Zhang Jinglin nodded. Understood. So early on the second day, the Qing clan's ambition is truly vast. They're currently busy forming an alliance with the Li and Yang clan strongholds. For a good while, they won't have any time to spare. The soldier agreed. Indeed, I hear the experimental subjects in the south are quite ferocious. The Qing clan's desire for peace with us stems primarily from their lack of strength to confront us. Zhang Jinglin, seated behind his desk, spoke. Regarding the alliance with the Qing clan, my mind is made up. If the fighting continues, the Qing clan's main forces will inevitably be drawn north. The south will then become a haven for those experimental subjects. How many lives will be lost then? He addressed those present with a grave tone. Therefore, our most urgent task is to reassure the Qing clan and allow them to eradicate those experimental subjects. He then turned to Lao Li. Did that fat fellow say anything else to you? Lao Li quickly replied. He inquired about Ren Xiaosu, but I told him Ren Xiaosu had left. But then, unable to contain his worry, he asked Commander about Ren Xiaosu. Zhang Jinglin responded with unwavering confidence. I believe he will return. He turned to Zhou Long, a smile spreading across his face. Prepare the nebula metals for the Sharp Knife Company. They must have been waiting a long time. Zhou Long's eyes crinkled with delight. Yes, I'll thank the commander on behalf of the Sharp Knife Company. Several days later, a celebratory parade was held within Fortress 178. The soldiers of the Sharp Knife Company, standing atop tanks, waved enthusiastically to the crowds lining the streets. Xiao Man looked at the medal in her hand, her thoughts drifting. Xiaosu, I'll hold on to this medal for you for now. She lifted her chin, a silent promise forming in her heart. The Sharp Knife Company will never forget the honor you, Ren Xiaosu, have brought us. Southern Central Plains. Picturesque hills rolled towards a pristine lake, shimmering under the sunlight. This was the territory of Fortress 73. Within Fortress 73, within the heavily guarded main building, a meeting was in progress. One participant, seemingly unable to contain his frustration any longer, slammed his hand on the table. Your Highness, he boomed, the North has opened up the Northwest trade route. If we let them continue to develop, won't we be sitting ducks? Zhou Siji, the chief priest, maintained his composure, calmly countering, there's no need to jump at shadows and start a fight. Our current priority is to continue infiltrating the East. The Qinghe group over there is no pushover. The other man, unconvinced, pressed his point, his voice cold. The Qinghua group is on its last legs. They won't be competing for resources in the Central Plains anytime soon. What's there to be afraid of? I think you're failing to identify our true enemy. He frowned, persistent in his argument. I don't consider the Qinghua group an enemy. It's just that I've heard the Qinghe group has grasped the method for creating superhumans. By now, they've probably mastered it. Inside the main building, the meeting continued, thick with tension. The speaker gestured dismissively. We haven't seen many of their superhumans, but we must be cautious. Superhumans demand our vigilance. 2 hours later, Zhou Siji led his entourage out of the building, striding briskly towards a waiting car, the door already opened for him. As the car sped down the road, one of his subordinates reported, the person negotiating with the Qinghe group has returned. A soldier in the passenger seat turned slightly, relaying the message to Zhou Siji in the back. They've refused our offer. Zhou Siji merely nodded, seemingly unfazed by the news. Unbeknownst to them, their journey was being observed. From a high vantage point, a young man silently lowered his binoculars. He then released 3 prepared pigeons into the air. In another building, a mercenary, spotting the pigeons ascending from the rooftop, announced in a low voice to his men, "They're here." He turned, issuing careful instructions to his assembled crew. Target confirmed. Proceed according to plan. Prepare for battle. This assassination attempt must succeed. Failure is not an option. Another member of the team, his voice filled with anticipation, asked, "Do you think we'll have a chance to join the Anjing Temple after this?" But before the question could be fully absorbed, a voice from outside cut through the air, startling them all. "Found you at last." A young man, casually holding a glass of juice, strolled into the room, his tone nonchalant as he seemingly answered the previous question. But my Anjing Temple isn't a stage for actors like you. The mercenaries, on high alert, raised their weapons, demanding, "Where did you come from? Were you hiding in the kitchen?" The young man calmly waved his hand. Hold on. Let me finish my juice first." He took a sip, then frowned, his gaze fixed on something ahead. As if manipulated by an unseen force, the barrel of one of the mercenaries' guns bent out of shape. The young man discarded his juice glass. "Begin," he said, his voice now cold. Then, from within the room, the pained cries of the soldiers abruptly erupted. After a while, the young man emerged, his clothes stained crimson. He muttered irritably, "Still got blood on me." He pulled a paper crane from his pocket and, holding it aloft in his hand, inscribed a message upon it. "Mission accomplished. Deposit the commission into my account." These were all small-time players. They didn't even know who their employer was. He released the paper crane, letting it drift away on the wind. Somewhere on a mountain path to the north, Ren Xiaosu surveyed the forest before him, thinking, not a single clue. Where could those 6 from his 6th unit have gone? Just then, his gaze fell upon a group of workers in the woods. Loggers. Is there a stronghold nearby? Curious, he approached them. As soon as he came into view, one of the workers asked in surprise, "Where did you come from? How did you get out of the mountains?" Xiaosu feigned a timid hesitation. I got lost and wandered here by accident. I'm from the northwest." An older worker, seemingly more knowledgeable about the surrounding area, stepped forward and inquired the northwest, fleeing the fighting. "A lot of people have been coming from that way recently. Heard there's a war going on." Xiaosu played along, furrowing his brow and sighing. "Yes, I'm a refugee from there. The fighting is fierce. Where are you all from?" The older worker replied, "We're loggers for Stronghold 61, cutting timber for the Lord. We've been working here these past few months. We used to be up north, but the Lord said he needed to develop something special here, so he moved us." Xiaosu seized the opportunity to inquire about the missing 6th unit. "By the way, have you seen anyone else come across the river from that direction?" The younger worker shook his head. "No, haven't seen anyone. A lot of bodies have been floating down from upstream, though. Probably casualties from the fighting in the northwest." Xiaosu fell silent at this news. Not seeing their bodies is a good thing, he thought. As long as they're alive, we'll meet again someday. The younger worker continued, offering a word of caution. "Just so you know, the Lord hasn't turned away the refugees from the northwest who've come near Stronghold 61, but he doesn't let them inside. Be prepared. You'll probably end up as a refugee too, doing odd jobs to survive." Xiaosu, taken aback by the worker's assumption, tried to clarify. "You misunderstand. I'm not a refugee." The workers, seemingly misinterpreting his meaning, began to bombard him with questions. "How much do you loggers make a month?" One asked. "Our price is high." Another chimed in. A third added, "I heard they're forcing a lot of people into the army." Just as he was about to explain, a paper crane suddenly flitted past, catching his attention. Xiaosu quickly reached out and snatched it from the air. He murmured in surprise, "Where did this paper crane come from?" At that moment, the workers around him, noticing the crane in his hand, exclaimed in astonishment, "How did that paper crane get here?" The older worker from earlier, looking at the paper crane in Ren Xiaosu's hand, explained in a low voice to him and the others, "Do you remember? At the market town, a storyteller once told a tale about paper cranes. He said a secret organization likes to use them to relay messages." He pointed at the crane and said to Xiaosu, "Look, are there any words inside?" Xiaosu looked at the crane in his hand, a shiver running down his spine. He thought to himself, "Why does it feel like this thing is looking at me?" When his eyes fell upon the scribbled characters on the paper, his suspicion deepened. There really are words. Could someone be transmitting intelligence into the Central Plains? He stared intently at the paper, conjectures racing through his mind. But an organization like this, why would their method of communication be so easily intercepted? Is it a coincidence? Or is it deliberate? Unable to resolve his doubts, Xiaosu quickly crumpled the paper and casually lied to the worker. "There's nothing on it." That storyteller must have made it up. Who would use paper cranes to transmit messages? The worker readily agreed. "You're right." While his fellow workers loaded the cut wood onto the cart, the older worker said to Xiaosu, There are quite a few refugees arriving at the market town. Why don't you come back with us and have a look? Xiaosu accepted his offer without hesitation. Thank you, I'd appreciate that. As he walked alongside the worker, he fiddled with the crumpled paper in his hand. If they discover this is gone, it might be troublesome. It's better to just get rid of it. But just as quickly, he stopped. He realized with extreme perplexity, how do you even fold this thing back together? His confusion was fleeting. He didn't dwell on it, calmly destroying the paper within the space of his palace. Forget it. I'll learn how to do it later when I have the chance. A while later, in the market town outside Fortress 61, the older worker bid Xiaosu a friendly farewell. We're on the west side of the market town. If you want to find us, come to the west. We've been quite busy lately. Xiaosu politely declined. Thank you, but I don't have any need for that right now. By the walls of Fortress 61, numerous people in tattered clothing lay and sat, their faces etched with exhaustion. He spotted a despondent mother and child sitting off to the side and quickly recognized them. Quite a few people had escaped from the Zone clan's territory. Glancing around, he suddenly recalled what Wang Shengren had said about the Wang clan's artificial intelligence, which could monitor everyone's actions. If I had access to its data, I could quickly determine if the 6th unit is here. Xiaosu surveyed the vast marketplace, a feeling of helplessness washing over him. This town is so big. How am I supposed to find them? Just then, a man sidled up to him. Brother, are you looking for your family? I know some people who can help you, as long as you have the money. Xiaosu's eyes lit up. I'd be grateful for your help. If you can help me find my family, I'll definitely reward you. Hearing this, the man slung an arm around Xiaosu's shoulders and led him away, feigning friendliness. Then follow me. It's not convenient to talk here. Moments later, they arrived at a desolate mountain area. Xiaosu asked suspiciously, "Where are you taking me? Are we almost there?" The man replied cheerfully, "Almost there." Then, his expression shifted. He shot a cold glance at Xiaosu. At that moment, a group of young men armed with knives appeared, quickly surrounding Ren Xiaosu. The previously friendly man abruptly dropped his amiable facade and issued a chilling demand. "You have money on you, right? Hand it over, and we'll let you go." Xiaosu let out a small sigh, having anticipated this. It was a robbery, just as he'd suspected. He boldly addressed his assailants. "How many people have you robbed using this tactic? Weren't you the ones saying it's safe enough around here that no one locks their doors at night? Don't you have AI here? Aren't you afraid of getting caught?" The man scoffed. "That's inside the stronghold. What's it got to do with refugees like us? Stop talking so much and hand over the money." Xiaosu couldn't help but frown at his words. So it was the same everywhere. An insurmountable gap still existed between the refugees and those within the stronghold's walls. Without another word, Xiaosu's hand lashed out, connecting with a powerful punch to the face of the man who had led him there. Seeing him strike, the man's companions lunged forward, knives flashing. Xiaosu pivoted smoothly, bringing his knee up to take down another attacker. Then, with a swift kick, he sent a third sprawling. His right hand, not to be left out, delivered a sharp blow to the head of the nearest thug. In the blink of an eye, the once aggressive group of robbers lay scattered on the ground. Grabbing the collar of the man who had led him into the trap, Xiaosu began his interrogation. "I'm going to ask you a few questions. It's just about things happening in the Central Plains. No need to be nervous. Just answer what you know." The robbers, thoroughly beaten, looked up at him with terror in their eyes, bowing their heads frantically. "Anything we know, we'll tell you." They stammered, their voices trembling. By the second day, Xiaosu continued his questioning with an air of calm detachment. "I have a pretty good understanding of the situation here now. One last question. Where is the paper crane storyteller?" The robbers, their faces pale and drawn from the relentless interrogation, looked as if they were about to expire. In a weak voice, one finally answered, "At a tavern, go straight into town, then turn right." Xiaosu paused, a thoughtful expression on his face. "I'm rather hungry after all this questioning. Perhaps I should go take a look." Within the district built in the style of ancient Chinese architecture, Xiaosu walked down a narrow lane. His destination was a two-story building that appeared quite grand from the outside. He glanced up, assessing the scene in front of the tavern. It seemed lively enough. A waiter inside, apparently recognizing him as a potential customer, approached with a cheerful greeting. "Here for some tea, sir." Xiaosu didn't hesitate to inquire. I heard your tavern has a storyteller. The waiter, upon hearing his question, launched into an enthusiastic spiel. Are you new here, sir? Our storyteller is the best, second to none in this town. He quickly led Xiaosu to an empty table nearby, pouring him a cup of tea with a welcoming gesture. Please have a seat. You can enjoy some food while you listen. Xiaosu sat down at the prepared table, his eyes constantly scanning his surroundings. With so many people coming and going, it seemed like a good place to gather information. Just then, his gaze landed on a young woman helping an elderly man settle into the storyteller's designated seat. A murmur rippled through the tavern. The storyteller had arrived. The old man struck his wooden clapper against the table. Then, with a clearing of his throat, he unfolded the fan in his hand and began his tale, fanning himself rhythmically. Singing admonishes men of the three great paths. Choose the middle way. Good and evil will ultimately bear their fruit. The true path of humanity lies in the fields. After this preamble, he picked up the thread of his previous story. Last time, we spoke of the Southwestern campaign of a superhuman from the Qingjin sect who infiltrated the Li Consortium's god-slaying unit. He flourished his fan, excitedly launching into today's tale. This time, we'll speak of the heroic battle at Camp 178. A superhuman youth, never letting go of his gun, even in sleep, taller than 2 meters, a scholar of natural and social history. Xiaosu couldn't help but be speechless. Was this about him? What the hell was natural and social history? While the storyteller's booming voice resonated, describing how this youth single-handedly crushed the Zone clan's entire combat brigade, and the audience gasped, "Can there be such a brave person in this world?" Xiaosu sat alone at his table, head bowed in defeat. The previous rumors were one thing, but who had spread this natural and social history nonsense? He placed his teacup on the table with a sigh, thinking, though I've left the Jianghu still whispers my legend. He couldn't help but feel a sense of helplessness as he considered his own involvement. He clearly didn't want to be caught up in these conflicts. Yet it seemed that all the major incidents in the Southwest and Northwest were somehow connected to him. Xiaosu poured himself another cup of tea. A moment later, the storyteller slammed his gavel on the table and, with a grave tone, introduced the next story. The second tale tonight concerns the #1 assassin organization in the Central Plains, the Anjing Temple. Xiaosu's ears perked up. Here it came. The storyteller began by painting a picture of the organization's members. This is an incredibly secretive organization. Its members are scattered and independent, yet incredibly powerful. He continued, narrating a story about the eldest son of a conglomerate who collaborated with the Anjing Temple. This man, eager to inherit the conglomerate, commissioned the organization to assassinate his own father. A week later, the Anjing Temple completed the mission, delivering the target's head. However, the eldest son discovered his father wasn't dead. Instead, the storyteller continued. The assassins returned, placing before him the head of his mother's bodyguard. The son, enraged, kicked the head away, shouting, "Are you mocking me?" The assassin simply smiled coldly. "You said to kill your father. Your mother's bodyguard from 10 years ago, your Uncle Wong, we've killed him." He smiled wickedly, revealing the truth. He was your real father. He then produced a DNA report and placed it before the eldest son. The report clearly stated their relationship. The eldest son's face turned ashen as he stared at the document. He instantly crumbled, while the assassin, wearing a chilling smile, walked away. No one knows when this DNA test was conducted. The storyteller concluded his tale with an air of mystery, and no one knows how the Anjing Temple learned this secret. Cheers erupted around Xiaosu. Amazing. Well told, but he remained deeply skeptical. Black magic. The Anjing Temple's intelligence gathering was that good. He couldn't help but recall the earlier story about himself, thinking, combined with their previous description of me, who knows how much of this is true. Xiaosu turned to the waiter who had approached. "Is it over already?" The waiter quickly explained, "The storyteller only tells 2 stories a day. Come back tomorrow if you want to hear more." He just left the tea house, mulling over the Anjing Temple. It was an interesting organization. Perhaps he could even ask them to help find the 6 primes. But then he reconsidered. He didn't have enough information yet. It would be better to stay here, gather intelligence, and then decide. Night had fallen, and the entire town was silent. A group of men crept towards the perimeter wall of the house. A young man in the group spoke to their leader, his voice trembling. "Boss, tonight feels strange. I keep hearing noises. It's scary. Maybe we should do this another day." The man they called Boss snapped back in a hushed growl. "What are you talking about? Someone came to town today and exchanged gold, even bought a stone house with a garden. We pull this off, and we're rich." He lowered his voice, threatening his comrades as they climbed over the wall. "Hurry up. If someone else gets to it first, I'll kill you." Faced with his ferocity, the others could only nod hastily. "Yes, yes, boss." The leader swung himself down, muttering, "Slowly now, and keep quiet." He was completely unaware that their every move had been observed. The moment his feet touched the ground, he tripped over something. The leader sprawled face first, his men gasping, "Boss." He finally took in the scene in the courtyard. Bodies lay scattered everywhere. He trembled. This is the house of a rich man. Why are there so many bodies? At the same moment, his men cried out in alarm, "Boss." Behind you, unseen, a dark figure wielding a sharp sword had silently appeared behind him. Xiaosu sat on the roof, watching Lao Su efficiently dispatch the men below. He sighed inwardly. "This is such a hassle. I'll have to clean up all these bodies in the morning." He watched impassively as Lao Su continued to stack bodies, a sense of helplessness washing over him. He knew revealing his abilities could lead to trouble, but he hadn't expected so many corpses on his first day. Just then, a light flickered amidst the pile of bodies. Xiaosu stared, surprised. "What is that?" He quickly began searching through the gruesome mound. After rummaging for a moment, he pulled out a mobile phone. "I saw a manual for one of these at the Yang City Library before." He recognized it as a pre-cataclysm phone. A message was displayed on the screen, Fortress 67, awaiting recipient's reply. But Xiaosu couldn't understand the words. He clutched the phone, frustrated. What does this even mean? The next day, he wandered through the town. He took the opportunity to experiment with the phone, snapping a few selfies. Later, he went to the tea house to listen to the storyteller. 3 days later, Xiaosu sat before a table laden with delicious food, looking at a picture on the phone. He thought to himself, "Pleased, this phone's camera isn't bad. I'll have to show Lioi what mutton pancakes look like when I find him." Then, glancing at the raised platform in the middle of the tea house, he wondered, why hasn't the storyteller arrived yet? As a waiter brought over another dish, he asked, "Where's the storyteller?" The waiter replied cheerfully, "You must be new here. The old master doesn't come every day. He takes breaks sometimes. Depends on his mood, you see." Xiaosu was curious. "Do you know where he lives?" Following the waiter's directions, he arrived in front of a house. Xiaosu, without a moment's hesitation, raised his hand and knocked on the wooden door. A moment later, the old storyteller opened it from within, asking, "Who are you looking for?" Xiaosu didn't bother hiding his intentions. "I've come to hear your stories," he said directly. The old man lowered his head slightly and replied in a low voice, "Young man, I tell stories because I don't want to work. You showing up suddenly makes me feel like I'm back on the construction site before I lost my sight." Turning slightly towards his granddaughter, who had appeared behind him, the storyteller added with a teasing lilt, "I heard someone say you've been coming here every day. I thought you were interested in my granddaughter. Now it seems you really do want to hear stories." Xiaosu couldn't help but wonder. He's blind, isn't he? The tavern's always crowded. How does he know it's me? Meanwhile, the storyteller cut to the chase. "So, what story do you want to hear?" Slightly surprised, Xiaosu asked, "Don't we need to go to the tavern?" The old man chuckled. "Not today," he replied, then added with a knowing smile, "The story you want to hear? I'm not sure I dare tell in front of a crowd." Xiaosu's guard immediately went up. "He seems to know what I'm thinking," he thought, startled. Outwardly, he challenged, "What do you mean by that?" The old man didn't flinch. He slammed his cane against the ground and declared confidently, "This old man's eyes may be blind, but his heart is not." Xiaosu silently considered the old man's words. Then, he stated his purpose frankly. "I want to hear the story of the Anjing Temple." The storyteller immediately warned, "That's not a story for ordinary ears." Xiaosu's expression darkened. "Do I look ordinary to you?" The storyteller was amused by his retort. "Fair enough. You're not ordinary," he agreed cheerfully. "So I'll tell you. Come in and sit down." Inside the house, The storyteller's granddaughter carefully poured a cup of tea. The old man sat opposite Xiaosu and, just as he did in the tavern, began his tale. The Anjing Temple hasn't been around for long, but it's been shrouded in mystery since its appearance. His voice dropped lower. There's no mission the Anjing Temple hasn't completed. Xiaosu accepted the tea from the young woman and politely thanked her. Sipping his tea, Xiaosu continued to listen. The Anjing Temple doesn't just assign missions to these assassins, the old man explained. They also ensure their safety and provide funds. Completing a mission for the Anjing Temple comes with a hefty reward. Seeming to understand Xiaosu's purpose, he added, or they'll help you with something of equal value. Xiaosu asked seriously, like finding someone, for example. The old man nodded. Exactly. So, you don't want to kill someone, but find someone. Xiaosu replied casually, if I needed to kill someone, I could do it myself. The old man burst out laughing at his bluntness. Times have certainly changed. Xiaosu continued his questioning, still calm. Do you know how to contact them? The storyteller quickly shared what he knew. I heard that a few years ago, they distributed phones to the assassins waiting to be selected. He couldn't help but think of the masked assassins hidden everywhere. That phone can only send messages and take pictures. The Anjing Temple sends mission details via text message, marking the danger level of each assignment. After completing a series of missions, an assassin's rank rises from D to A. Only A-rank assassins are eligible to participate in the Anjing Temple's official selection process. But the old storyteller's next words startled Xiaosu. Use the phone to take pictures of the bodies. Mission complete. The photos will automatically be sent to the Anjing Temple. Xiaosu suddenly felt that the phone the storyteller mentioned sounded a lot like the one he'd picked up. But the problem was, hadn't the pictures he'd taken these last few days, along with the pictures of the stewed mutton buns, already been sent? Simultaneously, a wave of doubt washed over him. How does the old gentleman know about these things? He asked, are these stories even real? The storyteller didn't answer directly, instead offering a crooked smile and a counter question. How do you think I lost my sight? Xiaosu, sweating, nodded vigorously. You're definitely not ordinary. Later, upon returning to his room, he retrieved the phone. He quickly typed a message, accept mission. He anxiously pressed send, trying to reassure himself. I wonder what the mission is. And Fortress 67 must be nearby, right? He frowned, silently resolving that, for now, this was the best way to find the 6 elements. Immediately, the phone notified him of an incoming message. But it was a rejection. Phone owner not yet rank C. Unable to accept mission. Xiaosu threw the phone down in frustration. Damn it, they know I'm rank D, so why send me a rank C mission? But the phone buzzed again with another incoming message. The screen displayed a clear, black and white text. Please stop sending pictures of stewed mutton buns. A light knocking echoed from the other side of the door. Xiaosu, on high alert, moved to open it. Could there still be people trying to rob this place? He wondered. He hesitated for a moment, then reached for the door, his other hand discreetly summoning his black blade. Outside stood a woman in a tight-fitting cheongsam, her face a mixture of fear and anxiety. Xiaosu's voice was cold. What do you want? The woman's voice trembled slightly. Can I come in and talk? He flatly refused. No. Seeing her plea denied, the woman hurriedly continued. We're both from the Northwest. I'm from Fortress 146. Seeing as we're from the same region, could you spare me some food? Xiaosu's expression remained indifferent. What do you have to trade? The woman spoke her offer, her voice tinged with embarrassment. Myself. He looked at her silently for a moment, then coldly refused. I suggest you change your clothes. It's dangerous to be dressed like that at night. Without hesitation, he slammed the door shut. The woman, shaken by his blunt rejection, fought back tears. As she walked away, she was met by a man who had been waiting. He asked anxiously, well, didn't he bite? Humiliated and angry, the woman grabbed the man's shirt. Who just give themselves away like that? He slapped her hard, roaring, then what good are you? We're all starving. Inside, Xiaosu watched impassively as the woman sat outside, weeping. Sometime later, a message finally appeared on Xiaosu's phone. Fortress 62, rank D, recipient reply. Xiaosu's face lit up. A home de mission. Finally, without hesitation, Xiaosu tapped accept mission. Instantly, the details arrived. The target, Ma Dui, foreman of the quarry outside Fortress 62. His crime, the murder of 9 refugee workers. The reward, 20,000. Attached were a photo of the work site and a portrait of the target. Xiaosu gripped his phone, ready to move. He bolted from the house, quickly traversing the town's narrow streets. Moments later, he was clear of the city walls. He scanned his surroundings, ensuring he was alone. Then, with a sudden burst of speed, he leaped, grabbing the handrail of a passing train. Clinging to the outside of the train, Xiaosu calculated the distance. Fortress 62 was still roughly 190 kilometers away, a 3 to 4 hour journey. 3 hours later, the industrial complex outside Fortress 62 loomed before him. Time to disembark, he thought. Releasing his grip, he dropped from the moving train, landing lightly on the ground. He observed the complex from a distance, a cautious look in his eyes. Better be discreet with my abilities. Don't need any unwanted attention. Xiaosu rubbed 2 fingers in the dirt. Then he smeared the grime across his face, disguising himself as a refugee. A short while later, he walked casually along the market road outside Fortress 62. Spotting an old man smoking a pipe by the roadside, he approached cautiously. "Sir," he began, forcing a friendly smile, "is there any work to be found around here? I haven't eaten in days, and I'm desperate for employment." The old man gestured with his pipe, offering directions. Bricklaying north, brick hauling west, sand digging south. The other factories require skilled labor. They only take experienced workers. Xiaosu quickly identified his destination, south. He bowed his head in thanks before departing. Soon, he stood atop a hill, overlooking the brightly lit quarry below, confirming its location. That's the sand and gravel quarry where the target is. He surveyed the area, deciding that midday wasn't ideal. Assassinations are best left for nightfall. Besides, it's my first mission, better to play it safe. As a crescent moon hung in the night sky, Xiaosu carefully explored the perimeter of the quarry walls. Once he was sure no one was around, he crouched, then sprang upwards, easily clearing the wall. He moved swiftly, leaping from rooftop to rooftop. Silently, he passed over the heads of the night watchmen. In moments, he was dangling from the balcony of the residential block. He scanned the building, locating his target. The quarry map provided by the Anjing Temple indicated the foreman's quarters were on the 4th floor. Xiaosu carefully made his way to the designated room. This is it, but the sight that greeted him was shocking. Inside, his target, Ma Dui, lay dead in a pool of blood. Xiaosu stared in disbelief. Ma Dui dead, but I haven't even made a move. What's going on? Anger and confusion warred within him as he typed out a message. Ma Dui, he's already dead. But wasn't that my mission? Xiaosu stared at the phone screen, the reply appearing almost instantly. First come, first served. He slumped back, a look of utter disbelief on his face. Damn it, I was so quick, and for what? To be a fool. Xiaosu stumbled down the market road outside Fortress 62. He just left Ma Dui's quarters, and the sting of disappointment was still fresh. What a waste, he muttered. A whole day waiting for a mission, and someone else snatches it. Thoughts of the mission continued to plague him. He'd assumed the hardest part would be the killing. It turned out the real challenge was actually getting the mission in the first place. He flopped onto his bed, still mulling it over. Maybe when I'm a higher rank, he thought, there'll be less competition. Fewer assassins at the top, after all. Just then, his phone buzzed with a new message. Another mission appeared on the screen. Zhao Ngamba, former warden of the Titong City prison in Fortress 146. Crimes committed while in office. Abuse of female prisoners. Current location, Market Road outside Fortress 61. Reward, 20,000. Xiaosu looked at the attached photo and instantly recognized the man. This was the same man who had taken his wife. His hand clenched, a silent vow forming in his mind. This mission was practically gift-wrapped. He wouldn't let it slip away. Night fell over the refugee camp. Inside his tent, Ngamba sat drinking, muttering to himself. This woman, at least she's good for something. Outside, Xiaosu watched, alert and calculating. The memory of the stolen mission still stung. If this one gets taken too, he swore, I'll be eating my meals upside down from now on. 3 hours later, a man approached Ngamba's tent, phone in hand. He was still intently comparing the information on his screen when Xiaosu materialized behind him. "Here for the mission," he asked casually. The man spun around, startled. "Who are you?" Xiaosu grinned, a predatory glint in his eyes. "I'm taking that mission." The man drew a knife and lunged. Xiaosu didn't even bother using his hands. A swift knee to the gut sent the would-be assassin sprawling. "Trying to steal a mission from me," he thought, a surge of satisfaction coursing through him. One swift blow later, the man was unconscious. Xiaosu pocketed the man's phone. "Let's see you steal a mission without this," he muttered, then, as an afterthought, stuffed a rag into the man's mouth. "All right," he said, dragging the unconscious assassin into the bushes. "Seeing as you came here to kill a bad guy, I'll let you live." With practiced ease, he dumped the man in a secluded thicket. As long as no one sent a picture of Zhao Gamba, he mused, the mission will stay open. More assassins will come. A thrill of anticipation ran through him. The fishing had begun. A while later, he had 5 bound and gagged assassins lined up. Yawning, Xiaosu decided to call a night. He slipped quietly into Ngamba's tent. With a single, swift movement, he snapped Ngamba's neck. One less T-Tong dog in the world, he thought coldly. He then took a picture of the body with his phone. A confirmation message arrived instantly, along with a notification. Eligibility for rank C promotion in 60 days. The reward was transferred to his anonymous Wang Sure bank account. The access code provided. As the first rays of dawn crept over the mountains, Xiaosu walked away. He lifted his face to the rising sun, a thought forming in his mind. The path of an assassin was far from easy, but it had finally begun. A week later, within the mission assignment room of the Anjing Temple, 2 clerks sat together, reviewing their work. One turned to the other, a note of suspicion in her voice. "Something seems off about the rank D missions near Fortress 61. The other clerk, puzzled, replied, "What could possibly be wrong with a rank D mission?" The blonde clerk hesitated before explaining. "Normally, these low-level rank D missions are completed shortly after they're posted. The average completion time is about 4 hours, but the last 2, they've each taken a full day." The other clerk, her gaze fixed on the monitor, agreed. "It's true. One took 21 hours, the other 23. Is something happening around Fortress 61? Is there a shortage of qualified operatives?" "That's not it," the blonde clerk countered. "There were 11 operatives eligible to accept those 2 missions." Now the second clerk felt a prickle of unease. "Then what's going on? Who completed these 2 missions?" The blonde clerk's voice was tinged with frustration. "It seems it was the same person both times, the one who sends pictures of stewed goat." At the mention of stewed goat, the other clerk laughed, a knowing look on her face. "Ah, the one who just qualified. He's pretty efficient, knocking out 2 missions like that." The blonde clerk, still studying the screen, said, "Not really. He's accepted missions before, but they were probably too far away for him to snatch up." A frown creased the second clerk's brow. "Something feels strange about this. We should bring this up with the boss." The blonde clerk, however, had continued her search, and her expression was now one of concern. "Wait a minute. The 11 operatives who accepted the earlier missions, they haven't accepted any new ones. It's like they vanished." The other clerk shot to her feet, alarm etched on her face. "This isn't right. We have to tell the boss immediately." Meanwhile, Xiaosu sat comfortably in his home, chewing on a pastry, a smug look on his face. Since he'd found the most efficient way to complete missions, his rank had been climbing steadily. Suddenly, his phone chimed with a new mission alert. He picked it up casually, glancing at the screen. The screen displayed the mission details and the reward. Target: Zheng Ninyuan, Chief Tax Collector of Zhongshu City, Fortress 144. Currently hiding outside the market town of Fortress 61. Reward: 20,000. Xiaosu raised an eyebrow in surprise. Another familiar face. He murmured. Hidden behind a wall, Xiaosu double-checked the information on his phone, a plan forming in his mind. This is the 3rd mission at Fortress 61, he thought. I wonder how many more phones are still out there. Probably not many left. Just then, a paper crane landed on a utility pole behind him. Xiaosu, ever alert, immediately sensed its presence. He looked up warily at the origami bird. He quickly scanned his surroundings, trying to determine the direction the crane was facing. "They're watching me," he realized. "No, It's facing Zhongyan Yuan. Could my recent activities have caught the attention of the Anjing Temple? Are they investigating who's been completing these missions? If so, I can't keep this up. A rift in space opened beside the paper crane, and a hand reached out, snatching it from the air. Xiaosu quickly examined the unfolded paper, only to find it blank. Nothing. He muttered, surprised. He casually tossed the paper into the space within his palace, destroying the evidence. Moments later, he strolled out of the room, his target eliminated, another mission complete. At the same time, his phone buzzed in his pocket. Xiaosu glanced at the screen. The 20,000 bounty message had arrived. A thought suddenly struck him. Considering his previous missions, it seemed the assassination targets of the D-rank missions issued by the Anjing Temple were all abusive officials. He frowned, deeply puzzled. Who was paying for these people's deaths? The next afternoon, Xiaosu returned to the tea house. While savoring a cup of tea, he listened to the old man tell stories of how the Qing clan had expelled the experimental subjects from the fortress. Originally, the people of the Li clan fortress had all said Qingzhan was a good person. People had gradually forgotten that Qingzhan was the biggest winner on the southwestern battlefield. Suddenly, Xiaolu skipped over to Xiaosu. She greeted him cheerfully. Ren Xiaosu, why haven't you been here for 2 days? He scratched his head, chuckling sheepishly. Sleeping in, he replied. She didn't seem too concerned with his excuse, turning and tossing her little braid over her shoulder as she excitedly asked, "What do you think of my new hairstyle?" He immediately hummed in approval, which visibly pleased Xiaolu. But as her excitement peaked, he spoke again. "By the way, Xiaolu, do you know how to fold paper cranes?" To his surprise, she startled, her face flushing crimson as she exclaimed, "No one ever asks a girl about paper cranes." Then, mortified, she cried, "So embarrassing," and turned to flee, leaving Xiaosu utterly bewildered. He was left wondering what had just happened, thinking to himself, I really just wanted to learn how to fold paper cranes. Later, as the storytelling concluded, he went to bid farewell to the storyteller. "Old sir, I come to say goodbye." The old man, upon hearing this, responded enthusiastically, "You're leaving." But he immediately corrected himself. "Be careful on your journey. Stay safe." He coughed repeatedly, almost betraying his true feelings. Xiaosu seemed to sense the old man's eagerness, feeling a pang of loss. He had planned to leave to avoid trouble, since the Anjing Temple was targeting him. He'd wait for the storm to pass and then return. But why did it seem like the old man wanted him gone so soon? He concealed his thoughts, offering the old man a friendly smile. "I'll come back to visit you in a while." The storyteller seemed startled, then agreed. All right. Xiaosu quickly left the tea house. Walking down the street, he happened to see a beautiful, long-haired woman approaching from the opposite direction. Xiaosu exclaimed in surprise, "Xiaocan." But as the woman drew closer, he realized he'd mistaken her for someone else. As they passed each other, Xiaosu couldn't help but glance back at her, then silently turned and continued on his way. After a few steps, the woman stopped, thoughtfully watching Xiaosu's receding figure. As the storyteller and his granddaughter were preparing to leave the tea house, he asked Xiaolu what she wanted for dinner. She pouted, grumbling, "We just had lunch." Just then, the woman from earlier strolled in. The old man, noticing her arrival, said to Xiaolu, "We have a customer." He patted her head, making an excuse to send her away. "Be a good girl and go buy a bottle of soy sauce. We're out." Xiaolu seemed to understand, glancing at the newly arrived woman. He urged her again, "Go on quickly." As soon as Xiaolu was out of sight, the woman spoke in a cold voice, "Have you seen any unusual people in the market town lately?" He immediately replied that he hadn't. The woman made her way to the spot where Xiaosu had lain in wait the previous night. She carefully examined the utility pole where the paper crane had perched. Then, she typed a message on her phone. "From now on, all mission updates for 1,583,805 will be sent directly to me." A reply came instantly. "Yes, boss." Meanwhile, in the wilderness outside Fortress 63, on a winding road snaking through the mountains, Ergu sped along on his motorcycle with his apprentice clinging on behind. Inspired by the scenery, he burst into verse. "I see the green mountains, so beautiful they seem, yet the mountains see me as nothing at all." He chuckled, pleased with himself. His apprentice, buffeted by the wind, had only caught snippets of the recitation. "What did you say, master?" He yelled back, bewildered. Urgu raised his voice and repeated, "I see the green mountains, so beautiful they seem, yet the mountains see me as nothing at all." The apprentice, still unable to hear properly, simply responded with a questioning, "Huh?" Urgu, exasperated, bellowed the line again. The apprentice, still struggling to hear, yelled back another "what?" Slamming on the brakes, Urgu pulled over, fuming. He yanked his apprentice's head forward and roared, with all the breath he could muster, "I see the green mountains, so beautiful they seem, yet the mountains see me as nothing at all." Unfazed, the apprentice calmly corrected his master. "Isn't that poem used in the wrong context? I thought it was meant to express the author's refusal to work with evil people." Exposed, Urga coughed awkwardly and changed the subject. "Apprentice, you've been with me for years now. You've learned the trade of assassination. You should be able to take on missions yourself. There's a rank D mission available. It's a good opportunity for you to practice." The apprentice, apprehensive, asked tentatively, "Is it very difficult?" Urgu, seizing the chance to assert his authority, barked, "If you think it's difficult, then study harder. Don't think knowing a bit of ancient poetry makes you smart." The apprentice, startled, clutched his head and quickly agreed, "Yes, master." Immediately softening his tone, Urgu reassured him, "Don't worry. I'll take you on a few rank D missions. Once you're used to it, you could take them on your own." The apprentice, grateful, thanked his master but then asked curiously, "By the way, master, what rank are you?" Urgu puffed out his chest. "Rank C." Contrary to Urgu's expectations, his apprentice's face fell. Infuriated once more, Urgu gritted his teeth. "You little brat, do you know some assassins remain at rank C their entire lives? They never reach rank B." The apprentice's eyes widened in naive curiosity. "So, master, when will you reach rank B?" Urgu, having dug himself a hole, stammered, "Soon." The apprentice continued his innocent questioning. "If you're already this skilled, master, how powerful are rank A assassins?" The question sobered Urgu. He explained gravely, "Most rank A assassins are superhuman. I've given up hope of ever reaching that level. I once saw a rank A assassin in action. I couldn't even understand how they killed their target. Some time later, they arrived near their target's location. Urgu pointed, instructing his apprentice, "It's right around here. Let's not delay. We need to move quickly. Rank D missions get snatched up fast." The apprentice still had questions. "Master, the target is inside the factory. Shouldn't we wait until nightfall and sneak in?" Urgu, eager to impress his apprentice, boasted, "What's there to be afraid of? A rank C assassin like myself can't even complete a rank D mission. That would be a laughingstock." A voice suddenly cut through their conversation. "Here, to carry out a mission, are we?" Urgu and his apprentice instantly drew their weapons and fired without hesitation towards the source of the voice. But the direction they looked towards was completely empty. Not a soul in sight. Xiaosu, it turned out, had been perched on the wall above them all along, looking down casually. "Seems like you really are here on a mission," he observed. He leaped down, striking the apprentice with a swift punch and then delivering a sharp kick to Urgu. While Xiaosu was momentarily distracted, Urgu scrambled to his feet. Xiaosu couldn't help but be surprised. He didn't pass out. What kind of strength is this? He wondered. Realizing he couldn't feign unconsciousness and slip away, Urgu bolted. Anjing Temple, giving superhumans low-rank missions. What kind of operation are you running? He cursed inwardly as he ran. A superhuman doing a low-rank mission. Is it that embarrassing? Are you that short on cash? Panicked as he realized Xiaosu was in pursuit, Urgu yelled, "I have money. I can give you money." But Xiaosu wasn't interested in his money. Another punch landed, bringing Urgu down once more. Taking the phone from the temporarily incapacitated Urgu, Xiaosu calmly replied, "I don't need your money. I need your phone." But then, recognizing the man he'd just knocked out, he said with surprise, "You again." Just then, a message arrived on Urgu's phone. Target in Fortress 62. Early morning, Huazhong Company. Resident number 476, Hanyang Road. Rank A. Reward, 500,000. 3-person cooperation accepted. Upon completion, one-time use of safe room. Protection provided if pursued. Xiaosu looked at the message with a grimace. Rank A, huh? Too bad I can't take it right now. But then a thought struck him. However, I could observe how a rank A expert handled the mission. A little while later, Ergu stirred back to consciousness. His first action was to nudge his unconscious apprentice awake. Then panic set in. My money. Checking his pockets, he breathed a sigh of relief. Good, it's still there. This superhuman really doesn't take money. Suddenly, another figure nearby, also just regaining consciousness, cried out, my phone's gone. Ergu's apprentice frantically patted himself down. Oh no, my phone's gone too. Master, are our phones still there? Ergu checked himself, his face paling. They're both gone. He wailed, realizing Xiaosu's true motive. So this superhuman kept the mission to steal our phones. Insidious. Absolutely insidious. Xiaosu strolled down a relatively deserted street, pleased with his recent exploits. That mission I just snatched was easy, he thought, unable to contain his glee. A satisfied smirk spread across his face. With that mission and the last one, I should be close to rank C now, right? Xiaosu pulled out his own phone, scratching his head in confusion. But why haven't I received the upgrade notification yet? Inside the assassin's center, two female clerks looked at each other. The blonde-haired clerk spoke first. 1,583,850. He completed another mission. Based on the timing, he's finished 5 missions in 60 days. Should we upgrade him to C? The other clerk replied, have you noticed? The rank D missions near Fortress 63 have been taking a while to complete. The brown-haired woman picked up the paper, studying it for a moment, then wondered suspiciously if he was behind it all. The white-haired man, finding the matter rather intriguing, stepped towards her and said, if this isn't related to him, I certainly won't believe it. He's the one who stole another assassin's phone back at Fortress 61. It has to be him. Could he have actually come all the way to Fortress 63? Upon hearing this, the brown-haired woman picked up her phone, composing a message as she spoke. I'll ask the boss how to handle this. A moment later, the boss replied, instructing them to give him a C rank upgrade and see what he did. Don't stir up trouble. When messaging in the group, don't assign him any D rank missions. We can't let him harm any more D rank assassins.